Chapter 1, 3 Consecutive Draws. In the kitchen of the rental house. Yi Mu yawned sleepily. The noodles cooked in the pot were emitting hot steam. He is almost 30 years old and is working hard alone in Shanghai. Although he has a decent job, half of his salary has to be paid for rent, utilities, and other expenses every month. The prices in an international metropolis like Shanghai are so high that it makes him bleed. He has to cook his own breakfast and dinner every day to save money, and he can't even afford to order takeout. Ding, the inhumane lottery system is starting up. Ding. The system started successfully and is binding to the host. 1%. 70%. 100%. Ding. Successfully bound to host Yi Mu, please come and draw the lottery. Yi Mu was stunned for a moment, looked left and right, and finally picked up his mobile phone and put it to his ear to listen, but heard nothing. A rich and inhumane lottery system? He was confused. Although the cold electronic mechanical voice was spoken a little fast, it did not pose any problem for him, who had a good memory of everything he heard, and he recited it right away. Ding. This system is a lavish and inhumane lottery system. It is currently at level 1, with a guaranteed minimum prize of 100 million. The first day's reward is 3 consecutive draws. System prompt: the host can draw a lottery once a day. If you insist on drawing a lottery every day, there will be weekly and monthly draws for rewards. Please draw a lottery on time. The cold electronic mechanical sound rang out again. This time, Yi Mu discovered that the voice appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Could it be that? Yi Mu was shaking with excitement. He had waited for many years, and finally the system that had bestowed upon him a great mission had arrived. Yi Mu has a secret, that is, he is a time traveler from Earth. This is a parallel world to Earth, but after being here for 6 years, he is different from the protagonists in those online novels. He does not have a golden finger. But finally, he waited for the system. Listen, the guaranteed prize for the lucky draw is 100 million. Or once a day. In other words, in addition to other rewards, the minimum you can get is 100 million renminbi. There are 365 days in a year, and 100 million a day means 36.5 billion. How hard would he have to work to spend all this money? Yi Mu felt his heart beating faster and faster. With this system, does he still need to eat plain noodles every day? Don't panic, it's just a small matter. Let me try and see if this lottery system is real or fake. Don't tell me it's some high-tech prank. Yi Mu suppressed his ventricle and said excitedly, System, the first day's reward is 3 consecutive draws. Can I draw 3 prizes today? Ding. The host is right. Then I'm going to draw the lottery now, you do it quickly. Yi Mu rubbed his hands expectantly. Bite. The system beeped, and suddenly a roulette wheel with a colorful background appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Mu. There are 6 options above. Among them, 100 million occupies the largest area. The remaining areas are 500 million, 1 billion, a company with a market value of over 100 million, and a villa with a market value of over 100 million. Seeing this, Yi Mu believed it 80% of the time. Ding. System prompt: the options on the lucky draw roulette will change each time, and the value will not be less than 100 million. Please understand, host. The system's prompt sound woke up Yi Mu, whose eyes were shining with gold. Okay, I get it, let me draw the lottery. Yi Mu couldn't wait. Following his instructions, the roulette wheel made a sound and the pointer began to spin rapidly. In 3 seconds, the pointer seemed to have turned thousands of times, and finally slowed down, moving slowly on the roulette wheel, and finally stopped at the 100 million area. Ding. The host obtains 100 million renminbi. The system prompts. At the same time, Yi Mu's cell phone suddenly vibrated. It's a text message. Yi Mu quickly picked it up and unlocked it, only to find that it was a text message from the bank. Dear customer, your account ending with 2589 received a transfer of 100 million yuan at 7 o'clock on February 17, and the balance is 100,037,264.32. Dear customer, our bank has automatically upgraded your service to Diamond VIP. You will enjoy privileges such as unlimited transfer and credit card swiping. After staring at the text message for a while, Yi Mu carefully counted how many zeros were after the 1. After finding out there were 8, an extremely powerful fuck burst out of his mouth. System, come again. Restraining his excitement, Yi Mu issued orders again. 100 million, something he had never dared to imagine before, but now he had it just by a slight turn of the roulette needle. Yi Mu didn't know how to describe this feeling. The roulette wheel spun rapidly again. Countless pointers appeared on the roulette wheel and began to slow down rapidly after a few seconds. Click, click, click. The pointer finally stopped at a villa with a market value of over 100 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villa worth 300 million. After the system prompt sound. Before Yi Mu could react, his cell phone rang again. The classic incoming call ringtone was lingering in the air. Yi Mu saw that it was an unfamiliar number and answered the call with trembling hands. Hello? Is this Mr. Yi Mu? A steady male voice came from the other side. It's me. On the surface, Yi Mu appears to be as steady as an old dog and speaks with full confidence. Hello, Mr. Yi Mu. I'm Xiao Wang from the sales department. I wonder if you'll be home this afternoon. If it's convenient for you, I'll deliver the property certificate to you at noon. I'll be there at noon, please bring it over. I'll see you then. After Yi Mu finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to speak. He slowly leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. He still finds it a little bit unbelievable. At this moment, he had a deposit of 100 million and a villa with a market value of 300 million? Yi Mu was a little panicked about the transformation from a small clerk who could barely make ends meet to a billionaire. However, this is all his inner drama. After taking 2 deep breaths, Yi Mu regained his composure and continued to issue orders. System, transfer for the 3rd time. The roulette wheel clicked and the needle started moving again. Chapter 2 Beautiful Secretary 1. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time the rotation took a little longer, a few seconds longer, and it rotated a few thousand more times. Yi Mu stared at the roulette wheel intently, watching the pointer slowly pass through the billion area, and finally stopped at a company with a market value of over 100 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an entertainment company with a market value of 500 million yuan. The system prompts. Entertainment company? I don't know how to run one. Yi Mu scratched his head. Wait, entertainment companies all train and package female stars, right? Now that I'm the boss of the company, doesn't that mean? An evil thought suddenly popped up. Yi Mu shook his head, threw these thoughts out of his mind, and smiled. Ding, the system issues a task. The host operates an entertainment company to make its market value reach 10 billion. Task reward, the system will be upgraded to level 2, with a guaranteed prize of 500 million yuan. The system prompts that the funds invested by the host in the company will be excluded from the calculation. When Yi Mu heard the electronic mechanical sound prompt, he was shocked. A guaranteed lottery prize of 500 million? Are you sure? It's only 10 billion, I guess I have to work hard. Yi Mu thought. After completing the task, the system will be upgraded to level 2, with a guaranteed prize of 500 million. I don't know what other delicious things will appear on the roulette wheel. But 10 billion is too huge, and we need to take it step by step. Yi Mu thought about it and decided not to be in a hurry to upgrade the system. His current wealth alone was enough for him to ruin. As he was thinking, the roulette wheel in front of him suddenly disappeared. Hello? System? Disappearing just now? Can you sit down for a while and have a cup of tea? Yi Mu said to the system. But the system did not respond and there was silence in the air. The system only exists in his mind and only appears when the lottery is drawn. The roulette wheel is also set by the system so that only Yi Mu can see it. It is quite different from those systems that defy the will of heaven and kill gods. You really won't come out? The noodles I made are super delicious? Come out and I'll treat you to some noodles. After calling a few more times, Yi Mu was sure that the system would not appear today. Since the lottery can be drawn every day, the system will appear tomorrow as well, so it's okay to wait a while. Buzz. The phone vibrated and then rang again. Yi Mu looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number with no notes. He didn't know who it was, but he knew it must be related to the system, so he pressed the answer button and said hello. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Mu? The voice was sweet and coquettish, which startled Yi Mu. Well, who are you? Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Su Anchi from Thai Emperor Entertainment. You can just call me Xiaoqi. From today on, I'll be your personal secretary. I can be at your house in about half an hour. If you're ready, I can drive you directly to work at the company. The other side said calmly. Tai King Entertainment? Personal secretary? Yimu was a little confused, but then he remembered that Tai Emperor Entertainment was the entertainment company with a market value of 500 million that was drawn in the system roulette. There was a horn sound from the phone, and Yimu said, "Okay, drive safely, and call me when you get there." "Okay, I'll hang up first. See you then." After Shaoqi finished speaking, Yimu hung up the phone with a faint smile on his face. The domineering president's personal beauty secretary? I don't know what Shaoqi looks like, whether she is pretty or not, but she has such a nice voice, so she must be pretty. Yimu was very excited. He heated up the cooked noodles and put them into a bowl. He added some seasonings and brought it into the living room, where he began to eat with relish. 100 million in deposits, a 300 million villa, and a 500 million company. It smells good no matter how you think about it. Isn't this plain noodles delicious? After finishing his meal, Yimu cleaned up briefly, took a refreshing shower, changed into casual clothes and came to the mirror. He is the boss of the company, it doesn't matter what he wears, who dares to say anything? I almost forgot. I haven't shaved yet. After shaving the newly grown stubble, Yimu touched his smooth chin with satisfaction. At this time, his cell phone rang again. It was still Shaoqi. "Mr. Yi, I'm downstairs at your house, please come down," Shaoqi said on the phone. "Okay, I'll be down right away," Yimu replied immediately. A few minutes later, Yimu went downstairs. A well-maintained red Maserati was parked downstairs, standing out from the crowd. The beautiful and luxurious curves of this car were shining with light, so dazzling that its momentum completely overshadowed the other vehicles and seduced everyone's attention. When Yimu walked downstairs and saw it, his eyes widened. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Pick me up from work in a Maserati? He recognized most of the cars here, except for this Maserati, so he knew it was Shaoqi who drove it. At this time, the Maserati had attracted the attention of many elderly people and young people who were about to go to work, all of whom were looking at this uninvited guest. The people living in this community are generally not wealthy, so the appearance of this luxury car immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. This is incredible. I wonder who the owner of this Maserati is waiting for. Such a big shot. This car is called a Maserati? It's really beautiful. It must be worth at least 400,000 or 500,000, right? An old lady waving a fan showed an envious look. The little girl next to him blushed when she heard this, and couldn't help but say, "Auntie, this is the latest model of Maserati, and it costs more than 1.4 million. Stop talking about it. It's ridiculous to hear it." The people around were shocked when they heard it. Is this car so expensive? While everyone was talking, Yimu stopped about 10 steps in front of the Maserati. At the same time, under the gaze of everyone, the door of the Maserati's driver's seat slowly opened. It was as if some priceless treasure was emitting a strange light. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Even Yimu was watching closely. Clatter! A pair of white and slender beautiful legs, wearing Chang Liang's black high heels, stepped out of the car door, and the snow-white and plump thighs were exposed to the air. This feeling of half covering the face with a lute makes the men around her feel a tingling sensation. Chapter 3 Beautiful Secretary 2. When everyone in the car came out, they were all shocked. Maserati is already beautiful enough, but I didn't expect the beauty driving it to be even more beautiful. Her shiny black hair was combed back and tied into a low ponytail. Her charming face also looked very capable at this moment. Her light red lips were elegant but not ostentatious, yet very eye-catching. She stepped out of the car like a star. The distance of just a few steps gave her the feeling of walking out of the red carpet, and every step with the tap of her high heels was thrilling. Such a beautiful lady. Could she be a star? Oh, I'd be so happy if I had half her slim waist. What a tall figure. What fair skin. Su Anqi's appearance even caused a small commotion. A beauty like this is qualified to be a star. I'm so envious. I wish I were as beautiful as her. The little girl just now had stars in her eyes. Stupid girl, he drives a Maserati, he's obviously rich, why would he want to be a star? Filming is so hard, and he'll be exploited. Her best friend is also very envious. Such goddesses are rarely seen in real life except on TV. Boss Yi, I was just putting on my makeup and I'm sorry I didn't come down to pick you up in time. Xiaoqi walked up to Yimu with an apologetic smile. When she smiled, there were two sweet dimples on the corners of her mouth, which added a bit of purity and loveliness to her gentleness. Yimu was stunned. Is this Xiaoqi? My secretary? If there is something to do, the secretary will do it. If there is nothing to do. Are you Suanqi? Yimu quickly came out of his trance and spoke calmly. Stay calm, small scene. I'm a billionaire now, and I can meet all kinds of beauties in the future. Yes, Mr. Yi, just call me Xiaoqi. It's our first meeting, please take care of me. Suanqi extended her hand generously. Yimu looked over and stretched out his hand to shake it. After shaking hands, he did not let go immediately, but couldn't help but squeeze it. Xiaoqi couldn't pull her hand away, her face gradually turned red, and she whispered, Boss Yi, let's get in the car, there are so many people watching us. Xiaoqi's reaction made Yimu no longer embarrassed and instead became bolder. If that's the case, then it will be fine when no one is watching? He said with a grin. Then he let go of his hand. Xiaoqi blushed and didn't know how to answer. Okay, it's getting late, let's go. Seeing this, Yimu stopped making things difficult for her and walked straight towards the Maserati. Xiaoqi hurriedly stepped on her high heels to open the car door for Yimu, and then covered the roof with her hands for fear that Yimu would hit his head. After Yimu sat in, she walked around and returned to the driver's seat. Her move was unexpected and shocking to everyone. A luxury car worth millions, a beauty who is as beautiful as a star, and yet they are so respectful to a man in ordinary clothes. It would have been fine if he had just opened the car door himself, but he even used his hands to carefully cover the roof for her. Who is this man? To let such a gorgeous woman be treated like this? No way. Such a beautiful girl is driving a car for a loser like Yimu? An old man exclaimed, obviously knowing Yimu. What is the relationship between the two of them? Could it be that the goddess is a mistress? That's impossible. In this day and age, which mistress would dare to be so ostentatious? She would be beaten badly. So what do you think is their relationship? If you ask me, it must be some man being kept by someone. Oh, it's true. You can't judge a person by his appearance. He's so young and yet he's doing this kind of thing. After being surprised, the people around began to talk about it, and all kinds of speculations emerged. However, the two instigators were unaware of what others were saying. Mr. Yi, please fasten your seatbelt. After Xiaoqi got into the car and closed the door, the blush on her face had not yet faded. Yimu hummed, sat comfortably in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Oh, this car, this Maserati is yours? Yimu was confused and asked. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a secretary to drive such a nice car, right? This car was given to the company by the former chairman, and I have been driving it all along. Now that you, Mr. Yi, have acquired the company, the car is naturally yours. Xiaoqi said this and took out a contract from the bag next to her. This is a company transfer contract. She gave the contract to Yimu. Hearing this, Yimu was delighted. He didn't expect that the car would be his. Then he took the contract and started to look through it, while Xiaoqi started the car and left the community. This contract was obviously signed by the system. Yimu had been in society for a few years and naturally had a lot of experience with contracts. Based on his knowledge, he judged that there was no problem with this contract at all. This system was indeed not simple. After taking a quick look at it, he put the contract aside. His eyes fell on Xiaoqi again. Along the way, Yimu's eyes would occasionally drift towards Xiaoqi's snow-white thighs. Those beautiful legs were white and slender, with a pearl-like halo. The black professional skirt is very tight, which makes people imagine. On the winding road, vehicles flow continuously and horns sound continuously. Occasionally, when passing a traffic light, they stop and wait quietly. Xiaoqi felt the strange gaze and turned her head to look. Following Yimu's gaze to her legs, her face immediately turned slightly red again. Mr. Yi, you are so dishonest, how can you look around everywhere? I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but her snow-white legs rubbed against each other a few times, which was a very seductive action. You dress so charmingly, isn't it for people to see? If I don't appreciate it, wouldn't it be a waste of your efforts? In the end, you should thank me. Yimu didn't feel embarrassed at all and his eyes were still fixed on Xiaoqi. He could sense that this beautiful secretary was not disgusted by his frivolous behavior. Before today, his behavior would have been offensive. But now his identity is different, he is a billionaire. Even if he doesn't take the initiative, the other party may still pay for him. At this time, he was also curious. Before Suanchi came to him, she had always been the personal secretary of his former boss. Such a beauty should have been seduced long ago. Why didn't she go with his former boss? Chapter 4: The Feeling of Being Flattered. Suddenly, another piece of information popped up in his mind. The former boss of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company was a woman. He knew that it was the system that told him this, so he was not surprised. It's great that I haven't been seduced by my previous boss. A smile appeared on Yi Mu's face. Xiaoqi is a good driver and avoided the congested roads. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of the building of Thai King Entertainment Company. Xiaoqi got out of the car first, opened the door for Yi Mu, and the two walked into the company together. The two tall and burly security guards guarding the door stood straight, looking straight ahead, looking very majestic. Yi Mu came into the building and took the elevator to the company office with Xiaoqi. There were more than a dozen women inside, busy and orderly, and from time to time someone was walking through the corridor carrying documents. Suanchi waited patiently for Yi Mu to take a general look around, then took 2 steps forward and clapped his hands. The crisp applause attracted the staff who were working. At this time, Suanchi said, "Everyone, put aside your work. I would like to introduce to you the new chairman of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company, Yi Mu, Mr. Yi." "Hello, Mr. Yi." When a sweet-looking girl heard the words new chairman, her eyes lit up and she immediately stood up to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Yi. Welcome to inspect our work." A lady who looked like a queen and was sitting opposite and making a phone call heard this, so she quickly hung up the phone, walked forward and gave a sincere smile. "Hello, Mr. Yi." "Hello, Mr. Yi." More than a dozen people came forward to say hello, wanting to make themselves familiar to the new boss, and Yi Mu accepted all of them. The smile on his face makes him look like a philanthropist, harmless to people and animals, and so friendly that people feel warm when they meet him. After reporting, Yi Mu asked them to continue with their work and then asked Suanchi to lead them to his office. On the way, he heard a few little girls whispering, "The new chairman is so young and has such a handsome face. Yeah, I really envy Suanchi. She's close to the water and gets the moon first. Maybe she'll get promoted one day. What are you thinking? So dirty. Why, you don't want to get promoted? Mr. Yi is so young and rich, you won't suffer any loss. Hate it. I'm ignoring you. No wonder so many people like to hear others flatter them. So this is what it feels like to be flattered." Yi Mu felt as if he was walking on cotton. After arriving at the office with Suanchi, Yi Mu sat on the comfortable sofa. This is the chairman's private office space. The design is no different from that at home and it is very free. Suanchi knew how to serve people very well. As soon as Yi Mu sat down, she took out a cup from the cabinet and said, "Mr. Yi, shall I make you some coffee to wake you up?" After Yi Mu agreed, she went inside to make coffee. Yi Mu was half lying on the sofa and stretching. At this time, the office door rang. "Mr. Yi." There was a shout from outside the door, a very crisp and clear voice. "The door is not locked, come in by yourself." Yi Mu stopped stretching, crossed his legs, and turned sideways to look at the woman who walked in. The woman had a pretty face and flawless white skin like jade. She had big wavy golden hair draped behind her neck, which rose and fell with the pace of her walking. The gray plaid suit with a brown base shirt is neat and textured. Different from Suanchi's competence, this woman was more fierce and cold. That arrogant feeling that keeps people at a distance. Watching her walk in, Yi Mu suddenly had some more information in his mind. Xia Yushi, 31 years old, general manager of Taiwan Company. There is a beautiful secretary and even a beautiful general manager. A faint smile flashed across Yi Mu's lips. Xia Yushi had already walked in front of Yi Mu, bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Yi, I am Xia Yushi, the general manager of Taiwan Company. This is the first time we meet. I came here to introduce myself to you." She is a cold beauty who never smiles, but when facing Yi Mu, the iceberg beauty warms up a little. The man in front of her is a big shot, who can make her pack up and leave with just one word. She dare not be cold to anyone but Yi Mu. It's President Xia. Hello. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Yi Mu waved his hand, motioning for her to sit opposite him. Xia Yushi nodded, took 2 steps back and sat down gently on the soft sofa. Before she could say anything, Suanchi, who had prepared coffee, came out. "Mr. Yi, your coffee is ready. Come and try my cooking skills." This is the first time I make coffee for you. She carefully brought Yimu a cup of fragrant and rich coffee and placed it on the small table. There was an expectant look on her face, as if she was waiting for Yimu to taste it and praise her. Yimu picked up the coffee and took a sip, then nodded. Not bad, you can take the advanced barista qualification exam now. Mr. Yi, you are joking. I only leave this skill to Mr. Yi. I won't cook it for others if they want to drink it. Suanchi said happily, as if she was a little pet that had received a reward. Only then did she remember Xia Yushi, who was sitting opposite her. Hello, President Xia. She turned around and greeted Xia Yushi with a smile. Although Xia Yushi was unhappy about being ignored, she didn't say anything and just smiled in response. Then, Suanchi came behind Yimu. She leaned her buttocks gently against the back of the sofa and said lazily, Mr. Yi, how about I give you a massage? Drinking coffee will be especially refreshing. This is actively trying to please. As he expected, after becoming a billionaire, beautiful women would come to him even if he didn't take the initiative. Yimu smiled slightly, naturally he would not refuse, and said, okay. After Yimu agreed, Suanchi started to work. Yimu felt the soft hands pinching his neck and shoulders in a provocative manner. He took a deep breath and smiled, which was very charming in the eyes of the two girls. Mr. Yi, do you think this strength is okay? Is it comfortable? Suanchi pinched Yimu's shoulder teasingly and asked him in a coquettish voice. The two of them got closer, and the smell of Suanchi's perfume mixed with his own body odor entered Yimu's nostrils. He closed his eyes and sniffed the pleasant aroma, then said calmly, it's okay. How can you feel uncomfortable when a goddess like beauty gives you a shoulder massage? He had never enjoyed such a comfortable massage in his life. Chapter 5 Draft 1. Ahem. Xia Yushi coughed twice deliberately and an awkward smile appeared on her face. She had no objection even if Yimu had sex with Suanchi in the office, but she couldn't bear it if he was being ambiguous in front of her. Oh, Mr. Xia, you talk, I'm listening. Yimu didn't even open his eyes, half lying on the sofa with an expression of enjoyment. Seeing this, Xia Yushi said directly, it's like this. Today, a group of new artists came to the company for a talent show. I wonder if Director Yi is interested in selecting a few good ones. A talent show? You can just do that. Besides, I don't know how to choose. After hearing this, Yimu waved his hand and said, this kind of work can be left to the general manager. It's better for him to enjoy massage and coffee in the office. Boss Yi, the quality of these new female artists is very good. They all have pretty faces, good figures and good temperaments. There are also several models among them. Boss Yi is visiting the company for the first time today. Why don't you give us some advice on our work? Xia Yushi stared at Suanchi for a while, then spoke to Yimu again. These words touched Yimu, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Female artist? Why didn't you say it earlier? Forget it, forget it. Since you said that, I'll go and give Mr. Xia some face. Xiaoqi, you can make the arrangements. Yimu looked up at Suanchi with a smile. A beauty with no blind spots in 360 degrees, she is still beautiful even when viewed from below. Hearing this, Suanchi's smile froze. She cursed Xia Yushi secretly in her heart. Mr. Yi had already said that he couldn't go, but he still tried to tempt her like this. Wasn't this setting up an opponent for her? Buzz buzz buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. Yimu picked up the phone on the table and looked at the caller ID, he frowned slightly. Seeing his expression, Suanchi immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Yi, if it's inconvenient for you to answer the phone, I'll help you turn it down. I'm your secretary now. Yimu waved his hand and said, it's okay. You and President Xia can go and do your work first. When you're done, call me to go to the audition later. Okay, I'll see you later, Mr. Yi. Xia Yushi stood up from the sofa and walked towards the door, and Suanchi followed her out obediently. Hello, Menghan. Yimu answered the phone. Yimu, are you feeling unwell? What happened? On the other side came a soft, ethereal female voice. I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Yimu smiled slightly when he heard the other party's concern. Why don't you come to work today if there's nothing wrong? Your supervisor was criticizing you just now, and it was so harsh. Just criticize me. I quit. Yimu said. Quit? What do you mean? Dong Menghan's tone was quite surprised. That's exactly what it means. I quit. I'm resigning, Yimu said lightly. Yimu, this job is not easy, but it is enough for you to gain a foothold in the Magic City. Why did you suddenly resign? The tone on the other side suddenly became serious. I have my reasons. Well, I'm going to get busy now. I'll tell you why when I have time. Yimu saw Suanchi waiting at the door and looking inside, so he hung up the phone. The person who called was Dong Menghan, a beautiful lady in the company where Yimu works. The two have known each other for many years. They were classmates in college and worked in the same company after graduation. The two of them are friends now, but their relationship is more than friendship, and they are each other's backup. Yimu also pursued her, but his conditions did not meet her requirements and was rejected tactfully. He hasn't mentioned it since. The two of them have always gotten along well, so they are still friends. Logically speaking, Yimu should arrive at work on time today. Since the supervisor can't see others, he will naturally criticize them by name and deduct their wages. Dong Menghan didn't know what was wrong with Yimu. He was always punctual, but suddenly he didn't come to work. So she called him to ask about him out of concern. In the past, Yimu would be happy for a long time because of this phone call. But now, all it could earn from him was a faint smile. After hanging up the phone, Yimu pinched his eyebrows, then stood up and walked out of the office. Boss Yi, the artists are all ready, let's go directly. Suanchi came up and smiled sweetly. Good. Girls, I have good news for you. Today, our new chairman of the Thai Emperor Entertainment Company is here to inspect our work and will be the one to select the talent show on behalf of President Xia. Your fate today is in the hands of the new chairman, so do your best to perform well. Finally, a piece of good news, our new chairman is a very young and handsome man. The royal sister who had greeted Yimu at the office door earlier was now standing in the middle of the hall excitedly announcing the news. In front of her was a group of young and beautiful girls, each of them had a very good temperament and was filled with the breath of youth. Especially those tall models, their fair necks are like elegant white swans, proud and dignified. When the girls heard the news, they became excited. What? The chairman is coming to the audition in person? Is this true? Ah, I'm so nervous, sister, do you think my makeup is okay today? Oh no, I used the wrong color of eyeshadow. It doesn't match my outfit today. Another girl quickly took out a bottle of perfume from her bag and sprayed herself a few times. Sister, can you lend me a mirror to fix your makeup? I need your help. A group of girls started to work anxiously. Seeing them like this, the queen's lips curled up into a smile. The goal was achieved. The quality of these new recruits is already quite high, and they will definitely perform exceptionally well after being stimulated by this news. As long as Director Yi likes a few of them, she, as the person in charge of selecting these new artists, will be very prestigious in front of the chairman, and her status may even rise. There is a corridor outside the hall. Walking to the end of the corridor is the assessment and review room set up for the examiners who select artists. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the door. The sound of the heels hitting the ground was not loud, but not small either, just enough for all the girls to hear. The girls all looked over with curiosity, their hearts filled with nervousness. Chapter 6 Draft 2. Is the new chairman here? So nervous. Ah. Can you see if my hair is messy? A group of young and beautiful girls tidied themselves up as quickly as possible and gathered at the door together. Everyone was curious to see what the chairman looked like. At this time, a man in his 20s dressed in casual clothes slowly walked in from the door. There's nothing special about him except that he's a bit handsome. However, the beautiful woman dressed as a secretary following behind him was very eye-catching. People looked in the direction Yimu had walked. Then he turned his head and looked in the opposite direction, and couldn't help but say, "Where's the chairman? Why isn't he here? Shouldn't the director be here by now?" A group of girls looked puzzled. Because Yimu, who just passed by, was dressed too ordinary. At first glance, the clothes were cheap, and the whole outfit cost no more than 400 yuan. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like the king of Thailand, the chairman of a large company with a market value of hundreds of millions. Just when everyone was confused, the queen came over with her high heels. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi is here. You should get ready to line up and go in for the interview one by one. Whether you can sign with the Thai king depends on your own ability." The girls turned around and looked at her, all of them were stunned and stood there. The handsome guy in ordinary clothes just now is the chairman. Mr. Yi, you are here. In the review room, Xia Yushir had been waiting for a long time, and when she saw Yi Mu coming, she went to greet him. Mr. Yi, please sit down first. Suanchi walked to the set table and pulled out a chair in a flattering manner. Yi Mu nodded slightly and sat down. Xia Yushir handed over the sorted information. Mr. Yi, this is the information and interview sequence of the artists applying for the interview. I have highlighted a few for you, you can refer to them. I'm a person who goes with the flow. What matters is the eye contact. I don't need to look at the information. Just let them come. Yi Mu put the information on the table without opening it. Seeing this, Xia Yushir pursed her lips and said nothing more. Okay, Mr. Yi, wait a moment. Then she went out and came back after a while. Following behind him was the older mature lady. Xia Yushir came over and sat on the chair next to Yi Mu. The royal sister pushed open the two doors, holding the roster in her hand, and said to Yi Mu with a smile, Mr. Yi, the interview will begin. Seeing Yi Mu nod, she glanced at the roster and called out the name, Zhang Xiaoqian. A shy girl came in response, wearing a blue pleated skirt. Her student-like outfit was very pure. Hello, Mr. Yi, and Mr. Xia. The talent Zhang Xiaoqian is going to perform is singing. She is a singer, and the song she sang today is light years away. After calming down, she spoke slowly. Her voice was very sweet, but perhaps because she was too nervous, she sang a little off tune in many places. She herself realized it, and her face turned very red after singing. Mr. Yi, what do you think of her? Xia Yushir put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses at this time, holding a pen in her hand, and asked Yi Mu beside her. Her image and temperament are pretty good, but her voice, I think it's far from perfect. It doesn't have the qualities that capture people's hearts. Think back, can you still remember her singing? Yi Mu pondered for a while and said lightly. Xia Yushir nodded thoughtfully. Then he said to Zhang Xiaoqian, you did a good job just now. The company will notify you if there is any news. There is a certain distance between the interview and the interviewer. So Zhang Xiaoqian didn't hear Yi Mu's words clearly. At this time, Xia Yushir raised her voice and spoke to Zhang Xiaoqian. Zhang Xiaoqian heard it very clearly, smiled sweetly, nodded, and stepped back. After she left, Xia Yushir silently crossed out her name and shouted, next. The royal sister immediately named, next, Li Xiuxian. A beautiful woman with a very Korean look walked in. Simple jeans and a pink shirt, a completely urban and beautiful style. Because of what the royal sister said in the rehearsal room just now, everyone was very excited, so she did a street dance with all her strength. After she withdrew, actors, singers and models came one after another to show their talents. There are some that have been and some that have not been. Whether to be or not is all up to Yi Mu's thoughts. Yi Mu also enjoyed this right very much. It turns out that having money can make you so willful. The fate of these girls is now in their own hands. If they want Yi Mu to approve them, they must have real talent and be tactful. Next, Ding Chin. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and beautiful woman walked in. She has shiny black wavy hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, facial features with a wild beauty, and a pair of charming eyes that are not out of place and very alluring. Just a smile can pass on her burning passion to you. Yi Mu took a look and found that the woman was at least 1.8 meters tall. Her skin, her neck, and the black dress made her look like a proud black swan. After receiving the instruction to start showing his talent, Ding Chin walked in front of Yi Mu with a cat-like step, making a tap, tap, tap sound. The rhythm of this section is very accurate. The hips and buttocks swing back and forth as the beautiful legs swing back and forth, making the slender waist look very attractive. After coming in front of Yi Mu, she playfully winked at Yi Mu with her black and white eyes, which were filled with electric sparks. Yi Mu also looked at her with interest. She curled her lips and smiled again, turned around, and walked back to the starting point in a cat-like manner. Interesting. Yi Mu gave a meaningful smile. Xia Yushir asked, Mr. Yi, what do you think of this? Can you sign it? Chapter 7 Draft 3. Xia Yushir asked, Mr. Yi, what do you think of this? Can you sign it? She has very solid tablecloth skills, a strong personal style, and a good control of rhythm. She is worth signing. Seeing Yi Mu nod, Xia Yushir ticked the box for Ding Chen. At the same time, she was a little surprised, because Ding Chen was one of the people she highlighted in her profile. Yi Mu's comments were all what she had in mind, but she didn't expect Yi Mu to have such good vision. Suanchi also felt a little impressed in her heart. No wonder he didn't look at the information given by President Xia. He has such a sharp eye. It doesn't matter whether he looks at it or not. He will not let go of any truly valuable information. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to have research in this area. Su Anchi said flatteringly. Research? Just based on a little experience. Yimu smiled slightly. Boss Ye's vision is at least better than mine. Fortunately, you are my superior, otherwise I would lose my job. Xia Yushir said with a smile. The flattery of the two made Yimu feel very comfortable and enjoyable. This is the temptation of money and power, which makes people excited. After Ding Chen left, the royal sister continued to call out names. Next, Li Wanqing. A girl about 1.7 meters tall walked in, holding the script rolled into a cylinder in both hands. The girl has an oval face, her facial features are very delicate with a little makeup, and there is a black mole at the corner of her eye. She is a quiet and gentle girl. Her devilish figure is covered in an indigo long skirt, exuding the clean breath of youth. Especially those eyes like autumn water, looking around in many ways. Yimu's eyes lit up. Li Wanqing, let's start. Xia Yushir glanced at the information on the table, then looked up at Li Wanqing and said. Hello, Mr. Xia. Today I am performing a segment from the night. It requires 2 people to perform. Li Wanqing said as she walked up to Yimu in a dignified manner. Mr. Yi, I would like to invite you to act with me in this scene. Do you have the honor? This girl caught Yimu's attention as soon as she appeared, and her appearance and temperament already scored high. Her bold initiative at this time added a lot of points to her. In fact, the main reason is that he is familiar with the movie The Knight Errant and will not make a fool of himself when acting with the other actors. Yimu smiled slightly. Since you are not afraid that I will mess up your interview, then it's okay for me to play a role with you. Xia Yushir looked at Yimu with some surprise, then looked at Su Anchi. Seeing her jealous face, she shook her head and continued to look at Yimu. As for the queen at the door, her face was full of nervousness. There were originally other arrangements for the co-stars, but who knew that this little girl would take the initiative to find the director to act with her after she came on stage? He's the boss, how can he act? If the boss is embarrassed, not only will the girl's future be ruined, but she herself may not be able to stay in the company anymore. However, Yimu had already agreed to Li Wanqing's request, so she couldn't step forward to stop him and clenched her sweaty palms. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will try my best to perform well. Li Wanqing didn't expect Yimu would really agree. She had originally just wanted to give it a try, but now with Yimu's encouragement, Li Wanqing suddenly revealed a majestic aura. Her angelic face and devilish figure always made Su Anchi a little unhappy. Seeing her like this, I became even more jealous, but there was nothing I could do. Li Wanqing wordlessly handed the unfolded script to Yimu. Boss Yi, you don't need to memorize the lines since you are acting temporarily. I remember all the words here. I will give you the script. When I perform, you just need to follow the plot. No problem. Yimu nodded and lowered his head to quickly browse through the script. It contains a romantic scene from the movie The Knight, which tells the story of the heroine's intriguing confession to the hero. After reading it for a while, Yimu rolled up the script again. I'm ready, let's start. Mr. Yi, don't you read the script? Li Wanqing smiled with some restraint and worry. This was a risky move on her part, for fear that Yimu would make a fool of himself in public. No need, I can remember it all. Let's start. Yimu said lightly. This time everyone looked at each other and exchanged glances. Seeing Yimu's persistence, Li Wanqing had no choice but to hide her worries in her heart and said no more. Then Mr. Yi, I will start. After saying that, she closed her eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and then opened her eyes again. Yimu had liked the movie The Knight very much and had watched it countless times, so he felt the change in Li Wanqing the first time. From a woman brimming with youthfulness, she became another woman immersed in a half-bitter, half-joyful mood, which completely fits the heroine in the chivalrous film. Then, if I really persevere and continue to learn acting, I will definitely be a star on the stage. Her lines lasted about 2 minutes, and after she finished, Yimu immediately took over. The mood and feeling are so right. At this moment, Xia Yushir and Su Anchi even felt that Yimu was the male protagonist in The Knight Errant, and Li Wanqing was the female protagonist. The queen and the artists who came to take the audition were all stunned. Is this the boss of the company or a colleague who is here to steal his job? You can remember the lines after reading them once and say them so fluently? Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that this movie happened to be Yimu's favorite, and he had memorized the lines by heart. It was a short clip of about 6 minutes and was finished very quickly. After Li Wanqing finished her performance, she turned her back to Yimu to calm down, then turned around and bowed again. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Acting with you today was the best experience I've ever had. You have a talent for acting." Yimu smiled and praised her, then asked, "Do you have any other specialties?" "Well, Mr. Yi, I majored in dance. Apart from acting, dancing is what I am best at," said Li Wanqing. "Dance?" Yimu was stunned. No wonder she has such a great figure and walks as gracefully as a ballet dancer. It turns out she is a dancer. "You studied dance, so you must be very flexible. Can you do the splits?" Yimu said with a little anticipation in his tone. Chapter 8 Draft 4. When Yimu said this, Li Wanqing was stunned at first, then she seemed to think of something and her face turned red. Xia Yushi was completely speechless. Listen to what this question is. If his identity was not the chairman of Tai Emperor Entertainment Company, but someone who approached people on the street, he might have been slapped in the face. But now, no one dared to go against his wishes. Su Anqi detected the enemy ahead and her expression changed. "Boss Yi, I can do the splits. I wonder if Boss Yi wants to see it." Looking at Yimu's expression, Li Wanqing said shyly. She was so smart, how could she not understand the implication in Yimu's words? But she decided that even if it meant letting a wolf into the house, she would bravely show herself to Yimu. Yimu is so young, handsome, and most importantly, rich. The entire Tai King company belongs to him. If there really was an intention of unspoken rules, Li Wanqing would not refuse, and would even better demonstrate herself to make her own value more evident. In this way, she believes she can gain more resources for herself in the company. Whether to be supported or not, whether to be popular or not, is just a matter of a word from Yimu. "Yes? Then show it to me," Yimu said with a smile. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect that Li Wanqing would actually do it and was willing to do it. If you ask why, it's probably because he is rich and powerful. It feels good to have money. "I'll do it right away for Mr. Yi to see." Li Wanqing took 2 small steps back nimbly and squatted on the ground. She was seen supporting herself lightly on the ground with her hands, and her 2 beautiful snow-white legs were exposed from her indigo long skirt. The perfect splits are flat on the floor. Her figure was not hidden by the long skirt. The cha-cha long skirt fully exposed the advantages of her figure, and the outline of the skirt was supported by her seductive curves. Li Wanqing looked up and saw Yimu staring at her intently. Her face turned red again and she stood up quickly. "Mr. Yi, the skirt I'm wearing today is not very convenient. I actually know several different split positions." Li Wanqing shyly pulled at her skirt, which was out of place due to her splits. "This one is enough. You've done very well in both acting and dancing. I'll sign you." Yimu came back to his senses and snapped his fingers. Xia Yushi, who was behind, reacted and immediately put a check mark in the blank box behind Li Wanqing's name. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your appreciation." Li Wanqing bowed excitedly, feeling very grateful. The following exams are still ongoing. The office is partitioned by glass and is translucent. Many people have seen Li Wanqing's way to success and are eager to follow suit. A female singer sang and asked to sing a song with Yimu. But Yimu thought she was average looking and was too lazy to go on stage. After she finished singing, he found that her singing skills were also average, so he waved his hand and was dismissed. Few of the remaining models can compare to Ding Chen. Even though they are equally matched, they do not have the same stunning feeling as Ding Chen, and Yimu also signed all the reasonable ones. As for the actors, many of them also came to Yimu to act with them. After reading the script, Yimu found that it was not what he liked and rejected it very straightforwardly. The main reason is that her appearance is not as noble as Li Wan's. There were 2 occasions when 2 actresses handed him scripts that interested him and their looks also suited Yimu's taste, so Yimu agreed to act in the role. But halfway through the performance, he felt that the other person's acting was too awkward. The emotions cannot be aroused and the responses given are too little. There was no way to get into the role at all, so I just stopped it and asked the royal sister to take the person away. There were dozens of people, each taking about 10 minutes, and several hours passed like this. Yimu was tired of watching and felt bored. He was so bored that he yawned. He stretched lazily and asked Xia Yushi impatiently, "Boss Xia, how many more are there?" Xia Yushi glanced at the list and replied, "There's only one left. If Director Yi is tired, you can go back and rest first." "Forget it, the last one, come on." Yi Mu smacked his lips and said. The last one is Lu Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, the royal sister turned the page of the list and called out the name. This was the last artist to take the exam. A group of girls saw Lu Xian appear and started talking in low voices. It's Lu Xian. She's so beautiful, I wonder if she can be selected. Her acting is terrible. I almost vomited when she was rehearsing. It's a wonder she was selected. Hey, I heard that she didn't graduate from an acting school, but is a self-taught actress who changed her career halfway through. No wonder. Lu Xian came in, and Yi Mu finally felt a little more energetic. This is a beauty who is no less beautiful than Li Wanqing. She has elegant eyebrows and eyes, crystal white skin, and is very beautiful. She wore a sparkling crystal floral necklace on her fair neck, and a red tube dress that showed off her collarbone, perfectly outlining her exquisite waist and plump figure. Seeing her slender waist and trembling upper body, Yi Mu couldn't help but feel moved. Her appearance and figure are not inferior to those of female stars. She and Li Wanqing have two different styles of beauty. She has the coldness and gentleness of Xia Yushi, as well as the charm of Suanqi. Yi Mu took her information from the female president next to him with interest. After scanning for a while, he looked up at the beauty and asked, Lu Xian, right? Which scene are you going to perform for the audition today? Hello, Mr. Yi. Today I am performing a short scene from Silver City. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Very good, let's get started. Boss Yi, before we begin, I have an unwelcome request. I would also like Boss Yi to act with me. I hope Boss Yi can agree. Lu Xian looked at Yi Mu tenderly. The two looked at each other, and Yi Mu felt the hope and temptation in that gaze. Mr. Yi, there is a kissing scene in this short segment. I really can't act it by myself. Please help me. Chapter 9 Draft 5. Lu Xian said in a shy and coquettish tone. In fact, this play was not the one she had originally prepared. It was because she had seen Li Wanqing's performance before and suddenly thought of it, so she quickly changed to the Silver City with a lot of dialogue. Changing the script at the last minute is a big taboo. Luckily, she was at the end of the line, so she had just enough time to memorize her lines. Hearing Lu Xian's words, the group of girls taking the exam booed. Don't joke? And with Mr. Yi. This is definitely a seduction. Too shameless and cunning. But why didn't I think of such a good idea before? Although several actresses looked down on Lu Xian, they were very discouraged in their hearts. Even Li Wanqing, who was standing next to them, thought that Lu Xian's idea was good. Xia Yushi frowned as she looked at the girl taking the test in front of her. She seduced the director as soon as she arrived. How bold of her! Aren't you really afraid that someone will make things difficult for you? Thinking about this, she looked at Suanqi and found that the female secretary was pouting with an unhappy look on her face. Don't act? You really can't act alone. Forget it, forget it. I'll make an exception and help you this time. Yi Mu said seriously, stood up and walked over. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for giving me the opportunity. I will definitely work hard to make Mr. Yi satisfied with my performance. Lu Xian bowed deeply in gratitude. Then Lu Xian handed the printed script to Yi Mu. There were a few thin pages of paper, and the latter glanced at them roughly. This short segment of Silver City did not have many lines and was very easy to remember, so he was able to recite it by memory after quickly reading it once. According to the arrangement in the script, the two people will start talking after they finish their lines. And it's really exciting. How exciting it is depends on how Lu Xian understands the word excited. The two of them spent a few minutes reviewing the script. Mr. Yi, are you ready? Lu Xian smiled sweetly. Okay, we can start. Yi Mu nodded. The two adjusted their emotions and began to perform this little plot. This short plot is a confession scene in which the heroine in Hindu expresses her strong admiration and love for the hero. Afterwards, the two hugged each other and talked passionately. That's what's written in the script. As to whether Lu Xian can interpret it, it remains to be seen. Yi Mu clearly felt that her acting skills were far inferior to Li Wanqing's. This play is completely supported by her looks. Actually, for me. Lu Xian's affectionate confession came to an end. When it was Yi Mu's turn to deliver the lines, he recited them fluently. Although not as good as his performance in Knights of the Swords, it was not too bad either. After he finished his lines, Lu Xian, who had been keeping her head down, slowly raised her head and looked at Yi Mu with a loving look in her eyes. Silence is better than words. With an indescribable shy smile on her face, she walked towards Yi Mu. Because she was wearing high heels, she was almost as tall as Yi Mu, who was 1.78 meters tall. When their eyes met, they were filled with affection. Yi Mu naturally moved over and held the beauty's face. Originally, Yi Mu had another line to say at this point. But Lu Xian couldn't bear it any longer. She called out Mr. Yi softly and went up to him without saying anything. Then began several minutes of intense oral sex. Yi Mu thought that Lu Xian would only speak affectionately to him for a few seconds. Who knew Lu Xian could be so open-minded? So this is the difference between having money and having no money. If you have money, beautiful women can kiss you to the point of suffocation. If you don't have money, even touching someone's hand is considered a hooligan. This scene made everyone watching open their eyes wide, and some even blushed. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether this was a play or a fair discussion with Mr. Yi. Or maybe it was both. When Lu Xian and Yi Mu separated, the surroundings were completely silent. Yi Mu pursed his lips, savoring the taste. Suanqi, who was standing far away, was so jealous. Yi Mu hadn't even touched her yet, but he let a yellow-haired girl who came to the company for a job interview take advantage of him first. After coming back to his senses, Yi Mu looked at Lu Xian and said with a smile, "You are very good, your performance is powerful and your emotions are very rich, but your acting skills are still a little lacking. I believe you will improve slowly." Lu Xian's face was still red as she asked anxiously, "So, Director Yi, did I pass the company's interview?" "Of course, the company needs seed players like you right now, so you will pass the interview this time," Yi Mu said with a smile. Hearing Yi Mu's words, many people showed disdainful expressions. To be honest, Lu Xian's acting skills are not that good, they can only be described as average. Among the eliminated candidates, there were some with better acting skills than her. Now it can be passed smoothly just because of a word of mouth. This is too shameless. But at the same time, they were also very upset. Why didn't I think of this idea before? Lu Xian got there first. The interview ended in such a dramatic way. Lu Xian was the last interviewee, and the interview was completely over after she passed. A few hours passed and it was now approaching noon. The company would have lunch break in a little while and the employees would all go out to eat lunch. These artists will be arranged by that royal sister, and Yi Mu's audition work for today also comes to an end. He returned to his seat, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and prepared to leave. From the corner of my eye, I saw Suanqi looked unhappy. "Xiaoqi, do you want to have lunch together?" "It's my treat," Yi Mu said with interest. Suanqi looked obviously jealous of him and the new girl. He had to comfort her when he saw this. In fact, if you were to say which of these women is more attractive to Yi Mu, it would have to be Suanqi, who is very much his type. Even when she is angry, she is still charming. Chapter 10 Like a Couple 1. "Mr. Yi, I still have to sort out today's application materials, and then I have to hand them over to the Human Resources Department. I'm afraid I can't accompany you for dinner." Suanqi, who was sorting out documents, suddenly stopped what she was doing. When she heard Yi Mu invite her to lunch, her jealousy gradually subsided. "I'll let you do all the work, that's fine. Go ahead and do your work, and we'll have dinner together when we're free." "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll leave first then." "Okay, go ahead and get busy." Yi Mu nodded and was about to leave, but when he turned around, he found Lu Xian standing behind him. She seemed to have not yet come out of the mood of the kiss just now, and her eyes looking at Yi Mu were still full of affection. Behind Lu Xian were the group of little girls, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. The artists who were directly announced as not past the application have been arranged by Yu Jie to go back, and the rest have to wait for notification. The few who are left now have all passed directly, including Li Wanqing. "Mr. Yi, thank you for letting me pass this interview today. To express my gratitude, why don't I treat Mr. Yi to a meal? It just so happens that Director Yi came alone. I just heard Secretary Su say that she was busy." Lu Xian felt a little embarrassed. It was always others who shamelessly invited her to dinner, and she never invited others. She was really embarrassed to speak suddenly. Yi Mu raised his eyebrows and readily agreed, "Okay, then you treat me to a meal, you decide the location. I know a very delicious restaurant. To express my gratitude to Mr. Yi, I will treat him to a meal there." Lu Xian was a little excited, so her voice became louder. Li Wanqing, who was behind her, heard this and stepped back in embarrassment, secretly regretting it in her heart. Just now, when she heard Yi Mu talking about having dinner, she also wanted to treat Yimu to a meal, but she didn't have the courage to speak up, and ended up being forced by Lu Xian. Okay then. I'll listen to you completely regarding the meal, Yimu said with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I guarantee you'll enjoy the food there. Lu Xian said this, helped Yimu pick up his coat, and walked out together. This attracted a lot of envious and jealous looks from people. She managed to hook up with Mr. Yi so quickly, this Lu Xian is really not simple. Yimu and the beautiful woman beside him walked out of the building one after another. Lu Xian was still wearing a red strapless dress with a camel-colored suit jacket on top. She was holding a new LV handbag in her hand, making her figure look tall and energetic. Beautiful lady, where are we going to eat? Do you want me to give you a ride? Coming to the side of the flirty red Maserati, Yimu patted the car body gently with his hand, and with his other hand he took out the car key and turned it around in his hand twice. This is the other key to the car, given to him by his secretary. Seeing the car and the car keys, Lu Xian's eyes lit up and she showed a look of surprise. Bossy, I saw this car was so beautiful when I came in. I didn't expect it was yours. But you don't need to give me a ride. The place is very close to the company, just 2 blocks away. We can just walk there. Okay then, let's go. After hearing what she said, Yimu also put away the car keys and followed Lu Xian in a certain direction. Thai Emperor Entertainment Company is located in the city center. This area is extremely prosperous and many large companies have their office buildings here. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners and successful people in suits and carrying briefcases can be seen everywhere. In contrast, Yimu's cheap outfit looked unattractive. The two came to a crosswalk, the green light came on, and pedestrians on both sides of the road poured out. Yimu stretched out his strong hand and held Lu Xian's hand. The other party shook slightly but did not refuse. So Yimu became even bolder. Not only did he hold her hand, he also interlocked their fingers. This is a very intimate gesture. Generally speaking, this is an action only performed between lovers. When Yimu made this action at this time, the hint was already very obvious. Lu Xian's heart was pounding. The chairman must be interested in me. Lu Xian thought with a shy face. Which girl wouldn't like a handsome, rich, young and promising man like Yimu? Be careful when crossing the road, Yimu said gently. Yes, Mr. Yi. Lu Xian's voice was as small as a mosquito, and was drowned out by all the noise as soon as it came out. Yimu didn't care. He took Lu Xian's hand and walked across the street. They walked all the way to the sidewalk opposite without any intention of letting go, and Lu Xian obediently let Yimu hold her. Now, the distance between Yimu and Lu Xian makes them look like a couple to outsiders, which is very natural. Mr. Yi, the restaurant is just ahead. P is in a high-end Western restaurant. Yimu and Lu Xian took their seats one after another, and a handsome young waiter came to the table with a menu. Mr. and Madam, what would you like to order? He was polite and handed 2 menus to Yimu and Lu Xian with a smile. Yimu opened it and found that the menu was all in English. With his half-baked skills, forcing him to order food would probably make him look bad. He raised his eyes to glance at Lu Xian opposite him and found that she was ordering food with the waiter. She looked very familiar with the place and it was obviously not her first time here. Yimu shifted his gaze back to the menu and was a little surprised when he saw the number at the back. He calculated that a meal here would cost half of his salary, and a month's salary was only enough to buy 2 meals here. If it were in the past, Yimu would definitely stay away from this kind of restaurant. But now, he doesn't mind buying the entire restaurant. So he cleared his throat and said politely, "Waiter, bring all your signature dishes here. And Xiao Xian, order whatever you want to eat, it's my treat," he said to Lu Xian with a smile. The waiter and Lu Xian looked over at the same time. A young couple not far away also cast their eyes over. "Sir, are you sure?" The waiter sounded a little unconvinced. Yimu's dress didn't look like that of a rich man at all. Based on his experience, the woman wearing the branded clothes must be the one paying the bill, so after handing the menu to Yimu, he set his sights on Lu Xian. Whoever pays makes the decision. Now Yimu wants to serve all the best dishes, and the waiter doesn't know whether Lu Xian will agree. After he finished speaking, Lu Xian continued. "Boss Yi, didn't we agree that I would treat you? You promoted me today, how can I let you spend money again? When we leave the company, don't call me Mr. Yi anymore. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Mu. You can also just call me Yimu." Yimu handed the menu to the waiter and said, "I will treat you today. How can I let a beautiful lady treat me? Lu Xian didn't want to reject Yi Mu's kindness, so she smiled and said, "Yi, Brother Mu, I'll let you pay for it today." "I'd like to thank you first, Brother Mu." "That's not right." Yi Mu was halfway through his words when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chapter 11. Like a couple too. He looked at the notes on his phone and didn't answer the call immediately. Instead, he took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the waiter. Seeing this, the waiter took the bank card and bowed tactfully before leaving. "Please wait a moment, the dishes will be served later." After he left, Yi Mu answered the phone. The caller ID showed that he had made a note in the morning to deliver the property certificate. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Xiao Wang. I'm driving to your house now. It will take about 40 minutes to arrive. I'm here to confirm with you about delivering the property certificate. May I ask if it will be delivered to?" The tone on the other side was very respectful and polite. "Well, you don't have to go to my house. I'm not home now. How about this, you just drive over, come." Yi Mu wanted to say where he was now, but he couldn't say it right away. He was not familiar with this area. "Xiaoxian, tell me where we are now." Yi Mu handed the phone to Lu Xian, and Lu Xian reported their current location very fluently without thinking. Then Yi Mu pulled the phone back. "Did you hear clearly? Come here to find me." "Okay, Mr. Yi, it's closer than going to your house. It will take about 30 minutes to get there." "Okay, I'll hang up now." Yi Mu was about to hang up the phone, but suddenly thought of something. Where is his villa worth 300 million? If you live nearby, maybe you can go and see it directly after dinner. Then he raised the phone again and asked Xiao Wang, and then hung up. Putting his old mobile phone that was about to be eliminated on the table, Yi Mu fell into deep thought. Because it is so famous. Violet Garden in Anqing district of Magic City. Apart from Nangong, which is recognized as the number one, even Tang Pinyichen, which is known as the leader, cannot surpass its fame. Politicians, big stars, business celebrities and other well-known people almost all live in the Violet Garden Villa district. Yi Mu didn't expect that the villa the system gave him was in Violet Garden. Lu Xian was also lost in thought. She also clearly heard what Xiao Wang said on the phone and was shocked beyond words. Because the villa in Violet Garden is too expensive. A villa costs hundreds of millions of yuan. The top one is even comparable to the market value of the Thai Emperor Entertainment Company currently owned by Yi Mu. I originally thought that Yi Mu was very rich and inhumane just because he had a company. I didn't expect that there were even more inhumane things to come. Villa in Violet Garden. The property certificate will be delivered in about 30 minutes. When Lu Xian thought about it, she felt difficulty breathing. Brother Mu, you also have a house in Violet Garden? I heard that many celebrities live there. You will definitely see them often if you live there. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Lu Xian started a conversation. She was quite curious about the villa. I just bought it. I heard that many big names in the entertainment industry live there, and paparazzi often post candid photos online. Last time, the scandal of actress X was exposed there. Yi Mu said. Brother Mu is also a tycoon in the entertainment industry, so you have to be careful of the paparazzi. Otherwise, it won't be long before everyone knows that you are the new director of the King of Thailand. Lu Xian giggled. Me? I'm afraid I'm not within their hunting range. By the way, Ziyuan is not far from here. Let's go and see it after dinner. Yi Mu said. Really? I've wanted to go and see it for a long time. Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise. It wasn't he that she was so surprised to go see the villa, but Yi Mu's invitation made her feel that her relationship with Yi Mu could be taken a step further. Certainly. Yi Mu could see the surprise and curiosity in Lu Xian's eyes towards Ziyuan. In that case, there's nothing wrong with taking her along to take a look. The young waiter pushed the food cart to Yi Mu's table and handed him the bank card and receipt. Sir, your bank card and receipt. Yi Mu took it and put it back into his wallet. The waiter then brought out the delicious dishes. After everything was served on the table, he bowed slightly with one hand behind his back and said, Please enjoy your meal, both of you. After saying that, he pushed the food cart away slowly. Brother Mu, I forgot just now. Let me help you spread the napkin. Lu Xian said. Can. If a beautiful woman wants to serve him, he will certainly not refuse. Lu Xian left her seat, picked up the clean white napkin on the table, and gently and carefully spread it on Yi Mu's legs. When she stood up, the pair of terrifying weapons rubbed Yi Mu's cheek intentionally or unintentionally. Then Lu Xian returned to her seat and laid out the napkin herself. A meaningful smile appeared on Yi Mu's lips, savoring the fragrance just now. It seems that Lu Xian is very interested in her. From the kissing scene during the interview, to not refusing my hand holding, to the intentional or unintentional physical contact now. All signs indicate that if Yi Mu wants to get her, it won't be a big problem. But before that, we need to discuss some conditions. Lu Xian's action made several people who were having dinner at the neighboring table feel envious and jealous. Didn't he open his hands? He actually let such a beautiful woman personally serve him to lay out the napkin. It's none of your business, eat. A couple at the next table said so. After hearing what his tigress said, the man stopped talking in disappointment. He looks ordinary and dresses so poorly. I don't know how lucky I am to have such a beautiful woman willing to take care of me. At this time, Yi Mu and Lu Xian had already started enjoying the food. Yi Mu was still not used to using the knife and fork, and they made a clanging sound against the plate. Lu Xian ate slowly and elegantly. The crystal floral necklace emitted a luxurious glow under the warm lights of the restaurant, making her look even more delicate. For a moment, Yi Mu's attention was focused on her again. Lu Xian caught a glimpse of it and looked at Yi Mu with her big watery eyes. Brother Mu, is there something at the corner of my mouth? She gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. No, I only look at you because you are beautiful. Yi Mu said this with a smile, and then continued to eat. Lu Xian's face turned a little red when Yi Mu praised her. Yi Mu always flirts with her, and she feels very itchy inside, not knowing what Yi Mu's attitude towards her is. She was absent-mindedly cutting the steak on the plate, and her eyes couldn't help but fall on Yi Mu. Yi Mu was cutting the steak impatiently and roughly. Lu Xian saw it and knew that Yi Mu was not used to using a knife and fork, so she felt a little regretful. If I had known this, I would have taken him to a Chinese restaurant. Brother Mu, can I feed you? Lu Xian's heart moved, and she carefully cut the steak, picked it up with a fork and brought it to Yi Mu's mouth. Yi Mu looked at the charming smile of the beauty in front of him and did not refuse. I felt so happy actually. It turns out that this is the kind of treatment that rich people enjoy. Lu Xian then cut another piece of steak and put it into her mouth. There was nothing wrong with this action, but the fork was the one Yi Mu had eaten with, and she didn't mind at all. This was something Yi Mu had not expected. Chapter 12 Confession 1. So, Lu Xian shared the steak with Yi Mu, one piece each. Such treatment made the men nearby envious and jealous. I can't figure out what is so good about this ordinary man. Let such a delicate beauty feed it herself. What is even worse is that they don't even mind sharing tableware. Are these two a couple? However, the polite atmosphere between Yi Mu and Lu Xian was totally different. This question lingered in the minds of several men at the next table. At this time, a man in a suit with a briefcase under his arm walked into the restaurant. A pair of very shrewd eyes, looking a little bit mercenary. After he entered the restaurant, he looked around, took out his cell phone and made a call. Within a few seconds, a cell phone rang at a window seat in the restaurant. The man in the suit immediately hung up the phone and strode over. As he walked, he took something out of his briefcase and pulled out an exquisite transparent packaging bag. If you look closely, you can see that it contains the property certificate and keys. Coming in front of Yi Mu, the man in the suit smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Yi? I'm Xiao Wang. I'm so sorry to interrupt your meal. Oh, hello. It's okay, just put the things on the table. Yi Mu fed Lu Xian a small piece of goose liver, looked up at Xiao Wang, and said vaguely. When the phone rang just now, he saw that it was Xiao Wang calling. Xiao Wang's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Xian sitting opposite Yi Mu. When he saw Lu Xian feeding Yi Mu, there was a hint of envy in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Hearing Yi Mu's words, Xiao Wang said very respectfully, Mr. Yi, this contains the villa's property certificate and keys and property-related items. Mr. Yi, please keep them. I wish you a pleasant meal, Mr. Yi. I won't bother you anymore. Xiao Wang put the things on the dining table. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Yi Mu nodded, and Xiao Wang turned and left. After this little episode, the two began to feast again. Yi Mu had a bowl of clear soup noodles in the morning. By now I was very hungry and quickly ate most of the steak and food on the table. Lu Xian, who had shared the steak with Yi Mu, was gently chewing the dessert with her teeth. The meal was almost over, but there were too many dishes and we didn't finish many of them. Several dishes were still intact on the table. Yimu breathed a sigh of relief after finishing his meal, then wiped his mouth with a napkin and said to Lu Xian, "Let's go." "Brother Mu, can you wait for me? I want to go to the bathroom," Lu Xian said embarrassedly. "Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you." Yimu nodded. Lu Xian picked up her LV handbag and prepared to go to the bathroom, but at this time her cell phone rang. She glanced at the screen and frowned slightly. "Why is it him?" Lu Xian glanced at Yimu and then hung up the phone. But within 2 seconds the other party called again. Lu Xian answered the call impatiently. "Hello? Xian. I'm outside the P. Lena restaurant, come out for a moment. I have something urgent to discuss with you." There was a clear and sunny male voice on the other side. "How did you know I was here?" Lu Xian asked with a frown. She had just stood up and hadn't sat down yet, so her vision was quite far away, and she suddenly saw something not far away. One of her best friends was waving and smiling at her. That makes sense. It must have been the ungrateful sister who betrayed her. Lu Xian suddenly felt a little depressed. You can pursue her, but you also have to know the right time. Wouldn't it cause trouble for her at this time? Lu Xian watched the sister walk out of the restaurant, and her phone rang again. Xian, can you please come out first? I really have something to talk to you about. Just tell me if you have something to say. You have to come out first before I can tell you. This matter is really important. Really, Xian, please trust me just once. Okay then, wait a moment. Lu Xian hung up the phone and said to Yimu, "Brother Mu, a friend is looking for me outside. Let's go out first." She had wanted to touch up her makeup, but now she wasn't in the mood. That's fine. Please help me put the property certificate in it first. My pocket is too small. Yimu nodded and handed the packaging bag to Lu Xian. After Lu Xian took it and put it into her LV handbag, she and Yimu walked out of the restaurant one after another. Just walked out of the restaurant. Lu Xian saw a lot of people gathered outside the restaurant. What are you watching? Lu Xian looked over with curiosity. I saw the ground was filled with bright red roses arranged in a shape. The rich and bright red color is very dazzling. Next to the heart-shaped flowers, there was a car with a Mercedes-Benz logo parked. This means that the person who placed the bunch of roses and drove the Mercedes-Benz E300 is the same person. When Lu Xian saw this car, she had a vague idea of the answer in her mind. How romantic. I wonder who's going to confess their love. Yes, it's quite thoughtful. So many roses must have cost a lot of money, right? What's important is the roses? What's important is the Mercedes. Roses are just a few dollars. That's right. I wish someone could confess to me like this. The little girl watching nearby said with envy. Lu Xian glanced at Yimu's face and walked down the stairs nervously. It was as if he was waiting for her. As soon as she walked down the steps, the door of the Mercedes opened. A young man in his 20s, dressed in a suit and tie, walked out. His hair was combed shiny and he looked handsome. He held a big bunch of roses in his left hand and a jewelry box in his right hand, and walked slowly towards Lu Xian. Xian! He shouted, his clear, sunny voice was very attractive. Several little girls screamed. This pretty boy is so good-looking and romantic. How many girls can stand up to such an attack? Chapter 13 Confession 2. Yimu, who was next to Lu Xian, seemed to understand what was happening. I understand why Lu Xian was reluctant to answer the phone just now. A faint smile crossed his lips and he stopped, becoming one of the onlookers. Since there is such a good show, of course he is willing to watch it. Lu Xian and the pretty boy in a suit finally met. Shui Wenjun, what do you want to do? Didn't you say it was urgent? Lu Xian asked in a somewhat cold tone. Xian, be my girlfriend. Shui Wenjun answered directly with action. He looked at Lu Xian affectionately, then knelt on one knee and handed her the beautiful rose. It seems to be saying that confessing my feelings to you is a very important and urgent matter. His action made the onlookers crazy. Several little girls clapped their hands and shouted, "Promise him! Promise him! Promise him!" The sound attracted many passers-by. It was rush hour, so there were a lot of people. Soon more people gathered. This boy confessed. That's right. I just drove over here and spent most of the day arranging the roses. I'm just waiting for the girl. Mercedes-Benz E300, hundreds of thousands. This young man has a bright future. With this attitude, that beautiful lady won't agree to this. That's so romantic. If it were me, I would definitely agree immediately. The sound gradually became louder. In their opinion, from now on, there will be one more pair of lovers in the world. The voices around him gave Xue Wenjun more confidence. She said it again loudly, Lu Xian. I love you. Please be my girlfriend. However, he did not get the response he had imagined. Lu Xian frowned and looked at Xue Wenjun, her tone very cold. Xue Wenjun, I'll tell you one last time, I don't like you, don't pester me anymore. Her voice was already thin, and her words were drowned out by the violent clapping and shouts of promise him. But Xue Wenjun heard it. His smile froze for a moment, but he didn't give up. Putting the roses aside, he picked up the jewelry box. He opened it gently and handed it over. Lu Xian, I've liked you since college. Promise me. Be my, Xue Wenjun's, girlfriend. Xue Wenjun said in a firm tone. His peach blossom eyes flickered with deep affection and touchingness. What a beautiful necklace, is it made of diamonds? Oh my god, that necklace. Tiffany. Oh my god. Tiffany? Is that true? Really? I've seen this necklace in a store before, it costs over 200,000. This must be a rich second generation, courting in all kinds of ways, I'm really envious. Two older women cried out. After asking and answering, he actually told me the price of the necklace. The people around exclaimed in excitement again. I admire this affectionate and wealthy young man. Xian, I spent over 200,000 yuan to buy this necklace. I'm giving it to you as a token of my appreciation. Xue Wenjun felt somewhat proud when he heard the cheers from the crowd. This necklace is his trump card. As long as he takes out this necklace, Lu Xian will most likely agree to be his girlfriend. Moreover, this necklace is enough to prove his sincerity. It can completely make up for the bad impression he had left on Lu Xian before. Damn, it's really 200,000. How inhumane. This guy is really rich. He confessed his love with a necklace worth 200,000, who would refuse? This beautiful lady is about to fall. What a pity that the best cabbage is being eaten by a pig. I am so sad. If this goddess had made her debut, she would have definitely become a big star. But she was deceived by a rich second generation like this. Lu Xian looked hesitant. Looking at Xue Wenjun quietly. Lu Xian knew Xue Wenjun very well because they were college classmates for several years. Xue Wenjun's family owns a small factory and can earn hundreds of thousands a year, so they are considered wealthy. As you move up, there is no question of power or anything like that. In fact, this financial background can't give her what she wants. Besides, Xue Wenjun wasn't a very good person, she didn't like him very much. But these were her thoughts before Xue Wenjun took out the necklace. Xue Wenjun's family only earns a few 100,000 a year, and the fact that he was willing to spend 200,000 to buy this necklace for her showed that he was serious. To be honest, she was moved by his willingness to spend money on her. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should accept Xue Wenjun's courtship. At this time, Yi Mu, who was watching the show among the crowd, could no longer stand. He could clearly see Lu Xian's hesitation. Who knows, she might agree to the love proposal of that pretty boy in the next moment. This is the beauty I like, how can you snatch her away like this? Lu Xian is such a little girl. She is still tempted by a necklace worth 200,000. It seems I have to step in and persuade her to give it to me. Yi Mu muttered a few words in his mind. Looking around, I found a flower bed not far away and walked over. Promise him. Promise him. Promise him. The crowd was indignant, and every voice was like a hand pushing open the tightly closed door of the mountain in Lu Xian's heart. She was wavering, but Xue Wenjun was confident and very proud. Pretty girl, would you consider being my girlfriend? At this moment, a sudden voice suddenly interrupted. Chapter 14 Confession 3 Third Update. Many people's eyes shifted to the source of the sound. Yi Mu, dressed in cheap casual clothes, was seen walking leisurely towards Lu Xian with a wildflower in his hand, smiling in a sly way. Xiao Lu Xian, would you consider it? Yi Mu half-jokingly held up the poor little wildflower in front of Lu Xian. This unserious look made Lu Xian stunned, and then she burst out laughing. I didn't expect that Mr. Yi had such a side to him. Lu Xian knew that Yi Mu was joking. After all, it was obvious from the way he looked that he was not serious. Who is this? Why are two of them confessing their love together? Fuck, you are so poor and yet you are confessing your love to me, are you trying to be funny? Hurry up and take a picture of this, it's such a good joke, it will definitely go viral if it's posted online. Everyone thought Yimu was here to make people laugh. But no one noticed how surprised and tender Lu Xian looked at Yimu. Who are you? Get out of here if you have nothing to do and don't mess with me. Shui Wenjun, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, looked at Yimu with a bad face and shouted. Of course I am Xiao Liuxuan's future husband. Yimu said. Brother Mu. You're annoying. When Lu Xian heard him say this, her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. The call of Brother Mu also let Shui Wenjun know that the man in front of him was Lu Xian's friend. That's it? That's it? That's it? Shui Wenjun stood up, looked Yimu up and down for a while, and said disdainfully. I really don't know why Xianxian wants to make friends with someone like you. If I'm not mistaken, you just picked this little wild flower from the flower bed next to you, right? Do you know how many roses I bought in total? 999 flowers. 20 yuan a flower, are you willing to buy it? Can you afford it? And the clothes on your body probably cost no more than 500 yuan. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself like this? Do you know what I'm wearing? Armani. Have you seen it before? Do you know how much the two Mercedes-Benz E300s behind me cost? Your car. As he spoke, Shui Wenjun suddenly looked around and said, You are so poor that you can't even afford a car. Are you going to let Xianxian take the bus back home? Also, do you know how much this necklace costs? That's it? Confessing to Xianxian? You're not worthy. Shui Wenjun spared no effort in criticizing Yimu. The people around also booed. After all, the gap between Yimu and Shui Wenjun is too huge. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the difference between a beggar and a rich man. Really? That beautiful lady was about to agree to her confession, but he jumped out at this time. Isn't this just asking for trouble? A girl said sympathetically. This big brother is so stubborn. He's trying to steal a woman from a rich second-generation guy. That's right, I wonder if there's something wrong with his IQ? Hey, after this incident he will probably become a laughingstock from now on, why bother? The onlookers compared Yimu and Shui Wenhai. As a result, Yimu was completely defeated. Only one person thought otherwise. That's Lu Xian. When she saw Yimu appear, her wavering stance immediately became firm. So what if a necklace costs 200,000? Lu Xian's dream is to become a star and stand out. Being content with a small fortune is definitely not what she pursues. And now she has passed the interview of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. It can be said that a bright future lies before her. There is no way she would do that for a necklace worth 200,000. Ruin your own future. Is it a big deal to be rich? It's a big deal to have a few stinky coins. Just because you have money, will Xiao Luxian like you and go with you? Yimu looked at Shui Wenjun and said with disdain. I'm sorry, but being rich is great. Ask Xianxian who he will choose. Shui Wenjun said proudly. He also saw Lu Xian's expression just now. Obviously shaken. His confession will not be affected at all by this poor guy, Lu Xian can only be his. Xiao Lu Xian, he asked me to ask you who you would choose. Can you tell me? I really want to know. Yimu asked Lu Xian very seriously. Maybe his acting is too good. Everyone thought he was the one who was going to be rejected. All eyes were fixed on Lu Xian, waiting for her answer. Do I even need to choose? I know without even thinking that he's the one being rejected. Not necessarily. Look how serious he is, he must love that girl very much. My sister said that as long as two people love each other, they can be together. A young high school student with an innocent face also said it seriously. Love? Don't be ridiculous. Look, he can't even afford flowers, how can he love? Is he going to let this star-like beauty hide underground with him and eat fast food? A mature woman next to him snorted disdainfully. The high school student puffed his lips and said nothing, but he felt that there was some truth in what she said. Xian, just tell me who you choose. Shui Wenjun weighed the necklace worth 200,000 and said with confidence. In fact, there is no suspense anymore, Lu Xian will not choose Yimu. The beautiful girl became the focus of the whole audience. At this time, Lu Xian suddenly moved. She took 2 steps forward. Shui Wenjun's face lit up with joy. However, just when everyone thought that she would choose 999 roses, she suddenly stretched out her snow-white little hand and took the shabby little wildflower from Yi Mu's hand. She said very gently and affectionately, "Brother Mu, do you even need to ask? Of course I choose you." What? Shui Wenjun's smile froze, and his body completely froze in place. All the onlookers were stunned and unable to react. Chapter 15 Lost to Love 200 silver notes for extra updates. Oh my god, she's going to regret this. This silly girl. This is impossible, I must be dreaming. Someone come and pinch me. This is a joke. This is so fake, how can it be true? It's over, it's over. I'm starting to believe in love again. Everyone was furious. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Are there really such stupid people in the world? I don't want 999 roses. No Mercedes-Benz E300. No Tiffany necklace. Instead, choose a wildflower that can be found everywhere on the roadside. I knew you would choose me. I never make the mistake of choosing someone. Yi Mu had a sincere smile on his face. He reached out and touched Lu Xian's hair. He looked at Shui Wenjun's face seriously and said, "This guy was like a lunatic just now. He said so much to me and still humiliated me. He even said that you wouldn't choose me. I almost believed him. You don't know how heartbroken I was just now." After saying this, Lu Xian couldn't help laughing again. Because she thought Yi Mu's acting skills were really great. You. Shui Wenjun's handsome face turned red at this moment, and there was a gleam of anger in his eyes. "Brother Mu, you are so mean." Lu Xian immediately took Yi Mu's arm, looked at Shui Wenjun opposite and said, "I told you, don't bother me anymore, I have a boyfriend now. Go away." Xian. Shui Wenjun shouted unwillingly. "Crazy, did you hear me? Stop pestering my girlfriend." Yi Mu smiled lightly, and very naturally took Lu Xian's hand and walked past him. Shui Wenjun, who was furious, heard this and his eyes went dark with anger. It felt like being hit on the head by a hammer and I almost lost my balance. See Yi Mu and Lu Xian leave in style. He wanted to fight, but he knew from his physique that he was no match for Yi Mu. I wanted to say something, but it was like something was blocking my throat and I couldn't say anything. He was defeated miserably in this duel. Why? Why on earth? Shui Wenjun roared madly in his heart. It was as if a dark cloud had fallen into his heart and a thunderstorm was going on. Wow, so this is love. Oh my god, please send down a bolt of lightning to kill me. I'm going blind. That rich second generation is so pitiful, he actually lost to love like this, oh. Stop talking, I'm about to cry. Among a large group of people watching, there was a young man who picked up his mobile phone to shoot a video. At this moment, tears welled up in his eyes as he watched Yi Mu and Lu Xian leaving. It turns out there is such sincere love in the world. I am really touched. Brother Mu, thank you for helping me out just now. Lu Xian and Yi Mu walked hand in hand on the street, looking charming and beautiful. Because she was so beautiful, she attracted a lot of attention along the way. Thank me? Aren't you mad at me? I caused you to lose a necklace worth $200,000. Ah, I feel sad just thinking about it. Yi Mu chuckled. That's right, where's the $200,000 necklace? It's all your fault. You have to compensate me. When Lu Xian heard Yi Mu joking with her, she started to joke too. As for Shui Wenjun, who just confessed his love. Completely forgotten. Lu Xian didn't intend to say it. Yi Mu didn't plan to ask. It was clear from her attitude that the silly boy could not please her. Now that the matter has been revealed, Shui Wenjun does not stir up the slightest ripple in the hearts of the two. Really? I'll make it up to you. Yi Mu suddenly said seriously. Compensate? Lu Xian was stunned. That's right. I'll buy you a new necklace, one that costs more than 200,000 yuan. Yi Mu turned his head and looked at Lu Xian. He could still see her faint cleavage from top to bottom. Lu Xian said, I thought Brother Mu was joking. How can I not use the necklace? I feel bad for letting Brother Mu treat me to a big meal. It's just a little money, it's nothing. Yi Mu said nonchalantly. Lu Xian was silent for a moment. That's right. For a big boss like Brother Mu, hundreds of thousands are indeed small amounts of money, just like a few $dozen for ordinary people like us. Lu Xian squeezed Yimu's palm, then looked up at the man in front of her and said, Brother Mu, I'm sorry to refuse. Don't accuse me of being petty. Just kidding, come on, let's find a jewelry store. Yimu took Lu Xian's hand and prepared to leave. At this time the phone rang. The note on the caller ID is Xiao Qiqi. I'm going to take a call. He smiled at Lu Xian. Lu Xian tactfully let go of her hand and walked a few steps away. Hello? Boss Yi. What time is it? Why haven't you returned to the company yet? Suanqi's coquettish voice sounded. I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't be going back to the company. Yimu said. He is about to take Lu Xian to buy a necklace. After buying the necklace, I went to see the villa. After seeing the villa, maybe you will do something else. For example, things like the great harmony of life. There was simply no time this afternoon. But Mr. Yi, the company still has things waiting for you to deal with. Suanqi said faintly. I'll deal with it tomorrow. That's it. I'm hanging up now. After Yimu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Turning around, he saw the beautiful Lu Xian who was touching her hair. He was moved and walked up to her and held her hand. Such a beautiful woman. He used to just look and feast his eyes, but now he can do so hand in hand. Even do other things. Rich. It's really cool. Chapter 16. I am happy to give you a gift extra chapter for 300 silver notes. After walking for a while, they came to the center of a large square where there was a lot of people. There are many tall buildings here, and there are many shops selling luxury goods, including dozens of first-tier international brands. Sudafu, Shihua Lodge, Shomet, and so on. Yimu looked up at the advertising signs for jewelry, watches and luxury goods, and tugged at Lu Xian's hand. Choose one. Lu Xian smiled and pursed her lips, looking around and said, I prefer Van Cleef Arpels. Then Van Cleef Arpels. As they spoke, the two walked into the building and took the elevator to the 7th floor. It's rush hour, there are a lot of people, and this area is very prosperous. Almost every store is crowded with people. But there were not many people in these luxury stores, and the few people who went and walked out again. Most of them are scared off by the price. After all, such international brands are not affordable for ordinary people. Two salesgirls were chatting at the counter, their heads supported by their hands. Really? That couple just came in to take a look, but they insisted on trying it out. In the end, after I told them the price, they just turned around and left. How boring. The female clerk Shojin said with a click of her lips and a bit impatiently. That's normal. Our store is not something that ordinary people can afford. If you mention the price, they will definitely be scared away. Another one continued. Let me tell you, they are definitely not in true love. They can't even afford to buy a necklace. As Xiaojin was speaking, she suddenly caught sight of two people walking into the store. She subconsciously ignored Yimu's attire. All eyes were focused on Lu Xian. Seeing her wearing designer clothes and looking so beautiful, her heart couldn't help but be moved. I touched my colleague who was looking down at his phone and said, No more talking, a guest is coming, I'll go check it out. Then he walked around the counter and came in front of Yimu and the other person. Seeing Lu Xian holding Yimu's hand tightly and looking like she was focusing on the man, she was a little surprised. Welcome to Van Cleef Arpels. Xiaojin smiled sincerely and professionally. Sir, madam, how can I help you? Yimu looked at the counter, then said, This beautiful lady needs a necklace. Please recommend one. Just make sure it's beautiful. The price is up to you. Xiaojin looked at Lu Xian and said, Yes, sir. She has been working behind the counter for so many years, her vision is so sharp. It can be seen that the man in ordinary clothes is stylish, otherwise a beauty like Lu Xian would definitely not condescend to do so. She led the two of them directly past the relatively cheap jewelry counters and inside. This lady has very fair skin and a long neck. If I were to recommend her a necklace like this, it would be very suitable. Rose gold with a generous diamond, the design. Xiaojin seriously recommended two models, but Lu Xian didn't like any of them. She felt that the gold one was not suitable for her, and she felt that the other one was a bit tacky. After scanning the counter, Lu Xian's eyes stopped on one of the necklaces. Yimu's eyes followed as he scanned the area. The necklaces in this counter are all priced above 100,000, and the prices soar from left to right. 130,000, 200,000, 390,000, and Lu Xian's eyes were now looking at the necklace on the far right. Yimu looked at the price, it was 570,000. 570,000, that's damn expensive. I didn't make that much in a year before. He muttered to himself. However, he is now worth over 100 million yuan, and a mere 500,000 yuan is no different from a few dozen dollars, as Lu Xian said. Therefore, after a slight fluctuation in my heart, I returned to calmness. At this time, Lu Xian's gaze had already moved away from the necklace worth 500,000. She was actually very attracted by the necklace. But she didn't dare to speak. Asking for a necklace worth more than $500,000 from the boss you meet for the first time? She wasn't that confident, so she simply didn't bring it up. Brother Mu, the necklaces here are so expensive. Lu Xian tugged at Yi Mu's sleeve. This is throwing the problem to Yi Mu. I have to say that she is very smart. If she asks for it herself, it will probably cause dissatisfaction. But it was different when Yi Mu spoke. Yi Mu had just noticed her interested look, so he smiled and didn't answer her. Instead, he spoke to the salesgirl Xiaojun who was following behind the two of them. Bring out that necklace so I can see it. Lu Xian and Xiaojun's gaze followed Yi Mu's finger to the necklace worth 500,000. Xiaojun's face lit up and she said, Yes, sir. No, don't take it. Lu Xian quickly stopped the salesgirl Xiaojun and said to Yi Mu hesitantly, Brother Mu, that necklace is too expensive, more than 500,000, almost 600,000. Of course she hesitated considering the necklace cost nearly 600,000 yuan. It won't hurt to give it a try. Yi Mu waved his hand to signal Xiaojun to continue. Xiaojun immediately took out the necklace from the counter. This necklace is 18K platinum with colorless diamonds. The style is very suitable for this lady's temperament. After Yi Mu took it, he said to Lu Xian, Come, I'll put it on for you. Lu Xian responded in a soft voice. She took off the crystal floral necklace from her neck and asked Yi Mu to put on the platinum diamond necklace for her. It really looks very beautiful. Elegance and nobility match Lu Xian's clean and delicate temperament. It brought her to a higher level. It's really nice, very beautiful. I will give you this necklace. After admiring the delicate beauty in front of him for a while, Yi Mu said this. Brother Mu, this is really not possible. This necklace is too expensive. Lu Xian refused. It looks so good on you. This necklace is made just for you. It's not expensive or not. And I'm happy to give you a gift. As Yi Mu spoke, he used his hand to lift up a strand of Lu Xian's hair that was hidden under the necklace. Then slide down the necklace until you reach. At first glance, he was helping Lu Xian organize her necklace. Lu Xian felt it immediately and her cheeks flushed, but she did not refuse. Chapter 17, The Murder First Update. Yi Mu's bold move was quite obvious in its implication. Only the person involved, Lu Xian, could understand the implicit message that could only be understood but not expressed in words. She changed the topic and said, Brother Mu, since you said so, I won't be polite. Thank you Brother Mu for giving me such a beautiful and precious gift. Yi Mu put away his hand, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right. The salesgirl Xiaojun showed an envious smile. Lu Xian wanted to take off the necklace and ask the salesgirl to wrap it up. But Yi Mu insisted that she wear it, so she had to wear it. Sir, your total spending is 578,000. Please keep your bank card. Thanks. Yi Mu took the bank card respectfully handed over by the salesgirl Xiaojun, and then he and Lu Xian smiled at each other. At this moment, Lu Xian's eyes were full of stars. Some people say that men who can cook are the most handsome. Some people say that men look most handsome when they smoke. But she thinks men look the coolest when they swipe their cards, especially when they swipe for her. At this moment, Yi Mu was already the most handsome man in her eyes. The two left Van Cleef Arpels arm in arm. The salesgirl Xiaojun watched the two of them leave. After Yi Mu and the others left, she suddenly raised her hand excitedly and made a yes gesture. The other two female tellers couldn't bear it any longer and surrounded them. 578,000. Sister Xiaojun, you are really amazing. How did you know that man would buy such an expensive necklace? Yeah, that guy was dressed so poorly, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. He spent 600,000 without blinking an eye. I also want to have a boyfriend like this. Xiaojun smiled mysteriously and said, if that man had no money, how could he have such a beautiful girlfriend? Many female celebrities are not as pretty as her. Would he throw himself at her for no reason? The two female tellers understood immediately and admired her very much. Get out of the elevator. Yimu suddenly felt something soft pressing on his arm. He was confused. What? When he looked down, he found that it was Lu Xian who was attacking his arm with a weapon. He suddenly felt something. The casual clothes were very thin to begin with, and he secretly cried out that something was not right, and slightly hunched his body. Brother Mu, what's wrong? Lu Xian noticed that Ji Mu was acting strangely, stopped and asked with some confusion. Ahem, it's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay. Yi Mu covered his abdomen, feeling a little embarrassed. It wouldn't matter if Lu Xian saw it, but he couldn't be so careless in front of so many people, with so many eyes on him. Then let's go upstairs? There's a bathroom upstairs. Lu Xian let go of Yi Mu's arm and said seriously. Yi Mu laughed awkwardly and said, No, wait for me for 2 minutes. He looked away, stopped thinking about it, and calmed himself down. At the same time, I kept reminding myself. Stay calm. As a qualified billionaire, you can't be easily defeated by this beauty. As I thought about it, the stress response gradually disappeared. Lu Xian is not an ignorant girl who knows nothing. Gradually, I noticed something was wrong with Yi Mu and realized that he didn't really have a stomachache. This is all thanks to myself. At this moment, she thought Yi Mu was very cute and she was also very excited. She felt that her relationship with Yi Mu had made great progress. This is a great thing. As long as she can get close to Yi Mu, Tai Emperor Entertainment Company will support her. In the entertainment industry, there will be a day for Lu Xian to come to the fore. Therefore, she was very willing to cater to Yi Mu. Unspoken rules are unspoken rules, no big deal. If she is unwilling to cooperate, there will be plenty of people willing to squeeze her out. Lu Xian is very clear about this. Yi Mu stood up again after a moment. Return to nature. He said, Ahem, I'm fine now. What do you want to say now? Should I take you to see Ziyuan Villa? Okay, Brother Mu, I've been thinking about it. I can't wait any longer, I'm always afraid you'll regret it. When Lu Xian heard this, she looked delighted and took Yi Mu's arm again. That's what I said. Everyone knows it tacitly. Yi Mu looked at Lu Xian, who took the initiative to show her goodwill, and said with a smile, Then let's go. I can't wait any longer. A taxi was approaching in the distance. Yi Mu waved to stop him, let Lu Xian get in the car first, and then he followed. The taxi then drove onto the busy road. Yi Mu kept thinking about it along the way. I must buy another car sometime. The Maserati that Su Anchi drove for him was red, which was not suitable for him as a grown man. Without a car, it is inconvenient to go out. The taxis they drive are not cool at all. Besides, it was inappropriate to live in Violet Garden and take a taxi back home. The taxi driver was shocked when he heard Yi Mu report Ziyuan's address, and was a little bit unconvinced. Yi Mu didn't explain either. There was no point in explaining such things. Arrived at the entrance of Violet Garden Villa area. The taxi was stopped by a young security guard on duty. Sir, this is a private villa area. If you are visiting relatives or friends, please contact the owner and then ascend the throne. His attitude was very good, but his tone made people feel contempt. Hello, this is my owner's card. Yi Mu handed over the card. The security guard looked at him and suddenly became respectful. He said apologetically, Excuse me, it's Mr. Yi. The deputy general manager said that if you come, he will personally take you to see the villa. Oh. Okay, then Xiao Xian, let's get off the car. Yi Mu turned around and said to Lu Xian. Lu Xian responded softly, paid the fare to the driver, and then got out of the car with Yi Mu. The two of them quickly entered the community under the guidance of the security guard. Chapter 18, A Villa Worth 300 Million. Second update. The taxi driver was stunned. After a while, he slammed the steering wheel hard with both hands. He cursed, Fuck, there are all kinds of people these days. They live in a villa in Violet Garden, have mistresses like celebrities, but they dress like poor people. Fuck, who are they pretending to be poor for? The security guard contacted the deputy general manager, and she rushed over within 2 minutes. When you get closer, you can see clearly that this is a fat woman covered in jewels. Sisterly, this is Mr. Yi. The security guard said to the fat woman. The fat woman nodded. Seeing Yi Mu behind the security guard, He immediately perked up and walked forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi? Hello, hello, are you checking in today or just coming to take a look? You are not very familiar with the environment here, I can introduce it to you. Thank you for your hard work, Sisterly." Yi Mu smiled in return. Sisterly called Lu Xian again, and after Lu Xian responded, she looked around curiously. This can be said to be the most upscale villa area in Shanghai. The layout was very grand and beautiful, and it was the first time she had seen it. Sisterly took over and the security guard went back to stand guard. Sisterly was like a tour guide, and introduced the villa to Yi Mu very kindly. The group of three walked past 7 or 8 independent villas before finally arriving at the villa owned by Yi Mu. "Mr. Yi, this is the villa under your name. All the furnishings are the latest, best and most advanced. Our property also employs 6 Filipino maids to take care of the villa, as well as 5 chefs who are proficient in cuisines from various countries. The first month's fee is paid by the property management. If Mr. Yi is not satisfied, he can change it at any time or let them leave. If you hire him again, Mr. Yi will have to pay for it himself. Filipino maids, chefs from various countries." Lu Xian was very surprised at how much money it would cost this month. Sisterly continued, "The servants' information is all in the living room, Mr. Yi can check it out at any time. There is nothing else to do. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any other questions?" "Thank you, Sisterly. I have no other questions." Yi Mu also said politely. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I hope you too enjoy your stay in our Violet Villa district." After saying this, Sisterly bowed and left. Lu Xian's pretty face turned red as she muttered, "I don't live here." "But you can live here." Yi Mu stroked her hair and gave another quite obvious hint. Lu Xian gently pushed him, "Brother Mu." The two walked to the gate of the villa hand in hand. A Filipino maid opened the door for them and bowed, saying, "Welcome home, master." Her Chinese is very good. Yi Mu was not curious about why she recognized him. After all, it was the system that did it, and he couldn't figure it out. What lay before them was a completely European-style villa. Luxurious, extravagant, and aristocratic. Lu Xian couldn't think of more words to describe this big villa. She usually thinks those high-end residential areas are very beautiful. At this moment, this independent villa in Violet Garden completely shocked her. The villa is Italian-style, elegant and quiet. The whole house is white, and the tall floor-to-ceiling windows are filled with golden sunlight. Through the window you can see the luxurious furniture, magnificent decoration and classical style inside, just like where the nobles and royal families live. One can't help but wonder what it's like to live in such a villa. Moving your eyes away from the villa, you can see the private garden territory. There is a huge, soft lawn that is pleasing to the eye, and various precious flowers and plants planted on both sides. Through special proportions, every tree and every blade of grass does not appear out of place, but just right. It makes people feel very comfortable in it. A servant in a maid's uniform was carefully trimming the flowers and plants. On the right side of the lawn there is a huge sky blue swimming pool, which is spotlessly clean. At this moment, Lu Xian really wanted to jump in and swim. Because the swimming pool was so beautiful and clean, it seemed to be tempting her to jump in at any time. Next to the swimming pool is an area where you can sunbathe. There are 2 comfortable lounge chairs. On the other side there is a parasol with comfortable lounge chairs under it. The servants each have their own duties in the villa and take care of it. "Brother Mu, this villa is so beautiful." Lu Xian looked at it in shock for a while and said this. Yi Mu was also very shocked and surprised, but he didn't show much. After all, he has gotten used to the hundreds of millions of RMB income every day. "It's not bad, not bad." Yi Mu nodded and said. "Brother Mu, can I go swimming in the swimming pool?" Lu Xian asked somewhat embarrassedly. She seemed even more embarrassed than when she accepted the 18K white gold diamond necklace. "Of course, come and have fun, just don't be restrained." Yi Mu smiled and glanced at Lu Xian's sexy figure, imagining how attractive she would be in a bikini. Lu Xian said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Mu." At this time, a young Filipino maid walked out of the villa, looked at Yi Mu respectfully for a while, and said, "Master, may I ask for your instructions?" Her Chinese is surprisingly very good. "Go prepare some red wine and fruit, as well as 2 swimsuits, mine and this beautiful lady's," Yi Mu ordered. The young Filipino maid said respectfully, "Okay, master, I'll do it right away." The two followed her into the villa. The walls of the living room are painted a delicate blue glaze and have two beautiful oil paintings hanging on them. One of the walls is red, and opposite it is a mahogany tall cabinet with luxurious vases on it. Next is the luxurious chandelier overhead and the large, plush sofas on both sides. Lucian looked at it for a while and felt that the decoration inside seemed to be the most beautiful thing in the world. Said to Yimu, "Brother Mu, this villa is really beautiful. How much is it?" "Not much, maybe 300 million. Yimu smiled slightly. "I thought it was worth 300 million. It can be said that every inch of the villa was bought with money, how can it not be beautiful?" 300 million. Lucian's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This is more than half of the market value of Thai Emperor Entertainment. Too extravagant. Chapter 19 Swimming Third Update. Yimu was very pleased with Lucian's shock. It feels so good to show off invisibly and make beautiful women marvel and admire you. "Master, ma'am, this is a swimsuit." The two were chatting, and the young Filipino maid quickly brought them swimsuits. Lucien showed a happy smile, took the swimsuit, and said to Yimu, "Brother Mu, I'm going to change into my swimsuit." "Good." Then, Lucien went into the house to change into her swimsuit. Yimu originally wanted to go in and scare her. But in the end she didn't go. She went to another room to change into her swimsuit, and went to the swimming pool with Lucien. "Brother Mu." Under the sunlight, Lucien's skin has a delicate luster like milk, which is very eye-catching. Yimu looked at Lucien, who had a sexy body. "Brother Mu, I'm jumping down." As Lucien said this, she opened her arms and got into the swimming pool. The tranquility of the azure blue swimming pool was broken, and a fish-like shadow swam happily in it. "I can't believe this little girl has such big breasts, but she can swim so well. Isn't she too heavy?" Yimu pinched his nose inside, then jumped into the swimming pool. Suddenly, two shadows shuttled back and forth quickly inside, as if they were racing or entangled. A minute later, they both emerged from the water. Lucien was panting with a smile on her face, and she used her hand to push her hair back from her forehead, and drops of crystal clear water slid down her body. Yimu wiped the water off his face and shook his head at the same time, and the scattered water droplets splashed all over Lucien's face. "Ah! Brother Mu! You are so bad!" Lucien screamed with a smile, then splashed water on Yimu with her hands. "I'm bad? I haven't even started to be bad yet." Yimu laughed, swam over and pressed Lucien to the bottom of the water, then dived down as well. In water. Lucien swam away and Yimu followed quickly. If he could speak, he would shout, "Fairy! Where are you running to?" Yimu swam over faster, grabbed Lucien's ankles with his two powerful hands, and pulled her back with great force. The water ripples. When Lucien's body was pulled back, she turned around. Face to face with Yimu. The two looked at each other. Lucien was even more charming underwater, and Yimu's heart was beating fast when he saw her. However, before Yimu could make any move, Lucien moved towards him and spoke gently. In an instant, it seemed as if we were back to that moment of the play. But their lung capacity meant that the two of them wouldn't last long. More than a minute later, the two floated up again. Lucien was panting and feeling a little embarrassed. "Master, red wine and fruit." The young Filipino maid didn't react to the two men's behavior. She put the tray next to the swimming pool and stepped back, waiting for Yimu's instructions. "Xiaoxian, come and have some red wine." Yimu picked up the goblet filled with wine, which seemed to contain liquefied rubies, very beautiful. Lucien swam over and took the goblet, looking at Yimu with seductive eyes. That bite of wu just now has melted her. She was very eager now. After taking a sip of red wine, she said, "Brother Mu, I want to go back to my room to rest." "Go back to your room and rest?" Yimu put down his red wine glass and looked at Lucien with a smile. "I haven't had enough fun yet." "Brother Mu, can you come with us?" Lucien said shyly. This is simply a naked seduction." I didn't expect her to be so proactive, which saved me a lot of effort. Yimu touched Lucien's hair and said, "Okay. Let's go to the room and play." Chapter 20, I won 1 billion. 400 silver notes plus more. Maybe Lucien is too charming. Yimu couldn't let it go and worked hard again and again. Until the evening, the two of them were still stuck in the room. There were no servants to disturb us, so we felt very comfortable. Yimu leaned on the pillow at the head of the bed, a look of satisfaction on his face, and gently stroked Lu Xian's hair as she rested on his legs. Brother Mu, you have great stamina. Do you exercise regularly? Lu Xian said in a soft voice. Workout? Yes, I did some aerobics all afternoon today. Yimu closed his eyes and sneered. Bang! Lu Xian immediately understood what Yimu meant and stretched out her small hand to hit his solid chest. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore, you're such a bad guy. Yimu didn't say anything when the phone suddenly rang. But it wasn't his cell phone ringtone, it was Lu Xian's. She stood up and crawled over to get her phone, looked at the caller ID, and answered without hesitation. Hello? Yeah, okay, I'll be there in a minute. Don't worry. After that, she hung up the phone, turned around and said to Yimu apologetically, Brother Mu, I have something to do, I have to leave first. I'm so sorry. Okay, do you need me to take you there? Yimu opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful Lu Xian with a gentle attitude. No need. Thank you, Brother Mu. You take a rest first. I'm going to go. Lu Xian said as she picked up the swimsuit from the ground, then pushed the door and left. Excuse me, I need to go change my clothes. Lu Xian's voice sounded outside the door. Then came the faint voice of the young Filipino maid. Yimu was listening, and suddenly there was no movement outside. Then his door was opened again. Master, do you need dinner prepared? The young Filipino maid stood respectfully and spoke, lowering her head to avoid Yimu's naked appearance. No, you go down first. I want to sleep for a while. Don't call me until I wake up. Yimu said this and yawned. Good master. The Filipino maid retreated. I slept until the next day. Strong sunlight shines in through the gaps in the curtains. The skin on Yimu's chest and abdomen looked particularly white under the sunlight. He opened his eyes, looked at the wall, and was stunned for a while. Just after waking up, he almost thought that everything he experienced yesterday was a dream. Everything is fake and does not exist. But fortunately, it's not fake. At this moment, he is sleeping in a villa worth 300 million. He got up, picked up his swimming trunks from the sofa and put them on. Then Yimu walked out of the room. I went to the bathroom to wash up, then came to the swimming pool outside and jumped in. The water in the swimming pool was always clean. He swam 2 laps in it before coming out to look around the villa. He sighed again, how good it is to have money. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I saw 2 Filipino maids cleaning up inside, although the room was not dirty. But they make sure the villa is spotless. The young Filipino maid came up to him with a cell phone that was ringing noisily and said, Master, your phone is ringing. Yimu picked up the phone and asked her, What's your name? The Filipino maid replied respectfully, Imelda. Imelda. Nice name. Yimu repeated it, then waved his hand for her to go down, and at the same time answered the call with the caller ID of Xiao Chichi. Hey, beautiful lady, why are you calling me so early? Morning? Mr. Yi. Don't you see what time it is now? The sun is shining brightly. I've been waiting for Mr. Ye's call so that I can pick him up for work. Su Anchi giggled. Okay, come on over, I'll give you the address right away. Yimu said. Address? Mr. Yi moved? Su Anchi was stunned for a moment. That's right, I'm at Violet Garden. Come pick me up and don't be late. Yimu said. Boss Yi, you're joking. I wouldn't dare to do that. Su Anchi said in a coquettish voice. Then Yimu hung up the phone and sent the address to Su Anchi via WeChat, who replied with a shocked little rabbit expression. Yimu replied again, come quickly. Su Anchi replied, soldiers received, sir. Yimu chuckled and put the locked screen of his phone on the table next to the recliner. I also lay down on the lounge chair and enjoyed the comfortable and warm sunbath. Today is a new day, and I can draw the lottery. System, I want to draw the lottery. Ding dong. The system has started. Ding dong. Host instructions detected, the system is drawing a lottery. Yimu suddenly saw a roulette wheel appear in front of him. The region remains unchanged. The pointer trembled rapidly and rotated countless times in a few seconds. Finally, it stopped with a click and landed on the 10 billion yuan. He was stunned for a second or two, and the word fuck came out from between his teeth. If he follows the guaranteed minimum every time, he will have to draw at least 10 times to get the 10 billion yuan. And this time, he won 1 billion yuan in one go. What good luck! As the text message came, Yimu opened it and took a look. It contained the bank's information, and his current balance was over 1.09 billion. The more than 30,000 yuan in his savings had long been spent. That necklace cost 570,000 yuan, and after the meal, I still had this much left. It's like a dream. Yimu turned off his phone and felt dizzy. Suddenly an idea occurred to him. Now that I'm rich, it's time to tell my family. Just giving them some money can allow them to live a good life without having to work. Thinking about it, he picked up the phone again. Then I opened WeChat, found the family chat group, and sent. I won 100 million in the lottery. It was a bit puzzling, but he couldn't think of any other excuse. Tell them where this huge fortune came from. If he said that the system gave it to him, then it was obvious that his brain was broken. Come to think of it, winning the lottery is the most appropriate thing. Chapter 21 Breakfast First Update. Less than 2 minutes had passed since this sentence was sent out. There is news in the family group. But no one paid any attention to him and everyone just chatted about their daily lives. Do you think I'm joking? Yimu sneered and started again. I won the first prize of 100 million in the lottery. No one congratulated me? There is a reward. Only then did someone pay attention to him. Cousin, it's Xiaomu. What nonsense is my cousin talking about so early in the morning? Is he hallucinating because he didn't eat? Uncle, how is Xiaomu doing in Shanghai recently? As for Ye's mother, she sent a picture in response to Yimu's words. Please do not believe in this false information. Yimu laughed out loud. If you really don't believe it, then I'll make you believe it. Then, he clicked on the profile pictures of his parents and transferred 5 million to each of them. Then different amounts of money were transferred to each group member one by one according to the order of group members. When 100 million yuan was deposited into his bank card yesterday, the bank upgraded it with many privileges. The limit has long been gone. Therefore, the money was transferred directly and cleanly. Within a minute, Ye's father and mother received the transfer. The rest of the relatives also received transfers. A moment. The dialogue box in the group exploded. Xiaomu, where did you get so much money? Did you do anything illegal? Wow, my cousin has become rich. 5 million, I'm choking. Xiaomu, I'll transfer the money to you. You must not take money that was used to commit crimes. If you are caught, this money can help you reduce your sentence. Looking at the messages flashing by quickly, Yimu curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. I told you, I really won the lottery jackpot, so I can spend the money without worry. After these words were sent out, he received a voice or video call, and his parents' urgent voices came from the other end, asking, Xiaomu, is what you said true? Don't lie to us. It's better for you to be safe and sound. Don't do anything illegal. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm not that stupid. What I said is true. Don't worry. Ye's mother didn't ask any further questions, but she was still worried and told Yimu to be careful and not to get robbed. He chatted with Yimu for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. After that, Yimu received several more phone calls and gave them verbal assurances, which helped them dispel some of their doubts. Robbery? After hanging up the last call, Yimu suddenly thought of the reminder his mother gave him. He is now worth over 100 million yuan, so maybe he can hire a few bodyguards. But he is not the kind of burly man who is 2 meters tall. The handsome and wealthy chairman's beautiful bodyguard. Yimu thought of a word and then laughed. Just as my thoughts were flying, Imelda came over again. Said, Master, breakfast is ready, what would you like to eat? Yimu was stunned. After pondering for a while, he felt that there was something wrong with this statement. Shouldn't you just ask him what he wants to eat and then make it? As a result, Imelda directly said that it was ready and asked him what he wanted to eat. He asked, what kind of breakfast did you make? Imelda said, there are French breakfast, Chinese breakfast, American breakfast, and Japanese breakfast for the host to choose from. They are all prepared by master chefs from various countries. This is the menu. Yimu was stunned for a moment and took the menu from Imelda. It turns out you can play it this way. No one else can look at the menu when eating at home. The menu is as luxurious and high profile as an invitation to a business celebrity. If you don't open it, who would know that this is just a menu? Yimu flipped the page and read for a while, reciting the names of dishes as if reciting a crosstalk: white truffle, almost sturgeon caviar, French pan-fried foie gras, Italian cheese, bluefin tuna sashimi, Japanese wagyu steak. There are too many dishes on the menu. I just want to drink some millet porridge and eat some pickles from Lubiju. A few fried dough sticks would be even better. Yimu raised his head and looked at Imelda with his big innocent eyes. Imelda was stunned, then revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Master, we don't have these things at home." "I'm just kidding. Let's have a French breakfast." Yimu laughed and stuffed the menu into Imelda's hand, then walked towards the villa. He was hungry too. "I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon, and fighting the goblins for hundreds of rounds was very exhausting. By the way, someone will come to pick me up for work later, please ask someone to pick me up." When he entered the door, Yimu turned around and said to Imelda, who was following behind him. The other party agreed and arranged for the kitchen to serve the food. Yimu returned to his room, found yesterday's clothes and put them on, thinking that it was time to buy some clothes. He didn't bring any clothes from his old neighborhood, nor did he have any spare clothes. Walk out of the bedroom and go downstairs. Sitting at the dining table, watching the luxurious and expensive dishes being served one by one, Yimu felt touched. In the past, he would probably never be able to eat these dishes in his life. "I have to say, it feels great to have money." After the dishes were served, Imelda said, "Master, breakfast is here. Please enjoy." After saying that, he stood quietly behind Yimu. "Now that you've eaten, sit down and eat together." Yimu spread the napkin and looked up to ask Imelda. "Master, we have all eaten. This breakfast is for you." Imelda replied. Yimu nodded and began to eat voraciously, holding a Boston lobster and eating it madly. After more than 20 minutes, Yimu felt that he had almost finished eating and picked up the napkin to wipe his mouth. At this time, the sound of tires rubbing on the ground was heard outside. He looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling window and saw Suanchi getting out of the Maserati, wearing a professional skirt and talking to the Filipino maid. Then the Filipino maid led her into the villa. "Please clean up here, I have to go to work." Yimu wiped his hands and stood up from the chair. Chapter 22 Buying a Car 1 Second Update. "Yes, master, I will clean this place up." Imelda looked at the mess of cups and plates on the table and said seriously. Yimu nodded and walked out, bumping into Suanchi. The shock and envy in the secretary's eyes had not yet faded, and the word disbelief was almost written on her face. "Mr. Yi, I can't believe this is your villa?" Suanchi asked as she looked at the luxurious decoration inside the villa. "Are you jealous?" "How can I not be envious? Any living person would be envious. This is what life is all about." Suanchi retracted her gaze and smiled. "I wonder why Yimu would still live in that shabby old neighborhood when he has such a villa. If you're envious, just come and stay here. My bed is big enough for 2 people to sleep in." Yimu suddenly joked. "Boss Yi is making fun of me again." Suanchi was stunned, then said. Yimu laughed and didn't say much. He went to the bathroom to wash up before coming out. Taking the handbag handed over by the servant, he said to Suanchi, "I'm ready, let's go." The latter nodded and followed closely. After getting in the Maserati, Yimu said to Suanchi, "Let's not go to the company yet. Do you know any car dealerships? I want to buy another car." "Car dealership? I'm not very familiar with it." Suanchi asked, "What price range of car does Mr. Yi want to buy?" "I haven't decided yet. I'll buy whatever I like," Yimu said. Only someone with the financial resources of Mr. Yi can say such casual words. "I remember that my former boss knew a car dealership when he was still here. I can find the door. If Mr. Yi decides to buy a car, I can just give him a call and save the trouble of making an appointment." "Car dealership? Which car dealership?" Yimu asked. "EE Car Dealership on Yuehua Street is the agent for Lamborghini. They also sell other cars, such as Pagani, Maserati, Koenigsegg, Aston Martin. I can't remember exactly, but that's about it." Suanchi called out several names in one breath. He had heard of Yuehua Street EE before. It was also very famous in Shanghai. As for those cars, I don't know much about them. But those names all sound like expensive, hipster cars. But that was exactly what he wanted. Money is meant to be spent, otherwise it will just be a bunch of numbers in your bank card. "Okay, let's go to this one." Yimu thought for a while and said. Suanchi nodded, took out her cell phone and quickly dialed a number. After about 30 seconds, the call was connected. There was an old but powerful voice on the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Uncle Zhang Xiong?" I'm Xiaoqi. I'm fine. It's about this. Yes, my new boss wants to buy a car, so I recommended Uncle Zhang's car dealership. It's okay, Uncle Zhang is busy first. I want to thank Uncle Zhang first. A few minutes later, Suanchi hung up the phone, turned around and said to Yimu, it's done. We can just go there directly, but Uncle Zhang is in Hong Kong, and this time he has arranged for the general manager to wait for us. Yimu nodded and said, okay, let's go. Then, the flirty red Maserati left the Violet Villa district at a distance. Here, the villa where Yimu lives is considered top-notch. There are only about 7 or 8 buildings of the same level. On the way, Yimu's phone vibrated twice, a WeChat message. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Dong Menghan, his college classmate, colleague and good friend. Dong Menghan, Yimu, you didn't come to work again, are you really quitting? Then came another emoji of a seal with a face full of question marks. Yimu tapped the screen with his fingers and quickly typed a message and sent it over. Yes, I told you yesterday. Dong Menghan, okay, it seems you have really thought it through. I wish you all the best. Yimu, well, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together and I'll talk to you. Dong Menghan, I have time. I have nothing to do after get off work. Yimu, I'll pick you up after get off work, see you then. Dong Menghan, okay, let's put it this way. Putting down his phone, Yimu smiled slightly, which was seen by Suanchi through the mirror while she was driving. Is Mr. Yi chatting with his sweetheart? Why is he smiling so happily? She looked teasing. There was a hint of sadness in his tone that couldn't be concealed. The moon on the sea is the moon in the sky. Why do you smile so happily? Yimu laughed and said casually. Suanchi smiled after hearing this. Boss Yi, you are talking nonsense. I am your secretary, not your sweetheart. There is no conflict between the two, right? Yimu said with a smile. Soon, the two arrived at EE car dealership on Yuehua Street. A middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses followed by his assistant was waiting for them. After Yimu got out of the car, Suanchi walked up to the middle-aged man and introduced him. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is Mr. Yi, the new chairman of our Thai entertainment company. Mr. Yi, this is the general manager of EE car dealership. Yimu smiled and shook hands with this unprepossessing middle-aged man. The other party said, Mr. Zhang called. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Yi, this is our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. Mr. Zhou Hongbin, please take care of me. Whatever car you want to buy today, just look at it. I will accompany you to choose. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yimu said, Mr. Zhou, you are too polite. Let's go check out the car first. Suanchi knew why Zhou Hongbin was so polite. Although it was because she called Zhang Xiong, she was just a secretary who was able to speak a little bit, and it was impossible for her to be treated so politely. The main reason is Yimu's identity as the chairman of Thai Entertainment. Naturally, they would be polite to anyone who could be compared with their car dealership. As for the female assistant behind Zhou Hongbin, her eyes were full of surprise. This young man with ordinary clothes and nothing special about him turned out to be the chairman of Thai Entertainment Company. How weird. Chapter 23 Buying a Car 2/3 Update. A group of 4 came to the huge exhibition hall. In front of every famous car stands a car model with a perfectly proportioned body. She was wearing very little, and her white legs and delicate arms were exposed to the air. Some collarbones and backs were also exposed, attracting fiery glances from passers-by. These car models are beautiful. Yimu praised. Although not as good as Ding Chen, the new beautiful model recruited by his company, she has also reached a certain level. Boss Yi has a good eye. These have been carefully selected. If you are interested, Boss Yi. Zhou Hongbin said with a smile. Before he could finish his words, Yimu interrupted him. Let's look at the car first. This kind of unsubtle offer of buying a car and giving away a car model would have made Yimu very excited in the past. But now the women around me are better than these car models. And he prefers clean ones. I was abrupt, please don't take it as an offense, Mr. Yi. Zhou Hongbin didn't care. He led Yimu to those famous cars and introduced each car in detail one by one. It was very lively. I wonder if Mr. Yi has a favorite car. Zhou Hongbin looked at Yimu with interest. The cars I just introduced are good, but I think they are a little lacking. Does Mr. Zhou have any recommendations? Yimu continued. Zhou Hongbin said, our car dealership is the agent of Lamborghini. If Mr. Yi is trustworthy, I will recommend 2 models to you. They are absolutely good. Okay, take me to see it. Yi Mu nodded. The 4 of them walked through the hall and headed toward another exhibition hall. There are no car models here. In the center there are a dozen or so cars covered with pure black silk cloth, spotless. The bright exhibition hall illuminates the floor. Zhou Hongbin walked over first, past the first 2 cars, and directly pulled open the silk cloth of the third and fourth cars. One is yellow and the other is black. Yi Mu's gaze naturally fell on the black Lamborghini. The body has cool lines and is full of wildness. The low body of the car looks like a cheetah crouching to hunt, and the sharp lines make it look like a precisely cut work of art. Every inch of it smells like money. Yi Mu was dazzled by what he saw. This is the newest Lamborghini in our dealership. Xiaorui, come and introduce it to Mr. Yi. Zhou Hongbin waved his hand and called the female assistant behind him. The female assistant looked normal as she walked up to introduce the 2 Lamborghinis to Yi Mu, who was a little dazed. The VN twin-turbo engine, acceleration time and maximum speed were all introduced in great detail. After the introduction, he returned to Zhou Hongbin. Yi Mu didn't listen carefully to the whole process, his mind was on the black Lamborghini. It's so beautiful, Yi Mu sighed in his heart. Does Mr. Yi need to test drive the car? Zhou Hongbin asked, and then said, Xiaorui is a very good driver. She can take Mr. Yi for a test drive. Not for test driving. Yi Mu waved his hand and said, I like this car very much. Let's talk about the price directly. Mr. Yi is straightforward. Zhou Hongbin nodded and said, then let's talk about the price. Other dealers sell this car for 12 million yuan, but our dealership has special channels, and Boss Zheng has contacted me, so I'll give you a price of 10 million yuan, and this car will belong to Boss Yi. Zhou Hongbin said very straightforwardly. There was no rhetoric involved, and Yi Mu felt this attitude was pretty good. This price. Yi Mu felt that there seemed to be no difference between 12 million and 10 million. But since Zhou Hongbin said so, then let us just give him 10 million. This price is very fair, I bought it. Zhou Hongbin smiled and said, as expected of the chairman of a big company like Taiyu. So generous. Mr. Zhou, you are so kind. Yi Mu laughed. The 4 of them went to the counter and swiped their cards to go through the formalities. 10 million yuan was deducted from Yi Mu's bank card, and then he agreed with Zhou Hongbin to pick up the car tomorrow. In the meantime, Zhou Hongbin invited Yi Mu to have dinner at the hotel together, but Yi Mu refused. He came mainly to buy a car, not to make friends. If he bought the car, he would have no excuse to stay. After a simple farewell, Yi Mu and Suanqi left car dealership. Bang! The Maserati's doors were closed. Yi Mu said to Suanqi, if I'm going to pick up the car tomorrow, I won't come. Please help me drive it to my house. Upon hearing this, the other party complained, Boss Yi, I'm your secretary. You treat me like a laborer. It sounds like a complaint, but actually it contains some coquettish elements, and Yi Mu can certainly hear that. Coolly? Well, you've worked hard. I'll give you a chance. Kiss me and I'll give you a gift. How about it? Yi Mu said this, turned around and approached Suanqi. Suanqi chuckled, pushed Yi Mu away and said, Mr. Yi. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would sell my first kiss for a gift? Yi Mu knew she would say something like this, so he smiled evilly and said, really? Real. Then let me reveal a little inside information. This gift is worth more than 100,000 renminbi. As soon as he said this, Suanqi stopped pushing him. Really? Director Yi. More real than real gold. Yi Mu was very satisfied when he saw Suanqi's surprised reaction. Although other methods are also good, using money to seduce girls is still the simplest, crudest, and most effective. It's a deal then. Mr. Yi, don't cheat. Suanqi pursed her red lips, and her big watery eyes looked at Yi Mu with a smile. No. Come and kiss me, I will definitely keep my word. Yi Mu laughed and moved his face closer. At the same time, she pouted her lips, indicating that the other party should kiss her there. Boss Yi, you are such a fool. I would be embarrassed if I opened my eyes. Chapter 24, say one word and think another 500 silver notes for extra updates. Suanqi said, stretched out her hands to cover Yi Mu's eyes, and whispered, I kissed you? Yi Mu was blindfolded and couldn't see anything, so he nodded. At the same time, he smelled a faint fragrance and felt a delicate touch on his right cheek. In a flash, Su Anchi retreated. Yimu opened his eyes and said with some dissatisfaction, "You kissed the wrong place, I want you to kiss my mouth. Otherwise, there will be no gift." Boss Yi didn't specify where to kiss. "You're playing tricks on me. After I kiss him, Boss Yi wants me to kiss somewhere else." Su Anchi giggled and said with some pride. "Okay, then do it again, and this time kiss me. I'll give you an extra 100,000. Yimu said. "No. You have to do it the first time to prove your credibility. After that, you can do it as many times as you want. I can kiss you until you go bankrupt, believe it or not." Su Anchi giggled and pushed away Yimu, who came closer to her again. Yimu also raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that this little secretary was quite interesting. "Since you put it that way, I'll exchange it for the first time and show it to you. Come on, you drive and I'll take you somewhere." "Where are you going?" "Choose a gift for you." Soon, the red Maserati started and left the street. "Boss, give me a pack of cigarettes, 3-5. Knocking on the counter glass, Yimu called over the owner of the cigarette store, who was looking at his phone. The woman with a sallow complexion took out a box of 555 from the counter and handed it to Yimu. "How much is a lighter?" "2. The boss said. Yimu bought another lighter, paid for it, and took out a 555 cigarette to start smoking. He usually smokes, but he is not addicted. Su Anchi happened to go to park the car, and he had nothing to do, so he bought a pack of cigarettes and smoked while waiting. "This is the Silver Pigeon Square where I brought Lu Xian yesterday. There are not only jewelry and watches, but also top-notch clothing from international brands. If you want fashion, we have it. If you want trends, we have it. We also have all the new popular styles of the season. If you want to choose a gift, this is the best place to go." And he just happened to want to buy some decent clothes. After all, he is the chairman of a large company, and it is not appropriate for him to still wear clothes that cost only 300 or 400 yuan to cover his entire body. Taking this opportunity, he asked Su Anchi to help him choose. After all, sometimes women have much better vision. "Mr. Yi." The sound of footsteps was heard behind him, accompanied by a gentle voice calling out to him. Yimu knew that it was Su Anchi, who had parked the car and returned. "Hold on." Yimu flicked the ash off his cigarette and stretched out his arm for Su Anchi to hold, just like those upper-class European aristocrats dancing, except that his attire was a little inappropriate. "Hold on? That's not appropriate, Mr. Yi." Su Anchi said this, but she didn't hesitate at all and directly took Yimu's hand. Yimu sighed. Women always love to say one thing and mean another. After putting out the cigarette and throwing it into the spotless trash can, Yimu and Su Anchi started walking around upstairs. Originally, Yimu wanted to buy clothes for her as well. But Su Anchi wanted to buy a bag and said she had wanted a Louis Vuitton bag for a long time, so Yimu agreed to her wish. As I walked into the brand counter, a female clerk dressed in a refreshing and charming manner immediately came to greet me. "Sirs and madam, welcome to the Louis Vuitton counter," she said with a smile. Su Anchi took Yimu's hand and said to the female clerk with a smile, "Hello, I want to see the new LV bags from the Anthico series." "Okay, it seems that the lady knows us very well. This series of products was just launched last week." The service of the female clerk is very good and her attitude is sincere. He led the two of them to the counter to look at the new LV bags from the Anthico series one by one. "Mr. Yi, does it look good?" Su Anchi took a fancy to one and held it up and posed for Yimu to see. Yimu smiled and nodded, although he couldn't tell the difference between the bags. "Madam, you have good taste. This design is the most fashionable one in our series. I think if you like this one, then..." As she spoke, the saleswoman took 2 steps back and picked out a bag with a similar color and style to the one in Su Anchi's hand. "I recommend this one. The two bags look similar, but this one is made of more high-end materials. If you have the conditions, this one is actually a better choice." She brought the better-looking and more expensive bag to Su Anchi, and Su Anchi glanced at the price. 200,000. She smiled at the salesgirl and said, "Thank you for the recommendation. I think this one is very suitable for me." Yimu just said that the price of the gift was 100,000, and she would not choose something more expensive. This is actually a luxury for her. "Just pack this one up, I'll buy it." Yimu naturally saw Su Anchi's concerns and directly asked the female clerk to package the 200,000 yuan model. "Yes, sir." the female clerk said respectfully. Su Anchi was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled brightly, looked at Yimu and said, "Really, Mr. Yi? This is a bag worth 200,000. Of course it's true." Yimu handed the bank card to the female clerk, then leaned close to Su Anchi's ear and said, "Just let me kiss you later." Chapter 25 Clothes Make the Man First Update. Hearing this, her face turned red. He reached out and pinched Yimu's arm. This kind of action, which only happens between lovers, made Yimu in a good mood. The two then walked out of the Louis Vuitton counter. Su Anchi was in a very good mood, with a smile that could not be concealed in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, and her eyes looking at Yimu were full of tenderness. "Xiao Qiqi, your boss looks so shabby now, do you want me to help him pick out some clothes?" Yimu held Su Anchi's hand and walked around. "Mr. Yi wants to buy some clothes? No problem, I'll take care of it. What brand does Mr. Yi want to buy? Ready-made or custom-made? Don't make it custom. I don't have time right now. Just buy a few pieces at random. The price is up to you. Just make sure they look good on me." Yimu replied. Su Anchi pondered and looked around for a while. She found a luxuriously decorated store and walked over there with Yimu in her high heels. Because of Su Anchi's stunning appearance, everyone who passed by them couldn't help but look back. A few middle-aged men even wanted to hand out their business cards. If it weren't for Yimu, who seemed very close to Su Anchi, they might have really come. Yimu saw the sign above before he walked into the store. English large characters. There is another line of small words below. Yimu could recognize this one. It's Armani, a boutique men's suit store. He didn't know much about this, so he just let Su Anchi arrange it for him. As soon as I walked into the store, the salesperson came up to me with a big smile on his face. "Welcome to Anima. Is there anything I can help you with? Buy 2 suits." Yimu scanned the situation inside the store. "Yes, sir and ma'am, follow me." The female salesperson smiled and led the way for the two of them. They are all high-end ready-to-wear men's suits. Su Anchi glanced at the dazzling array of suits and nodded. "Yes, this is a high-end ready-to-wear clothing counter. Please take your time to choose. I can make recommendations if you need them." "Okay, I'll choose for him, thank you." Su Anchi touched the cuffs of a white suit. Hearing this, the female salesperson nodded and stood behind the two men without saying anything else. "This set, and this set, hey, Mr. Yi, you hold it first." After carefully looking at Yimu's size, Su Anchi started the shopping cart mode. She piled all the suits she liked on Yimu, almost drowning him. "Xiao Qi, don't lose me, I can't see it anymore." Yimu's voice was muffled because his head was covered by his suit. Su Anchi giggled and threw the last piece of Giorgio Armani high-end ready-to-wear clothing on Yimu, saying, Okay, Mr. Yi, please go into the fitting room and try it on. What I picked will definitely suit you." Then, she pushed Yimu into the fitting room. "Director Yi, let me tell you, you have a good figure to begin with. When you put on the suit I picked for you, you will definitely be a domineering and elegant male director." Yimu did not answer. The sound of people changing clothes could be heard from the fitting room. A few minutes later, Yimu opened the door of the fitting room and walked out. Just as Su Anchi said. When Yimu put on this straight and noble suit, his whole temperament changed drastically. "Is there something on my face? Or is my shirt unbuttoned?" Yimu touched his suit. As soon as he came out of the fitting room, Su Anchi stared at him, and he felt a little uncomfortable. "Mr. Yi, please look in the mirror." Su Anchi was stunned for a moment, then quickly pushed Yimu in front of the mirror. A handsome and elegant young man appeared before my eyes. This suit does not have a cold, sharp collar and cuffs, and is relatively gentle. This also makes Yimu look more gentle. Like a ray of bright and warm light. "Mr. Yi, I think you are born to wear suits. You are so handsome and charming," Su Anchi boasted. She stood in front of the mirror holding Yimu's arm, looking a little like a little bird. "Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse." Yimu sighed. "Sir, I have to say that your girlfriend has really good taste. This suit of yours is?" Seeing this, the female salesperson climbed up the pole and praised Yimu endlessly. But Su Anchi didn't hear it clearly. She kept echoing in her mind, "Your girlfriend." The sweet feeling in her heart made her a little confused, and she couldn't explain where this feeling came from. "Okay, I'll buy it then." Yimu was also a little surprised at himself in the mirror. He seldom wore suits before, and they were all very cheap ones, which could never achieve the effect of Armani. In addition, his mood has changed a lot in the past 2 days, and his aura is completely able to suppress this noble suit. After that, Yimu tried a few more sets, and they were all very good. We have to praise Suanchi's vision. When Yimu tried on the last set, Suanchi brought him 2 pairs of leather shoes and asked Yimu to put them on. Yeah, not bad. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yimu praised himself. Suanchi also showed a satisfied expression on the side. This was her masterpiece. Let's go and pay the bill, Yimu said. Then the 3 of them came to the counter carrying suits. Yimu swiped the card and glanced at the invoice, which seemed to be more than 1.1 million. Armani is not cheap to begin with, and Suanchi chose it based on the principle of the more expensive the better, so naturally she spent more than 1 million yuan. Afterwards, several counter ladies packed up all the suits. The 2 men left the Armani boutique, carrying bags of suits, as if they had robbed the store. Chapter 26. I hear it clearly. Second update. Back to the car. Yimu threw the packaged suits on the seat at the back. He leaned back in his seat and let out a long sigh. Mr. Yi? Are you tired after just strolling for a while? You're not feeling well. Suanchi fastened her seatbelt, held the steering wheel and laughed at Yimu. I strongly suggest you give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll give you a full refund. Yimu laughed. He raised his hand and unbuckled Suanchi's seatbelt. Xiaoqi, did you forget something? As he said this, he pursed his lips. Suanchi then remembered that she wanted to kiss Yimu, so she snatched the seatbelt from Yimu's hand and fastened it again. I didn't forget. It was just a kiss. Her tone was nonchalant, and if it weren't for that slight tremor, Yimu would have really thought that she didn't care. You kiss or me? Yimu stepped forward and turned Suanchi's charming little face with his big hand. Boss Yi, you're already like this, do you still want me to kiss you? Suanchi's cheeks were flushed with drunkenness, and she actually bit her lip as she spoke. How could Yimu bear it when such a provocative move was made? Just lower your head and start chewing. Mr. Yi. Suanchi pushed Yimu away with a little force and said coquettishly, Boss Yi, you hurt me. Yimu smiled apologetically and was about to say sorry, but Suanchi pulled him back. This time I'll bite you. A few minutes later, the two separated. Suanchi took out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped Yimu's mouth, saying, the bag cost 200,000, and I gave Mr. Yi 2 kisses, and I've paid it off. You said you kissed me to go bankrupt, is that true or not? Yimu looked at her and smiled. Hearing this, Suanchi threw the tissue at him and said with a smile, you bit me so hard, I don't want it anymore. Yimu picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth, removing the lipstick left by his kiss with Suanchi. It tastes so good, wouldn't it be a shame if I don't eat a few more bites? By the way, it's already this late, let's go have lunch directly, and you don't have to go back to the company yet. Of course I'll go if Mr. Yi invites me to dinner. Suanchi started the car directly and drove out of the Yinga building parking lot. Wait until they drive away. The window of the car next to him slowly rolled down, revealing a thin, monkey-like man wearing glasses, who smiled obscenely. Oh my goodness, that must be a really fierce kiss. I can hear it clearly through 2 car windows. Yimu directly asked Suanchi to drive back to his villa. Send the clothes back and have lunch. Maybe I can even go for a swim and take advantage of the beautiful secretary. It's not that convenient outside. The Maserati drove into the Violet Villa area unimpeded. After the maid opened the gate, it parked in the independent garage. Imelda, there are some clothes in the car, can you help me get them and hang them in the closet? After Yimu got off the car, he saw the young Filipino maid Imelda and another Filipino maid coming over and gave them direct instructions. Yes, master. Master, lunch is ready and you can eat any time. Imelda bowed slightly, then she and another Filipino maid opened the car door, picked up the suits, and walked out of the garage. After asking the kitchen to serve some dishes and bringing 2 bottles of treasured red wine, Yimu and Suanchi sat down at the dining table. This was the first time Suanchi had dinner with Yimu. Moreover, they were sitting in such a luxurious villa. Before this, she had never imagined that she would be able to have dinner with the boss of her company in a villa worth 300 million yuan. However, apart from being a little excited, her performance was not restrained. Those 2 fierce words are enough to melt everything. When facing Yimu here, she doesn't have to worry about anything like she does in the company. I was chatting and laughing with Yimu during lunch, and I felt very comfortable. Xiaoqi, Imelda told me that this is a collection of red wine from a first-class winery in Bordeaux, France. You should drink a few more glasses. Yimu said as he picked up the bottle of red wine and poured it into Suanqi's wine glass. The amber liquid gently rolled into the cup. Boss Yi, you've said this 3 times. How can you persuade people to drink like this? It's too obvious. Suanqi held the cup with her fair hands. We had a lot of fun today, so it's always good to drink more. Yimu smiled. No, Mr. Yi drank this cup for me. I have to go to work in the company this afternoon. Besides, I have to drive you. Don't drink too much. Suanqi pushed the wine along the table in front of Yimu. Hey! Whatever company you go to, whatever job you go to, I'll give you today off so you can spend the whole afternoon with me. How's that? Yimu pushed the wine glass back. Although the smile was gentle, it always gave people a malicious feeling. Boss Yi. The company still has a lot of documents waiting for you to sign. You can't be so idle. Seeing Yimu push the wine back, Suanqi said angrily. Hearing this, Yimu said speechlessly, You are really a dedicated secretary. Then I will drink it for you, and we will go back to the company together later. That's right. Chapter 27, Being Asked for WeChat Third Update. After finishing the meal. It's already past 2 in the afternoon. Yimu washed up quickly, and Suanqi put on some makeup before setting off again, getting in the Maserati and returning to Taiyu. Suanqi didn't play with him anymore along the way. Instead, he talked seriously about a lot of company matters. This also allowed Yimu to have a better understanding of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. Driving from the villa to the company takes more than 40 minutes if you are slow, and half an hour if you are fast. The traffic jam on the road didn't delay much time. Mr. Yi, you go up first, I'll reverse the car. Okay. Yimu got out of the car, waved to Suanqi and walked to the company building. The 2 security guards at the door immediately stood up and shouted respectfully, Hello, Director Yi. The voice is loud and clear. Yimu nodded and walked in. I couldn't help sighing in my heart. If it were in the past, he would probably be carried out by security guards as soon as he entered here. Now, they greeted me respectfully. This changes. Yimu adapted quite well. After taking the elevator to the floor where his office was located, the employees inside all bowed and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Yi. Well, hello. Yimu responded one by one. Oh my god, Mr. Yi looks so handsome today. His voice is so charming. An actress squeezed her legs together shyly. Fox. Don't show off here, Mr. Yi doesn't like you. A woman next to her, dressed in a rather androgynous style, spoke to her with a roll of her eyes. Humph, tomboy, do you think Mr. Yi would like you? The actress said this and left without looking back. Mr. Yi. A clear, ethereal, and soft voice stopped Yimu. Yimu turned around and saw that it was the beautiful lady who could do the splits. He smiled and called out, Oh, Li. Li? He thought for a long time but couldn't think of her name, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Li Wanqing covered her mouth and smiled, Boss Yi, it's Li Wancheng. She was very happy. After all, she was already an artist under the Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. Her mood was completely different from when she met Yimu yesterday. Oh yes, Li Wanqing, good afternoon. Yimu also laughed. Beautiful women are always so pleasing to the eye, especially a girl as spiritual as Li Wancheng. Mr. Yi, good afternoon. Just as Li Wanqing was about to respond, another voice interrupted. She looked noticeably more charming. They both looked over and found that it was Lu Xian. Xiao Xian, you are here too. Yimu's tone became obviously much more intimate. When Li Wanqing felt it, the smile on her face became a little stiff. After all, Yimu didn't even call her name just now, but now he is so intimate to Lu Xian. It goes without saying that this is the result of yesterday's meal. Moreover, after the two of them left yesterday, she hasn't seen them in the company again, and she doesn't know what else they have done. Boss Yi, I am also an artist under your company now. How could I be absent during working hours? Lu Xian smiled sweetly and habitually wanted to hold Yimu's arm. But halfway through, he suddenly woke up. She reacted quickly, lifted her black hair, and took her hand back. Yimu understood her and gave her a slight mocking look. The beautiful Lu Xian also knew that her action was a little inappropriate, and she blinked at Yimu with her big watery eyes. It seemed as if he was apologizing in a playful way. Because others were far away, they didn't pay much attention. Even when seeing this action, everyone thought that Lu Xian was just lifting her hair. But Li Wanqing was close and she saw it clearly. Including the eye contact between the two of them, he also took it all in. This made Li Wanqing's smile disappear completely. "Mr. Yi, I almost forgot, can I add you on WeChat?" Lu Xian said this with some embarrassment. This sentence made many female employees in the company prick up their ears and look over here. Adding the chairman on WeChat is so prestigious. It's just that no one dared to speak first. After all, given Yi Mu's identity, it would not be appropriate. It would be best for Lu Xian to take the lead now. If the chairman agrees, then let's take this opportunity to ask for it together. Everyone focused their eyes on Yi Mu. At this moment, Suanqi also walked in. Seeing so many people looking at Yi Mu, he didn't know what was going on. "Okay, I'll add you." Yi Mu smiled gently at Lu Xian. Lu Xian unlocked her phone and handed it over, unable to help but show pride in the corners of her eyes. It was as if he was showing off his good relationship with Yi Mu. "Ah, the chairman is so gentle. My heart is moved." A young singer nudged his agent with his arm and said with shining eyes. The agent was also a woman. She pouted and said, "Forget it. Do you know what the dream of 900 million girls is? There are so many people craving for Mr. Yi now, but you are not even in the queue." The little singer didn't even turn his head. But he said angrily, "You are talking nonsense. That Lu or something, who just came to the company yesterday, can talk to Mr. Yi. Why can't I?" The agent sneered again. He smiled and said, "That's because she knows how to seize the opportunity. Do you know what scene she acted in with Mr. Yi during the interview yesterday? You know the movie Silver City, right? The most intense oral scene in it. Why do you think Mr. Yi gave her WeChat? Do you know?" After hearing this, the little singer was stunned for a moment. She said a little aggrievedly, "What a pity. When I was interviewing, Director Yi hadn't come to the company yet. I couldn't perform well when I saw Director Xia's freezing menopausal face." Chapter 28 Web series casting one more updates if 100 comments are reached. "You are looking for death, gossiping behind my back. Be careful that Mr. Xia hears and cuts off your tongue. Shut up." The agent uttered a disdainful sound and covered the little singer's mouth. In this short while, Lu Xian and Yi Mu have added each other on WeChat. "All right." Yi Mu handed the phone to Lu Xian and gave another charming smile. Lu Xian took the phone with just the right amount of shyness and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi." Seeing this scene, many female employees rushed forward. "Boss Yi, please add me on WeChat. I want one too." "That's right, Mr. Yi, we also want to add you on WeChat. I'd been waiting for so long. I wanted to add Mr. Yi on WeChat yesterday. Hey, don't squeeze me. Go, go, go. If you want to add Mr. Yi on WeChat, go to the back and queue up." Li Wanqing also wanted to speak. But so many women pushed her to the outermost part at once. She opened her mouth but said nothing in the end, her expression a little gloomy. "Don't you have anything to do?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. The sound was surprisingly loud enough to instantly drown out the noisy crowd of women. Yi Mu looked over with a somewhat awkward smile on his face. I found out that it was Suanqi who came. She looked dignified at the moment, and her eyes swept across the women like a knife. Then Dade came over and shouted, "The chairman has to work, disperse." "What? What's the point of adding WeChat?" A young girl who just passed the interview yesterday complained. But before he could finish his words, he was pulled away by an old employee. The others also dispersed. Within a few seconds, there was no one else around Yi Mu except Li Wanqing and Lu Xian. This Xiao Qiqi's prestige is a bit high. Yi Mu was a little surprised. Although Suanqi usually looks gentle, when she gets excited, she feels more like a chairman than him. Moreover, he was able to drive away so many people with just one sentence. This would not be possible without some accumulated prestige. "Mr. Yi, I'm going to work first." Lu Xian bowed slightly to Yi Mu, then raised her head, glanced around, and left proudly. Seeing this, Li Wanqing glanced at Suanqi and left weakly. Now Yi Mu was the only one left there. "Mr. Yi, it's time for us to get to work." When Suanqi walked in front of Yi Mu, she put on a charming face full of tenderness and called him Mr. Yi in a coquettish voice, which made Yi Mu feel itchy inside. Okay, let's go. He smiled and walked towards the office with Suanchi. After the two of them left for a long time. Why are you pretending so much? You don't even want to give me your WeChat account. You must be trying to monopolize Mr. Yi. What a stinky secretary. A woman with burgundy hair in big waves said with a pout. That's right. I don't know how many times I've seduced Mr. Yi. I've been flirting with him all day long. Humph. Another echoed. However, Suanchi couldn't hear any of this. At this moment, she was massaging Yi Mu's shoulders in Yi Mu's office. Yi Mu sat in a comfortable leather office chair and picked up a pile of documents waiting for his signature and started reading. Now we have a rich and inhumane system, and you can get a guaranteed minimum of 100 million renminbi every day. He can enjoy himself at home, sunbathing, eating delicious meals, and drinking red wine without having to come to work. But Yi Mu felt that it was good to have something serious to do. Otherwise, if you just play and enjoy yourself all day long, it will be boring. He has had such an experience before. Moreover, he is now the chairman of his own company. He is also very interested in what he does. If he could really increase the company's market value to 10 billion and complete the task of upgrading the system to level 2, then he would have a guaranteed lottery draw of 500 million renminbi every day. In just a few years, he could become the richest man in the world. It's really too easy. There was a gleam in Yi Mu's eyes. Just as he was building his grand blueprint. Ding ding ding. There was a knock on the door. Yi Mu looked up at Suanchi, who understood and quickly walked over to open the door. Please come in, Mr. Xia. Suanchi said politely. An icy beauty in a business dress walked in. There was no smile in her eyes as she came over with a pile of documents in her arms. Director Yi, these are some of the more important projects. Please take a look. She walked to Yi Mu's desk and placed several stacks of documents in front of Yi Mu. Oh, okay, I get it. Yi Mu nodded, put down the documents in his hand, and started to flip through the blue shell files. This Starry Sky project? The first one was a bit complicated, and Yi Mu didn't understand it at first. Suanchi leaned forward to take a look and said, Mr. Yi, let me explain it to you. Suanchi spoke very quickly. In about a minute or two, Yi Mu had a general understanding of the project. He then nodded and signed on it. Suanchi also helped explain the following documents. The cold female president Xia Yushi would occasionally interject, but she was very concise, without a single word of nonsense. Yi Mu couldn't help but suspect that she had severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Casting for the web series Urban Free and Easy Soldier? Yi Mu flipped through this and sounded somewhat questioning. Yes, that's right. The web series has already started preparations. Once the cast is selected, we can start filming. If Director Yi takes a look at these people and feels there is no problem, he can sign. Chapter 29 Web Series Casting 2600 Silver Tickets Plus. Yes, that's right. The web series has already started preparations. Once the cast is selected, we can start filming. If Director Yi takes a look at these people and feels there is no problem, he can sign. Xia Yushi said. Yi Mu glanced at it. Both the male and female protagonists are artists under his company. The male protagonist is a popular young actor who is now emerging and gaining fame. Yi Mu often sees it when he is browsing his phone. As for the actress who played the leading female role, she was not very famous and he had never heard of her before. It's obviously to promote the heroine. Well, I have some opinions on this. I want to change the heroine. Yi Mu put down the pen, leaned back, and crossed his hands in front of his chest. The elbows are resting on the handles on both sides. I have to say that the suit he wears looks very much like the domineering president in TV dramas. Xia Yushi's eyes lit up for a moment, then looked away. I want the heroine to be played by Lu Xian, who just signed a contract with Thai Entertainment. Yi Mu smiled gently at Suanchi and Xia Yushi. When I was doing that with Lu Xian yesterday, I found out that she was a virgin, so I gave myself to her for the first time. Then he will naturally have to get corresponding rewards. The necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was just a small thing he gave away for fun. He knew that what Lu Xian really wanted was a role and a part in the show. Then it just so happens that he has the right to distribute this thing. It's nothing to give something back to Lu Xian. Suanchi was stunned when she heard Yi Mu's words. Lu Xian? This little woman just signed a contract with the King of Thailand yesterday. Why? Su Anchi was angry inside, but she didn't show it on the surface. He just smiled and said, "Boss Yi, Lu Xian just signed a contract with the King of Thailand. You are praising her so much. It is really a blessing for her to have cultivated for 8 lifetimes." Yi Mu understood the meaning. Steady as an old dog said seriously, "We always have to train new people. I was quite optimistic about her during the interview yesterday. This girl is quite good." Xia Yushi shifted her gaze to Yi Mu. Then he looked at the female secretary behind him. "I had an idea in mind," nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll make the arrangements. She has been in the company for so long, she knows everything." As soon as Yi Mu opened his mouth, she knew there was something wrong, so she agreed without saying anything. After all, this is not something she can interfere with. Snort. Su Anchi had originally hoped that Xia Yushi would reject Yi Mu's request. As a result, Xia Yushi agreed so readily, which made her very unhappy. There must be something fishy going on between the two of them. Su Anchi was very jealous. Yi Mu signed the following documents quickly. In the end, 2 file items were left for last. These 2 projects are relatively important to the company. Xia Yushi said seriously. After hearing her serious tone, Yi Mu nodded and opened the book to read. The first one is a variety show that the company is planning to produce. The name is Star of Tomorrow. To put it simply, it is about the development of a girl group. The second one is a fantasy IP drama, The Immortal Martial Emperor. These 2 are the company's main investment projects. And we have cooperated with other companies in investment. We have cooperated with large companies such as Urshin Culture Communication Company, Limited and Nei Media Group. The King of Thailand has also invested a lot, accounting for the majority of the shares in several companies. So this is a strategic project of King Thai Company. After Yi Mu read it, he felt that it was indeed very important. These 2 projects were left behind by the former chairman. If Mr. Yi doesn't want to continue, he can cancel them. Xia Yushi continued. Former chairman? Not bad. He left these 2 big projects to me before he left. It wasn't easy to negotiate them. There's no reason for me not to continue, right? Yi Mu smiled and said to Xia Yushi, "I will support these 2 projects." Okay, Mr. Yi. A rare smile appeared on Xia Yushi's face. The advertising and marketing of the Rising Star must be done well. If it is to be done well, it must be better than other similar programs. Only in this way can it gain popularity and attract more people to participate in this program. Yi Mu hesitated for a moment and said. These words surprised Xia Yushi and Su Anchi a little. Just like when Yi Mu acted as an interviewer and expressed unique insights. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll do it. Xia Yushi agreed, and then said. There is one more. The current male lead and male second in the Xianwu Emperor, as well as the remaining few roles, are all popular first-line actors with high traffic. The casting has basically been finalized. Mr. Yi can take a look. When Yi Mu heard the words popular young actor with huge traffic, his expression changed slightly. He is also a person who has experienced the pain of seeing his favorite original work being terribly rotten after being adapted into a film, which is unbearable to watch. So it can be said that we have suffered greatly from this. He immediately decided. I don't agree with this. I prefer to choose second-tier actors with good acting skills. Otherwise, all the money invested would be used as notice fees for the actors. Many places in this big IP, Xianwu Emperor, have spent a lot of money on special effects. I don't want this link to have a lack of funds. Xia Yushi heard this. His expression also changed. The casting was not a decision made by the Thai royal family. If Yi Mu were to change his role, it would have many impacts. Chapter 30, I can only envy first update. Boss Xia, is there a problem? Yi Mu raised his eyebrows and asked. Xia Yushi told Yi Mu about her concerns, but failed to change Yi Mu's mind. She had no choice but to give up. The former chairman actually considered second-tier actors, but he ultimately decided on first-tier actors with high traffic and popularity. If President Yi thinks so, I can show him the audition clips of those second-tier actors. Xia Yushi collected her thoughts and said. Yes, sure. Thank you for your hard work, President Xia. Yi Mu smiled at her. If recasting is required, auditions and rehearsals are necessary, which will take a certain amount of time. Since it is available, that would be the best. Xia Yushi left the office and came back a few minutes later. It was a latest model tablet computer. According to the beautiful president, it contained audition footage of dozens of second-tier actors. Yimu opened it and looked around, and finally decided on a role for the male lead. Chen Xiao. I have been working very hard, but my fame has never been very high. His acting skills were also recognized by the beautiful president. The appearance also conforms to the public's aesthetic taste. However, the traffic effect it brings is not that good. Compared with the first-tier traffic stars, there must be a huge gap. Xia Yushi asked Yi Mu to be mentally prepared. Yi Mu disagreed. The audience is not stupid, and truly good works will not be buried. The premise is to ensure that the work is really good. By using the funds for special effects and letting the actors perform to their best, Yi Mu doesn't believe that this fantasy IP won't become popular. Okay, Chen Xiao, I'll let him know. Xia Yushi put the tablet on the sofa next to her. Then he looked up and asked Yi Mu, now for the female lead, there are two choices. One is our Tai King's leading actress Gu Yiman, and the other is the director's recommendation, Nai Company's first-line traffic flower Lu Chuanya. This one has not been decided yet, I will show it to Director Yi. Then he picked up the tablet again. The information of the two women was retrieved. Yimu took the tablet and looked at it carefully for a while, then he let out a sigh and said, this is quite difficult to choose. I'll go back and study it. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll leave this tablet here first. Secretary Su can help keep it so that it's convenient for you to check the information. No problem. I'll let you know when I come up with the results. Yi Mu nodded seriously. That's basically all the things to do. Director Yi has dealt with them. I'll get busy first, then? Xia Yushi was still quite relieved about Yi Mu. After all, the performance so far has been quite reliable. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xia. Yi Mu looked up at the beautiful president and nodded. Then he watched her graceful figure sway as she left the office. Call. After she left, Yi Mu let out a long sigh. He threw the tablet on the sofa and said, Xiao Qiqi, please pour me a glass of water. I've been talking for the whole afternoon and my throat is dry. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't notice it. Suanqi screamed softly and quickly rushed into the small compartment next to her. Then he took out a bottle of imported mineral water worth several hundred yuan. Yi Mu took it without even looking at it. He unscrewed the bottle and gulped down half the bottle. Mr. Yi, you look so handsome when you drink water. If I were an advertiser, I would definitely ask you to be the spokesperson. Suanqi looked at Yi Mu's Adam's apple rolling and said, you really know how to flatter me. I almost spit out a mouthful of water when I heard this. Yi Mu put the water on the solid wood desk and wiped his mouth. I thought to myself that I wasn't so charming before. This must be due to the corrupt smell of money emanating from him. I still have something to do, Xiaoqi. If you have any questions, just discuss it with President Xia. You don't need to notify me. Yi Mu said as he stood up from his office chair. When Suanqi heard this, she said angrily, what? Director Yi is off work now. He is really lazy. He left all the work for me. What is Director Yi doing? Dry. Hearing this, Yi Mu immediately revealed a malicious smile. Haven't you heard the saying, if there's work, the secretary will do it, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving first. After saying that, he opened the office door and walked out. Suanqi was left somewhat stunned. She thought about it for a long time but still didn't understand. Pick up your phone, open the search bar, and type, what is the next sentence of what should the secretary do if he has something to do? She looked at the search results. Her cheeks suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. She rushed to the window. Seeing the coquettish Maserati downstairs turned into a small cube and slowly left his sight, he said angrily, you bastard, you said anything. Lu Xian, you are amazing. The general manager just asked me to come over. Guess what? General Manager Xia has sent you a notice. You're playing the leading role in City Happy Soldier. Congratulations. You can get the leading role right after you arrived. Lu Xian's agent, Lu Xiaomi, said with a look of great surprise. She was extremely nervous when she first went in. I suspect that Lu Xian was scolded because she asked for Mr. Yi's WeChat. The result is to inform the heroine Lu Xian of her role. She felt like she was in the middle of life and death. Lu Xian was also very happy. But this result is not surprising. With an undisguised smug tone, he said, it was just luck, there's nothing to congratulate. After saying this, she glanced at the people who entered the Tai throne at the same time as her, feeling very proud. The others were so jealous. Everyone secretly guessed that Lu Xian must have a deal with Yi Mu, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten the role of the female lead as soon as she arrived. But I can only think about this idea and dare not say it out loud. It is certain that Lu Xian will be promoted. No one wants to offend her, they can only envy her. Chapter 31 Persuasion Second Update. After Lu Xian left with her agent. My acting is obviously better than hers, why not me? Li Wanqing muttered. Hearing her say this, her agent Shen Ran couldn't bear it any longer. It is also a huge benefit for them as agents if their artists become famous. Seeing Lu Xiaomi's smug look, she felt extremely jealous. Xiaoqing, let me tell you, it's no coincidence that Lu Xian entered the Tai Emperor at the same time as you, and got the female lead role so quickly. She pulled the stunned Li Wanqing to a deserted place. Then he persuaded earnestly, there must be an inside story. Listen to me, the company's director has now been replaced by Mr. Yi. Men like that, and I can see that Mr. Yi is quite interested in you. If you can save face, you can also have such resources. After hearing this, Li Wanqing stood there in a daze. After a long while, she frowned and asked doubtfully, you mean, hidden roles? What else? Shen Ran was somewhat disappointed with her slow reaction and said. Boss Yi is young and handsome, you will definitely not suffer any loss if you follow him. You don't know those greasy, bald chairmen of other companies. They make you sick just by looking at them, but you still have to cater to them. In comparison, Mr. Yi is simply the angel Gabriel. Think about it. If one person succeeds, everyone will benefit. I was expecting to live a life of luxury with you. Think about it carefully. After saying that, Shen Ran left with the documents. Li Wanqing was left at a loss. She is aware of the unspoken rules. But what she was thinking at the moment was, is Director Yi really interested in me? Suddenly she remembered that Yi Mu asked her to do the splits yesterday, and she was attracted and stared at her intently. But after that, Yi Mu did not commit any other inappropriate behavior. On the contrary, he behaved very gentle and didn't seem like the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Li Wanqing was a little confused. From yesterday to now, she felt that Yi Mu was a very upright person in every aspect. He doesn't seem like the type to do something like that. But Mr. Yi and Lu Xian went out yesterday and never came back, and they were still so affectionate today. Li Wanqing thought of the scene where Yi Mu just entered the company today. Maybe it's true. So, I can also exchange resources in this way? How can I do it? Yi Mu held the steering wheel with one hand and dialed Dong Menghan's number with the other. After waiting for a few beeps before the call was connected, he smiled and said, Miss Dong, how are you? Have you finished get off work? I'll be at the company gate soon, about 10 minutes. I just got off work. If you come, I'll put on some makeup and you'll be able to catch up. Dong Menghan must be a little busy, as her speaking speed is much faster than usual. Okay, see you at the company entrance. After Yi Mu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He took out a cigarette from the seat next to him, lit it, and smoked it slowly. The puffs of smoke looked somewhat psychedelic under the red light. On the overpass, the red sunset was big and round. Yi Mu drove a sexy red Maserati to the company where he used to work. Menghan, you are dressed so beautifully, who are you going out with after work? In the women's restroom. A female colleague was washing her hands and said with a smile to Dong Menghan, who had just put on lipstick. Who else could it be? Yi Mu. He asked me to have dinner with him tonight, and I had nothing else to do, so I agreed to go. Dong Menghan pursed her lips in front of the mirror and said. After making sure there was no problem, she put the lipstick into Sui Shen's close-fitting bag. Yi Mu. Him? Hearing this, the female colleague was stunned. Yeah, what's wrong? He hasn't come to work for a few days. This month's salary hasn't been paid yet, and he's still asking you to go out for dinner. The female colleague said with some disdain. Oh? He told me that he has made up his mind. Maybe he has found a better place to go. He is so smart that he would not miss work for no reason. After washing and drying her hands, Dong Menghan left the bathroom. The female colleague hurriedly chased after him. Walking in line with Dong Menghan, she said faintly, he is just arrogant and has high expectations. You and he are college classmates, right? Don't you know him well? Maybe he will go Dutch with you after dinner. You said I understand him, but I tell you, he won't. Besides, it's normal to have one. I don't mind. Dong Manganwai suddenly stopped, looked at the female colleague next to her, and smiled as if refusing to walk with her. After saying this, he quickened his pace and walked out of the company gate. You! How can you not appreciate a good person's kindness? Humph! The female colleague's expression froze, she snorted coldly, and followed him out of the company's door. I don't know the reason. Many of my colleagues who usually run away as soon as the workday ends are now gathering at the company gate. Hey, who owns this Maserati? Why is it parked in front of our company? Maybe he's here to pick someone up from our company. Shaoli, is he your rich second-generation boyfriend? We broke up a long time ago, why are you bringing up such irrelevant issues? Then maybe it belongs to our chairman. Oh, no, the chairman left this morning? And I haven't heard that the chairman has a Maserati. The latest Maserati model has a price tag of nearly 2 million. Who is so rich? A group of people kept a certain distance from the Maserati and discussed the market value of the car. What's wrong? Dong Menghan squeezed forward and asked softly. Chapter 32, Bluffing Enough. Third update. Nothing, just a luxury car blocking the door. A young colleague in the company tried his best to express that he didn't care. But her tone gave it away. That is the envy that cannot be concealed. Dong Menghan said oh and began to look around. Looking for Yimu, who came to pick her up for dinner. As for this Maserati, she automatically kicked me out of the selection range. Because Yimu couldn't afford it at all. In the car. Yimu raised his eyes and saw Dong Menghan in the crowd, and quickly put out his second half-smoked cigarette. Then he opened the car door and got out. Miss Dong. Over here. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat and white teeth, and waved at Dong Menghan. Yimu? Dong Menghan was startled when she saw Yimu walking out of the car. Then he raised the corner of his lips and asked in disbelief, why did you drive this car here? I'm picking you up to go out for dinner. Otherwise, what else would I open? Yimu shrugged. The group of old colleagues across the street were furious. Fuck! Isn't that Yimu? This Maserati is Yimu's car? Are you kidding me? A group of colleagues saw Yimu coming out and were suddenly shocked. Yimu! Where did you get this luxury car worth almost 2 million? A female colleague asked in a surprised tone. My own. Yimu turned his head and looked at her and said so. Yimu, you didn't rent this car just to chase after your goddess. You can't even afford to rent this car. You're really trying to save face but end up suffering. An older man tooted. Really? Look at you, Yimu. Not only did you lose your job, but you also tried to pick up girls by imitating others. You are so stubborn. You won't turn back until you hit the wall. It would be unremarkable if you really squandered your savings. Look at that suit, it's our money if I'm not mistaken, and it's probably rented. In less than a month, Yimu will probably have to pack up and go back to his hometown. Yeah, why bother? After the older colleague said this, many people felt that this possibility was very high. After all, Yimu and the others know them quite well. I don't have any savings and can't afford such a luxury car. The only reasonable explanation is that she rented the car in order to pursue Dong Menghan. And also rented a suit to match. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Yimu sneered. To tell you the truth, I am actually a hidden rich second generation. I came here to experience life with you guys before, but now I don't need to hide it anymore. Everyone can hear this joke. So I don't believe it at all. Oh, if you say that, I'm still the richest man on the Forbes rich list. That's right, not having money is nothing. But pretending like this is too much, it's obvious that I'm looking down on you. Let's go, there's nothing to see. Yimu laughed and was too lazy to explain to this group of people. Because there is no need. At this time, he walked gracefully in front of Dong Menghan. He raised his arms and said, Your Highness, please step into the car. He was wearing a suit and bowed slightly, performing the gesture very properly. Dong Menghan laughed immediately. I can't believe you would be a big star now if you had studied acting in college. Dong Menghan reached out and held Yimu's arm, not minding everyone's gazes. Anyway, the relationship between the two of them is pretty good, so this is not the issue. I'm going to the acting department? Then you can probably only see me on the screen and on posters. If you see me in real life, I'm sure I'll glare at you. I'll let you see what a big star is. Yimu invited Dong Menghan into the car with a warm smile on his face. Then he got in the car from the other side and sat in the driver's seat. He rode away in a cloud of dust. A bunch of colleagues were left to eat dirt on the spot. Is this car really his? Hey, do you think it's possible? You're just bluffing, let's go. Alas, Miss Dong was really deceived by him. What a pity. I wonder if I can see it in the domestic production area in a few days. Xiaowu, can we borrow one to talk? After a few words, the people who had gathered around dispersed. The female colleague who had been talking to Dong Menghan earlier had a complicated look on her face. What the hell? I just accused Yimu of having no money, and now he comes driving a Maserati to slap me in the face. Is that necessary? Humph, what Olshan said is absolutely right. It would be strange if it was your car. It must be rented. The female colleague snorted coldly and left angrily. Dong Menghan, who was sitting in the car, finally couldn't help it. Yimu, is this really your car? Dong Menghan looked inside the car and found 2 cigarette butts inside, so she couldn't help but ask. Yeah, don't believe me? Yimu glanced at the rearview mirror, then accelerated and overtook the SUV in front. Don't say such useless things. Tell me the truth. Did you rent the car? How come I didn't know you bought a Maserati? And you found it after just 2 days? Dong Menghan said unhappily. I understand. It's inevitable that a salted fish will turn over a new leaf. You won't believe it. Yimu laughed, held the steering wheel with one hand, and took out his phone with the other hand to unlock it. After unlocking it, he opened the text message from the bank and handed it to Dong Menghan. Hey. What? Dong Menghan glanced at the phone and didn't answer it. You'll understand once you take a look. Take it. Yimu said as he handed the phone over. Those text messages contained his bank balance. How many zeros are these? Dong Menghan took the message, counted it, and said with a smile, Yimu, how did you get this? More than 1 billion, it's quite impressive. Then he handed the phone back to Yimu. Yimu nodded. In a somewhat miserable tone, he said, it seems that I am too poor in your mind, and I have completely blinded your eyes. Dong Menghan was stunned when she heard this. He said, what's wrong, Yimu? You don't have a fever, do you? You're just talking nonsense. Let me tell you, if you rent a car, return it quickly. It costs a lot of money a day. Why should we be so bothered by this when we go out to play? The buses and subways are all good. Chapter 33 He is ready. First update. Ahem, Dong Menghan, let me tell you seriously again. I am the owner of this Maserati. The bank balance you saw is also real. I'm not lying to you. We have been friends for so many years. Don't you trust my character? Yimu's tone was not serious, but it was very sincere. If it was something else, she would believe it if Yimu said so. Don't talk about my character. You can't steal this much money even if you rob a bank. Anyway, I just suddenly became rich. It's hard to explain to you in detail. Don't think too much about it now. I'll take you to experience the simple and boring life of rich people. Yimu continued, and suddenly grinned, to use the words we agreed on, it is, take you to show off and take you to fly. Dong Menghan's expression suddenly became quite interesting, with shock, suspicion and everything else entangled on her face. When Yimu saw this expression, he felt very satisfied. Then I'll see how you take me to show off and fly. After being shocked for a while, Dong Menghan said. She didn't believe it in her heart, but she didn't insist on exposing it. Yimu was her college classmate, and also her good friend and colleague. After all these years, it can be said that everyone knows the other party's background. Yimu has a net worth of 1 billion after just 2 days of not seeing him. What a miracle! Look at your expression. I told you, don't think too much. We are just going out to have fun today. Relax. Yimu chuckled, leaned over to pick up the box of 35 cigarettes, pushed open the lid with his thumb, and handed it to Dong Menghan. Dong Menghan took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Then he took another one and put it in his mouth. The two of them started smoking in the car. Because there was a gap in the car window, Dong Menghan's hair was blown into a mess, and there was a strange charm in the misty smoke. You just got off work. How about we go eat first, then go for a drive after dinner, and then take you home? More than 1 billion. It would be nice if there were really a billion. Dong Menghan murmured this as if she didn't hear it. Yimu raised his mouth with an evil smile and shouted. Fasten your seatbelts, I'm speeding up. Yimu stepped on the accelerator, and the Maserati rushed out like an arrow. During this time, Dong Menghan was also screaming. It was already dark when the Maserati arrived at Puzhong East Road. In the last century, Shanghai was known as the city that never sleeps, and its lights have become even more brilliant since entering modern society. It was a complete ocean of lights, almost covering up the stars in the sky. Yuejiang Building at 3 on the Bund. As the most famous restaurant in Shanghai, it becomes even more charming in the cover of night. Because Dong Menghan once said it by chance. If he wanted her to agree to his confession, he should at least go to the private room on the top floor of Yuejiang Building and enjoy the view of the river. It sounds beautiful, but Yimu thinks it is particularly cruel. Because a meal at Yujiangla costs at least tens of thousands of yuan, maybe just one meal would cost him a year's salary. If that is the case, how can he pursue Dong Menghan? Therefore, he never had the courage to express his feelings formally before. But today is different. He brought Dong Menghan here specially to have dinner, but not to confess his love. It was done for Dong Menghan to see. He can do it. With his net worth reaching this point, Yimu Zhao no longer had the desire to pursue Dong Menghan. Because he understands himself, now he will not concentrate on loving only one person. To him, his girlfriend is just a shackle. Yimu, you brought me to Yuejiang Tower for dinner? That's really nice of you. Dong Menghan leaned out of the car window and looked at the restaurant in front of him excitedly. Her hands, which were stuffed in the car, kept patting Yimu's shoulders. Today, I will take you to sit in the private room on the top floor of Yuejiang Building. To see the river view. Yimu pulled her back and said, tie your hair up properly, or else people will think you're a crazy woman and won't let you in. I'm crazy? You can make 10 billion out of thin air for me, why can't I be crazy? And? You brought me to Yuejiang Tower, do you want to confess your love to me? Dong Menghan rolled her eyes at Yimu. Then she tied up her messy hair in front of the car mirror. I'm just taking you out for some fun. What are you thinking about? Yimu poked Dong Menghan's head with his finger and grinned. Don't mess with me, I'm tying my hair. Watch out, I might fight back. A third-degree black belt isn't something you can handle. Dong Menghan said with a smile. Yimu stopped immediately. Because he had seen how terrifying Dong Menghan could be when he got angry. She joined the Taekwondo club when she was in college. I never gave up training after graduation. She has now reached the level of a third-degree black belt, and ordinary people are no match for her. Okay, let's go. Do you have a reservation? Don't go in and get kicked out. Dong Menghan cleaned herself up neatly in 2 minutes, then adjusted the position of the weapon with her hands and followed Yimu out of the car. Please, I'll take you out for dinner so you don't have to worry so much, okay? The sound faded away. Chapter 34 Best Friend's Second Update. In the office. Su Anqi was leaning over the desk, writing something down. In front of her was a cup of steaming coffee. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone, which was set to vibrate mode, rang. Su Anqi finished writing the last word. He picked up the phone next to him and answered it without even looking at it. Hello? Hello? What a mess you are. Xiaoqi, you always use this tone every time you call me. Could you please check the caller ID? You really don't care about your sister, man. The woman's voice on the other side was mellow and very pleasant. The words are a bit inappropriate. But it has an intimacy that is hard to refuse. You're just good at talking, right? You're still tearing the roof off the house after 3 days of not being treated. When Su Anqi heard the female voice, she burst out laughing. He put the pen on the table and leaned back in the chair. The person who called was her good friend. She is also a popular actress under the Thai Emperor Entertainment Company, Gu Yimin. She has had a lot of works in the past 2 years, but most of them were second female roles or supporting female roles, and the dramas in which she played the leading female role were not very popular. Therefore, she has never been able to move from the second tier to the first tier. She was extremely depressed because she could only be labeled as a second-tier actress or actress. Always thinking about the opportunity to stand out. At this moment, she was sitting in Teacher Tony's high-end barbershop getting her hair done. While letting Teacher Tony take care of her hair. While holding the phone and talking to Su Anqi. How can you talk to your sister? Be polite. I have good news for you. Recently, my endorsement company gave me a few limited edition Chanel skincare sets. I will send you 2 sets later. Don't. Don't do that. If you don't tell me what's wrong, I won't accept your cosmetics. I heard Gu Yiman was being attentive to me for no reason. Su Anqi immediately became alert. Hey, what's the matter? It's not a big deal for you. I just want you to let me know something. Has the female lead of the immortal martial emperor in our company been decided? Gu Yiman finished speaking. His ear was pressed tightly against the phone, waiting for Su Anqi's reply. Man. Hear this. Su Anqi shouted in dissatisfaction. Such a big corporate decision. Not to mention it hasn't been decided yet. It's settled. She couldn't just leak it out. Oh, just this once, I beg you. Tell me, I promise I won't ask you next time. Gu Yiman was not surprised by Su Anqi's reaction. Because it's not the first time. So she changed her tone to be very flattering. You're at it again. I can't stand you. Su Anqi knew the other party's tactics and would not give up until he achieved his goal. He smiled helplessly and shook his head. Said truthfully, then I'll tell you the truth. Director Yi hasn't made up his mind yet. He said he wants to study it. Hearing this, Gu Yiman was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand to signal teacher Tony to leave. Wait until he leaves. Then he complained, oh, what are you still researching? Of course, you should promote the artists of your own company. What can that slutty bitch named Lu have to show for herself? I don't know how she became so famous. This is a big project for our company, and the company must focus on profitability. Otherwise, if everyone is so willful, how can we continue to operate? Su Anqi said calmly. Don't talk about that for now. Xiaoqi, just answer me a question. How deep is our friendship after all these years? Gu Yiman was not satisfied with the result and changed her words to something more sincere and moving. This made Su Anqi helpless again. She knew this friend too well. Man, this isn't a matter of being best friends or not. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by the other party. Don't say anything else. Answer me. All right. Our friendship over the years is deeper than the ocean. Su Anqi wanted to laugh but couldn't. I felt a headache from being entangled and couldn't help but hold my forehead. That's right. Sisters are in trouble, you can't not help them. Now, as long as Miss Su was willing to persuade our director to save the sisters. We promise. Gu Yiman was quite satisfied with Su Anqi's reaction and continued to speak in a flattering manner. What's so difficult about you? Oh my god. This time it was Su Anqi's turn to interrupt her. If you can't make a breakthrough, you're in trouble. Whether you can get into the front line depends entirely on this project. Xiaoqi, I want to speak from the bottom of my heart. I have waited for this opportunity for a long time. It is very important to me. As Gu Yiman spoke, her expression suddenly became serious. There was a brief silence on both sides. After a moment, the silence was broken. Su Anqi also took a deep breath. He nodded and said, okay, I can only give it a try. Whether it will work or not is still unknown. Haha, little darling, give your sister a kiss. I know that our Xiaoqi is a man of justice, so how about this, you help others to the end, and send me Director Ye's contact information on WeChat. Gu Yiman revealed a big-tailed wolf that looked like it was trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood. Finally his true purpose was revealed. You won't mess around, will you? After hearing this, Su Anqi asked a little worriedly. At this juncture, the word random is worth pondering. In fact, both of them understood it very well. Ranlai refers to the unspoken rules. Xiaoqi, you've learned bad things. Sister, do I look like that kind of person? It's impossible. Don't worry, give me Mr. Ye's contact information. Gu Yiman's tone was very firm. But in her heart, a bold idea slowly fermented. Someone secretly took photos of Yimu on his way to and from work. She has seen it too. So I'm not too opposed to this. This is a great opportunity for her to get into the first line. She will never give up. Su Anqi heard Gu Yiman's tone and thought there wouldn't be any problem, so she said, okay, I'll hang up first. I'll give you the contact information right away. After saying that, both parties hung up the phone. Gu Yaman sat on a chair holding her cell phone. When the WeChat notification sound rang, she quickly saved Yimu's contact information, her beautiful eyes shining. Mr. Yi. Chapter 35 Shock Third Update. Mr. and Madam, what would you like to order? In the top-level private room of Yuejiang building, a pretty waitress handed the menu to Yimu and Dong Menghan. Menghan, please order some food. Yimu smiled at Dong Menghan. The latter nodded. He picked up the menu, covered his face with it, and looked at it for a while. They are all so expensive. Dong Menghan muttered softly. But her voice was very low. Neither Yimu nor the waiter heard clearly. It wasn't long before she started ordering food. 2 servings of grilled beef tenderloin and 1 serving of mushroom soup. Then he listed 4 or 5 more dishes. Yimu glanced at the menu. Found these to be the cheapest of the bunch. Been together for so long. Yimu certainly understood that Dong Menghan was saving money for himself. He smiled helplessly and said, Miss Dong, you are saving so much for me, but you still don't believe that I have money. Dong Menghan heard this. Move the menu that covers the face down, revealing a pair of big watery eyes. She was indeed saving money for Yimu. Yimu rented a luxury car and brought her to Yuejiang Tower for dinner, obviously wanting to confess his love. Whether she agreed or not, she didn't want Yimu to spend money. No, I just thought we should eat less extravagantly, she said softly. Hello, I want 4 servings of black truffles, 2 servings of silver cod, deep-sea scallops, oysters, salmon, caviar. Yimu looked at the menu and ordered all the expensive items, including a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 20,000 yuan. Yimu. This is not appropriate. We are here to have fun. There is no need to spend so much money. Dong Menghan listened blankly to Yimu ordering food and said with a forced smile. She was wondering how to persuade Yimu not to order these dishes without hurting his self-esteem. Yes, just for fun, you have to order it, Yimu said. Okay sir, do you want more of the grilled beef tenderloin and mushroom soup? After taking note, the waitress looked at Yimu and asked. Yimu looked at Dong Menghan again, nodded and said, let's go together. Seeing Yimu's tough attitude, Dong Menghan frowned. Wait for me here for a while. Yimu said this and left his seat. I followed the waiter and pushed the door open and walked out. Dong Menghan was about to ask him where he was going, but Yimu had already closed the door, so she didn't say anything. A few minutes later, Yimu's cell phone suddenly vibrated on the table. Because it was not far away, Dong Menghan was able to see the screen when she was attracted by the sound. The above is a consumption text message sent by the bank. Going to pay the bill? But the message jumped and she could no longer see the balance. A few minutes later, Yimu came back. Yimu, how much did you charge for all those dishes? Did you pay with a credit card? I just saw a text message on your phone, Dong Menghan asked. Yes, well, look for yourself. Yimu unlocked his phone, opened the text message and handed it to Dong Menghan. It clearly stated that Yimu had spent 69,700 yuan at Yuejiang building. And the balance is still more than 1 billion. Dong Menghan opened her mouth in shock. He looked at Yimu, then at his phone, and then cried out, Yimu, do you really have 1 billion? The balance of more than 1 billion yuan had a huge impact on her. Therefore, the cost of more than 69,000 yuan for this meal seems insignificant. If it weren't for this magical drama, it would have made the same 1 billion. She would probably be upset by this meal. Is this true? Calm down. Your mouth can even fit a roasted suckling pig. Yimu chuckled. Dong Menghan's shocked reaction was not surprising. If Dong Menghan suddenly had more than 1 billion yuan in his bank card and he didn't have an awakening system, he would also be shocked like this. After a while, Dong Menghan finally put away her expression of disbelief, looking at Yimu's bank card balance over and over again. Yimu couldn't help but smile. Not long after, the waiter brought the food. The table covered with rose petals was piled high with precious and luxurious dishes. While eating, Dong Menghan kept thinking. What they eat is not food, but RMB. 69,000, how long will it take her to work hard to earn it? The black truffles here don't taste very good. I'll take you to my house to try a different flavor if I have the chance. Yimu had just finished eating black truffles and took a sip of mushroom soup to change the taste and said to Dong Menghan, Your family? Another flavor? Dong Menghan was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand where the black truffles came from in Yimu's house, or whether they were some other flavor. That's right. I live in Violet Garden now. Do you want to come to my house after dinner and a walk? Yimu said calmly. This sentence almost made Dong Menghan spit out the red wine she had just drunk. Violet Garden? That villa area is full of villas worth hundreds of millions of yuan. You live there? Are you kidding me? However, the balance of 1 billion is real. I guess the ZUN villa must be real. You'd better stop attacking my little heart. It can't stand it. Dong Menghan smiled sullenly and didn't say she would go to Yimu's house, nor did she say she wouldn't go. Yimu was not surprised to hear this answer. He wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin and said, "It's nothing. You will get used to it slowly." At this moment, his cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number that he had never seen before. So I just hung up. The two of them ate for about an hour. Now that we've had enough food and drink, and have admired the river view enough, it's time for us to go. I'll take you for a ride. After they both finished eating, Yimu stood up and said to Dong Menghan. Dong Menghan nodded and stood up. Where are we going for a drive? You'll know when you get there. Chapter 36. This is a secret first update. Dong Menghan followed Yimu out of the private room one after another. Just at this moment, a beautiful woman dressed in luxury goods passed by the two of them. Dong Menghan's eyes suddenly lit up. I looked back a few more times. Finally, he gently tugged at the corner of his clothes, and a hint of loss flashed in his eyes again. This slight change in expression was caught by Yimu. At 9:30, the two left Yuejiang Tower. The Maserati drove all the way to a shopping mall with densely packed advertising screens of various big brands. This place can be compared with Inga Square, the New World Global Harbor. Yimu wants to take Dong Menghan shopping to satisfy her shopping desire. Yimu, please tell me, how did you suddenly get so much money? Even if you win the lottery or rob a bank, you can't have so much money. In the car, Dong Menghan couldn't help but ask again out of curiosity. This is a secret, I really can't tell you. Yimu still said this. Snort. Dong Menghan snorted, somewhat unhappy. Just now when they were eating, she asked for a long time, and Yimu answered like this. I still answer this now. Stop humming and get out of the car. Yimu parked the car, loosened his seatbelt and said. New World Global Port? Why did you bring me here? Dong Menghan looked at the landmark building outside and turned to ask Yimu. Yimu had already gotten out of the car. Hearing this, he said nothing but waved his hand to signal her to follow. Dong Menghan didn't ask any more questions and quickly got out of the car and followed. After crossing the street, the two entered the shopping mall, and the magnificent decoration came into view. I want to buy something, can you help me see what you like? The 7th floor is full of women's clothing and luxury goods stores. Yimu smiled at Dong Menghan, revealing his white teeth. Help me see what I like? You want to buy me something? Dong Menghan pointed at her nose and asked. What else? If I don't buy it for you, do I want women's clothes? Are you really going? Dong Menghan said hesitantly. In the past, she would just look at this kind of store from the door. At most, you can go in and take a walk. However, she was often treated coldly by shopping guides, and after 2 or 3 times she stopped going to luxury stores. Yimu didn't argue with her. He took her hand and walked directly into the nearest luxury store. He didn't even know the name of the store until the clerk told him the name after he entered the store. Welcome to Gucci. Sir and madam, how may I help you? A sharp-eyed female clerk saw the two people walk in and immediately went to greet them. She took a glance at Dong Menghan's clothes and knew that she was a poor person, so she was not prepared to receive her. But when she saw Yimu, the Armani high-end ready-to-wear clothes and Yimu's extraordinary confident demeanor made her greet him with a smile again. Let's just take a look. Yimu smiled at the female clerk. The female clerk was stunned for a moment. Nodded and left. Not a word more. As soon as you hear this opening statement, you know that he is not planning to buy anything. Just take a look at it casually. I originally thought he was a wealthy man. Thinking of this, the female clerk pouted and went back to the counter to check her phone. Yimu didn't care and said to Dong Menghan, Miss Dong, take a look at what you want to buy, and don't be polite and save money for me. Dong Manghan smiled and gave Yimu a blank look without saying anything. The two walked around and came to the women's clothing area. Dong Manghan did not go to look at bags or jewelry or watches, but instead chose relatively cheap clothes. Want to buy some shoes? Yimu asked. Well, I think the shoes here are pretty. Dong Manghan nodded slightly. After choosing for a while, Dong Manghan took a fancy to a pair of G floral ankle shoes, but she glanced at the price again. More than 8,000 yuan. So she put her shoes down again. After looking around, I couldn't find anything below this price. She looked up at Yimu and said, Yimu, these things are too expensive. Let's go to a regular store and buy them. Yimu knew what she was thinking. I immediately said, I told you to buy as much as you want. If you think it's too expensive, I can choose it for you myself. Don't blame me if it doesn't fit. Dong Manghan heard this, looked at the pair of shoes again with hesitation, and said, then just buy this pair of shoes. I don't need anything. Auntie, you have 1 billion yuan waiting for you to buy a pair of shoes for 8,000 yuan. How much do you look down on me? If you want to save money, then I will buy all the things in this whole store for you and have them shipped to your house. Yimu said. Look at what you said. If you let me become extravagant, you will be responsible for it. Dong Manghan was delighted. No one had ever said anything like that to her. Of course I am responsible. Yimu laughed. She casually called over a salesgirl, pointed at the few pairs of women's shoes that Dong Manghan's eyes had lingered on, and said, pack these pairs for me. Yes, sir. The female clerk widened her eyes and replied in surprise. No, I just need one pair of shoes. Dong Manghan hurriedly tried to stop him, but his words were not finished. Yimu had already pulled her to the jewelry and watch counter and said, pick a few and buy as many as you like. Dong Manghan's heart was beating fast with nervousness. After looking around, I found that they were all around hundreds of thousands. Although Yimu's previous words reassured her, she still felt that it was inappropriate to spend Yimu's money like this. Yimu, let me discuss with you. We should not buy these things. No matter how rich you are, I can't spend them without any burden. Dong Manghan's family is not rich. I came to Shanghai because of my hard work and was admitted to a good university. Therefore, I am quite sensitive about money and I know how difficult it is to make money. No matter how rich Yimu is, it is not her money. She felt that she couldn't spend the money with a clear conscience. Chapter 37, Unexplained Loss Second Update. Please help me get that watch out. Yimu said with a smile to the salesgirl who followed him. He ignored Dong Manghan. The salesgirl had a big smile on her face and when she took the watch she glanced at her old rival who was competing with her for sales at the other end of the line and looked surprised. Sir, you have a good eye. The movement of this watch is quartz, the case is made of 18K white gold, and the diameter is 38 times 26. Yimu nodded, took the watch and held Dong Manghan's hand. We agreed at the beginning that whoever becomes rich will be helped to take off. Are you sure you don't want to give me this opportunity? The relationship between the two has always been good, and they had made such an agreement a long time ago. Looking back, it was of course just a joke, but now it has become true. Yimu fulfilled his promise. Dong Manghan was stunned when Yimu mentioned the agreement they had made. Then she smiled sweetly and said no more. She obediently stretched out her snow-white wrist. Let Yimu put the watch on him. She concealed all her joy behind her lips and kept it in her heart. That's right. Yimu nodded with satisfaction. An hour later, when the two of them walked out of the Gucci counter again, Dong Manghan has become a different person. She wore a cream-colored silk shirt with a pleated collar and a slim-fitting vest over it. She wore a double G diamond floral skirt and floral ankle shoes. The outfit cost nearly 60,000 yuan. There was also a platinum quartz watch on her wrist, a ring on her finger, and golden lion head pearl earrings on her ears, which together amounted to more than 200,000 yuan. Dong Manghan had a pretty face and a good figure to begin with, and with the way she was dressed, Yimu felt that she was qualified enough to be signed as an artist at his Tai King company. Hey, that girl is so pretty, is she that? What's her name? A little girl who was leaning on the railing drinking milk tea saw Dong Manghan and said to her companions in surprise. I don't know. But she looks like Zhang Juning. Another little girl raised her eyes and glanced at Dong Manghan. Really? I think she looks more like Jiang, yes, Jiang Shuiying. The little girl said disapprovingly. Why don't we go up and ask? And take a photo while we're at it? Go, go. Miss Dong, can you help me share some of the burden? I am a billionaire after all, how dare you let me be your human porter? Yimu squeezed Dong Menghan, who was acting like a goddess, in front of him. After robbing Anima, Yimu didn't expect that he would have to rob Gucci again. He could no longer hold the plastic bags in his hands, so he even hung two around his neck. If he wasn't in good health, he probably wouldn't be able to lift these things. How dare you, a grown man? Women only need to be responsible for being beautiful, and of course you should do the heavy work. Dong Menghan held up her cat-eye-shaped eyes with her hand and said calmly. Under the long-lost double impact of shock and surprise, she has begun to adapt to this luxurious dress. Hello? Can I take a picture with you? The two little girls came up to Dong Menghan and greeted her shyly. But when Dong Menghan turned around, they realized that Dong Menghan was not the star they said she was. Two little sisters, what's wrong? Dong Menghan asked gently. Sorry, big sister, we got the wrong person. The two little girls blushed with shame and turned and ran away. A few words of conversation could be heard faintly. It's all your fault. You still say she's a celebrity. How embarrassing. How would I know? You still admit your mistake. Humph. Yimu and Dong Menghan both heard the conversation between the two little girls and couldn't help but smile. Big star, can I take a photo with you? Yimu spoke to Dong Menghan, imitating the tone of the little girl just now. Be careful or I'll smash you to pieces. Dong Menghan also laughed. Okay, it's getting late, we should go. My arms are almost broken from fatigue. I don't know where you women get so much energy to go shopping. Yimu said. Leaving? Don't you want to buy anything else? I feel like there are still a lot of things I haven't bought: Chanel, Hermes, Cartier, Givenchy. Dong Menghan lowered her head and counted on her fingers. When he turned around again, Yimu had already walked away. She quickly chased after him and said with a sullen smile, Well, you stinky Yimu, you won't wait for me, right? By the time the Maserati drove to the downstairs of Dong Menghan's house, it was already 11 o'clock. After the two left New World Global Harbor, they drove around the city for a long time. All the famous brands that Dong Menghan mentioned were purchased, and more than 1 million yuan was spent in just a few hours. Yimu certainly didn't feel bad, but Dong Menghan felt a little regretful afterwards. Carrying all the luxury goods bags, Dong Menghan got out of the Maserati. Okay, let's stop here today. I won't take you upstairs. I hope you don't oversleep and miss work tomorrow. Yimu gripped the steering wheel and said to Dong Menghan outside the car window with a smile. Why work? If I resell these things, I will be a millionaire too. Dong Menghan smiled. But as he spoke, the smile gradually disappeared. She looked at Yimu, who was ready to leave at any time, and a sense of inexplicable loss welled up in her heart. Yimu! She shouted. What's wrong? Yimu stuck his head out of the car window and asked. It's okay. I mean, thank you for buying these things for me. Dong Menghan swallowed back what she was about to say. She wanted Yimu to go upstairs and sit for a while. But she was also questioning herself. Is it really just to invite Yimu upstairs and sit down for a while? Don't you have any other thoughts? Is it because Yimu bought these things for himself? Dong Menghan suddenly felt that she couldn't bring herself to say this. Are you being polite to me? Just don't smash my head with a hammer just because I don't send you upstairs. Yimu laughed, started the car, and waved to Dong Menghan, I'm leaving, good night. As soon as the words fell, the Maserati quickly disappeared from Dong Menghan's sight. Chapter 38, What You Deserve, third update. Xiao Dong. You got a boyfriend who's a rich second-generation guy? You're so lucky. Look how many things he bought for you. At some point, a young woman appeared at the window on the third floor opposite, looking at Dong Menghan with envy. The reason is weak lighting. Dong Menghan couldn't see the person opposite her clearly. But I knew it was an old acquaintance by the voice. He smiled and denied, No. What are you thinking? Then he ignored her. I went upstairs directly, carrying my things. After returning to her home, Dong Menghan turned on the light, leaned against the doorframe, and had a faint smile on her face. Dong Menghan was very happy. Although he just denied that Yimu was his boyfriend. But she felt that their relationship would improve soon. Because Yimu bought her so many things, it was obvious that he was pursuing her. Just wait for Yimu to confess. She will definitely agree. At that time, there would be nothing wrong in inviting Yi Mu to sit upstairs. But she obviously misunderstood. Yi Mu had no intention of pursuing her. After returning to the villa and taking a shower, he had forgotten about her. "Hey, Imelda, can you give a massage?" Yi Mu was lying comfortably on the luxurious couch in a bathrobe and asked Imelda, who was standing next to him. He had been running all day and his muscles were a little sore. So I suddenly missed Suanchi and the comfortable and relaxing feeling when she gave him a massage. "No, I only know how to do housework," Imelda answered simply. "Okay, then you go and rest first, I'm going to sleep soon." Yi Mu had nothing to say about this answer. After sending Imelda away, he picked up his phone and started browsing. There were a lot of messages on WeChat, including from Suanchi and from the family group. There is also a circle of friends posted by Dong Menghan. The accompanying pictures showed the luxury brands that Yi Mu bought for her, and the text read, "Thank you, little prince." Seeing this post on WeChat Moments, Yi Mu smiled slightly and didn't think about it. In addition to these, there is also a request to add a friend. When he looked, it turned out to be the famous star Gu Yimin. There is also a paragraph on the verification message, "Hello Mr. Yi, I am Gu Yimin. I called you but your call didn't go through, so I came to disturb you on WeChat, please forgive me." When he saw the 3 words Gu Yimin, his heart beat faster. This beautiful woman can often be seen in movies. She can be said to be his goddess for a while. Now she actually took the initiative to add him on WeChat. I remember now, isn't this the actress from my company? Yi Mu suddenly remembered the 2 candidates for the female hostess of the immortal martial emperor when he signed the project in the company. One of them is Gu Yimin, a leading actress in his company. One is Lu Chuanya, a popular young actress from another company. It seems that they added me for the heroine's position. Yi Mu quickly figured out the connection. But I didn't refuse either. Agreed to Gu Yimin's friend request. Gu Yimin called him so anxiously. Add him on WeChat again. This shows that the position of the immortal emperor's daughter is very important to her. Yi Mu thought that maybe something would happen if he asked for help. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated a few times again. Yi Mu opened the message bar and saw that Dong Menghan and Lu Xian had sent him messages at the same time. He first clicked on Dong Menghan's dialog box. The content was to ask him whether he had arrived home. After reading it, Yi Mu did not reply immediately. Instead, he opened Lu Xian's dialog box. "Brother Mu, where are you? I miss you so much." Lu Xian also added a heart-shaped emoticon. Seeing these words, Yi Mu could imagine Lu Xian's gentle and charming tone. I couldn't help but raise the corner of my mouth and replied, "I miss you at home too. Come and keep me company." Accompanied by a kiss picture. Lu Xian responded very quickly, and replied in seconds, "Brother Mu is naughty." Yi Mu laughed. After waiting for a second or two, Lu Xian continued to reply, "I'll be there in a minute Brother Mu, wait for me." Yi Mu replied with a nodding Shiba Inu emoticon. Then he exited Lu Xian's dialog box and started chatting with Dong Menghan. The two chatted about daily matters. After a few simple words, Yi Mu said good night. Lu Xian will be here soon. When he thought about it, he felt hot inside and was not in the mood to chat. After replying the message, Yi Mu put down his phone. I breathed a sigh of relief with a little excitement. Prepare to send someone to pick up Lu Xian with Imelda. But at this moment, his cell phone started buzzing again. When I opened it, I found it was a WeChat message from Gu Yimin. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Gu Yimin, one of your artists." The other side of the screen. Gu Yimin was taking a bath in her mansion. With a bath towel wrapped around her head, her snow-white skin covered with foam, she sent a message to Yi Mu with an excited smile on her face. "Hello." Yi Mu was also very excited. This was a beautiful and famous star that he had never dared to imagine and could never reach before. Now I have become his employee. And he is so humble to chat with me on WeChat. Just thinking about it is as magical as a dream. Then, Gu Yimin tried her best to discuss the matter with Yi Mu for a while. And Yi Mu also cooperated with great interest. Until Gu Yimin finally couldn't bear it anymore. Started asking about the heroine of Immortal Martial Emperor. "By the way, Mr. Yi, I wonder if you, the Immortal Martial Emperor's daughter, have decided yet?" "Oh, I haven't decided yet. I need to watch your and Lu Chuanya's previous films to study your acting skills before making a decision." Yi Mu quickly sent the wording he had prepared earlier. Yeah, that makes sense. Gu Yiman was soaking in the bathtub, holding her forehead with her hand, looking thoughtful. After a few seconds, she replied, Mr. Yi, you haven't seen me in person yet, right? Are you free tomorrow? I want to treat you to a meal and show you a live performance. We can get up close and personal. Mr. Yi, please see if I am suitable for you. This is very interesting. Yi Mu clicked his tongue twice. I understood what Gu Yiman meant. The reply was, okay, you decide the time. Gu Yiman on the other side of the screen was very excited and sat up straight. Replied, okay, Mr. Yi, I'll call you when the time comes. Yi Mu responded with an okay gesture. Only then did Gu Yiman breathe a sigh of relief. Put the phone on the table next to you. Not long after, Lu Xian came to the villa. Yi Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched her walk into the villa, smiling as he flicked the ash into the ashtray beside him. Thinking at the same time, should I get myself some cigars to smoke? Until now, he has not tasted what a cigar tastes like. The rich man has failed miserably. A few minutes. Lu Xian was led by the Filipino maid to Yi Mu's room. Brother Mu. Lu Xian was wearing something different from what she was wearing in the afternoon. But her hair is long, straight black, and her simple and delicate makeup remains unchanged. At this time, she was wearing a leopard print slim dress with a yellow belt tied tightly around her slender waist, one end hanging straight to her knees. This dress already highlights her hot body, and the leopard print makes it even more charming. Lu Xian raised her arms and placed them on the doorframe, showing off her charm. Xiao Lu Xian, it's so late. What's the matter with coming to my villa? Yi Mu asked in a pretentious manner. Hated it's better not to let me accompany you, Brother Mu. Lu Xian said with a smile. She twisted her slender waist and walked in front of Yi Mu. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Also, thank you, Brother Mu, for arranging the leading female role for me. You deserve it. Yi Mu said this, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then put it in the ashtray. Thank you, Brother Mu. There is no such thing as deserved or not deserved. Lu Xian said. His hands kept moving, and he quickly pulled off Yi Mu's belt. His slender fingers then lifted up Yi Mu's white bathrobe. Chapter 39, Meeting at the Villa 1700 silver tickets for extra updates. Ding ling ling. A rapid alarm sounded in a room full of girlish hearts. This place is not big. But there were several little bear pillows. There are also cartoon stickers on the wall. And a painting of a palm of sunflowers blooming towards the sun. The alarm clock rang. Dong Menghan suddenly sat up from the bed and reached out to turn off the alarm clock. Her hair is messy. However, her appearance is still not affected and she is very resistant to damage. Hey, why don't you let me sleep a little longer? She sighed and scratched her hair, then fell asleep on the bed again, muttering to herself. I dreamed that Yi Mu was very rich and took me to Yuejiang Tower for dinner. The view of the river was so beautiful. And take me to the New World. Yes, to the New World global port to buy things, luxury goods worth millions. Oh my god, this is the first time in my life, and now, it's ruined by a stinky alarm clock like you. Her tone was very indignant. He hammered the head of the bed twice, then sighed and sat up from the bed again. When the alarm rings, it means she should get up, wash up and go to work. And she has always been a punctual person, so she complained about the broken alarm clock and got up quickly. As soon as she opened the bedroom door, she was stunned by the scene before her. What is this? These piles of packaging bags. Isn't this the $1 million luxury product that Yi Mu bought for her in her dream? Why are you here? Am I still asleep? Isn't this a dream within a dream? She couldn't help but slap her face, it hurt. It's not a dream. Are these things real? Dong Menghan hesitated for a moment, then came to these luxury items and opened them with her hands. Watches, earrings, necklaces, shoes. As well as Givenchy and Gucci clothes, Chanel and Hermes bags, these are all real. It's true. Yi Mu really has 1 billion. It turns out I'm not dreaming. Dong Menghan opened her eyes before she reacted. Everything that happened last night was real. Yi Mu took her out to play and sent her home, it was all true. Should we give Yi Mu a call to thank him? An idea suddenly popped into Dong Menghan's mind. But when she picked up her phone and opened Yi Mu's contact interface, she began to deny herself again. Forget it, let's not do it, I think I thanked you yesterday. The other side. The sun rises. Outside the private garden of Yi Mu's villa, a maid was trimming the flowers and plants with large scissors, and another was watering them, and both their movements were very gentle. In the villa, Yi Mu was awakened by his own biological alarm clock. As soon as he woke up, he found his legs were slightly numb. And it seemed like something was pressing on it. He looked up and saw that it was Lu Xian who was sleeping soundly on his lap. There was a hint of naivety on the beautiful face at this moment. Yi Mu couldn't help but smile as he looked at her. "Little fool, wake up." Yi Mu reached out and pinched Lu Xian's face, causing her to whimper and utter vague words. "Brother Mu, let me sleep a little longer." Hearing this, Yi Mu stopped calling her. "I pulled my legs apart and went to the bathroom to wash up." At this time, the phone rang. Yi Mu walked to the table and picked up the phone. It was Su Anqi calling. He looked at Lu Xian, didn't avoid her, and answered the call directly. "Hey, Xiaoqi. Director Yi. It's 8 o'clock sharp, you should get up and get ready for work. I've already got a taxi and will be at your villa soon. Be ready." Su Anqi's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. "Oh, okay." Yi Mu was slightly surprised. This beautiful secretary is so dedicated that she comes to pick me up early in the morning to go to work. I can't even be lazy if I want to. I'll hang up Mr. Yi first. The phone beeped. Yi Mu also threw the phone back on the table and found that Lu Xian had woken up. The beautiful girl opened her eyes and blinked at Yi Mu, not knowing what she was thinking. "Brother Mu, Secretary Su is coming to pick you up for work. Do I need to avoid him?" She suddenly sat up and the quilt slipped off her body. "You can see for yourself, I'm at my own leisure," Yi Mu said. Lu Xian hummed. He lay down and buried his head in the quilt again. She was tormented by Yi Mu yesterday and was very tired. She hasn't recovered yet. Yi Mu knew this, so he didn't disturb her and went to the bathroom to take a shower. "System, I want to draw a lottery." While Yi Mu was taking a shower, he sent instructions to the system. The latter responded immediately. "Ding! The system is drawing a lottery." The roulette wheel appeared, the pointer spun, and soon stopped in a small area. "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning 20 rental houses worth 100 million yuan. A cold mechanical voice prompted. Yi Mu was stunned for a moment. Commercial rental housing? It would be better to just give him 100 million renminbi. He needs to rent out the house, but he may not have the time. Leaving it idle is a waste of money and a hassle. However, since I got the draw, there's nothing I can do about it. It's better than nothing. Just find some free time to deal with it." After taking a shower and putting on a suit, Yi Mu looked in the mirror and adjusted his suit. After making sure there was no problem, he left the room. Imelda just came over and said, "Master, breakfast is ready. The guests have arrived." Hearing this, Yi Mu nodded slightly. "I thought Su Anqi was pretty quick." After following Imelda to the hall, I saw Su Anqi, dressed in a beautiful OL professional suit, sitting quietly on the sofa. Chapter 40, Meeting at the Villa 2800 silver tickets for extra updates. You're really quick. You made it here in the time it took me to take a shower. Yi Mu chuckled and walked to the dining table and sat down. "I'm Mr. Ye's secretary. How can I be negligent in picking you up for work?" Su Anqi stood up with a smile and walked in front of Yi Mu. "Sit down. Have you eaten yet? If not, let's eat together. I can't finish this much." Yi Mu put the napkin on his legs and picked up the knife and fork. Su Anqi nodded and sat down. But we didn't eat together. Instead, he put the notebook on the table and started reading. Then, with Yi Mu's permission, report the company's latest situation. Yi Mu nodded frequently. "That's about it. You'll need to go to the company to find out the rest." Su Anqi closed her notebook and said to Yi Mu, "Okay, let's talk about it when we get to the company." The two were talking about this. Suddenly, a charming voice came from the stairs. "Brother Mu? Are you having breakfast? I'm so hungry." This sweet voice appeared. Su Anqi's heart trembled. This voice sounded familiar? And he was so intimate, calling Yi Mu Brother Mu? Who is it? She moved her gaze over and saw a charming woman in a white bathrobe slowly walking down the stairs. Lu Xian? Why is she here? Su Anqi stood up suddenly, then turned her head and looked at Yi Mu inquiringly. The latter shrugged without explaining, and instead said to Lu Xian, "Are you awake? Come and have breakfast if you're hungry. Imelda, bring up her breakfast." Yi Mu pouted at the maid. The maid obeyed respectfully. He was also a little surprised by Lu Xian's appearance. After all, they are colleagues who see each other every day in the company. If Lu Xian shows up like this, it means that she has a good relationship with him. Then when he sees Su Anqi in the company again, how should he deal with it? However, since Lu Xian had made this decision, he would not ask too many questions or interfere. Let Lu Xian handle everything herself. "Secretary Su, are you here so early to pick up Brother Mu for work?" Lu Xian came and sat down next to Yi Mu, and greeted Su Anqi with a smile. At this time, Imelda also served breakfast. Su Anqi hummed coldly and sat down again. "Are you going to the company today?" "No, I'm not going. I received a notice about my role yesterday and the crew called me. I'll just go to the crew directly." Lu Xian picked up the knife and fork and cut the steak on the white plate very skillfully. "Good." Yi Mu had almost finished eating. He nodded and said to Lu Xian, "I don't care about other things, but there is one thing you have to remember: the kissing scene must be out of position." His tone was indifferent, but his words, no matter what the tone was, were heavy enough. Lu Xian smiled sweetly at Yi Mu and said, "I will, Brother Mu, don't worry about it." Su Anqi watched the two of them being so affectionate and felt very uncomfortable. But he didn't show it. He just opened his notebook again and got busy. Yi Mu caught a glimpse of her expression from the corner of his eye. "I know you're jealous." I couldn't help but smile. After finishing his meal, Yi Mu simply washed up and followed Su Anqi. Lu Xian even sent him to the door of the villa. Along the way, Su Anqi was depressed and silent. Yi Mu knew that she was still angry about what had just happened. So he smiled and said, "Xiao Qiqi, what's wrong? Are you jealous?" The beautiful secretary pouted when she heard this, and then said, "Why should I be jealous? Mr. Yi is not my." Hearing this, Yi Mu was happy. If this is not jealousy, then what is jealousy? Yi Mu stretched out his big hand. "So, do you want to do something for me?" As he spoke, his big hand had already touched Su Anqi's leg. This action made Su Anqi blush and feel confused. She whispered, "I don't want to." "Really?" Yi Mu's hands started to become naughty. "Mr. Yi, please don't do this, I'm driving." Then stop the car. Yi Mu stopped attacking and moved closer to Su Anqi's creamy neck and spoke. Su Anqi's face turned even redder. "Mr. Yi." Her voice rose a few notches. She was afraid that something might happen if she didn't stop it firmly. Yi Mu sat up straight when he heard Su Anqi's tone. He also raised his hand and stroked Su Anqi's hair. "What's wrong? Did I go too far?" Su Anqi was suddenly speechless. "Okay, I won't touch you. Just drive well." Yi Mu withdrew his hand, sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Su Anqi glanced at Yi Mu from time to time. "Is Mr. Yi angry with me?" Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of Thai Entertainment Company. Yi Mu got out of the car first. Then he leaned over the car window and said to Su Anqi seriously, "Xiaoqi, I have something to tell you. From now on, you don't have to call me in the morning to pick me up for work. I'll come to the company by myself when I wake up and have time. After waking up, will you come to the company by yourself?" This surprised Su Anqi a little. Yi Mu is the chairman of Taiyu Company. He is so casual at work, the future of the company is worrying. But she didn't say anything, it was not something she could control. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I got it." Chapter 41 Exit First Update. Yi Mu nodded, left the car window, stood on the steps in front of the parking space, took out a cigarette and lit it. He puffed on a cigarette while waiting for Su Anqi to park the car. I have to say that Su Anqi's driving skills are very good and very stable. Yi Mu could hardly feel any vibration while sitting on it. After Su Anqi parked the car, she walked up to Yi Mu and said, "Mr. Yi, I wonder if you still smoke?" As soon as Yi Mu drove his Maserati home, it was cleaned by the servants. There was no dirt at all, including the smell of cigarettes, so Su Anqi didn't see any cigarette butts inside. "Yeah, I smoke when I'm free," Yi Mu answered casually. Follow Su Anqi into the building. "There's no ashtray in the office, I'll get one later," Su Anqi said. After coming out of the elevator and walking through the corridor, the people in the office greeted Yimu actively and warmly as usual. Yimu responded one by one without getting tired of it. The two went all the way to Yimu's private office. Then Suanchi started to make coffee for Yimu. Alas, living like this all the time is really plain and boring. Yimu thought. There was a sudden knock on the door. Come in, the door is not locked. He finished speaking. The cold and beautiful CEO Xia Yushi opened the door and walked in. Her face looked quite embarrassed. Yimu didn't know what had happened and why she looked so embarrassed. Boss Xia, what's wrong? He had a feeling that something bad might happen. Xia Yushi walked up to Yimu. After hesitating for a while, he said, Mr. Yi, the partners of Tomorrow's Star and Xianwu Emperor have withdrawn because of the change in the boss of our Thai entertainment. They are worried about the risks. This incident is undoubtedly a huge blow to Thai entertainment. As the project was about to start, all partners withdrew. It is difficult for Thai entertainment to persist on its own. But if you don't continue, the money you have invested will be wasted. But hold on. The follow-up funds will not be able to keep up, and all previous efforts will be wasted. These are two big projects. It ended like this without any result. Yimu had just taken on the role of chairman when he encountered something like this. Xia Yushi felt upset just thinking about it. In fact, Emperor Xianwu also withdrew from this project in part because the male lead was replaced. Xia Yushi thought about it and decided to say this. She just needed to tell Yimu what she knew truthfully. I didn't consider whether Yimu would be angry. Because only with enough information can Yimu make the correct judgment. She still has more trust in Yimu. Therefore, Urshin Culture Communication and Nei Media Group, as well as the partners of Tomorrow's Star, withdrew due to the change of the boss of Thai entertainment. Xia Yushi felt that it was because they did not know Yimu well enough. All quit? So these two projects will be done by Thai entertainment alone? Yimu raised his head and asked calmly. Yimu was not as furious as Xia Yushi had imagined. This also made her feel relieved. That's right, it's just the Thai entertainment family. I wonder what Mr. Yi is going to do. If we abandon these two projects, it will cause great harm to the company, but if we don't abandon them, the company's funds are not enough to run both projects at the same time. Xia Yushi said with a look of worry in her eyes, if Director Yi gives me a month, I might be able to slowly talk to a few other companies and maybe I can save the situation. Hearing this, Yimu was silent for a while. He put out the cigarette. After a moment, he said, there is no need to delay the project, and there is no need to talk to them. These words made Xia Yushi stunned. Yimu continued, the reason they gave was that they were afraid of taking risks when replacing the directors of Thai entertainment. So they will not come back until I have made achievements. What's more, if we negotiate now, we will be asking for help. It's impossible for the company not to bleed some money. It's better to invest the money into the project. When Yimu was speaking, his peripheral vision caught sight of Suanchi standing next to him. Suanchi had just heard what Xia Yushi said and knew the current situation. Therefore, the complexion is not very good. Yimu stood up and said to Suanchi, Xiaoqi, go and notify all the company's senior executives to hold a meeting in the conference room in 20 minutes. When Suanchi heard this, she gently placed the steaming hot coffee in her hand in front of Yimu. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll go right away. After saying that, he pushed the door and left Yimu's office. 20 minutes later. Most of the Thai entertainment executives gathered in the conference room. Except for two who were absent, basically all of them were here. The conference room is not large, but it is very beautifully decorated and spotlessly clean. At this time, the long conference table was filled with Thai entertainment executives. On the huge conference table, there were documents and tea in front of everyone. Alas, now all the partners have withdrawn. I'm afraid these two projects won't be completed. The loss will be huge. I heard that the partner of Emperor Xianwu withdrew because Director Yi changed the protagonist. I don't know if it's true or not. All the senior executives in the conference room were whispering. Xia Yushi sat in the first seat on the right side of the head of the conference table, still with a cold face and silent. When he heard these people discussing some irrelevant things, he frowned slightly and glanced over. Those people felt her gaze and their voices became much quieter. But still didn't stop. If we can't handle these two major projects well, I'm afraid. Stop talking, Mr. Yi is here. Two blurry figures were cast from outside the glass wall of the conference room. Everyone knew that Yi Mu and his secretary Suanchi had arrived, and they all kept silent. Suanchi opened the door first. Then invite Yi Mu in. After Yi Mu entered, Suanchi quickly stepped forward and pulled out Yi Mu's chair, asking Yi Mu to sit down, taking very considerate care of him. Hello, Mr. Yi. Everyone stood up and greeted Yi Mu. Chapter 42, Conquer 1 Second Update. Yi Mu waved his hand and said nothing more. Okay, sit down and start this meeting directly. These Thai entertainment executives sat down again. Yi Mu sat in the first seat. Secretary Suanchi sat on a small chair behind him. Let President Xia first explain why this meeting is being held in the current situation, and then I'll say a few words. Yi Mu smiled at Xia Yushi. Xia Yushi nodded and stood up. He calmly talked about the withdrawal of the partners of Tomorrow's Star and Immortal Martial Emperor. This matter is not so airtight. Therefore, everyone else knew a little bit about it, and it was not difficult for Xia Yushi to explain it. A few minutes later, the beautiful CEO sat down again. All the senior executives turned their eyes to Yi Mu again, waiting for his speech. Well, President Xia has already made this matter clear. Let me tell you my decision here. Yi Mu took a sip of tea. There was a gentle smile on his face. These two projects are huge investments for the company. It can be said that they are related to the future direction of the company. I don't intend to give up. I am also very optimistic about these two major strategic investments, so I decided to continue with these two projects. After Yi Mu finished speaking, everyone showed a look of surprise. If Thai Entertainment abandons these two projects, it can still survive. If this continues, a financial problem will bring down Thai Entertainment, and the result is self-evident. At this time, a man in his 40s with glasses who sat close to Yi Mu said, Boss Yi, I agree with your decision, but the current funds are not enough to develop these two projects, and it will take time to find new partners. Do you think these two projects can be postponed? Yi Mu listened to him carefully and said only two words, no need. The man with glasses showed a hint of embarrassment and sarcasm on his face and stopped talking. He gave this advice for the good of the company. The result was rejected by Yi Mu. What about doing it independently? He is so young, and he is indeed a rookie who knows nothing. Then, Yi Mu continued, without a partner, we at Thai Entertainment will proceed independently. As soon as these words fell, there was an immediate stir among the top brass of Thai Entertainment. Disdain was revealed on everyone's solemn faces. There were also a few people shaking their heads and laughing. Xia Yushi also showed a slightly strange look. Mr. Yi. A capable woman in her 50s stood up. She is the financial director of Thai Entertainment. At this time, he looked at Yi Mu and said seriously, it won't work without a partner. Not to mention the risks that Taiyu will take if it independently carries out these two projects, we can't even solve the funding problem. Yi Mu pushed his non-existent black-framed glasses, nodded and said, Boss Xia has already told me about this question, so I will give you a unified reply now. First, money is not an issue. As he spoke, a warm smile appeared on his face. I will transfer 1 billion renminbi from my personal account to the company account as working capital to make up for the company's funding shortfall. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room was silent. 1 billion was transferred out from a private account as working capital for the company. The new chairman is so rich and inhumane. Some people who had just shown a mocking look towards Yi Mu felt a burning pain on their faces. Indeed, with this money, as long as you are not afraid of risks, you don't need to find any partners at all. Thai Entertainment alone can make these two projects a great success. Secondly, I hope everyone has confidence in these two projects. This is my first big project in Thai Entertainment. I will put in 120% of my enthusiasm and hope everyone can be serious and positive. Now I will talk about a few more key points about these two projects. Yi Mu leaned back. He crossed his legs and spoke slowly and logically. These words pulled everyone out of their shock of the 10 billion yuan. The Thai Entertainment executives were completely impressed and their expressions became serious. Waiting for Yi Mu's next words. The star of tomorrow. Yi Mu said slowly, we want to increase investment and form a girl group. There are several requirements for member selection. 1. Those who are not signed to other companies, or those who can terminate the contract, ensure that they can sign with our company after the group is formed. Second, refer to Korean girl groups and set strict requirements on members' height, figure, age, and talent. Yi Mu glanced at Suanchi out of the corner of his eye. I found that the other party was recording very quickly. He went on to say, after the group is announced, a one-stop arrangement of albums, TV dramas, concerts, and Thai entertainment will be made to increase its appeal and attract high-quality contestants. Then the show will be extended in number, with 2 episodes a week, for a total of 24 episodes in 3 months. Each episode must be perfect and produced according to the most stringent requirements. Thai entertainment executives also began to open their notebooks and take notes. Record the key points that Yimou said. Yimou paused and continued, then regarding the immortal martial emperor, my first requirement is that the original author must be invited to serve as the screenwriter of this drama as a guide. He doesn't have to be the only screenwriter, other screenwriters can also be invited. Secondly, the filming should be done according to the season. The plot cannot be rushed and the quality must be guaranteed. Thirdly, all actors need to sign contracts for subsequent seasons. We must ensure that the original cast members are retained for the subsequent seasons to avoid a significant loss of viewers. Fourth, except for the 2 leading actors who are decided by me, all other actors will be selected from second-tier actors with good acting skills and strength. No traffic stars are allowed. Then we will implement a guaranteed minimum share of the notice fee, so that the actors can also get a share, so that we can mobilize people's hearts. Chapter 43, Conquer 2/3 Update. After finishing speaking, Yimou turned to Suanchi behind him and said, Xiaoqi, print out these requirements and distribute them later. Okay, Mr. Yi. Suanchi nodded repeatedly. Yimou just said these words. It can be said that he is very professional, and she is full of admiration for him. Yimou turned around and continued, there is one more thing. We need to get the actors to sign on to the film project. If the first season of this IP becomes popular, Thai Entertainment will immediately start planning to make a movie. Okay, that's about it. I'll add more if I think of anything else. After he finished speaking, the sound of keyboard tapping rang out for a few seconds. Then, everyone's eyes shifted to Yimou again. Bang bang bang. Xia Yushir was the first one to raise her hands to applaud Yimou. Her expression at this moment was full of respect. Follow closely. Bang bang bang. Warm applause resounded throughout the conference room, and everyone began to applaud Yimou. Because Yimou gave these Thai entertainment executives too many surprises. From 1 billion yuan in working capital. The professional arrangements for the 2 projects made them look at the new chairman with admiration. All this applause was full of heartfelt joy. After Suanchi typed out the last line, she looked towards Yimou with ardent admiration. The major problems facing Thai entertainment were easily resolved. She couldn't understand why Yimou was so powerful. Yimou smiled warmly and started clapping as well. At the same time, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he can't even handle this small project, how can he build the company's market value to 10 billion? Fortunately, he won 1 billion in the lottery, otherwise he would have to sell all his property to support the company. Dong Menghan came to the staff office wearing high heels. She put on the high-end watch that Yimou bought for her at Gucci yesterday, as well as the pair of golden lion head pearl earrings. The whole person seems to be radiating light. Attracted everyone's attention. That pair of earrings, they're from Gucci, they cost tens of thousands. Where did Dong Menghan get them? The earrings are nothing, but the watch is really valuable. It seems to be the latest watch launched by Gucci with a quartz movement. It probably costs hundreds of thousands. After seeing Dong Menghan, the 2 women sitting at nearby desks suddenly gathered together and started chatting. Women are particularly sensitive to these luxuries. Menghan. 2 female colleagues who were close to her also noticed the extra parts on Dong Menghan's body. Their eyes glowed green and they immediately pulled her over. Hey, what are you doing? Dong Menghan, who almost sprained her ankle, shouted to others. Don't talk nonsense for now. Did Yimou buy these earrings and watch for you? Has Yimou really become rich? 2 female colleagues pushed Dong Menghan into a corner and asked. Yeah, we had dinner together yesterday and then went out to buy it. What's wrong? Dong Menghan asked in confusion. Are you 2 together? I bought you such an expensive thing. A female colleague with freckles on her face screamed. Her shout attracted everyone's attention, and several colleagues gathered around. Hey, Miss Dong, how was your fun with Yimou yesterday? Yes, in a Maserati luxury car, so majestic. Several male colleagues came over and teased her. Dong Menghan ignored them and said to the 2 girls beside him, Don't talk nonsense, we are not together. You're lying. How could he give you such an expensive gift when you're not together? The female colleague looked surprised. But then he changed his tone and leaned over to ask, "Then Yimu is pursuing you, right? We can all see that he likes you." "That's right. Before he left, he took care of you in the company and made you feel as comfortable as if you were at home. Now that he has left the company, he has taken you to buy so many luxury goods. He is so infatuated with you." "No, we just made an appointment to go out and have fun together." "Look at what you said." Dong Menghan's cheeks flushed and she felt a little embarrassed. In fact, she was already overjoyed. Because she also felt that Yimu was pursuing her. He drove a luxury car to take her to top restaurants for dinner and bought her so many things. If he wasn't pursuing her, what else was he doing? "You're still shy. We haven't said anything yet." "Menghan, as a sister, I have something to say to you seriously. Yimu is a good man, you must seize the opportunity." "Yes, the key is that he has become so rich now. Where can we find him if we miss him?" "Go to hell. Is our Menghan the kind of person who would sacrifice herself for money?" The freckled girl patted the female colleague next to her on the head. Then the three of them returned to their seats while chatting. The rest of the onlookers also dispersed, and several of them who had heard Dong Menghan's entire conversation showed expressions of regret. "I didn't expect that Yimu bought all of them for her. How come Yimu is so rich?" "Exactly. I should have gotten on better terms with Yimu earlier. Maybe I was the one riding in the luxury car yesterday." You also need to have Dong Menghan's face and figure. "Hey, I wonder if anything happened between them last night." Dong Menghan, who was sitting next door, blushed again when she heard this. Buzz. The cell phone vibrated. Suanchi handed the phone to Yimu, then started to organize the meeting minutes with a notebook. Yimu took it, stood up, walked out of the conference room, and answered the call directly. "Hello? Is this Mr. Yimu? I'm the landlord. I just happen to be free to inform you now. I want someone to send you the property ownership certificate and keys for the 20 rental houses you bought. Can you tell me your address?" The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man, speaking in Beijing dialect. Yimu heard it, nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I'll text you the address later. That's it for now, okay, bye." After hanging up the phone, Yimu sent the address of Violet Villa to the landlord and returned to the meeting room. "Okay, let's end this meeting here. Let's adjourn now. Financial director, come with me," Yimu said loudly. Then, the Thai entertainment executives all began to stand up and prepare to leave. When the financial director heard Yimu calling her, she rushed over first. "Mr. Yi, what's the matter?" she asked. "Well, it's just a small matter. I'll let Suanchi work with you to deal with the matter of transferring 1 billion yuan to the company. You can go ahead and do your work now," Yimu said as he walked towards his office. "Okay, Mr. Yi. I got it." The CFO nodded heavily and walked in the opposite direction. Her office was next door. Yimu returned to the office, closed the door, and half lying on his leather office chair with his eyes closed to rest. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Yimu didn't open his eyes and shouted, "Come in. Mr. Yi, I have printed out the key points you mentioned at the meeting and distributed them." The one who came was Suanchi. Chapter 44, Sister 1, Guilliman 900 silver notes plus more. "Mr. Yi, I have printed out the key points you mentioned at the meeting and distributed them." The one who came was Suanchi. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Please find the works of Gu Yiman from our company for me to study." Yimu opened his eyes, turned his office chair, and spoke slowly. Suanchi was stunned for a moment. Then she responded, opened the tablet computer that Xia Yushir had given her earlier, and searched for several works of Gu Yiman. These 3 films represent her highest level of acting skills and all of them have won awards. Suanchi handed the tablet to Yimu, and then mentioned a few awards that were worthy of being brought to the table in the industry. Yimu ordered one at random. Watched it carefully for a while. Suddenly he remembered something and looked up at Suanchi and said, "Xiaoqi, go and clarify the funding and budget issues with the financial director first. I will transfer 1 billion yuan to the company account later." Hearing this, Suanchi nodded and said, "Okay, Director Yi, you just watch first. I'll go talk to the financial director." Yimu had already lowered his head again to watch the short video on the tablet. He waved to Suanchi to indicate that he understood, and then she pushed the door and walked out of the office. An hour later, Yimu roughly read the 3 works. The film was about an hour and a half long. Yi Mu did not watch the entire film. He skipped through it and picked out the best parts of the film. Which is the clip that best showcases an actor's skills? After watching these 3 films, Yi Mu had a general understanding of Gu Yimin. Although Yi Mu had seen her movies before, he was not impressed by them. He was more attracted by her beautiful photos. It was not until this time that I realized Gu Yimin's acting skills. Not bad, the degree of each emotion is just right. Yi Mu pinched his chin in thought. Then he took out his cell phone and opened Weibo. Enter the 3 words Gu Yimin in the search bar. Yi Mu wanted to see how many fans she had. After a few seconds of loading, Yi Mu saw that Gu Yimin's Weibo had more than 6 million followers. It can't be compared with the first-tier big-name stars, and the number of fans is only that of second-tier stars. Nodding, Yi Mu entered Lu Chuanya's name again. The number of fans is obviously more than Gu Yimin, reaching 10 million. The number of likes, comments and reposts of her Weibo posts are 3 times more than Gu Yimin's. When it comes to casting, if 2 people are equally good looking and have their own strengths in acting, we will definitely choose the one with greater popularity. At this time, Su Anqi came in again. Yi Mu looked up and asked, why does Lu Chuanya have so many more fans and popularity than Gu Yimin? Hearing this, Su Anqi was stunned. Then he explained, Boss Yi, I know this because Gu Yimin hasn't had any hit works for a long time, and Lu Chuanya just recently played the leading female role in a popular TV series, so she has a lot more fans and is more popular than Gu Yimin. Is that so? If Lu Chuanya plays the female lead in a popular TV series, it will indeed bring a lot of popularity, and it will come with a guarantee. Yi Mu held up his chin and thought. When Su Anqi heard this, she showed a trace of worry. I thought that since Mr. Yi said so, I wonder if Gu Yimin still has a chance. She promised Gu Yimin and was looking for an opportunity to persuade her. As a result, she was somewhat unable to speak. Right now. A Porsche stopped in front of the Thai entertainment company. A fashionable woman wearing sunglasses and a sun hat walked out. Her skin was as white as snow. She wore a simple white corset on her upper body and black women's trousers on her lower body. She was holding an exquisite brand-name handbag in her hand, and her smooth belly and back were exposed to the air, glowing with an alluring milky luster. If Su Anqi were here, she would definitely rush up and hug this woman. Because she is one of the big stars under the Thai Emperor Entertainment Company, the leading actress Gu Yimin. She listened to the phone in her hand, picked up the car key, locked the white Porsche, and walked into the company gate. Well, Mr. Yi hasn't left yet? That's good. I'm already here. Okay, I'll contact you anytime. Gu Yimin put her cell phone into her handbag and walked into the elevator holding it. Because she had someone in the company, she was notified as soon as Yi Mu arrived at the company. After thinking about it, I rushed over. There's nothing wrong with meeting someone in person before treating them to a meal. Walking out of the elevator and across the corridor, Gu Yimin came to the Thai King's staff office. Her high heels made a clanging sound on the ground, and many people greeted her respectfully when they saw her. Hello, Sister Yimin. Hello, Sister Gu. Is this Sister Yimin? I'm your fan, can I take a photo with you? A new artist who came to the Thai King was a fan of Gu Yimin. He was very excited to see her and went to greet her. But Gu Yimin was different from the worn Yi Mu. She ignored these people with a cold face. He didn't even look at the little girl who came towards him and simply ignored her. There was no expression on his face. She twisted her slender waist as if she was walking on a catwalk and walked straight towards Yi Mu's office. TSK, why are you acting so arrogant? You have a sullen face and you don't even respond to my greetings. That's right, this is the attitude of the company's seniors. Someone murmured quietly. The one with the ugliest expression was the little girl who came up to Gu Yimin and asked for a photo. She probably never expected to be ignored by her idol like this. His face flushed, he looked at Gu Yimin's departing back, lowered his head and turned away. Ding ding ding. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Yi, are you there? I'm Gu Yimin. In the office, Yi Mu was discussing casting with Su Anqi. He looked over, then glanced at Su Anqi and said, "Come in." Su Anqi looked a little happy. After Yi Mu asked him to come in, she quickly walked up to him. Since Gu Yimin could talk to Yi Mu here, that was the best thing, and she didn't have to worry so much. The office door was opened silently. A woman who seemed to have walked off the cover of a fashion magazine appeared in front of Yi Mu. The youthful and fashionable beauty is overwhelming. Yi Mu was amazed at Gu Yimin's temperament. It was the first time he saw Gu Yimin in person, and he didn't expect her to be so stunning. Moreover, the pair of murder weapons seemed to be more interesting than on the screen. Yi Mu's eyes were fixed on the pair of peerless weapons for a moment. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Gu Yimin. This is our first meeting. Please take care of me." Gu Yimin's attitude was very humble and polite, completely different from when she was facing her colleagues in the company just now. It turns out that Director Yi likes the fierce one. That's not easy to deal with. Gu Yimin observed Yi Mu's expression and gaze, and bowed appropriately while speaking. It allows the person in front to see it vaguely without being completely exposed. Yi Mu coughed twice, stood up and said, "Well, Gu Yimin, hello." Chapter 45 Main Topic First Update. Gu Yimin took off her glasses and shook hands with Yi Mu. Then he turned around and greeted Su Anqi, who had just greeted him. The two beauties also hugged each other intimately. Su Anqi didn't mind that Gu Yimin came in, greeted Yi Mu first and ignored her. Yi Mu is the oldest in this room. Naturally, you have to greet people in order. And since the two of them are friends, this is not the case. "You know each other?" Yi Mu saw the intimacy between the two and asked curiously. But as soon as he asked this question, he felt a little silly. "How long have you been in this company? Isn't it normal to know each other?" "Well, Xiaoqi and I are not only colleagues, but also very good friends in private." After Gu Yimin and Su Anqi separated, she gave Yi Mu a charming smile. "Oh." Yi Mu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. "Xiaoqi, I have something I want to talk to Mr. Yi about alone." Gu Yimin turned around again and spoke to Su Anqi. The volume was adjusted so that only two people could hear it. Su Anqi listened. "I couldn't help but ask, alone? What are you going to do?" Gu Yimin gave a knowing smile. Then he pushed Su Anqi with 3 fingers. The latter shook his head helplessly. He walked past her and said to Yi Mu, "Mr. Yi, I'm going to go out and buy you an ashtray. You two can talk slowly." Having said that, Su Anqi pushed the door and left. Closed the door tightly. Yi Mu also saw the two people whispering just now. "I don't know what you are talking about." Regarding Su Anqi's departure, there were also some surprises. "Boss Yi, I heard on my way to the company just now that you easily solved the problem of the withdrawal of the company's 2 major project partners. I really admire you." Gu Yimin walked up to Yi Mu and smiled gracefully. "Ha, it's nothing, sit down." Yi Mu stretched out his right hand and motioned Gu Yimin to sit down. "Thanks." Gu Yimin sat on the sofa and continued talking. But they were just some words to get close to each other. Yi Mu was also happy to listen to her. "It's so pleasing to see such a beautiful woman getting close to me. To put it simply, there are 2 words, comfortable." The two of them talked back and forth for more than 10 minutes. Gu Yimin looked at the atmosphere. Then he asked, "Boss Yi, I'm so sorry to bother you with WeChat in the middle of the night yesterday. I wonder if Boss Yi has decided on the female lead role." Hearing this, Yi Mu knew that this woman was about to get to the point. "Yeah, I was just researching this." As he spoke, Yi Mu turned on the computer on his desk, typing on the keyboard. The search revealed Lu Chuanya's Weibo. She has 10 million fans, while you only have 6 million. Her Weibo comments and likes are 2 or 3 times as many as yours. If you want to consider the risk factors, choosing her will reduce more risks. Yi Mu leaned back in his leather office chair, stroked his chin and spoke to Gu Yimin. He didn't say anything definite. Because Gu Yimin drove Su Anqi away, Yi Mu knew that she might do something. These words were just a reminder to Gu Yimin. The other party has a greater advantage than you. The underlying meaning is, how can you make up for your disadvantages? Let me choose you. Gu Yimin pursed her lips and smiled. Put down your crossed legs. Then he stood up and walked towards Yi Mu. She has kept herself in great shape. The wasp waist is so slender and charming, but not worth a single hand. Plus her outstanding temperament. Once people set their eyes on her, it is hard to look away. Yi Mu stroked his chin calmly, watching Gu Yimin come to his desk. Gu Yimin came to Yi Mu's side. He reached out and held onto the desk. Look carefully at the information displayed on the laptop. Her body was pressing on Yi Mu's shoulder, and the latter could even feel the weight of the soft object and its pleasant fragrance. It's just a computer, it shouldn't be that serious. Yi Mu pursed his lips and thought to himself. This action is extremely ambiguous. Mr. Yi, she does have more fans than me. Gu Yaman said faintly, but, no matter what, I am also yours, Mr. Yi. Shouldn't you take care of me a little bit? Gu Yaman tilted her head and looked at Yi Mu from top to bottom. No double chin at all. This was Yi Mu's first reaction when he raised his head. After coming to my senses, he then said with great interest, "You are mine?" Gu Yaman heard the teasing in Yi Mu's tone. Smile with your lips pursed. That's her purpose. I'm from Taiyu, and Taiyu is Mr. Yi's company. Am I not Mr. Yi's person? That makes some sense. Yi Mu moved his hand from under his chin and nodded. That's right, Mr. Yi, ah. Gu Yaman was about to speak when she suddenly screamed. She just wanted to take her left hand off the desk, but accidentally spilled the coffee on Yi Mu's desk. The thick liquid spilled all over the desk and Yi Mu. Almost all of it flowed onto Yi Mu's pants. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't mean it, alas. Gu Yaman's tone was full of panic. He picked up the tissue on the table and squatted down to wipe the coffee for Yi Mu. Because most of the coffee fell in the middle of the pants. So Gu Yaman's hand was not gentle enough and touched a place that shouldn't be touched. It's okay, I can do it myself. Yi Mu looked at Gu Yaman's panic, thought for a moment, and took the tissue from her hand. How can I let Mr. Yi come here? I accidentally spilled the coffee. Please let me do it, Mr. Yi. Otherwise, I will feel bad. Gu Yaman raised her head and looked into Yi Mu's eyes aggrievedly. However, Yi Mu read a special message from those eyes. He understood instantly. With a wicked smile on his face, he took his hand away. Since you said so, then come on. Mr. Yi, this anima suit of yours is not cheap, is it? I feel that your temperament is very suitable for this kind of clothes. Gu Yaman lowered her head and wiped Yi Mu's pants as she spoke. Chapter 46 Decision Second Update. Bang bang bang. The office door suddenly rang at an inopportune time. The two were so scared that they separated immediately. Yi Mu sat up straight, suppressed the panic in his heart, and said, "Come in." Outside the door, after hearing Yi Mu's voice, Suanchi turned the doorknob and walked in. Mr. Yi, I bought you an ashtray. Suanchi walked in and shook the transparent ashtray in her hand. But I felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a little off, so I asked, what's wrong? Hearing this, Gu Yaman began to show off her acting skills. She said with an embarrassed and self-blaming face, I accidentally spilled Mr. Yi's coffee, and it splashed all over Mr. Yi. It was just an accidental spill, it's okay. Yi Mu also began to cooperate with the performance. You two, it's almost time for lunch. How about I invite you two to have lunch together? Then Yi Mu began to change the subject. Okay. Real? Suanchi and Gu Yaman said at the same time. It's true. How could this be false? Yi Mu smiled. He still enjoyed the feeling of being surprised by beautiful women. Suanchi and Gu Yaman came over together. Mr. Yi, where do you want to take us to eat? I feel a little hungry. Suanchi said in a coquettish voice. That's right, it's almost time to get off work at this time, let's go directly. You get to choose the restaurant, whatever you want, you don't have to save me any money. Yi Mu laughed and said. Hearing this, the two girls were stunned. Then they exchanged glances with each other and smiled wickedly. Boss Yi, don't underestimate Yaman because she's thin. She's a very good eater and it'll cost you a lot of money. Suanchi said. Put the ashtray on Yi Mu's desk. Humph, you just don't eat enough, and you're still a foodie. Gu Yaman curled her lips. Then the two women started to sabotage each other. The restaurant was chosen by Gu Yaman. After making an appointment at the company, the three of them squeezed into Yi Mu's two Maseratis and left. That high-end restaurant is only 3 or 4 blocks away from Thai Entertainment Company, very close. Yi Mu felt that the time had come for him to finish his sentence after just a few words. After that, they ordered the dishes, Yi Mu paid, and the three of them started eating. Although the two beauties said that the other had a big appetite and ate a lot, they ate slowly and politely. This made Yi Mu, who had been eating voraciously, feel a little embarrassed. He ate most of the food on the table. Boss Yi, is your home close to the company? How long does it take you to get to work every day? Sipping the red wine, Gu Yaman asked Yi Mu. Her plan was ruined by Xia Yushir before it was completed. So she had to find a way to keep going. Well, Violet Garden is not far away. We'll be there in about half an hour. Yimu lowered his head and spoke while eating. Violet Garden. Gu Yiman, who was almost choked by the red wine, quickly put down the wineglass. Then he looked at Jimu and said, Boss Yi, I heard that the villas there all have independent swimming pools. I really want to go swimming there, but I never have the chance. Hearing this, Yimu understood. He smiled knowingly and said, Sure. The conversation between the two caused Suanchi's expression to change subtly. She looked at Gu Yiman, who looked excited and realized something. Shao Qi, let's go together this afternoon. The swimming pool is very big. Yimu didn't notice the subtle change in Suanchi's expression and invited her. Yes, Xiaoqi, you go to Mr. Ye's house every day to pick him up from get off work, so you are more familiar with him than I am. Please introduce him to me. Gu Yiman also joined in the fun. Boss Yi, you have a meeting today, and I have a lot of things to do. Let's do it next time. Yiman will be fine alone. Suanchi said with a sweet smile. Hearing this, Yimu nodded but did not force it. Mr. Yi, excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Gu Yiman smiled apologetically at Yimu at this time. Then stand up. After seeing Yimu nod, he left his seat. Mr. Yi, I'll go with you. Seeing this, Suanchi also stood up and left. Does this have to happen too? Women's friendship is really incomprehensible. Yimu muttered something and drank the red wine in the glass. In the bathroom. Gu Yiman puts on makeup in front of the mirror. After she finishes her makeup, Suanchi came out and walked over to her to wash her hands. Yiman, have you really decided? Suanchi lowered her brows and washed her hands seriously, and asked Gu Yiman beside her. When the latter heard this, he was stunned at first. After a long while, he smiled and replied, What have you decided? Suanchi glanced at her. Walk to the automatic sensor hand dryer next to it and dry your hands. How could you not know what I said? Yiman, it's too obvious that you went to Mr. Ye's house to swim. Do you think I'm a newbie who knows nothing? After Suanchi finished speaking, she looked at Gu Yiman with her beautiful eyes, which only became sharp at certain moments. She had actually guessed this would be the result. The reason why I asked Gu Yiman. Because she wanted to hear Gu Yiman say it with her own ears, rather than being kept in the dark. I heard Suanchi say this. Gu Yiman also laughed awkwardly twice. He confessed the truth, Shao Qi, I have no choice. I really need this role. Our industry relies on youth. Although I am still very young, if I continue to be so tepid, how many years of good glory can I have? This was said calmly. But Suanchi sounded helpless and sad. The heart that had originally wanted to persuade Gu Yiman suddenly softened. He walked over and held Gu Yiman's arm and said, Well, Yiman, I understand. I have been in this industry for so long. Just take care of yourself. Gu Yiman put her hand on Suanchi's and smiled warmly. Chapter 47, At Your Expectation. Third update. After finishing her meal, Suanchi took a taxi back to the company. Yimu drove Gu Yiman to his villa. My cell phone rang many times on the way. Yimu picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be a WeChat message from the beautiful lady Li Wanqing who could do the splits. The two of them don't see each other often in the company. However, Li Wanqing took advantage of the fact that no one was around and asked for Yimu's WeChat. Yimu naturally would not refuse such a beautiful woman to add him on WeChat. He quickly scanned the content of the WeChat message and then turned off the screen. Li Wanqing said a lot of things, but mainly expressed one message. She thought her acting skills were good enough, so she wanted to recommend herself for the role of the female lead of the immortal martial emperor and hoped to discuss it with Yimu in detail. This is quite courageous. As a newcomer in the industry, she wants to play the leading role in such a big IP and big investment. It's not just a matter of courage, it's also a bit of overestimating one's own abilities. A newcomer has to work his way up step by step in the company. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to get to the top in one step like this. Not to mention that Yimu would not agree. Even if they agree, the resistance within the company will be extremely great. Even though this is a project he is doing independently, he still has to consider market risks. Thinking about it, Yimu picked up his phone again while the light was red. He typed a few lines on the screen and sent them to Li Wanqing. Mr. Xia has always been in charge of casting issues. You should discuss this with Mr. Xia. After that, he closed WeChat and stopped reading the messages. Mr. Yi, how long have you lived in Violet Garden? Not long ago, I just moved here. The car drove for a while and arrived at the gate of Violet Garden Villa area. The security guard recognized Yimu and the two Maseratis. So we just let him go. But when I saw Gu Yiman, the security guard showed shock on his face. He couldn't understand why there were always different beauties around Yimu every day. And this time it's such a big star, Gu Yiman. Although there were many big-name celebrities living in the community, there were very few young people, so the appearance of Gu Yiman shocked him a little. Living here, it's not unusual to bring back beautiful celebrities, right? The security guard looked at the Maserati going further and further away and began to talk to himself. Well, that one is my villa. The car was still a dozen steps away, and Yimu nodded at the villa in front. Oh, it looks so beautiful. Gu Yiman exclaimed in admiration. After the Filipino maid opened the door, Yimu drove the car to the parking space and got out with Gu Yiman. The beautiful actress' eyes were wide open. She has been in the industry for a long time. There is no shortage of luxury and wealth to be seen. But this was the first time she had seen such a beautiful villa. Through those huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can even see the luxurious decoration inside. Yimu looked at her reaction with a smile. I thought its reaction was just slightly better than that of the little girl Lu Xian. It seems that this villa still has great charm. Leaving? Yimu walked up to Gu Yiman and waved. Oh, okay Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for being a little out of control. Gu Yiman came back to her senses and said shyly. No way. Yimu laughed. When they arrived at the living room, Gu Yiman was distracted again. Then he said, Mr. Yi, this villa is so beautiful. I wish I could have a villa like this. Of course you can have. Yimu heard what Gu Yiman said and continued with a smile. Boss Yi, you must be joking. If I don't become famous, I may never be able to afford it in my lifetime. Gu Yiman retracted her gaze, looked at Yimu and smiled. Who said you can't become popular? You are from Thai Entertainment, which means you are mine. Which company boss doesn't support his own actors? Yimu walked into the kitchen and Gu Yiman followed him. Yimu poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to her. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Gu Yiman was actually very excited when she heard Yimu's words. This shows that her decision was right. Because Yimu's words clearly revealed some information to her, and this information was exactly what she wanted. Just as Yimu finished drinking the water, Imelda was walking towards him. He swallowed back what he was about to say to Gu Yiman. Then he said to Imelda, Imelda, get out the swimsuits for me and this lady, and prepare some fruit and red wine. Good master. Imelda bowed respectfully to Yimu. Then he bowed slightly to Gu Yiman before leaving. Sit down for a while. When Imelda brings us our swimsuits, we can go swimming. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll listen to you. Yimu said this and walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He stretched his arms out comfortably on the back of the sofa. Gu Yiman was wearing high heels. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the blue swimming pool outside. She slowly twisted her slender waist and imagined herself swimming in the swimming pool. Chapter 48 I definitely agree 1000 silver notes for extra update. Facing the sunshine, her graceful and charming figure is clearly revealed. Not long after, Imelda took out the swimsuits for the two of them to wear. Gu Yiman went to the room to change into her swimsuit. Yimu didn't care so much. He changed directly in the hall and then dived into the swimming pool. By the time Gu Yiman came out, he had already swum 2 laps. Mr. Yi, your swimming style is really beautiful. Walking into the swimming pool from the small ladder at the side, Gu Yiman smiled and praised Yimu. Yimu laughed and said nothing. When he was in college, he spent an entire summer in the swimming pool and became very skilled at swimming. It's just that I don't have time after I started working, so I travel less. After Gu Yiman stepped into the swimming pool, she swam a few laps on her back and then swam to Yimu's side. Yimu had already stopped at this time, lying on the edge of the swimming pool sipping the red wine brought by Imelda. After that, Gu Yiman lay down next to Yimu. Mr. Yi, you have a great figure. She stretched out her index and middle fingers and stroked Yimu's neck a few times. Yimu didn't say anything. He picked up a cherry from the plate and handed it to Gu Yiman's mouth. Gu Yiman looked at Yimu and smiled. She opened her lips, picked up the cherry, and brought it close to Yimu's face. Yimu immediately smelled her subtle orchid fragrance. She was suddenly inspired and took the cherry with her mouth. The two looked into each other's eyes and suddenly felt a mutual understanding. Mr. Yi, can you let your maid go down first? Gu Yimin said. What you up to? Yi Mu asked deliberately. Mr. Yi, you are asking questions even though you already know the answer. Gu Yimin said with a smile. Imelda, everything is fine here. Yi Mu then said to Imelda, who was standing beside him. Good master. Imelda responded immediately and led another maid out of the swimming pool. Suddenly, Yi Mu and Gu Yimin were the only ones left in the swimming pool. Okay, now there are only two of us here. Yi Mu turned around, leaned on the edge of the swimming pool, and looked at Gu Yimin. The beautiful lady didn't respond and slowly approached. Mr. Yi, you know what I want. Gu Yimin stretched out her arms and put them around Yi Mu's waist, looking into Yi Mu's eyes seriously. Of course I know, and I don't mind giving it to you. After getting this answer, Gu Yimin was speechless. The two of them played in the swimming pool for a while. We came to the sun lounger next to the swimming pool again. Then it stopped. Yi Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I'm going to take a shower first, do you want to join me? Gu Yimin was also sweating profusely at this time. She declined the invitation. She felt that if she went with Yi Mu, she would definitely suffer physical pain again, which was a bit too much for her to bear. Mr. Yi, you go first. She said. Yi Mu shrugged helplessly when he heard this. He picked up the swimming trunks hanging next to the sun lounger and put them on as he walked into the villa. After Yi Mu went in, Gu Yimin jumped into the swimming pool and swam 2 laps, then followed him into the villa. When she returned to the room, she found that the indicator light on her cell phone was flashing. She opened it and saw 2 missed calls. It was a call from a good friend. She dialed the number quickly. Hello, Zana, who's calling? Yeah, I called you twice but you didn't answer. Nothing much, I just have some free time recently and wanted to go shopping with you. If it's not convenient for you, forget it. As soon as she finished speaking, the sweet girl on the other side started talking. How could that be? It's so convenient for me, but I can't go shopping right now. I'm at our chairman's house right now. Gu Yimin answered immediately. Hey! Chairman? I heard that there's a new male director at Thai Entertainment. Are you clinging to the boss, man? The other party's tone was a little surprised. You are the only one who is well informed. So you know that I really can't spare the time to go shopping right now. Gu Yimin smiled. It's okay. You've devoted your body and soul to your career. I understand. You deserve a beating for your poor mouth. Gu Yimin heard the other parties teasing and pretended to be angry. After chatting for a few more words, Gu Yimin hung up the phone. But she thought about it. I have to accompany Yi Mu today and I can't spare the time. And after today, Zana didn't know how long she would be busy. We are all very busy people and don't have much time to get together. If we could call Zana over to play with us, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Looking at her phone, Gu Yimin came back and lay down on the sun lounger next to the swimming pool. Not long after, Yi Mu walked out of the villa. He changed into ordinary shorts. His hair was still a little wet, and he had a towel around his neck. His strong and sturdy body exudes the masculine charm of a man under the sunshine. Mr. Yi, I want to discuss something with you. Gu Yimin sat up straight immediately when she saw Yi Mu. What is it? Yi Mu sat on the sun lounger next to her and took the towel from his neck to wipe his head. That's right, Mr. Yi, can I ask a friend to come and play with me? Gu Yimin asked tentatively. Friends? Boyfriend or girlfriend? Yi Mu stopped what he was doing. You know Zana from Tangti on film and television, right? Gu Yimin replied. Hearing this, Yi Mu was stunned at first. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Zana from Tangti on film and television company? It turned out to be Zana. This is a very popular female star. Yi Mu is simply a household name. He also didn't expect that Zana and Gu Yimin were good friends. Since they wanted to come to his villa to play, of course he would agree. So he said to Gu Yimin a little excitedly, of course, there is no need to discuss this matter. Since you asked me, I will definitely agree. Gu Yimin smiled and said, then I'd like to thank Director Yi first. I'll call Zana and tell her. Chapter 49 Meeting 1100 Silver Notes plus more. Then she picked up the phone and walked away. After 2 or 3 minutes, he hung up the phone and came back to Yi Mu. Mr. Yi, she's playing in Zhangtian building right now. It's very close to here, so she'll be here in no time. Okay. Yi Mu nodded. Just at this time, Imelda brought the tea again. Yi Mu said to her, "A friend will be coming over later, please send someone to pick him up." "Good master," Imelda said. "You don't have to call me master anymore. Just call me by my name." Yi Mu said a little embarrassedly. He didn't feel anything in front of Lu Xian. But in front of Gu Yimin, he felt that such a name was quite childish. "Okay, Mr. Yi." Imelda was stunned for a moment, then changed her address and did not call Yi Mu by his name directly. Yi Mu nodded. The title Mr. Yi is quite elegant and he likes it very much. After Imelda left, Gu Yimin started talking to Yi Mu politely, as if what had just happened had never happened. The content also talks about some things about Zana, her latest work and award-winning. When Gu Yimin said this, she also revealed an envious look. It takes about 20 minutes. The door of the villa was opened. A black business car drove in and parked in the parking space next to it. Then, the car door opened and a young and beautiful woman walked out. She is tall and slender, with skin that seems to be as smooth as a finger. It must be because they were afraid of being secretly photographed. She was wearing ordinary jeans and a leather jacket, a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses. Wait until she takes off her sunglasses. You can see her beautiful eyes that are as clear as autumn water. Gu Yimin greeted her with a smile. "Zana. Man. The beautiful lady also came over with a smile. Then he gave Gu Yimin, who was wearing a swimsuit, a small hug. The two of them hugged each other. Another man got out of the driving seat of the car. He is of sturdy build, over 1.80 meters tall, and wears black sunglasses. He exudes a fierce aura that makes people afraid to approach him. "Hello, I heard from Man that you must be Mr. Yi, the new chairman of Thai Entertainment?" After Zana and Gu Yimin hugged each other and parted, she walked up to Yi Mu and shook hands with him. "Yes, that's me. Hello, Miss Zana." Yi Mu smiled politely and shook hands with her. But he was only wearing a pair of shorts. Being polite is not that obvious either. The warm attitude made Zana's smile even brighter. "It's my first visit, so I can't come empty-handed. I just happened to be at the Zhangtian building and saw a Jaeger LeCoultre watch that I thought would suit Mr. Yi, so I bought it. Please don't think it's too little," Zana said as she waved to the burly man behind her. The sturdy man immediately understood. He got into the car and took out an exquisite packaging bag and handed it to Zana. Zana took it and handed it to Yi Mu. "Then I'll be grateful to you. Thank you so much, Miss Zana. You're so polite." Yi Mu took it with a smile. Since Zana gave him this Jaeger LeCoultre watch, it must not be cheap. It would take hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yi Mu suddenly felt that Zana was very polite. After all, Zana is different from women like Gu Yimin, Lu Xian and Suanqi. There is no friendship between the two. And they are in different companies. However, although Zana is very famous, her status is lower than Yi Mu, so it is normal for her to visit Yi Mu and give him gifts. This is also to give face to Gu Yimin. She and Gu Yimin are friends, and coming empty-handed would be embarrassing for Gu Yimin. "We are also stuck standing here, please sit inside." Yi Mu didn't even look at it, he handed the watch to Imelda beside him, and then ordered, "Prepare some tea." "That's right, Zana, let's go inside. It's already afternoon and the sun is still quite strong," Gu Yimin also said with a smile. Zana nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. First, he asked the bodyguard to drive the car out and wait outside, and then he followed the two of them into the villa. After walking to the villa, Yi Mu asked Imelda to entertain Zana and Gu Yimin first, while he went upstairs to change clothes. After searching for a long time, he found that he only had a suit. "I shook my head and had to pick it up and put it on. You can't wear shorts all the time." After adjusting his collar, a handsome young man suddenly appeared in the mirror. Yi Mu nodded with satisfaction and went downstairs again. "Mr. Yi looks really energetic." When Zana saw Yi Mu coming downstairs in a suit, her eyes lit up and she stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, "You're welcome, Miss Zana. Please sit down." Yi Mu walked closer and waved his hand, motioning her to sit down. Then he smiled and said to her and Gu Yimin, "I wanted to change into casual clothes, but I didn't bring any clothes with me when I moved last time. I only have suits at home, and it's really inappropriate to meet guests in shorts, so I just changed into them." Mr. Yi is too polite. Zana's teeth are very neat and white, and her smile is very contagious. At this time, Gu Yimin suddenly stood up and said, Mr. Yi, Zana, I just swam and sweated a lot. I'll go upstairs and take a shower first. You guys chat. As he said this, he walked up the stairs slowly. Only Yimu and Naza were left in the living room. The two of them didn't have much to talk about. But just now, Gu Yimin told Yimu a lot of interesting stories. Yimu said it again, causing Zana to giggle. He vowed to tear Gu Yimin apart for saying all these embarrassing things. I wonder if Ms. Zana has any other activities? If it's convenient, why don't we have dinner together here? Yimu said enthusiastically. Is this okay? Zana asked. Of course, as long as Miss Zana is willing. Yimu said. I really don't have anything to do today. If Mr. Yi doesn't mind, I can have a meal here. Zana said. Ha, it's not right to say you're eating for free. While the two were chatting, Gu Yimin had already finished her shower, changed her clothes, and walked downstairs. After chatting for a while, Yimu asked Imelda to prepare the meal. He was going to have a wonderful candlelight dinner with the two beauties. Chapter 50 Invitation 1200 Silver Notes plus more. Boss Yi, should we add each other on WeChat and leave each other our phone numbers? Zana picked up the phone and spoke to Yimu. The person in front of her is the boss of a big entertainment company. Now that she had the chance to talk, she wasn't going to miss it. So he took the initiative to ask for Yimu's contact information. No problem, that's what I was going to say. Yimu smiled and nodded. During working hours, Dong Menghan would open WeChat from time to time, waiting for news from Yimu. However, she felt as if she had been forgotten, and Yimu ignored her all day. You were so nice yesterday, but you didn't message me for the whole day. After checking WeChat, Dong Menghan closed it again in displeasure. She couldn't understand why Yimu, who was so nice to her yesterday, ignored her all day. Isn't Yimu chasing me? Dong Menghan was suddenly confused. After thinking about it, she felt that this possibility was very high. If you want to pursue her, it's impossible to go a whole day without any news. When Yimu was in the company, he always cared about her every day. Such a sudden change in attitude made it difficult for Dong Menghan to adapt. Even when I get off work, I feel a little lost. Several female colleagues walked side by side with Dong Menghan all the way to the company entrance. Menghan, why didn't your boyfriend come to pick you up? Didn't he come yesterday? The freckled girl looked at Dong Menghan and asked. Hey, he must be a big boss now, how can he have the time? It's good enough that he can come to pick Menghan up in person once. Another dark-skinned female colleague spoke before Dong Menghan. No one mentioned Yimu's name, but everyone knew that the boyfriend and big boss they were talking about was Yimu. You guys are so annoying. I told you, I have nothing to do with Yimu. Dong Menghan said weakly. You're just being stubborn. Who would have the time to buy you so many expensive things? We all saw what you posted on your moments yesterday. It must have cost at least $1 million. The freckled girl said enviously. That's right. And, Menghan, you must seize the opportunity and maintain your relationship. Otherwise, Yimu is so rich, it will be easy for him to be snatched away by a mistress. In my opinion, even a mistress like the 9th or 10th one can't stop him. Another female colleague left the company first with a sly smile and played around with the freckled girl. But Dong Menghan slowed down his pace and kept thinking. Seize the opportunity, do you want me to chase him? Thinking of this, Dong Menghan became angry. Yimu ignored her the whole day, and she still wanted her to pursue Yimu? Stinky Yimu, bad Yimu. Humph, don't come to me next time, I will sever diplomatic relations with you. Thinking of this, Dong Menghan stepped on her high heels and left the company gate. Violet Villa. After dinner, Gu Yimin left with Zana. But before leaving, she told Yimu that she just wanted to see Zana off. She will come back after sending her off. And it's an overnight stay. Yimu smiled knowingly and let her go. When Gu Yimin returned to the villa, it was already past 9 o'clock. As she was walking on the road leading to Yimu's villa, her cell phone vibrated. Open it and take a look. It turned out to be a message sent to her by Suanchi. How's it going? Gu Yimin frowned slightly. I thought for a long time but couldn't figure out how to reply to Suanchi. Tell her that you successfully slept with Yimu? After thinking about it, she just replied with an okay. On the other side, Suanchi was sitting in Yimu's deserted office, looking through the window of the building at the hazy moonlight and lights outside. After receiving Gu Yiman's reply, she took a breath. I pressed the lock screen button on my phone and held onto the window with both hands. Through the refraction of light, the glass reflected Suanchi's beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. I'm just playing along. She tapped the window twice, then turned and left Yimu's office. Don't get emotional. The next day, Gu Yiman left Yimu's villa early in the morning and told Imelda to tell Yimu. Yimu slept until the afternoon. He and Gu Yiman fought fiercely all night yesterday, and even a strong man would be tired. After waking up and being told by Imelda that Gu Yiman had left early, he couldn't help but admire her. Such a slim beauty has such great physical strength. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibrations sounded. Yimu, who was lying on the bed and slowly waking himself up, was startled by the sudden ringing of the bell. Who was so annoying? He raised his sleepy face, full of impatience, picked up the phone and was about to hang up. But after seeing the caller ID, his expression gradually relaxed. The call was connected with a swipe of the thumb. Hey, beautiful lady, what's going on? From your voice, you're still asleep, aren't you? You're really lazy. It's already afternoon. The person on the other end heard Yimu's voice and laughed before answering the question. Aren't there any reunions of our college classmates tonight? Are you going? I'm going. Hey, when did our beautiful Miss Dong start going to class reunions? Yimu sat up, yawned and said. Oh, you're mocking me. The person who called was Dong Menghan. She tossed and turned thinking about it yesterday and couldn't even sleep well. Should I pursue Yimu? She couldn't figure it out. But she still wanted to contact Yimu very much. But I'm afraid of being abrupt. So we have to find excuses. The class reunion in the WeChat University classmates group was announced a week ago. Dong Menghan originally didn't plan to go. But, you can use this excuse to meet Yimu. She thought this plan was feasible. So she made the call. Chapter 51, Pick up the car 1,300 silver notes plus more. No, I'm just wondering why you suddenly want to go this time when you usually don't go to any college reunions. Yimu said. After he graduated, he had less contact with his college classmates. Apart from Dong Menghan, he has almost no contact with his college classmates. If the two of them weren't in the same company, maybe he wouldn't have even contacted Dong Menghan. As for Dong Menghan, she would initially go to class reunions with great enthusiasm. However, she no longer wanted to go because she was bullied by a few female classmates in the class who had a bad relationship with her but were doing well. So when Yimu was told that he wanted to go this time, he was a little surprised. I just thought that I haven't seen my old classmates for a long time, so it's okay to go and get together. How about it, do you have time? If you do, let's go together. Dong Menghan said. Yimu said, okay then, what time is it? At 8:30 p.m., at the private club at 74 Portland Street. Dong Menghan quickly reported the time and address. Okay, I understand. I will pick you up at your house an hour in advance. Yimu said. Then Dong Menghan said a few more words and hung up the phone. Yimu pinched his nose bridge to sober himself up. Then the system was given instructions. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding. The system has detected the host's instructions and is currently drawing the lottery. A cold mechanical electronic synthesized sound rang out, and a huge colorful roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of Yimu. The pointer above spun rapidly and fell into one of the areas after a few seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 commercial houses, worth 100 million yuan. The system's voice fell and the roulette wheel disappeared. Shit, it's a commercial property again. I can open a national chain of stores. When Yimu heard about this commercial housing, he got a headache again. The 20 commercial housing units drawn last time have not been sold yet, and here come another 20. I don't have time either, why don't you let Xiaoqi find a way to rent it out for me? Yimu, who was having a headache, suddenly thought of Suanchi. That's it. Go wash up first, then call her. After Yimu made his decision, he went downstairs to wash up, and then Imelda came in and put on his expensive suit. Lunch is ready, sir. After Imelda carefully made the bed for Yimu, she helped him button his shirt. No need to serve so much. I don't have much appetite today. Yimu straightened his sleeves and said. Yes, sir. Imelda received the order to retreat. Yimu picked up his phone again, opened Suanchi's WeChat dialog box, and started a video call. The first time it didn't work. The second time, it took more than 10 seconds before the call was connected. Mr. Yi? I've picked up the car. I'm on my way to your house. Look, isn't the car nice? Suanchi sat in the Lamborghini sports car, smiling like a flower, and then pointed her phone around the car. Very good, then you can come, but drive slowly, I feel bad for my new car. Yimu laughed. Since she is on her way, let's wait until she arrives and then talk to her. No, Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'll be there in a moment. Suanchi said with a smile. The camera suddenly shook and then a scream was heard. Then the phone seemed to fall. Following the camera's perspective, Yimu only saw a mass of white stuff. He frowned and stared at it, analyzing what it was. The phone was taken out, and Suanchi's face reappeared on the screen. Mr. Yi, what are you looking at? Suan screamed and hung up the phone. At this moment, Yimu saw Suanchi's attire clearly. She was wearing a very beautiful orange dress today. It looked very classy, but there was too little fabric. As a result, a lot of the murder weapon was exposed, and Suanchi's cell phone had just fallen into it. Why not come at me? The phone is innocent. After a while, Yimu sighed and said. After hanging up the phone, Yimu went downstairs. I found that Imelda had already brought out the lunch. Very simple and light. Just a glass of milk, 2 slices of toast, and a piece of lemon fried fish fillet. Yimu raised his eyebrows, thinking that it might not be enough. Imelda is still too young. After Yimu sat down, he ate slowly, waiting for Suanchi's arrival. Really? Not long after. Then I heard the howling of a cool sports car coming from outside the villa. The maid opened the door. A black sports car full of wildness and modern technology appeared in front of Yimu. The beautiful woman who came out also made Yimu's eyes light up. The dark orange tones look particularly beautiful when paired with the dark black of the Lamborghini. I have to say that Suanchi has very good taste. Yimu drank the milk in the cup. He walked to the French window and waved to Suanchi outside. And Suanchi posed sexy next to the Lamborghini. Finally, he made an H shape with his hands and pointed it at Yimu inside. Bang! Suanchi automatically added the sound effects. Then when he withdrew his hand, he blew on his fingertips to clear the smoke. Yimu found this action very interesting. He followed her movements, covered his heart, showed a painful expression, and fell on the sofa. At the same time he was also confused with Suanchi's qualifications. If I were an actor, there would be absolutely no problem being a second-tier actor. Why did Suanchi not become an actor but choose to be a secretary? Mr. Yi, I think you can act in a movie too. Suanchi walked into the villa with a smile on her face. Pulling Yimu up from the sofa, get up quickly. Yimu's heart moved. He turned over and pulled the light as a swallow Suanchi into his arms. Chapter 52 Rewards First Update. Suanchi screamed. Looking at Yimu in front of her, her pretty face blushed. Then he quickly stepped back. Boss Yi, you pulled me so hard, your hands must hurt. Ha, my bad, I apologize. Yimu laughed and sat up from the sofa. These are the car keys. Other things, documents, etc. are in the car. Suanchi turned the key in her hand and handed it to Yimu. Cool. Yimu took it, then looked up and said to Suanchi. I have something to tell you. I have 40 rental houses, but I don't have time to use them. Can you help me rent them out? Upon hearing this, Suanchi lifted her hair and sat next to Yimu. Commercial rental housing? In what area? I'll tell you later. I haven't figured it out yet. Yimu scratched his head and said. The landlord's property certificate was indeed delivered to his villa, Imelda told him. But he never looked, so he didn't know where it was. I won't do it. I'm your company's secretary. It's not my business to rent a house. Besides, Mr. Yi, why do you always treat me like a laborer? If you do this again, I will be angry. When Suanchi heard Yimu's words, her expression changed and she said mischievously. Okay, let's compromise. Yimu knew she was joking. But his tone was still very serious. As long as you complete the task I assign to you, I will reward you. Hearing this, Suanchi smiled slyly and leaned over to ask, Boss Yi, tell me first, what reward do you want? It's kept secret for now, but it's definitely valuable. Yi Mu smiled mysteriously. Well, in that case, I'll be Mr. Yi's laborer again. Seeing that Yi Mu refused to speak, Suanchi did not press him. Well, when the property certificate arrives this afternoon, I'll have someone deliver it to your company. Yi Mu nodded. Okay, that's fine. Will Mr. Yi go to work today? Do you want to go to the company? Suanchi nodded and stood up from the sofa. I have something to do today, so I won't go to the company. You go back first. Be careful on the road. Imelda, you can send me off. Yi Mu also stood up and said to Imelda, who was standing beside him. Yes, sir. Imelda left the villa with Suanchi. Before leaving, Yi Mu and Suanchi recalled and waved goodbye. Suanchi returned to Taiyu, Yi Mu's office. Before I sat down, someone knocked on the door. Come in. When Yi Mu was not around, she looked very serious. The door opened and a beautiful, pure and innocent girl walked in. It's Li Wanqing. She walked in and looked around, and found that Yi Mu was not there. She looked disappointed. Secretary Su, didn't Director Yi come to work today? She asked Suanchi weakly. Do you even need to ask me this? You saw it yourself. Suanchi was sorting documents and answered without looking up. Hearing this answer, Li Wanqing nodded and asked again, when will Director Yi come to work? What do you want to talk to Mr. Yi about? If there is a role, Mr. Xia will notify you. As far as I know, your work does not have anything to do with Director Yi for the time being. If you have anything to say, you can tell me and I will pass it on for you. Hearing Li Wanqing's words, Suanchi frowned and looked up, her tone sharp. Li Wanqing has been hanging around outside Yi Mu's office for quite some time these past 2 days. How could Suanchi, a veteran in this field, not know what she was thinking? As soon as Li Wanqing opened her mouth, she knew how capable this little girl was and what she was thinking. Suanchi will not be polite to those who want to get ahead by sleeping with Yi Mu. Li Wanqing is different from Gu Yimin. She has no relationship with her, so it would be strange if she would treat her well. I'm sorry. After hearing Suanchi's words, Li Wanqing didn't dare to say anything more. He lowered his head and turned to leave Yi Mu's office. After she received Yi Mu's reply on WeChat yesterday, she knew that she was rejected. But she was unwilling. Her acting is so good. So much stronger than Lu Xian. Why can Lu Xian be the female lead, but she has not received any announcement yet? So she was unwilling to give up and came to Yi Mu's office, wanting to talk in person. As a result, Yi Mu did not go to work, and Suanchi gave him a cold scolding, which made her feel aggrieved. Thinking about how Lu Xian had taken the initiative to treat Yi Mu to dinner after the interview that day, she felt regretful. If that person was her, it would definitely not be like this now. Thinking of this, all her grievances turned into unwillingness. He walked to Xia Yusher's door and knocked a few times. Come in. Xia Yusher's cold voice came from inside the door. Li Wanqing turned the handle and walked in, feeling a little reserved. Hello, President Xia. Well, what's up? At this time, Xia Yusher had big wavy golden hair draped over her shoulders and was wearing gold-rimmed round glasses. She was reviewing documents. After glancing at Li Wanqing, she lowered her head again. I want to ask about the role. Li Wanqing said weakly. I will inform your agent if there is a role for you. Just wait for the company to make the arrangements. Everything will go according to procedure. You don't have to worry. Xia Yusher said this without even raising her head. After hearing this, Li Wanqing pouted, nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Xia, I understand. I'm sorry to disturb you at work. After saying that, he bowed. This time even Xia Yusher ignored her. Li Wanqing left the office disappointed. Chapter 53 Stunning Second Update. In the afternoon, Yi Mu received another call from the same landlord. He said that the remaining 20 property certificates and related materials were on the way to his villa. After Yi Mu found out, he hung up the phone. After it was delivered, Imelda sent it to Suanchi's company together with the last one. He chatted with Dong Menghan on WeChat for a while, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 6 o'clock. Remembering that he had to pick up Dong Menghan an hour in advance, Yi Mu put down his phone and went to wash up. He took out a suit from the closet and put it on. Then he unpacked the Jaeger LeCoultre watch that Zana had sent him. I bought a watch last year. It's really beautiful. Yi Mu exclaimed. He thought the watch he bought for Dong Menghan at Gucci that day was very good. But compared to this watch, it's nothing. No wonder. The gift from the extremely popular Zana can't be too bad. After putting it on, Yi Mu looked in the mirror. He felt that his temperament was suddenly highlighted, and only today did he realize that he was a handsome man with great temperament. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as he was being narcissistic, Yi Mu's cell phone suddenly rang again. Hey, Yi Mu, are you ready? The other side. Dong Menghan found the luxury brand skirt that Yi Mu gave her and put it on. Then she put on a slightly heavier makeup than during the day and looked at herself in the mirror while calling Yi Mu. Leader, I'm ready and on standby at any time. Yi Mu said with a smile. His tone amused Dong Menghan. Stop talking nonsense and come pick me up when you're ready. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Okay, I'll go right away. You wait a moment. Yi Mu hung up the phone. He hooked the Lamborghini sports car on the table with his finger and rushed downstairs. In less than 2 minutes, the cool Lamborghini drove out of the villa, the Violet Villa area. After Dong Menghan hung up the phone, she held the phone and felt sweet in her heart. At this moment, she felt that Yi Mu and she were very much like a couple going to a friend's dance party. It would be great if Yi Mu confessed to me. The thought popped into her mind again. He opened WeChat and looked at the chat history between himself and Yi Mu, then rejected it. I've always been the one taking the initiative. If I just throw myself at you like this, you won't be cherished. Dong Menghan shook her head inside, then looked at herself in the mirror again. Why not seduce Yi Mu? A good idea suddenly occurred to her. I'm dressed so beautifully, Yi Mu will definitely be moved when he sees me. Let's do this. I must take advantage of this class reunion to make Yi Mu confess his love to me. Dong Menghan chuckled and put down her phone. Pick up the camellia-colored lipstick and apply it lightly. Because when she was in the company, Yi Mu took such good care of her. To the extent that she always felt that she could get Yi Mu at any time as long as she wanted. But now Yi Mu suddenly became superior. It made her feel out of reach. A sense of gap and loss arose spontaneously, and I began to have considerable doubts about my own charm. Dong Menghan thinks tonight's class reunion is a good opportunity to catch Yi Mu. Although she didn't want to go at first, it now seems like a godsend. Dong Menghan returned to her dressing table and dressed slowly and methodically. Not long after, she suddenly heard someone calling her name downstairs. Listening to that cheerful and sunny voice, who else could it be other than Yi Mu? She ran to the window and looked down, and found Yi Mu sitting on the front of a black sports car, waving at her. Yi Mu! She shouted and smiled, wait a minute, I'll be down right away. Then closed the window. I hurriedly packed my things into my newly bought Chanel bag. She put on her high heels and ran downstairs. Because it was already dark, the two couldn't see each other's faces clearly, but they could recognize each other in the dim light. Yi Mu was stunned when he saw Dong Menghan rushing down. Dong Menghan's makeup is very different from before. Her hair was not tied up, but was tucked behind her ears naturally and smoothly. There is nothing impeccable about her exquisite face, and her red lips are especially alluring. Black gauze high heels, sexy white leggings, a white strapless tube top, gold lion head pearl earrings, and a platinum crystal necklace. This is the perfect interpretation of what the makeup of the actress who is about to walk the red carpet should be. Miss Dong, you look a little wild in this outfit. Ha, are you not used to it? Dong Menghan walked closer and was very satisfied with Yi Mu's momentary absent-minded state. It was worth it for her to spend an entire afternoon dressing herself up. Yes, a little bit. After all, your usual style is not like this. But I have to say, Menghan, you look very beautiful today. Yi Mu smiled and nodded. Dong Menghan rarely wears revealing clothes in her daily life. Like today, revealing her shoulders, collarbones and white back, this is an unprecedented move. With your words, my whole afternoon has not been wasted. Dong Menghan's smile became even brighter. Looking at the black sports car behind Yi Mu, he asked in surprise, Yi Mu, where is your Maserati? Why did you change it to a sports car? Chapter 54 Help Third Update. Oh. Yi Mu also turned around and looked at the black Lamborghini sports car. He patted the front of the car and said, that car was red, which didn't suit me, so I bought a new car. This one suits my taste. Dong Menghan walked to the front of the car. Saw the unique Lamborghini logo. She opened her small mouth in surprise, Lamborghini? Oh my god, Yimu, how much is this car? It's not expensive, only 10 million. Yimu laughed. These words almost made Dong Menghan vomit blood. 10 million? Not expensive? How rich does one have to be to say something like this? After a while, she shook her head and said, I can't believe how impressive it is to drive this car every day. Go up and try? Yimu stood up from the front of the car. He walked to the side and opened the car door. Invite Dong Menghan to sit in. Although Dong Menghan has an elegant temperament and does not look like a poor person, she has never seen a luxury car worth 10 million yuan. When I was suddenly asked to sit on it, I felt a little nervous. Come on? Yimu urged. Oh, okay. Dong Menghan walked over. He bent over and got into the Lamborghini. Then Yimu slammed the car door. Go around the front of the car. Sit in the main driver's seat. The seat is so soft. Dong Menghan pressed the seat lightly with her hand. When I bought it, the merchant told me it was made of Alantara material, but I didn't understand. Yimu laughed and said. As he was talking, the car had already started. He turned the car around and left the neighborhood. The two people chatted for a while. It's already past 7:40. And where Dong Menghan lives? It takes more than an hour to get to Portland Street. Yimu estimated. It will take more than 8:40 to get anywhere. The agreed time is 8:30. This is definitely going to be late. But it's not a major event. It's okay to be late for 10 minutes. The worst that can happen is that you'll just be fined and have to drink a few glasses of wine. Yimu. While thinking, Yimu was suddenly awakened by Dong Menghan's voice. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? He turned his head and found that Dong Menghan's face was red, as if she had drunk alcohol. Can you please stop the car and help me? Dong Menghan said in a low voice. Can. Upon hearing this, Yimu didn't ask anything and slowly slowed down the car. Then it turned into a less traveled street. Yimu held the steering wheel and looked at the silent Dong Menghan. What happened suddenly? His face was so red and he didn't say anything. My bra buckle is stretched. It's not convenient in here because the space is too small, and it's even worse outside. Yimu, can you help me buckle it? The two looked at each other, and Dong Menghan said very embarrassedly. She could actually find a bathroom and do it herself, but she thought it would be better to ask Yimu for help. Hearing this, Yimu felt dizzy. Underwear buckle? Can this be held open? Okay, how do I do this? Yimu thought about it and agreed. Just put your hand in, and then. Dong Menghan, who was usually smart and articulate, couldn't speak clearly anymore and her face felt hot. Yimu narrowed his eyes and looked at Dong Menghan for a while. He smacked his lips and said, Turn your back to me first, and I'll help you buckle it up. Good. Dong Menghan obediently turned her back to Yimu. Luckily you're not wearing a onesie today. Yimu muttered as he put his hand in. Although the scenery was beautiful, Yimu had no intention of enjoying it. After fumbling with it for a while and putting it on, he quickly pulled his hand out. This was like a seal, immediately sealing away Dong Menghan's shy side. Yimu, you are so stupid. You still fumbled for so long. Dong Menghan turned her head and said with disgust. I was thinking. I've never used this thing before. Yimu suddenly looked at Dong Menghan's face and said seriously. The two looked at each other, and suddenly a loud laugh broke out in the Lamborghini sports car. After this little episode, Yimu continued driving towards Portland Street. I chatted and laughed with Dong Menghan along the way, and we had a very comfortable conversation. But Yimu didn't dare to talk about it in depth. Faced with Dong Menghan's several hints, he just made jokes and got away with it. Because he didn't want to put himself in shackles. He is now particularly afraid of responsibility. After all, Dong Menghan is different from the female artists in his company. An hour later. In a private room of the private club at 74, Portland Street. More than 20 men and women were chatting lively among them. There are two huge round tables in the private room. There were flowers, drinks, and a few unsealed soft-packed manhwa cigarettes on the table. Women usually hold drinks, while most men gather together and chat with cigarettes in their mouths. Xiao Ku. The most beautiful girl in class. A man in a suit and a mustache walked in from the door of the private room and bumped into a woman head-on. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said. Standing opposite her was a beautiful woman in a black evening dress. She has a pretty face, fair skin, and beautiful looks, and she can get a score of 7 or 8 with makeup. When she saw the man in a suit, she was stunned. Then he smiled and walked over to hug her. Dahai. University bully. The two hugged each other for a while and then separated. Dahai said with a smile, Xiaoko, it's only been a few years since we last met. You've done really well. You're a career-oriented strong woman. I admire you. No, you're doing pretty well. What level are you at now? Xiaoko smiled. Hey, if you just want a stable job, I'm afraid you won't be able to climb up. The sea smiled and waved. You are too modest. By the way, if we talk about who is doing well in our class, it has to be Zhang Meijie. I heard that she is now working as Jun Xiao's personal secretary in Jun Xiao's company, and her monthly salary is more than what I earn in a year. Xiaoko smiled with shame, but there was a hint of jealousy and ridicule in her eyes. TSK, you're showing off in the class group. What's the big deal if you're doing well? You're just a tool for Li Dongjun. Dahai shook his head disdainfully and said, but you and Jun Xiao were doing well at first, why did you suddenly break up? The woman was about to answer but was immediately interrupted. Hi. You two, you've just arrived and are whispering. I heard everything. Come on, Master Jun will be here soon, let's go and welcome him. A man with short gray hair and earrings, wearing a floral shirt, smiled and raised his arms, placing them on the shoulders of Dahai and Xiaoko. Okay, then let's go and welcome him. After all, he is the big boss who has to pay for everything today, so it's only natural. Dahai laughed and said. Xiaoko also smiled slightly and followed the young man in the flowered shirt to the door. At this time, more than 20 people stood at the door as if welcoming guests. Although they were talking and laughing, they glanced at the door from time to time. It was obvious that they were looking forward to the arrival of Jun Xiao, who would pay for everyone's meals tonight. Chapter 55 Classmates Reunion 1 1400 silver notes plus more. Master Jun is here. Oh, who? Someone shouted, and everyone followed suit, screaming and howling, welcoming them with all their might. At this time, 2 figures appeared at the door as expected. One was a man in a white suit with a slicked back hair. His entire attire was very decent and meticulous. She also looks pretty good. Sharp-edged features, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He is just a little thin, and his complexion looks like he has indulged in sexual activities too much. There is something vulgar and unpleasant in his gaze. If you look at it for a long time, you will feel uncomfortable. Next to him was a woman with a slim and graceful figure. She was only as tall as his shoulders, and was exactly the kind of pretty, quiet and lovely little woman. As soon as the two of them entered the venue, their faces were filled with smug smiles. It was obvious that he was very pleased with the occasion. This is the protagonist of tonight, the rich second-generation Li Dongjun. Thanks to the company run by my family, I got to my current position with almost no difficulty. The CEO of the branch company spends tens of thousands of dollars on food and drinks every day. He drives luxury cars, buys famous watches, dates anchors and internet celebrities, and lives a glamorous life. Moreover, he posted all of these to show off to his friends, and he would feel very satisfied when he saw the comments praising him. The beautiful girl next to him is Zhang Meijie, Li Dongjun's college classmate and personal secretary. He also serves as a tool and rises to the top based on his strength. After staying with Li Dongjun for a long time, she made countless money and gradually became a small wealthy woman. Old classmates, long time no see. Li Dongjun laughed heartily. A group of men surrounded him in an instant. Zhang Meijie, who was next to him, was surrounded by a group of women, and for a moment, the distinction between men and women was clear. Master Jun, I knew when I was in college that once you enter society, you must make a name for yourself and build a career. See, I was right. What you said is all nonsense. Our Dongjun is so outstanding that we still need you to say that. Well, let's not talk about anything else, Jun Xiao. I saw the car you were driving on WeChat Moments last time. It's so beautiful. What car? How come I don't know about it? Porsche 31. It's worth millions. Master Jun is really generous. Li Dongjun lit a cigarette, with a faint smug smile on his face, and listened quietly to the flattery of these old classmates. It was not until a group of people exclaimed that he spoke in a nonchalant manner, "It's nothing. I've been driving that car for a while, and I'm getting tired of it. I'm going to get a new one." I'll take you to see it when I have time. Then we really need Master June to show us around. Millions of dollars worth of luxury cars, I can only look at them. That is. This group of people continues to flatter. The woman previously called Xiaoke walked up to Li Dongjun in a black evening dress. Ah, I really didn't recognize her. Isn't this our former class beauty Wan Ko? Really? Such a beautiful lady. Her charm has not diminished after so many years. As soon as Wang Ko appeared on the stage, he won the praise of all the male classmates. Like a female star in the spotlight, she slowly walked up to Li Dongjun and said, "Brother Jun, long time no see." As he said that, he directly pulled Li Dongjun's hand and held it. She was very happy and enthusiastic, but Li Dongjun was not interested at all. He nodded and pulled his hand out. "Xiaoke, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where are you working now?" he asked calmly. "I can't say I'm high. I own a small beauty salon. I can't compare with Jun Gu, the CEO of a big company." Wang Ko curled her lips and smiled charmingly. But in her heart, she felt sad about Li Dongjun's lukewarm attitude. Before graduation, she had always been Li Dongjun's girlfriend. But for some reason, Li Dongjun dumped her as soon as they graduated from college. The perfect couple who were envied by everyone in school broke up inexplicably. However, the failure of this relationship became a source of worry for Wang Ku. "I can never let go of Li Dongjun and Li Dongjun's money. After so many years, she still enjoys the days of squandering money when she was Li Dongjun's girlfriend. So she came to this class reunion and even spent money to rent an evening dress, just to rekindle her old relationship with Li Dongjun. But it seemed that Li Dongjun didn't want to pay attention to her. After all, the heat over Zhang Meijia has not yet passed." "That's good." Li Dongjun nodded. Then he walked silently to the center of the private room. He clapped his hands and shouted to everyone, "Everyone has it. Order the food right away, and let's eat to your heart's content. After eating, let's go upstairs to sing karaoke. Dance. As long as you have the energy, take a hot spring bath. Play a few cards. Have fun, old classmates, it's been a long time since we last met, I'll pay for tonight." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the private room. Roar! Long live Master June! Wang Ke knew that Li Dongjun didn't want to pay attention to him. But she didn't give up. At this time, he walked to the center with a smile, stood next to Li Dongjun and said, "Our Jun Xiao has become so successful but still remembers his old classmates. We must all remember this kindness and thank Jun Xiao very much. Come on, Jun brother, let me toast you first." As she spoke, she picked up the wine on the table, raised it towards Li Dongjun, and then drank it all in one gulp. This move is very heroic. Everyone was applauding, and warm applause suddenly filled the room. "Hey! Wang Ku is here, why isn't Dong Menghan here?" Their styles were equally impressive when they came here. A female classmate suddenly said curiously. "Yeah, I haven't seen Dong Menghan for a long time. I wonder how she is doing now. I heard that she works in the same company as Yi Mu, and I guess she's not doing very well." "Hey, this is what you don't know. They are rich now." A woman with pointed horns and dark makeup who looked like she frequented nightclubs all year round said, "Don't you have her WeChat?" A few days ago, she posted photos of luxury brand bags on her Moments. Chanel, Givenchy, Gucci, Bulgari, Louis Vuitton. She listed several name tags at once, which made others a little unconvinced, but more people gathered around her. Is this true? Dong Menghan's family conditions are so poor. At most, they have so little financial resources. Can they afford this? A female classmate obviously didn't believe it. Of course she didn't buy it herself. Guess who bought it for her? The goat-horned girl said mysteriously. This aroused the curiosity of many people. Even Wang Ko, who was not far away, was a little curious about who would buy these things for his old rival Dong Menghan. Oh. Could it be that she's been kept by the old man's godfather? A female classmate gasped and said. No. What are you thinking? Who is it? Tell me quickly. We can't guess. At this time, the goat-horned girl smiled mysteriously and said, "Let me tell you, I asked her, and she said that Yi Mu bought it for her." Chapter 56 Classmate Reunion 2 1500 silver notes plus more. Yi Mu? Are you kidding? Yi Mu and Dong Menghan work in the same company. If Dong Menghan can't afford it, can he? That's right, you're exaggerating. Many people don't believe it. The goat-horned girl chuckled disdainfully. Is it possible to cheat you and end up in my good place? Dong Menghan's luxury goods can't be fake. They were indeed bought for her by Yi Mu. Believe it or not. It's true. I also saw it on Menghan's Moments. A woman who looked more mature and stable said. As soon as she opened her mouth, many people looked at her sideways. Since the class committee said so, there is no way to escape. It seems to be true, but where did Yi Mu get so much money? I heard that his family is not rich. I don't know about that. He has a promising future. Hey Xiaojin, show me Dong Menghan's circle of friends. No problem, eh? For a moment, most people started discussing Yi Mu and Dong Menghan. This made Li Dongjun feel a little embarrassed. According to common sense. Now it's time for these people to come together and thank him. As a result, the style of painting has been completely distorted. Zhang Meijie saw Li Dongjun's expression. Know what's in her mind. The response was immediate. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Order, order, we won't care about those who are late." Wait until she finishes speaking. The door of the private room was slammed open. This loud noise. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. A young man in a suit and tie appeared in everyone's sight. He was dressed neatly. One glance at his confident temperament reveals that he is definitely not an ordinary person. He was bending over with his hands hanging down, hugging a woman with a panic-stricken look on her face. The woman was wearing a white strapless off-shoulder dress, her skin was as white as snow, and she was very beautiful. She is dressed very luxuriously, making it hard for people to take their eyes off her. Sorry. I tripped. The woman raised her head and found that everyone in the room was looking at her, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. You are such a fool. How could you be so careless? If I hadn't held you, you would have fallen hard. The man in the suit didn't seem to care about the looks and picked up the woman as if nothing had happened. Because of his large movements just now, his suit was propped up. The Jaeger LeCoultre watch on his wrist was naturally exposed. Now. All the women stared at Dong Menghan's necklace and earrings. All the men stared at Yi Mu's Jaeger LeCoultre watch. A few seconds later. The private room exploded with a loud bang. Yi Mu. Long time no see, long time no see. Yi Mu, your watch is really beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, it's the latest watch launched by Jaeger LeCoultre, right? Oh my old classmate, you've changed so much, I almost couldn't recognize you, you look like a big boss. A group of men talked to Yi Mu enthusiastically. This made Yi Mu confused. And Dong Menghan who had just been helped up. He was also entangled by a group of women. Menghan. Oh my god. Your lion head earrings are so beautiful? Where did you buy them? Xiaodong, your skin is so good now. It feels as smooth as milk. Isn't this a Cartier diamond necklace? It looks so beautiful on you. Dong Menghan, you look like a big star in this outfit. At first glance, I thought you just came back from walking the red carpet at the Cannes Film Festival. Hey, I heard that Yi Mu bought these for you. Is that true? A group of women chattered non-stop. Dong Menghan was also a little confused. Before Yi Mu and Dong Menghan arrived, they thought they would be made to drink and ridiculed for being late. No one expected this to be the situation as soon as they came in. They had no choice but to force an awkward smile to deal with it. For a while, the conversation in the private room was lively. After the girls found out that all the brand name clothes Dong Menghan was wearing were bought by Yi Mu, he immediately came close to Yi Mu and made faces, which made Yi Mu sigh. Li Dongjun and Zhang Meijie stood coldly in the middle of the private room, with no one around them. In a similar situation to them is the class beauty Wan Ku. At this moment, she looked in Yi Mu's direction with a hesitant look on her face. As if considering whether to go over and talk to him. Those high-end jewelry on Dong Menghan were really bought by Yi Mu. It seems that Yi Mu is really rich now, and he looks much more manly than Li Dongjun. Wang Ku was very surprised at Yi Mu's current state. The desire to rekindle the old relationship with Li Dongjun has also faded a lot. There is a desire to hook up with Yi Mu. But she saw Dong Menghan again. The guy who had been competing with her for the position of class beauty when they were in college. With the accumulation of these luxury goods, even a woman of poor appearance can become charming and seductive. What is more, Dong Menghan is a beauty with natural beauty. In comparison, Wang Ke feels that he is not as beautiful as Dong Menghan now. And Yi Mu now has Dong Menghan. They may not necessarily think highly of themselves. Men all like to eat wild food. Yi Mu is always with Dong Menghan, so he might be tired of it. He must want to change his taste. But Wang Ke changed his mind and felt that he had hope again. He immediately put on a confident smile. Stride towards Yi Mu. Yi Mu, long time no see. Wang Ke, who had finally squeezed into the encirclement, extended a friendly hand to Yi Mu. Oh, long time no see, long time no see. Yi Mu also politely extended his hand and shook hands with her a few times. But a trace of displeasure flashed through Wang Ke's heart. Because she saw the confusion in Yi Mu's eyes. It's obvious that he can't remember who he is. After all, she was Yi Mu's classmate for 4 years in college. How could it be forgotten just like that? Yi Mu, don't you recognize me? I'm Wang Ke. But she did not show her displeasure and continued to introduce herself enthusiastically. Oh. Class beauty Wang Ke. I recognize her. Yi Mu then remembered. Who is this woman in front of me with 18 layers of powder on her face? Yi Mu, you are such a forgetful person that you can't even recognize our class beauty. You deserve to be punished. Zheng Hai laughed beside him. Yi Mu laughed and said nothing more. I'm not very familiar with it, so it's normal not to recognize it. After all, when I was in school, this class beauty always glares at people with her nose turned up. It would be so cool to go for a ride with Li Dongjun every day. Yi Mu didn't have a good impression of her either. The other side. Li Dongjun was very unhappy about being left out. A Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared and stole all his limelight. Then what's the point of this class reunion? But when he saw Dong Menghan walk into the private room, his thoughts changed immediately. When Dong Menghan was in college, it is already very beautiful. But it hadn't grown yet at that time. It's better to have a unique look like now, and cultivate your temperament, and you will be a completely enchanting and stunning beauty. It's a world of difference from when I was in college. Compared with her, the class beauty Wang Ke was not even on the same level now. Chapter 57 Classmate Reunion 3 1600 Silver Notes plus more. Li Dongjun makes a comparison. Even Zhang Meijie, who is by his side now, can't compare to her. If only I could be happy with Dong Menghan. Li Dongjun imagined the scene in his mind. It's just an itch that makes me feel anxious and uncomfortable. He didn't care about Zhang Meijie next to him. He strode directly to Dong Menghan's side. Miss Dong, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. He was full of enthusiasm. He opened his arms and wanted to give Dong Menghan a big hug. But at this time, Dong Menghan also raised her arms to tidy up her hair, and pointed her elbows at Li Dongjun. Then there's no chance of hugging. It was avoided without making any noise. Mr. Jun, you are too kind. Dong Menghan saw Li Dongjun put his arms down, and she followed suit. Ha, it's getting late, shall we take a seat? Li Dongjun was a little embarrassed. After covering up the incident with laughter, everyone was invited to take a seat. Sit down, it's time to order. I didn't eat before I came here. Now I'm starving. You only know how to eat. Look at how many layers of fat you have and how many double chins you have. Bah, you are so good, one of your legs is thicker than my waist. Several women chattered and took their seats. Then he invited the men to take their seats. Dong Menghan, can you sit next to me? Come. Li Dongjun pushed Zhang Meijie away and wanted Dong Menghan to sit next to him, but Yi Mu. Stop chatting and come eat. Dong Menghan didn't know whether she really didn't hear it or was pretending not to hear it. He walked straight to Yi Mu, who was chatting with a group of men not far away, and pulled Yi Mu over. This action made everyone shout in understanding at the same time. Yi Mu, sit here. Dong Menghan pulled Yi Mu to sit next to her. This action made Li Dongjun very unhappy, and his expression changed suddenly. Master Jun, it's time to serve the food. Zhang Meijie, who also looked unhappy, reminded. Although she was unhappy with Li Dongjun for driving her away. But I dare not say anything. After all, she was just a secretary who depended on Li Dongjun. Some people were sharp-eyed and saw Dong Meijie drying Li Dongjun. So I came out to smooth things over at this time. Master Jun, let's serve the food first and then chat over the table. We old classmates haven't seen each other for such a long time, so let's get back together and have a good time. That's right. Lee Dongjun's expression then softened slightly. Called the waiter to order. Not long. The waiters brought the dishes to the table one by one on a dining cart. This is a private club, and the food here is much more upscale than that in ordinary restaurants. But it is still much worse than Yuejiang Tower. Therefore, many people praised Lee Dongjun's heroism, but in Dong Menghan's eyes it was considered normal. She was chatting and laughing with Yi Mu. This made Lee Dongjun even more upset. Have you noticed that there's something wrong with the way Wang Ke looks at you? Dong Menghan chuckled and leaned close to Yi Mu's ear. Really? I can't see it. Yi Mu was a little confused when he heard this. My eyes naturally fell on the class beauty Wang Ke who was sitting opposite me. He didn't expect that the other party was also looking at him with a smile. There was some fiery emotion in his eyes. It's like looking at some treasure. Their eyes met, and Yi Mu smiled awkwardly and nodded. Have you figured it out now? You are so rich and handsome now. I think she has fallen for you. So, do you want to consider it, the class beauty? Dong Menghan continued. Don't make fun of me. I'm not interested in her. Yi Mu shook his head and said. Wang Ke lived with Lee Dongjun for 3 of their 4 years in college. It was a well-known fact that he was not interested in her no matter how beautiful she was. By the way, don't you think that the way Lee Dongjun looks at you is not right? Yi Mu turned around and said to Dong Menghan. What are you two whispering about? You're so intimate. I think we should just go to the hotel and get a room. The goat-horned girl, who had just applied black lipstick and dressed very darkly, now leaned over with a sly smile and said. Go to hell, just go with Yi Mu. Dong Menghan scolded her. The girl who took the goat horn was immediately happy when she heard this. Okay. If you promise not to tear me apart after I go with Yi Mu, I'll be happy to do that. You may be happy but I am not, eat your food. Yi Mu pushed her head away, and she giggled and didn't come closer. Dong Menghan then answered Yi Mu's question. I also think there is something wrong with Lee Dongjun. I feel uncomfortable when I see the way he looks at me. I feel like I am green. Your description is quite apt. Yi Mu glanced at Lee Dongjun who was toasting with others and said with a smile. Then let's go after dinner. I'll take you somewhere else to play. Yi Mu continued. Hearing this, Dong Menghan thought it was okay. But think about it. After playing somewhere else for a while, Yi Mu wanted to take me home. There was no chance for sparks to fly between the two of them. So I refused and said, we finally get together, forget it, we won't be able to play for long anyway. Yi Mu nodded. At this time, several men sitting next to him toasted Yi Mu. Come on, old classmate, I'm going to toast you. I'll drink it, you can do whatever you want. Zheng Hai also raised his glass towards Yi Mu. Yi Mu, I toast to you too. As they talked, they drank 2 small glasses of white wine. Yi Mu said, what are you talking about? I toast to you. Yi Mu raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. That's all. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The meal is almost finished. Lee Dongjun took the lead. Lead everyone to the dance hall on the 3rd floor. There are many private rooms here. A group of people were making a lot of noise and came to the last box at the end of the corridor. The space inside is very large, and bursts of rhythmic electronic music can be heard. Yi Mu and Dong Menghan followed him in. The ceiling is decorated with a starry sky, with mixed colors of blue, red, purple and yellow lights, plus a large square outer and round inner star pattern on the ground. The whole looks like a dream. There is a waist-high rectangular table against the wall at the innermost part. A male DJ wearing headphones and black sunglasses is adjusting something on it with his hands. The music changes as he moves. Many people laughed and screamed. Then danced to the rhythm of the music. No one needed to call out, everyone started dancing. Master Jun, you are so generous. You are treating your classmates to dinner, dancing, and hot spring baths. How much will this night cost? That's a bit too formal. It's been a while since we've met, so just have fun. Lee Dongjun hugged Zhang Meijie, waved his hands and shouted, everyone dance. Get excited. A group of men and women who were already a little tipsy. With the addition of nerve-stimulating electronic music, I quickly got excited. There is nothing in the center. There are tables filled with drinks in all 4 corners. Yi Mu said to Dong Menghan, I'll get you a bottle of cocktail. Chapter 58 Classmate Reunion for 1,700 silver notes plus more. As he said that, Yimu squeezed into the corner. He just left. Wanko followed suit. Yimu. Do you want to dance together? Because there are so many people. Wanka seemed to be squeezed and unable to move, so he walked close to Yimu's back. It made Yimu feel a little uncomfortable. What did you say? Yimu didn't hear clearly what she said. I say. Dance with me, please. Wanko leaned over and said it again loudly. No, I can't dance. After Yimu got the cocktail, he left. Wanko quickly followed and said, How can you not dance? Dance with me, please? Yimu became a little impatient. He has already clearly refused, but she still keeps pestering me. It's really annoying. I really can't jump, please make way. Yimu smiled and said to Wanko, who squeezed in front of him. I'll teach you. Wanko smiled charmingly and put her arms around Yimu's waist regardless. But after a while, she let go of her hand again. Because she saw it clearly against the light. Yimu's face turned cold. Her smile froze. I let go of my hand naturally. After Yimu left. She snorted coldly and said, Humph, isn't it just a few stinky coins? What's so great about that? Miss Dong, would you please dance with me? Li Dongjun also let go of Zhang Meijie and came to Dong Menghan. He gave her a polite smile and reached out to hold her hand. Master Jun, I'm not your type. You'd better find another prey. Dong Menghan said bluntly. Because she knew that if she didn't refuse, Li Dongjun would become even more aggressive. She didn't want to get involved with someone like Li Dongjun. I just want to ask you to dance, that's all. It doesn't matter whether you are prey or not. Li Dongjun laughed. Forget it, Master Jun. I'm afraid I'll step on your feet. Excuse me. Dong Menghan left with a smile. I sat on the long sofa on both sides. Li Dongjun cursed his cousin and left. Yimu returned to his original place with a cocktail, but couldn't find Dong Menghan at first. After looking for a while, he realized that she was sitting in the corner. Why are you here? Yimu opened the cocktail and handed it to Dong Menghan. He held the other bottle in his hand and sat on the sofa. It's okay. It would be so awkward if I just stood there and no one danced with me. Dong Menghan took it, drank 2 sips and said, Thank you. Who said no one asked you to dance? Here I come. Yimu laughed, grabbed Dong Menghan's hand and pulled her up. This caused a lot of the cocktail in her hand to spill. How shameless. You attacked me by surprise. Wait, put the cocktail down first. As she said that, she picked up the cocktail from Yimu's hand and put them on the sofa. Only then did he jump up with Yimu. Yimu is really not very good at dancing. But it's not difficult to just dance to the music, and you won't make a fool of yourself. Instead it was Dong Menghan. The body is very flexible and can perform all kinds of sexy movements. She shook her hips while carrying Yimu on her back, then swung her hair and rubbed it across Yimu's face, leaving a scent behind. Because her dancing is too dazzling. Gradually, everyone made way for her and Yimu. Yimu could only simply shake and twist his body, and it was all thanks to Dong Menghan who was dancing. It's a bit like the postures of those Korean actresses in MVs, and they can just keep up with the rhythm of the electronic music, which is very attractive. After dancing for a while, everyone applauded. Li Dongjun, who was sitting on the sofa at the other end, had a gloomy look on his face and poured bottle after bottle of wine into his mouth. You stinky cousin, you told me you can't dance? But you can dance so well with Yimu. He cursed in a deep voice. Zhang Meijie remained silent. How come you can dance so well? Yimu asked curiously. There was a dance school next to where I took my taekwondo class, so I learned it for free. Dong Menghan smiled charmingly, raised her arms, turned around, leaned her back against Yimu, and slowly twisted her slender waist to squat down. Feeling the friction, Yimu felt a surge of anger rising to his head. He smiled and said, So are you going to learn taekwondo or dance? You are really not doing your job properly. His hands continued to move, he held Dong Menghan's waist and twisted in time with him. TSK, I can do both. Dong Menghan turned around and faced Yimu, grabbed Yimu's suit, and leaned back. The soft waist bent down, and the black hair fell straight down. Yimu quickly held her waist, afraid that she would fall. This action is very provocative. There were more screams from the crowd. Oh my god, Dong Menghan can actually do this. No wonder Yimu bought so many things for her. She has a great figure, and if she dances such a new style, which man wouldn't want to spend money on her? I'm so jealous. Yimu is so lucky. A beautiful woman like Dong Menghan is really his lover. It makes people envious and jealous. Dong Menghan's hip movement is really amazing, like a little motor. Hee hee, I guarantee your legs will go weak. Many people looked at the two of them while dancing and made jokes. However, the two of them could not hear the discussions behind them, otherwise Dong Menghan would definitely kick them. She and Yimu are innocent. The most intimate thing I did with Yimu was fingering his underwear on the way here. Other than that, nothing happened. However, no one believed that she had no relationship with Yimu. Lee Dongjun didn't believe it even more. The more he looked at Dong Menghan's fiery and passionate dance, the angrier he became, and soon he drank 3 bottles of wine. His face was flushed at this moment. Seeing Dong Menghan leaning over and talking in Yimu's ear, he suddenly became angry and stood up from the sofa and rushed over. You stinky bitch, you're selling whores here with Yimu. You even gave me a stinky face just now. You're pretending to be pure. Who the hell do you think you are? Lee Dongjun's face turned red and his neck became thick. He walked to the center of the dance floor and started yelling, almost drowning out the thunderous electronic sound. This voice also made the DJ on the stage feel overwhelmed. I don't know whether to turn off the music. Everyone stopped what they were doing after hearing this roar. They all turned their eyes over. What happened suddenly? Yimu and Dong Menghan froze in their tracks, staring at Lee Dongjun, who was obviously drunk. You stinky bitch, just tell me how much you want to sleep with me. I'll give it to you straight away. I'm not short of money. Lee Dongjun suddenly laughed and walked in front of Dong Menghan. No matter how much Yimu buys for you, I will buy it for you too, and I will buy double for you. Hearing this, Dong Menghan's face turned blue with anger. He raised his hand and slapped Lee Dongjun to the ground. A heavy slap also made a very crisp sound. But only people who are close can hear it. They all showed a look of disbelief. Chapter 59 Classmate Reunion 5 1800 Silver Notes plus more. How powerful is Dong Menghan? Knock someone down with a slap? However, Yimu was well aware of Dong Menghan's power. She has been practicing taekwondo for many years and has now reached the black belt level. Even a weak woman has her own strength. Lee Dongjun was unprepared. I never thought that I would be slapped in the face. Plus, he was drunk and felt dizzy, so he was sure to fall. Who are you hitting, you bitch? The moment Lee Dongjun came over, Zhang Meijie followed him and tried to persuade him to go back. Because if Dong Menghan followed Lee Dongjun, she would definitely not have a good ending. So I want to stop it. I never expected that Dong Menghan would actually slap Lee Dongjun. She immediately became furious and pounced on Dong Menghan, trying to tear her apart. But the result was that a crisp sound was heard again in this small private room. You, shameless. Dong Menghan, who was shaking with anger, cursed at Lee Dongjun, who was lying on the ground. When the latter heard this, he stood up with the help of the ground. The 5 finger marks on the face are very obvious. But he didn't look angry and still had a smile on his face. You are such a daredevil. You dare to hit me? I'm giving you face, right? Lee Dongjun raised his hand and wanted to slap Dong Menghan back. However, as soon as he raised his wrist, someone grabbed it. I couldn't pull it out no matter how hard I tried. When I looked up, it was Yimu. You have nothing to do here. Get out of the way. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude. Lee Dongjun pointed at Yimu's nose with his other hand, and the smell of alcohol on his body made Yimu frown slightly. Lee Dongjun, you are drunk, sober up. A look of disgust flashed in Yimu's eyes. You take my words as bullshit. Let me go. Lee Dongjun felt a huge force coming from Yimu's iron-like hands. His wrist was getting more and more painful, and he immediately wanted to lose his temper and fight. Master Jun, don't be angry. It's not that serious. We finally get together, don't you think? Hey Yimu, loosen your grip. If you're out to play, be nice and be polite. You're making too much noise. Menghan, don't be angry. You know that Lee Dongjun is that kind of person. At this time, a group of old classmates rushed out to stop them. After several men stopped Lee Dongjun. Pull over to the sofa at the back and sit down. A group of women surrounded Dong Menghan and wiped her tears. DJ, stop the music. Someone greeted the DJ. The music in the box stopped suddenly. Menghan, don't cry, your makeup is ruined. That's right, Menghan. I'm fine. Dong Menghan wiped her tears, forced a smile and said. Then he stood up and walked to Yimu. Yimu, let's go. This is what came out of my mouth. It's not easy to persuade others either. The conflict has already occurred. It won't end without someone leaving. Okay. Yimu wiped Dong Menghan's tears. Then he took out some red banknotes from his wallet, without counting them, and threw them at Li Dongjun. We don't need your invitation. After leaving this sentence, he walked out of the box with Dong Menghan. The rest were very surprised. This is quite a lot of money. Yimu just waved it away casually? You are so funny. I don't care about your money. Fuck. When Li Dongjun saw the red banknotes flying all over the sky, he felt as if he was greatly insulted and wanted to rush up and grab Yimu, but was stopped. Master Jun. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Yimu, what's the point of having a meal together among classmates? The atmosphere was originally good, but it suddenly fell to the bottom after the commotion. However, Wang Ke sneered secretly. I think Yimu and Dong Menghan deserved it. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sorry, bye everyone. After Yimu and Dong Menghan left, the lady class committee member also waved goodbye and left. Let's go, it's really boring. The goat-horned girl smacked her lips, picked up her bag and left. After these two people left, 7 or 8 other male and female classmates left together. Nothing else. Because today it was indeed Li Dongjun who went too far. Some people don't want to stay any longer. When he said that, you knew what kind of person Li Dongjun was. Many people find it quite unfamiliar. Apart from the dozen or so people who left, there were still a dozen people left in the private room. Master Jun, they don't know what's good for you. Don't be angry. Why bother with them? Wang Ke, who was sitting next to Li Dongjun, said. Li Dongjun rolled his eyes at her. My face is burning with pain and now it feels swollen. Why don't I confront them? Get slapped before you say that. Wang Ke was embarrassed again and just kept silent. Yimu and Dong Menghan walked out of the private club and came to the Lamborghini. Miss Dong, you are still crying. It's a blessing that his teeth didn't fall out after that slap you gave him. Yimu wiped her tears again. Hearing Yimu's words, Dong Menghan burst out laughing. You tell me where to go, I'll take you there to change your mood. Yimu continued. I'm not in the mood. I'm not going. Please take me home. Dong Menghan gently wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue and stopped crying. How can you be happy going home like this? Listen to me, tell me a place. Yimu said. The two were talking about this. Suddenly, several figures walked out of the private club. Li Dongjun went too far. He was not satisfied with just hugging Zhang Meijie and wanted to provoke Dong Menghan. He deserved to be slapped. His relationship with Yimu is none of his business. The goat-horned woman walked out with a look of disdain on her face. There was also a lady class committee member next to her, who also expressed her deep agreement with what she said. Well, it's hard to change a person's nature. Li Dongjun is just like that. After playing with Wang Ke, he went to find Zhang Meijie. I don't think Zhang Meijie can keep up with him for long. Who made him so rich? He's a second-generation rich man. His family runs a big company. Everything is arranged for him. He became successful right after graduation. It's nothing like us who have to work hard step by step. The rest of the students followed behind the two of them, also discussing the matter. Isn't that Yimu and the others? Why haven't they left yet? Let's go and have a look. A group of people saw Yimu and Dong Menghan who had not left yet and gathered around them. Menghan, let me tell you, you fought well just now. I give you a thumbs up. People like this deserve a beating. The goat-horned woman was the first to speak out. Zhan Ting. Dong Menghan screamed. Yimu, that scene where you threw the money just now was so cool. The lady class committee member came over and said to Yimu a little shyly. Menghan, you seem quite angry. Let's go to another place to continue playing and make you happy. I agree. I know a food stall that's really delicious. You're going to let this beautiful celebrity like Beauty eat at a food stall? So where are you going? Of course, let Menghan choose. Several other students also discussed this. Thank you for your kindness. Dong Menghan wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Yi Mu. How about this, everyone just drank and didn't eat enough. I'll pick a place and we'll have another meal. We can decide where to go later. We must make Menghan happy today. Good. People immediately echoed. Chapter 60, A Handsome Man and a Pretty Girl First Update. In this way, Dong Menghan couldn't refuse either. She nodded slightly. Then Yi Mu took out his car keys. One click. The Lamborghini suddenly rang. The noise startled several people. The car owner is here, let's go first. Yi Mu, you and Menghan can sit in my car, and the others can squeeze in together. The goat-horned girl, Zhanting, waved her hand and said. The others looked around for a while. Seems to be looking for the owners of these two Lamborghinis. But I didn't see anyone nearby for a long time. Get in the car, Your Highness. Yi Mu smiled and opened the car door for Dong Menghan. Everyone then knew. This Lamborghini. It actually belongs to Yi Mu. Everyone was stunned for a moment. I was shocked beyond words. This is your car, Yi Mu. Am I hallucinating? Am I seeing this correctly? Yes, it's my car. I just picked it up yesterday. Yi Mu smiled slightly. Helped Dong Menghan into the car. Then walked to the other side. He said to a few people, don't be stunned. Go quickly. He casually gave an address and got into the car. That is a top-notch restaurant 4 or 5 blocks away from Thai Entertainment. Wait until he got in the car and started the Lamborghini. The others finally came to their senses. A Lamborghini, oh my god. Yi Mu is so rich. Hurry up and catch up, otherwise we won't be able to catch up if they run away. Zhanting took the lead and got into her little beetle. He then started the car and quickly caught up with Yi Mu's Lamborghini. The rest of the people also got on the bus. Follow quickly. But several people's cars were following from a distance. Didn't get close. Afraid of getting rubbed or bumped. Otherwise, even if you sell all your property you won't be able to pay the compensation. We arrived at the place quickly. Yi Mu, isn't this place a bit too expensive? Zhanting said, feeling a little embarrassed, as she sat opposite Yi Mu and Dong Menghan. The lady class committee member and a few other men were looking up at the decoration of the restaurant. The seats are surrounded by wooden panels. Above is a high-end combination chandelier with blue light that undulates in the shape of waves. Filled with ocean tones and textures. The overall decoration is a bit like the Palace of Versailles, full of classical aesthetics. There were only 4 or 5 tables in the huge space, and they were almost filled with Yi Mu and his group. It's better to worry about something else than worrying about the price. Yi Mu laughed, waved to the waiter waiting beside him and said, Menu. Yes, sir. A waitress in a beautiful uniform immediately handed the menu to Yi Mu. 2 bottles of French Birkenhead red wine. Then 2 bottles of Remy Martin, 1 bottle of Royal Salute, 1 bottle of Hennessy. After ordering a few bottles of wine, Yi Mu ordered all the signature dishes here without listening to the dissuasion of others. In the end, more than 200,000 yuan disappeared from the bank card. But this is for Yi Mu. It's no different than 20 bucks. Yi Mu, you may be rich, but you can't build this for us. The class beauty's face was full of pain. That's right, Yi Mu, I really feel bad for treating us to such an expensive restaurant and drinks. Zhanting also spoke up. But she looked very excited. Who would have thought that she would walk out of Li Dongjuan's private club? Why would you come to such a high-end restaurant where a meal costs 200,000? You can brag about it for half a year if you tell others about it. It's a rare occasion to get together, so just have fun as much as you want. Talking about money is so tacky. Yi Mu said with a smile. Then we won't be polite. Zhanting put down her bag, picked up her phone and started taking pictures crazily. Then he took a photo of Yi Mu who was sitting opposite him. At this time, Yi Mu was talking to Dong Menghan with his face turned sideways. He crossed his legs in a domineering manner. His arm was resting on the backrest behind Dong Menghan, making it look like he was hugging her. A rich man and a beautiful woman. Zhanting muttered excitedly. Then another round of selfies. I pulled a few classmates to take pictures too. Yimu, do you mind asking you a question? The lady class committee member came over and asked. Yimu, who was talking to Dong Manghan, was stunned for a moment. Then he said, You ask. You are so rich, where are you working now? She looked curious. This question also attracted the attention of other students. They all cast their eyes over. And Dong Manghan was also curious. Because Yimu hasn't talked to her about this issue yet. She was tactful and didn't ask. I opened a small company, which is not a high position. If you have time, you can come to my company to play. Yimu said. He opened a company. So he's a big boss. No wonder he's so rich. The lady class committee member showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Boss Yi. From now on I won't dare to call you by your name. I'll just call you Boss Yi. Zhang Ting smiled. The others were also amazed. Okay, let's stop talking about me and talk about something else. Yimu didn't want to talk about himself anymore and changed the subject. Seeing this, everyone knew what was best for them and stopped asking further questions about Yimu. They started talking about other things. As soon as they saw that they were no longer talking about the protagonist, Dong Manghan became very interested. Yimu saw that she was still unhappy. He turned his head to Dong Manghan and said, Why are you still not happy? It's okay, I just feel a little stuffy here. Dong Manghan said. Yimu thought for a while and said, I didn't think it through. In your situation, you need to vent, but you don't go to the bar to dance. Shall I go for a ride with you? Yimu suddenly thought of a way to vent his depression and asked. I really want to go out, but now you've ordered so much food and wine, isn't it a waste? Dong Manghan said regretfully. At this time, the waiter had already brought the drinks and the dishes were served on the table. If you want to go for a ride, let's just go. We still have them. Yimu nodded at a few old classmates who were whispering excitedly. Well then. I want to go to the beach. Dong Manghan said. Walk. After hearing this, Yimu stood up and said to his old classmates, Everyone, have a good meal. Manghan is feeling depressed and not feeling well. I will send her home first. Excuse me, everyone. Hey. You two are the protagonists today. What's the big deal if you leave? What are you talking about? Didn't you hear Manghan is not feeling well? Yimu is fine. Send Manghan home first. Keep in touch when you have time. I'll take these 2 bottles of Remy Martin and drink them. The rest are for you, everyone, drink as much as you want. Ha, Shaoli doesn't drink at all. We got drunk and asked her to drive us. Be careful on the road. Bye-bye. Yimu didn't say much. He grabbed the 2 bottles of Remy Martin on the table with one hand. He put his arm around Dong Manghan. Turn around and leave. A few people wanted to see him off, but Yimu refused. A few minutes later, the two took the elevator downstairs and got back into the Lamborghini. The seaside joyride plan. Start. Yimu started the Lamborghini. The passenger, carrying Dong Manghan, sped away from the street. Drive quickly to the beach. Chapter 61, Hint of Confession Second Update. By the way, what exactly does Yimu do? He's too rich. The lady class committee member shook the ruby red wine in the glass and said with disbelief on her face. She hadn't thought of it either. I actually found myself eating in such a high-end restaurant. She had never thought about it before. Haven't I already told you that if you run a big company, as for what the company does, you have to ask? Zhang Ting held her cell phone and recorded a short video of more than 10 seconds. Attached to the photos taken before. We posted it to our friends' circle and classmates group. She also added the caption, My old classmate Yimu invited me to dinner. This is so exaggerated that it scared me half to death. Then he smiled wickedly. I said to some of my classmates, those bastards are so greedy. They are still here even though they are in such a bad condition. They are the same kind of people as Li Dongjun. That's right. He even paid for the whole meal. It's not enough for Yimu's meal. Another student said as he cut the steak. Anyway, if Zhang Ting sends this out, they will be furious. Zhang Ting, you are amazing. Several people slapped their thighs and laughed. Inside the private club on Portland Street on the other side, Li Dongjun is holding the microphone and singing. There were people nearby cheering and applauding. Zhang Meijie sat on the sofa like Wang Ke's best friend, pouring out her heart and chatting excitedly. At this time, someone shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn it! Look! Look at the classmates group! Look at what Zhang Ting posted! Yimu is having another party!" Li Dongjun was very unhappy and glanced at him with his eyes slanted. Then he ignored it. "Keep singing." But everyone else opened their phones out of curiosity. Opened the WeChat classmates group. After watching it, they all shouted WTF. Even Zhang Meijie and Wang Ke were very surprised. Li Dongjun saw it. "I couldn't help but become curious. What could surprise you so much?" He walked over to the sofa. Snatched Zhang Meijie's cell phone. As soon as the screen opened, I saw the luxurious interior decoration of the high-end restaurant posted by Zhang Ting, and the high-end dishes on the table. What makes people's eyes pop out the most are those bottles of foreign liquor. Burgundy, Remy Martin, Royal Salute, Hennessy. How rich is that, to treat all these to a class reunion? Li Dongjun was a little crazy. Not only did he get slapped by Dong Menghan, but Yimu also stole the limelight. I should have known we could go together. Wang Ke looked at Zhang Ting's circle of friends and felt extremely envious. At the same time, I regretted very much. A high-end restaurant like that is much more upscale than this small private club. It would be so great to go there and take some photos and have a meal. There are many people who hold the same idea as Wang Ke. They all regretted why they didn't go out with them at that time. Otherwise, you would be the one sitting there. Hold. The more Li Dongjun thought about it, the angrier he became. Grab the phone and smash it to the ground. The phone screen was instantly smashed into pieces. It bounced to the side. "That's my phone." Zhang Meijie stood up suddenly and went to the corner to pick up her cell phone. "I'll buy you another one. It's just a broken phone. How much is it worth?" Li Dongjun roared angrily. Walked out of the private room and slammed the door. This time, these people had absolutely no mood to continue playing. While Li Dongjun is away, they all slipped away one by one. In the end, only Wang Ke and Zhang Meijie were left. Brother Jun has this temper. Haven't you gotten used to him after being with him for so long? Wang Ke comforted her new best friend. Zhang Meijie nodded. Wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. She was also slapped by Tong Menghan. The fair and tender little face has become swollen. Now my cell phone was smashed by Li Dongjun again, and I feel very aggrieved. I understand how you feel, it will be fine. Wang Ke continued to comfort her. But there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. The coastline is endless. The sound of the surging tide was endless. The wet and sticky water vapor, accompanied by the smell of seawater, hit my face. The clouds in the sky are thick. Therefore, no stars can be seen. However, the sea of lights in the Magic City building makes up for this shortcoming. It's very cold when the sea breeze blows on my body at night. Yimu and Dong Menghan were strolling along the beach. Dong Menghan had already taken off her black gauze high heels and was walking barefoot on the sand. The snow-white shoulders are tinged with blue under the sky. A gust of sea breeze blew and she shivered suddenly. This scene happened to be seen by Yimu. So he took off his suit and gave it to Dong Menghan. Forget it. I remember you are weaker than me. Give me your clothes and be careful not to catch a cold. Dong Menghan said with a smile. But my heart feels warm. It's better for me to catch a cold than for you to catch a cold, and I have wine to keep me warm. Yimu said this and took a sip of the bottle of Remy Martin in his hand. I want to drink too. Dong Menghan waited for Yimu to drink. He took the bottle and took a big sip. Do you have to be so fierce? Are you still angry about what Li Dongjun said? Yimu asked with a smile. He always felt that Dong Menghan's drinking style was more manly than him. Hey, anyone would be angry. I really regret going to that crappy class reunion. He's just a complete jerk. Dong Menghan rolled her eyes at Yimu and said. But after the ride, my boredom has been dispelled a lot. Thank you, Yimu. That's good. Yimu said. Then the two continued walking along the beach. I remember we swam here together the summer before last. Dong Menghan suddenly looked up at Yimu and said. Had a little drink. She felt her face getting a little hot. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to say everything that I had in my mind. Yimu was stunned. I don't know why Dong Menghan mentioned this. But then I thought of something. The summer before last, he and Dong Menghan came to this sea to swim. He hinted to Dong Menghan that he had a crush on her. Dong Menghan pretended not to understand what he meant and refused tactfully. Because although she liked Yimu in her heart. But Yimu's material conditions at that time were far from meeting her requirements for a spouse. Yimu understood her feelings and her criteria for choosing a partner, and he never dared to express his feelings again. The relationship between the two is still very good. It sounds nice, you can call the opposite sex buddy. It sounds bad, but they can be considered as each other's backup. Now that I have met her standards, I have not confessed my feelings to her. She couldn't help it and was hinting at him to confess his feelings, right? Chapter 62 The Two Women Meet Third Update. Are you drunk? Stop drinking, or you might get a headache and not be able to go to work tomorrow. Yimu snatched the Remy Martin from her hand. Okay, I'm a little drunk, but tomorrow is the weekend and I don't have to go to work. Seeing that Yimu didn't intend to listen any further, Dong Menghan stopped talking. Instead, he changed the subject. It's very late. You should take me home. Yimu looked at his watch in the dim light. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. He nodded and started looking for a designated driver using the mobile app. He and Dong Menghan both drank a lot of alcohol, especially when they came to the beach. They also drank a lot of white wine. Driving is impossible. It is extremely unsafe and you can only find a designated driver. However, the two designated drivers successively learned that Yimu's car was a Lamborghini sports car. I didn't even dare to open it and asked to cancel the order. He looked for a third one in confusion, but it was still the same. Why don't you stay nearby for one night? The designated driver doesn't dare to drive your car. This is really a problem for rich people. Dong Menghan's cheeks were flushed, and it was unclear if it was because of drinking or what else. Stay nearby for a night? Yimu repeated it. Yes, I see there is a hotel not far ahead. Dong Menghan's voice also became lower, pointing to the big hotel with a bright sign in front. Yimu took a look and scratched his head. In fact, he could understand Dong Menghan's thoughts. After being together for several years, and with the hint just now, how could he not know how she felt? Logically, he should be very excited at this time. But at this point, instead, he wanted to escape. Afraid of having a relationship with Dong Menghan. Because Dong Menghan is different from the artists in Lu Xian and Gu Yiman's company. They have a transactional relationship. Everyone takes what they need. Don't think about being responsible. But what if Yimu had a relationship with Dong Menghan? Yimu will take responsibility. But once he is in charge, his good days will be over. Yimu didn't want to put himself in shackles so early. No need to stay at a hotel. I have a good candidate. I'll call her later. Yimu thought of the scene where Dong Menghan captured and killed him, and he shuddered, and decisively called Suanchi. Hearing this, Dong Menghan nodded a little disappointedly. No more talking. Because it was late at night. Suanchi may have already fallen asleep. Yimu called twice before the call got through. Hello? Mr. Yi? Do you have to bother me by calling me so late? It's time to get off work now. From the sound, Suanchi knew that she was woken up from her sleep, and spoke to Yimu in a resentful tone. I know it's time to get off work, but I have something urgent to do. Please come to Fengwan and pick me up first. I'm drunk and can't drive, and I can't find a designated driver, so just treat me as an emergency. Yimu said. I won't go. It's past midnight and it's already the weekend. You can pay the designated driver more and he will definitely find you. When Suanchi heard Yimu describing her situation, she giggled for a while, and then said in a somewhat coquettish tone. Come on, you're my personal secretary. There's no distinction between on and off duty. Be careful or I'll deduct your salary. Yimu said. When Dong Menghan heard this, she raised her head and looked at Yimu in surprise. Personal secretary? It's not surprising. Since you have already started a company, it's not unusual to have a personal secretary. Oh, Mr. Yi is bullying me again. You are my boss. Suanchi said with feigned anger. Just know that I'm your boss. Are you coming or not? Yimu said firmly. It's not like I can't go, so Mr. Yi, please don't deduct my salary. Suanchi said, but what good will it do me if I go? It's not safe for a girl like me to go out at night. Yi Mu listened for a while. I think so too. He nodded and said, then I'll give you a 10,000 yuan salary increase. You have to obey my instructions 24 hours a day. Otherwise, forget it. Before he finished speaking, Suanchi screamed in surprise. Her sleepiness disappeared immediately. Really? I knew Mr. Yi was the best. Wait for me for half an hour. I'll go right away. Then, before Yi Mu could say anything, Suanchi hung up the phone. This little girl. When Yi Mu heard the beeping sound, he shook his head and took the phone away from his ear. Your personal secretary? Dong Menghan interrupted at this time. Yes, a personal secretary. He is very smart, but he doesn't usually listen to me. Yi Mu laughed and said. Yeah, well, we have someone to pick us up now. Let's go back to the car. It's really cold outside. Good. Yi Mu and Dong Menghan walked back and returned to the Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. Thank you, master. Suanchi, who was wearing casual clothes, slammed the door of the car. The driver stuck his head out of the car window and said, remember to give me a 5-star rating. Only after seeing Suanchi make an okay gesture did he drive away. Where is it? Suanchi walked along the road for a while, looking around. Seeing a black Lamborghini parked not far away, he immediately ran over happily. Yi Mu, who was in the car, also saw Suanchi jogging over. He opened the door and got out of the car, and Dong Menghan followed him out. Boss, I finally found you. Suanchi ran over and said with a smile. But when she saw Dong Menghan wearing Yi Mu's suit jacket, her smile froze a little. Dong Menghan also saw the charming and seductive secretary in front of him. The expression on his face suddenly turned ugly. You took so long to come here, I think you want to have your salary deducted. Yi Mu said. Boss Yi, I'm here at this late hour. That's enough to show how dedicated I am. How dare you complain that I took too long? When Suanchi was speaking, a sea breeze blew, and she cutely shrank her neck and spoke. Devoted to your work? You're here just for a pay raise, right? Yi Mu sneered. Then I saw Suanchi and Dong Menghan looking at each other. So he said to the two girls, this is my secretary Suanchi, and this is my friend Dong Menghan. Hello, Miss Dong. Suanchi immediately extended her hand enthusiastically. Hello, Secretary Su. Dong Menghan also smiled and stretched out her hand to shake hands warmly. However, Yi Mu always felt that there was something wrong with this harmonious scene. How do we sit? After the two greeted each other, Dong Menghan asked a fatal question. This Lamborghini sports car only has 2 seats. Yi Mu thought for a moment and said, you can sit on my lap. There's room for you. Dong Menghan's pretty face turned red, and she hesitated for a while before nodding shyly. Then he looked at Suanchi, who shrugged. After the three of them got in the car, Suanchi smelled a strong smell of alcohol in the car. Pinching his nose, he said, Mr. Yi, how much alcohol did you drink? You smell so strong. Don't spit it out when you drive later. Yi Mu felt helpless towards Suanchi. Said, no, just drive your car and take Miss Dong home first, and then take me home. Okay, Mr. Yi. Suanchi smiled at Dong Menghan very politely, then started the car. Chapter 63, Weekly Draw. 1900 silver notes plus more. The chirping of birds is very loud. Woke Yi Mu up. He rubbed his eyes and picked up the phone on the table to check the time. I realized it was already past 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did I realize that I was inside the villa. The only thing he remembered was the moment when Suanchi came to Xian Fengwan to pick him up. I don't remember clearly what happened after that. I don't know if Yi Mu's alcohol tolerance has decreased or if the aftereffects of Remy Martin are too strong. After getting in the car, he actually fell asleep while hugging such a beautiful woman like Dong Menghan. It's Saturday. I don't have to work. I can sleep in a little longer. Yi Mu put down his phone and closed his eyes for a while. A few minutes later, Imelda suddenly knocked on his door. Mr. Yi, the Nintendo you wanted has been bought back. After hearing this, Yi Mu's sleepiness dissipated a lot. He opened his eyes and said, I see. Go prepare breakfast. I'll be up soon. Okay, Mr. Yi. Imelda's footsteps gradually faded away. Ha! Let's draw the lottery first, system. I want to draw the lottery. Yimu sat up from the bed and gave instructions to the system. Ding! Host instructions detected, the system is drawing a lottery. The system's cold mechanical sound rang out. A colorful roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of Yimu, and the pointer was spinning rapidly. It finally fell into the guaranteed area of 100 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million renminbi. The system prompt sounded again. Soon after, Yimu received a text message from his bank. Yimu was too lazy to look. He yawned and went downstairs to wash up. Saturday was pretty much uneventful. Yimu played Nintendo at home for the whole day. It was very satisfying. In the middle of the process, the beautiful secretary called. I consulted a company about a small matter. Nothing happened after Yimu solved it casually. A day passes in the blink of an eye. Yimu couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the life of rich people is so boring and tedious. Yimu got up very early on Sunday morning. I went for a big run in the villa area in the morning before coming back. I sent a lottery instruction to the system while taking a shower. The system has daily, weekly, and monthly draws. Yimu's draw today was the weekly draw, and he directly won 500 million from the system. This made Yimu a little excited. After all, after transferring 1 billion yuan to the company as working capital, there was not much money left in his bank account. With the newly drawn 600 million, I can spend it as I please. There was nothing to do on Sunday either. Moreover, Dong Manghan, who often chatted with him on WeChat, did not contact him since that night. Yimu could also vaguely guess the reason. But I don't care. He has made his choice. I played Nintendo until 6 or 7 in the evening. Yimu felt a little lonely and unbearable. So he picked up his phone and opened the address book, finally stopping at Gu Yiman's column. Xiao Luxian is busy filming right now, so it's your turn. Yimu thought about it and quickly dialed the number. Hey! Mr. Yi! Gu Yiman didn't expect Yimu to call her, and she shouted with a little surprise. Well, your Mr. Yi misses you. Are you free in the evening? Come to my house. Yimu said very bluntly. Mr. Yi is looking for me, so of course I'm free. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I'll be there in about an hour. Gu Yiman's laughter is very attractive. Okay then, hurry up. After Yimu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Instead of continuing to play Nintendo, he picked up the cigarettes on the table and started smoking one by one. He didn't look at the time. After a long time, the door of the villa rang. He drew aside the curtain and looked out the French window. I saw Gu Yiman, wearing sunglasses, walking slowly towards me led by a Filipino maid. He put out his cigarette and went downstairs. Mr. Yi, do you miss me? When Gu Yiman saw Yimu coming down the stairs, she immediately smiled like a flower. Of course she was willing to sleep with Yimu. If Yimu could get used to having her around, she would continue to be praised. By then, there will be more than one immortal martial emperor heroine. Yimu walked up to her, dismissed the maids, grinned and said, Yes, of course I do. I want to do it so badly. His neat, white teeth were revealed. As he said that, he walked to the sofa and sat down, then patted the seat next to him. Come here. How embarrassing to be here. Gu Yiman blushed. After doing some things that bring great harmony to life with Gu Yiman, Yimu slept until noon the next day. He was awakened by the ringing of the telephone. I turned over and saw that Gu Yiman was gone again. Yimu didn't know why she ran so actively. Hello? What's up, Xiaoqi? I didn't mean to disturb your sleep, Mr. Yi. The casting for the immortal martial emperor has been finalized, and all that's left is for you to decide on the female lead. And there are 2 more documents that need Mr. Ye's signature. Do you think I should come pick you up, or drive directly to the company? Suanchi changed her tone to a more capable one. Okay, I'll go over there by myself, you go ahead and do your work. Okay, Mr. Yi. Suanchi hung up the phone. It's really better to have a company. Otherwise, I'll be either playing Nintendo or flirting with beautiful women at home every day. Sooner or later, I'll be ruined. Yimu shook his head and yawned, then walked barefoot to open the curtains by the window. Welcome a new sun. An hour and a half later, Yimu drove a Lamborghini and arrived at the gate of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. After Su Anqi received his call, she actually came downstairs to wait. As soon as Yimu got off the car, she walked over in high heels. The black stockings on her slender legs were very sexy, making Yimu feel a little dizzy. "Mr. Yi," Su Anqi called out with a smile. "I called you just to inform you, not to ask you to pick me up downstairs," Yimu said. "I'm your personal secretary, so what's the harm in answering the call?" Upon hearing this, Yimu nodded and walked into the company gate with Su Anqi. After taking the elevator to her office, Su Anqi took out the notebook and handed it to Yimu to see all the casting and list of the immortal martial emperor. The company did exactly what he asked. They are looking for actors and stars who have been in the second-tier cities for a long time and have very mature acting skills. Now we are waiting for you to decide who will be the heroine. I wonder if Director Yi has made up his mind, Su Anqi said with a smile. In fact, she already knew in her heart that the heroine of this drama would be Gu Yimin. Gu Yimin's reply of okay that day said it all. "Well, I've decided. Let's choose Gu Yimin from our company. We are doing this project ourselves now. There's no reason to support other people's artists." Yimu touched his chin and told Su Anqi. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I will inform Mr. Xia." Su Anqi nodded. The two discussed the role of the immortal martial emperor for a while, and then there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Yimu said casually and continued discussing with Su Anqi. "Hello, Mr. Yi." The door opened, and a beautiful, youthful, and charming girl emerged. Chapter 64, Catering to His Interests, 200 comments and more. Yimu has a deep memory of this beauty. Because she can do the splits, her name is Li Wanqing. Li Wanqing waited for so long and finally saw Yimu coming to the company. So he came to Yimu to discuss it as soon as possible. Because she knew that the female lead of the immortal martial emperor had not yet been decided, so she still had a chance. "Li Wanqing, what's the matter?" Yimu said with a smile after seeing Li Wanqing. "Wanqing came to see Director Yi a few days ago, but Director Yi was not here." "It should be the same matter. Director Yi, I will go and inform President Xia of your decision first." Su Anqi said this with a bit of jealousy, then left the office without even looking at Li Wanqing. "Sit down, what's going on?" Yimu said as he looked at the beautiful lady who could do the splits. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Actually, I came here this time to discuss the issue of the female lead of the immortal martial emperor with Mr. Yi. I talked to Mr. Yi about it on WeChat a few days ago." Li Wanqing sat down in front of Yimu's desk, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. It's a pity. The female lead for the immortal martial emperor has just been decided. It will be played by Gu Yimin from our company. I'm afraid you will be disappointed." Yimu gave an apologetic smile. "Is that so?" Li Wanqing lowered her head slightly, remembering what Su Anqi had just said. "Tell President Xia your decision." "Is it settled?" This is indeed the result. Although Gu Yimin was her senior, she still felt unconvinced. Yimu also noticed her sadness and loss. "Prepare the wording," said. "You don't have to be sad. It's true that you are not eligible to be the heroine of Emperor Xianwu, but the company is still short of people for another big project." "Mr. Yi is talking about the star of tomorrow?" When Li Wanqing heard this, her eyes lit up again and she looked radiant. "That's right, the rising star is going to create a girl group. Mr. Yi, I can do it." Hearing this, Li Wanqing said excitedly, "Boss Yi, you know I studied dance and graduated from a professional acting school. It's true that the girl group needs to sing, but my voice is not bad, and after professional training, it won't be inferior to others. Boss Yi, can you consider me?" She was quite excited at first, but later when she saw that Yimu was not that excited, her tone gradually weakened. "Of course I know what you said. When the King of Thailand signed the contract with you, he was impressed by your talent." Yimu nodded, but... Hearing the word but, Li Wanqing's heart was in suspense. She knew no matter what. As long as the word but is added in it, there will be no good results. But I'll tell you the truth, the members of the group are basically already decided, and they will be given enough screen time from the beginning, and the others will just become foils. Yimu said lightly. What he said was indeed true. Because that's what Xia Yushir told him. He just relayed it to Li Wanqing. "Can I be the default one?" Li Wanqing asked cautiously. "Well, there are people in the company who are not inferior to you, and there are even more capable people who have signed up online. I can't give you a definite answer now. After Yimu finished speaking, Li Wanqing showed a gloomy look. Boss Yi, I've been in the company for so long and there has been no announcement. Lu Xian entered Tai King at the same time as me, but now she has already started filming as the female lead. Li Wanqing looked into Yimu's eyes but still couldn't say the above words. Mr. Yi, I really want to, she said weakly. It's two different things. Your idea is good, but there's no reason for you to be selected just because you want it. You still have to show your ability and sincerity and work harder to get the position. Yimu hinted. He saw that Li Wanqing was obviously stunned for a moment. Then her cheeks turned red. She understood the hidden meaning in the second half of Yimu's sentence. She actually has no aversion to Yimu. This happened on the first day we met. Therefore, she was willing to be pursued by Yimu Qian. But when the question was raised so directly and suddenly, she was shy and didn't know what to say. Think about it carefully and sign up first. Even if you don't get the job, you can still participate in the show to train yourself and gain some fans. Yimu looked at her embarrassed state, stood up, walked to her side, touched her little head, and then walked out of the office. As soon as he left, Li Wanqing, whose body was still a little stiff because of being touched on the head, also followed him out. Her face was full of shyness. Because Yimu's actions just now were quite intimate. What's wrong with Li Wanqing? Her face is as red as a monkey's butt? I don't know. I just came out of Director Ye's office and it became like this. I was fine before I went in. What? So, is that so? Don't be so startled. It's scary. Li Wanqing walked through the staff office, where a group of people were whispering and talking. The voice was not loud, but every word fell into her ears. It made her cheeks even redder. Back in her lounge, her agent Shinran couldn't help but come over. He whispered, "What happened? Did Director Yi do something to you?" "No, Mr. Yi did nothing." Li Wanqing didn't know why, but she felt disappointed. Boss Yi said that the female lead for the Immortal Martial Emperor has been decided, and asked me to participate in the Star of Tomorrow. However, to become an internal member, I still need to show my ability and sincerity to fight for it. Li Wanqing told her agent everything about her conversation with Yimu. When the latter heard this, he said, "Boss Yi has said so much, don't you understand? Why don't you just devote yourself?" "Of course I understand, but I couldn't even say anything at the time. And I sacrificed myself directly," Li Wanqing said resentfully. "And then what?" "After that, Director Yi asked me to think about it carefully and then I came out." "Alas! If you can't say it, then you have no share." While you were getting moldy in the office, Lu Xian was filming outside. "My dear little aunt, why are you so stupid?" Shinran shook his head and sighed. Li Wanqing pouted, "I will never do this next time, I will tell Mr. Yi." "What are you going to say?" Shinran asked. This question stumped Li Wanqing. Seeing her expression, Shinran knew what was going on. He moved closer to her and said, "Just say it. Let's not talk about whether you are shy enough to say it. Just saying it is too low. Did Director Yi ask you to do the splits during your interview?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Li Wanqing asked back. "It means that Mr. Yi likes to see you do the splits." "Silly girl, since Mr. Yi likes the splits, you might as well give him what he likes and use the splits to hint at Yowa." After Shinran finished speaking, he sat back in his seat. "Splits, to please the person?" Li Wanqing seemed to understand what was said, and was stunned for a moment. "That's right, think about it carefully, as long as you fight for the opportunity, you will definitely become famous with your talent." Shinran cheered her up. "I understand, thank you Shinran." Li Wanqing nodded and spoke seriously to her agent. Chapter 65, Expressing Feelings First Update. There was nothing for Yimu to do regarding company matters. So he sat in the office and played all afternoon. When it was almost time to get off work, Xia Yushir suddenly knocked on his door. Yimu let her in. "Mr. Yi, I have a new project I need to tell you about." Xia Yushir's tone was quite serious. "Oh, okay, sit down first and talk slowly." Yimu asked her to sit down. After she sat down, she continued, "Boss Yi, this is the case. The senior and famous singer under our company." Through Xia Yushir's narration, Yimu learned what this new project was. It turned out that she was a big-name female singer under his label. "Last year, I received an invitation to be a guest judge on a very popular singing competition show called God of Songs. Then this year the show will start preparing for its fourth season. But the partners suddenly withdrew for various reasons and the project had to be terminated. Now the director of this program has been looking for partners. And this big-name singer under Yi Mu's company took the opportunity to win him over. Xia Yushi talked to the director first. The other party also recognizes the strength of the King of Thailand. Now I hope to meet with Yi Mu for a detailed discussion, and if possible, we can make a decision directly. This is the basic situation. If Director Yi has time these days, he needs to take time to meet with Director Gong to discuss this project. After Xia Yushi finished speaking, she waited quietly for Yi Mu's reply. Preparing for the fourth season. Why did his partner suddenly quit? Yi Mu asked, stroking his chin. Maybe I need to meet with Mr. Yi to ask, I'm not sure about the details. Xia Yushi showed a hint of embarrassment. Yi Mu nodded, Mr. Xia, can you analyze the pros and cons of this project? He wanted to hear what this experienced insider had to say. Although it was obtained through hard work of the singers under the company. But there are also risks to consider. Otherwise, we will cooperate on any project. No matter how much money a company has, it will be a bottomless pit that cannot be filled. From my perspective, this show has already gained popularity, and the cooperation will benefit the King of Thailand. When asked by Yi Mu, Xia Yushi started talking non-stop again. During this period, there were some coincidences with Yi Mu. The first 3 seasons of this show were very popular. Logically speaking, even if the 4th season is terrible, it will still be quite popular. This popularity is enough for the King of Thailand to support a few singers. Besides, since they have cooperated, Yi Mu will not let this show go badly. When will Director Gong be free? After learning about Xia Yushi's idea, Yi Mu felt that this project could indeed be done, so he asked. He said that he would set aside time in the next few days to discuss cooperation. If Mr. Yi is free, we can meet tomorrow. Xia Yushi replied. Of course, let's meet tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xia. By the way, tell the singer that she did a great job this time. If this project is successful, I will reward her well. When Xia Yushi was about to leave, Yi Mu said one more thing. Okay, Mr. Yi, I understand. Xia Yushi nodded and closed the door. Stayed in the office for a while. Yi Mu glanced at his watch and found that it was almost time to get off work. After saying hello to Suanchi, he left work early. After all, at this time, there was nothing he could do in the company. Just leave the rest to Suanchi. Mr. Yi, I'll take you home. Suanchi spoke up when she learned that Yi Mu was leaving get off work early. No, you still have to be busy at the company, I can go back by myself, you just go ahead and do your best. Yi Mu waved his hand, twirling the car keys on his fingers and left. Suanchi returned to the office and looked down from the window. She didn't look away until the Lamborghini went away. I just heard they were discussing Li Wanqing again. I wonder if they have concluded another deal. These little bastards only know how to flirt with Mr. Yi all day long. Suanchi quietly left the window and continued to work. The Lamborghini is stuck in traffic. Many cars in the distance kept their distance from this cool sports car for fear of scratching or bumping into it, which Yi Mu found a bit funny. Buzz buzz buzz. The red light was still flashing and Yi Mu's phone started vibrating. At the same time, a WeChat pop-up window popped up on the screen. He looked at the note and saw it was from Li Wanqing. This little girl just contacted me this afternoon, and now she's sending me a WeChat message. I wonder what she's up to. Yi Mu unlocked his phone and opened the dialog box. I found out that what Li Wanqing sent was a short video from Douyin. The beautiful woman with a nice figure on the cover is actually herself, and the background is a dance rehearsal room. After Yi Mu opened it, he discovered that the video actually showed Li Wanqing doing the splits in various positions. She began to show off to the accompaniment of music. The first one is standing. She placed her left foot on the ground and pointed her right foot toward the ceiling. The pure and lively face has a charming smile. The video continues to play. The second one was split into the ground. Li Wanqing was wearing a training tights. Only her upper body and abdomen were covered, and her legs were not covered, so her long, snow-white legs were clearly revealed this time. Every word was so smooth under her. It's not over yet. This time, Li Wanqing supported herself on the ground with one hand. His body split horizontally in the air to form a T shape. This is a move similar to street dance. Because of the splits, it appears soft and resilient. The fourth one. Li Wanqing jumped up in the air like she was dancing ballet. The long legs were split straight in the air. His upper body remained motionless, and he looked at the camera with a very convincing smile on his face. After landing, he turned around gracefully twice, and then the video stopped. It only took about 30 seconds in total. Yimu was fascinated by it. I just said it in the afternoon, and he sent me this splits video in the evening. This is to express my feelings to him. As if waiting for Yimu to finish watching the video, Li Wanqing immediately sent a message. Boss Yi, do I do the splits beautifully? Yimu quickly replied, very beautiful, very good. Li Wanqing, does Mr. Yi like it? This sentence immediately opened up Yimu's imagination, and all kinds of images of him and Li Wanqing doing splits filled his mind. This will be a new and unprecedented experience. Of course I like you. You are so beautiful, no man would not like you. Thank you Mr. Yi for the compliment. I will continue to work hard. Li Wanqing sent Yimu a cute little emoticon and ended the conversation. Yimu smiled knowingly. Hearing a series of horns honking from behind, Yimu put down his phone and started the car slowly. By the way, there is no lottery today. System, please arrange it. Not long after driving, Yimu suddenly thought of this. If there is no lottery today, the number of draws will definitely be erased and refreshed by the system. So the loss is at least 100 million, which is too much. Ding dong, the system has detected the host's instructions and is currently drawing the lottery. The system's voice sounded in Yimu's mind. Chapter 66 Recording Studio Second Update. Then, a huge colorful roulette wheel appeared and the pointer started spinning rapidly. In the end, it fell above the guaranteed minimum of 100 million. Yimu was slightly disappointed when he saw this. After all, it's not like the previous period when 1 billion was withdrawn at once. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a top-notch recording studio worth 100 million renminbi. The system prompt sounded again. But these are not RMB, but a recording studio. Yimu frowned. What does he want this thing for? I don't need it. Maybe I'll have to rent it out. Now even the issue of 40 commercial houses has not been settled. You know, it's just a waste of money when you're idle. Yimu felt sad just thinking about it. Buzz buzz buzz. The colorful roulette wheel disappeared, and Yimu's cell phone rang. He doesn't have to think about it. I knew it must be a call about the recording studio. So I connected directly. Hello? Mr. Yi? Hello, I'm the manager of Doni Recording Studio. The contract has been sent to you. Violet Villa District, when you sign it, the recording studio will be yours. The other person's voice was humble and polite. I know, sorry for the trouble. Yimu said this and hung up the phone. Now that the contract has been delivered, it doesn't take much, just sign it when the time comes. A few dozen minutes later, Yimu drove the Lamborghini to the Violet Gate. A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, was standing at the door waiting for someone. The man seemed to be of mixed race. The eyes and nose are both foreign-looking. He turned around and found Yimu looking at him through the car window. He immediately smiled politely and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Fryro, and my boss asked me to give you the contract." His Chinese is very stiff. It sounds awkward. Without waiting for Yimu to answer, Fryro pulled out the briefcase from under his armpit, took out the contract and pen and handed them to Yimu. After Mr. Yi signs the contract, the recording studio will be yours. Okay. Yimu took the contract, flipped through a few pages, signed it, and handed a copy to Fryro. The latter took a look and confirmed that there was no problem. He smiled and said, "Don't bother Mr. Yi. Have a nice evening." "Thanks," Yimu said. Fryro turned and left. After returning to the villa and eating something, Yimu returned to his room and looked up some information about the Doni recording studio. I discovered that this recording studio is actually the best one in Shanghai. This surprised him a little. I might have a collaboration with the god of song soon, and this recording studio might be useful. If it doesn't work, Yimu also had no plans to sell or rent it out. After all, there are many singers in his entertainment company and he can record songs for them. Recording songs in such a top-notch recording studio is the dream of many singers. Therefore, this can also be a means for Yimu to increase the company's competitiveness. After chatting with Lu Xian on WeChat for a few sentences in the evening, Yimu fell asleep. I slept until dawn. He was happy to have some peace and quiet since the beautiful secretary didn't call him. Because the environment of the villa area here is very good, the birds chirping is very loud in the morning. Yimu was naked. He jumped into the swimming pool and swam a circle before coming out. While swimming, I imagined myself as a majestic mermaid. Yimu has a very strong body and almost no extra fat. The strong upper body is exposed in the blue swimming pool, which is very sexy. Since staying at home can be boring, Yimu decided to go to work at the company. So after breakfast, he drove his Lamborghini away from his villa. As soon as he drove out of the villa, Yimu saw a familiar figure walking opposite. Zhang Weishu? He slowed down the car and drove over slowly. He looked at the figure's face through the mirror and muttered in confusion. Zhang Weishu. This is a singer who has become very famous in the past 2 years. She has an angelic face, a devilish figure, and her singing skills are impeccable. Lian Yimu has many of her songs in his mobile phone. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'm a little fan. So when Yimu met this beautiful woman on the road, he was still a little surprised. Rolling down the car window, Yimu asked, Zhang Weishu? The beautiful woman heard someone calling her name and turned around. He found that it was a man driving a Lamborghini. After a brief surprise, he looked puzzled. Who are you? I'm your fan, huh? You have a few songs I really like. Yimu grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, looking very sunny. Oh, really? Do you live here too? Zhang Weishu didn't react much. He just nodded lightly and continued walking. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you in person. Where are you going? I'm going to work, I can give you a ride if it's on my way. Yimu stopped the car. It may not be convenient. Sorry. Zhang Weishu also stopped and smiled at Yimu in the car window. Okay, I'll go to work first. Bye. When Yimu saw that she refused, he didn't argue and just rolled up the window and left. He just felt fresh when he saw the singer on his phone appear in front of him. I don't have any intention of pursuing her. Stopping by is a polite invitation. Coming or not coming will not affect Yimu's mood. Seeing the Lamborghini leave directly, Zhang Weishu was stunned for a moment. She thought Yimu would pester her for a long time. I didn't expect him to leave so easily. Fake fans. Zhang Weishu came back to his senses, murmured a little unhappily, put his hands in his pockets and continued walking. It was almost 10 o'clock when Yimu arrived at the company. He remembered that Xia Yushir had agreed with him yesterday that the meeting time was 10:30, so he still had half an hour. Pushing open the office door, Yimu found Suanchi sorting documents inside. Mr. Yi. Suanchi looked up and saw Yimu. She immediately smiled charmingly and greeted him. The sun shone through the window and onto her body. The feeling of her whole body radiating light made Yimu's heart beat fast. What is Mr. Yi in a daze about? Suanchi walked out from the light with a smile, which brought Yimu back to his senses. Nothing. When will Director Gong arrive? Yimu changed the subject. It's on the way, maybe it will arrive earlier. Suanchi replied. Well, let me tell you something before he gets here. Yimu walked to his desk and sat down, and Suanchi followed him. I bought a recording studio and just signed the contract yesterday. I haven't dealt with the details yet. I want you to help with the handover. Yimu said. Recording studio? Really? It's not certain whether we will cooperate with Director Gong yet. Why did Director Yi buy a recording studio right away? Suanchi was a little surprised. However, he did not intend to let Yimu answer these questions. After asking, he said, Mr. Yi is really something. He has nothing to do every day. Our company can also use the recording studio. There is no need to cooperate with Director Gong. Yimu said. Chapter 67 Negotiation Third Update. As they were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yimu just finished saying please come in. The beautiful CEO walked in immediately. Director Yi, Director Gong has arrived early. He will be here in a few minutes. Is Director Yi ready? Xia Yushir walked, her wavy golden hair swaying on her shoulders. It's like a model walking on a catwalk. No problem. You can pick it up for me and bring it directly to my office to talk. Yimu nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Xia Yushir nodded and left. Yimu said to Suanchi again, just tell me your name when you go there. If it's not a big deal, you can make the decision directly. If you can handle it today. Don't delay it for too long. Hearing this, Suanchi said quietly, Boss Yi, someone has already rented out your 40 commercial houses. I don't care, Boss Yi, you have to reward me first. It's tiring to run errands all the time, okay? A faint smile flashed across Yimu's lips, and he leaned back in his chair and said, of course there is a reward. After I meet Director Gong today, I'll take you out to play and give you a reward. Don't lie to me, Mr. Yi. Suanchi said. Of course not. Yimu lowered his head and pulled out a piece of paper, wrote down the address of Donnie Recording Studio and handed it to Suanchi. Then Mr. Yi, I'll go first. Suanchi took the address and turned to leave. But as soon as his hand touched the door handle, Yimu stopped him. Come here first. What's the matter, Mr. Yi? Suanchi looked back in confusion. I'll give you a small reward first, here we go. Yimu stood up and waved at her. Suanchi walked over puzzled. Yimu stopped talking and stared into Suanchi's eyes. The air was silent for a few seconds. Yimu slowly approached Suanchi and spoke to her. Suanchi did not hide. The few seconds when she looked into Yimu's eyes made her feel as if she was under a spell. Yimu was originally planning to give a simple reward. But this touch made him forget the time. Director Gong, please come in, Director Yi is waiting. When Xia Yusher's voice sounded, the door of Yimu's office was also pushed open. Following behind her was a middle-aged woman who still had some charm. She was none other than the big-name Thai singer, Zhou Shelwei. Following behind the two of them was a dark and skinny middle-aged man. He was wearing an ordinary black suit and his appearance could only be described as meticulous. Because of his skin color, he doesn't look refreshing. Behind this man there is another man with a beard. Plus a plump woman. These are the crew members of the God of Songs program who came to Thai Entertainment Company. At this moment, the 5 people stared with wide eyes at the scene in front of them. Suanchi heard the noise outside and woke up first. Then he pushed Yimu away awkwardly. When she saw that even Director Gong was there, her pretty face flushed red, and she bowed nervously and said, "Excuse me, sorry." Then he quickly passed by several people and left the crime scene. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. Xia Yusher, who realized that she had gotten into trouble, didn't look too good either. If I knock on the door in advance, no one else will see this. But Yimu just said to bring him directly to his office. She apologized at this moment without making any excuses. Because she really didn't do it well. It doesn't matter. Yimu was also embarrassed at first. But on second thought, it's nothing. If the other party refuses to cooperate because of this, then there is really nothing to cooperate with. Please take a seat, Mr. Xia. And introduce me to him. Yimu had a smile on his face and asked everyone to take a seat. There was a large sofa in front of his desk, big enough for 5 people to sit. Oh, okay. Xia Yusher finally reacted, turned around and invited Director Gong to enter Yimu's office and waved to invite him to take a seat. This is Director Gong Jinhong, the director of the God of Songs program. This is Li Yunli, the producer of the God of Songs program. This is the director, Director Zhang Long. After the introduction, Xia Yusher turned around and introduced, this is our Thai King's new chairman, Mr. Yimu. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, Director Gong. Yimu leaned over and shook hands with each of them. Finally, he smiled at Zhou Shelwei who was following behind Xia Yusher, and they sat down together. There was no trace of the awkwardness and embarrassment just now, as if it had never happened. Gong Jinhan laughed, looked at Yimu and said, Boss Yi is really interested. He started playing so early in the morning. Yimu smiled and said nothing. Young people can understand. Gong Jinhan laughed again. Then he looked at Zhang Long and Li Yun behind him and said, the chairman of a big company is different. His demeanor is completely different. I admire Chairman Yi. The two of them also smiled and nodded. Director Gong, stop praising me. It's embarrassing enough to make a fool of yourself. Let's get straight to the point and talk about the collaboration between the God of Songs and the King of Thailand. Yimu spoke directly. He doesn't like beating around the bush. Mr. Yi is straightforward. Let's talk about it. Gong Jinhong said. Boss Xia, please ask your assistant to make a few cups of coffee. There are coffee beans in everything, Yi Mu said to Xia Yushi. The latter nodded. Let me do it, Director Yi, you talk to Director Gong first. It's troublesome. Yi Mu smiled slightly, then looked at Gong Jinhong again. In fact, Xia Yushi told him about it yesterday. Many conditions are acceptable to both parties. Only a few need to be talked about. This is also what interests Yi Mu. As Mr. Yi saw, the collaboration between the God of Songs and the King of Thailand was brought together by Ms. Shou. What about the fourth season of the show? Yi Mu saw that Gong Jinhong was talking at great length again and the situation was not good. He didn't know when the conversation would end. So wait until he finishes saying this. Before I could even open my mouth to say the next sentence, I quickly interrupted and said, Director Gong is right. President Xia told me yesterday that the cooperation talks between Thai Entertainment and the God of Songs are going smoothly, and they have selected conditions that both parties can accept. But we are sitting here today because there are two conditions that neither party can accept. Let's just talk about this. The bearded man and the plump woman behind Gong Jinhong showed some appreciation in their eyes. Very good, then I won't waste my time. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to implement the Thai King's decision on the champion. Seeing Yi Mu was so straightforward, Gong Jinhong stopped playing Tai Chi and spoke directly. I think it is definitely not enough to have a predetermined champion. I think the top 3 spots should be given to the King of Thailand so that they can be guaranteed. Yi Mu looked up at Gong Jinhong after another tactical move. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden silence in the conference room. They all looked at Yi Mu with surprised eyes. Is being the designated champion not enough? The top 3 places should be given to the King of Thailand. Is this a joke? Chapter 68, listing 2,000 silver notes plus more. Boss Yi is a straightforward person, but I cannot accept this request. We are here to discuss the internal selection of the champion. It is not realistic for Boss Yi to decide and add 2 more places. Gong Jinhong raised her eyebrows and said. Yi Mu looked at him for a while. After a while, he said, the King of Thailand is confident enough to fight for these 3 places. If Director Gong cannot accept this condition, I think there is no need to discuss it further. After saying this, he smiled politely. These words made the office fall into silence. There is no need to talk anymore? Gong Jinhong was stunned. He shifted his gaze to Xia Yushi. The latter shrugged his shoulders and said, this matter is entirely up to our Director Yi. What this sentence means is that she has no control over this matter. So he turned his attention to Zhou Shelwei. The latter smiled awkwardly. She is just an artist under Yi Mu. There is no way to influence Yi Mu's opinion, it's useless to watch. Mr. Yi, haha. Gong Jinhong laughed twice. He didn't expect Yi Mu to be so decisive. He refused to cooperate just after he said he didn't agree. Let's talk it over. Seeing Gong Jinhong agree, Yi Mu nodded and said, it is easy to negotiate if Director Gong agrees to this condition. Working with the King of Thailand will be Director Gong's best cooperation experience ever. If Mr. Yi decides this way, then other areas must make some concessions, such as funding issues. Gong Jinhong said, also, the quality of the top 3 singers must be guaranteed. If they are popular, then they should be popular. If not, then Director Yi should spend money to package them and make them popular. We should take this opportunity to promote them. Otherwise, if the audience doesn't buy in, we won't be able to continue. Of course, both are possible. Yi Mu nodded. The following conversations were between Xia Yushi and Gong Jinhong. After all, Yi Mu really didn't understand a lot of the professional stuff. He would feel at ease if he handed it over to Xia Yushi. This beautiful CEO was very capable in getting things done. An hour later, the project was finally negotiated. I modified a few clauses in the previously drafted contract and signed my name on the spot. Director Gong, it's a pleasure to work with you. Yi Mu signed the contract, stood up and handed it to Gong Jinhong. The latter also politely stood up and shook hands with Yi Mu. Mr. Yi, you're welcome. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. We've finished talking about this. It's already noon. How about I treat everyone to a meal at the restaurant? We may not have time to get together when the show gets really busy. Yi Mu withdrew his hand and said. Gong Jinhong looked at Li Yun and Zhan Long. He nodded and said, since Mr. Yi has invited me, I will respectfully obey your orders. Boss Xia, please send Director Gong and the others down first. I'll be there soon. Yimu waved his hand and let Xia Yushi go first with a few others. Tianhong Building. This is a purely authentic Cantonese restaurant, and a very famous Cantonese restaurant in Shanghai. Many celebrities have also eaten here. And they all praised it highly. Yimu chose this place because he heard that Gong Jinhong likes Cantonese cuisine. At the round table, Yimu and Gong Jinhong sat at opposite ends. Xia Yushi and Zhou Shelwei sat on Yimu's right, while Gong Jinhong's people sat on his left. After all the dishes were served, several people toasted each other and the atmosphere was quite warm. All the talk during the meal was politeness. Yimu was quite impatient, but he didn't show it. I heard that director Yi recently launched 2 big projects. If they can be successful, they will definitely be. Gong Jinhong was holding a wine glass, his face flushed from drinking, and he burped before he could say anything. He quickly covered his mouth and said, "Sorry." Li Yin handed him a piece of paper. Director Gong is well informed. Those 2 projects? When the partners heard that the King of Thailand had a new chairman, they all ran away. I have no choice but to pay for it. Whether it will succeed or not is still uncertain. Yimu said with a smile. How humble, how humble. Gong Jinhong poured herself another glass of wine and said, I heard about Mr. Yi's decision. Mr. Yi, I tell you, you are 90% sure to get these 2 projects. There will be absolutely no problem. Don't worry. Then I'll ask Director Gong for his blessing. Yimu raised the wine glass and stopped when it touched his lips. Boss Yi, after you complete these 2 projects, the company's market value will definitely soar, and that will be great. I work as a director all day long, but I can't compare with you. By the way, is Tai King going to go public? I haven't seen any losses from Tai King in the past few years. Is there any problem? Gong Jinhong asked. He was still quite curious about Yimu. I have never heard of such a person in the circle before. As a result, he was parachuted into the position of chairman of Taihuang Entertainment Company. It's all very mysterious. When Zhou Shelwei told him about this plan, he just wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect that we would actually be able to talk about it. So he was quite happy about this collaboration, and also got to know Yimu at the same time. Listing? Gong Jinhong's words made Yimu obviously stunned. Of course he knows about going public. However, he really had never known about the listing status of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. When asked this question, he was stumped. So he turned his attention to Xia Yushi. The latter understood. Nodding his head, he said, King of Thailand can go public. There is no problem. Everything was prepared and all the audits were passed. But the chairman of the board was suddenly replaced, so the plan was not implemented. Mr. Yi. Li Yun, who was standing next to Gong Jinhong, continued, the company has finally made it to the market. Now that the conditions are met, we should go public. Don't delay. Some things will be bad if they are delayed. That's true. Yimu nodded. After a company goes public, its market value will soar. This is very helpful for him to complete the system tasks. Xia Yushi also said that. The preparations were all good. It was not carried out because of the change of chairman. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. It is not just a matter of his words whether the company goes public or not. When the Thai King's market value soars to 10 billion, his system mission will be completed. Mr. Xia. Yimu thought about it and suddenly called Xia Yushi. The latter turned his head and said, Oh, it's okay. Yimu originally wanted to ask some questions about the company's listing. But he suddenly realized that he was at the dinner table, and Gong Jinhong and others were present, which was not very convenient, so he changed his words and said it was okay. Xia Yushi nodded and went back to eating. Because we were chatting while eating, the meal took more than 2 hours to finish. Yimu's waist was sore from sitting so long. He didn't know how people like Gong Jinhong could be so talkative. I wanted to leave early, but I felt it was inappropriate. Just when he was getting impatient, the phone suddenly rang, like a savior. Chapter 69, A Big Deal First Update. Yimu immediately picked up the phone and answered it. Hello? Mr. Yi, this Donnie recording studio is amazing. It's so beautiful. You haven't come to see it in person yet, have you? This is truly the best recording studio I've ever seen. Suanchi's voice of praise was heard. Oh? Don't just stare at the recording studio. Have you finished the work for me? Yi Mu said. Of course I'm done, otherwise why would I call Mr. Yi? There are still some documents that need your signature in person. Mr. Yi, would you like to come over when you have time? I'm almost done here. Su Anqi said. Sign? It's up to you. I can talk to you when I have time. Not now. Well, let's talk about it later. Mr. Yi, I'm going to hang up first. Beep beep beep. Yi Mu put his phone on the table. Boss Yi, you are so generous that you bought a recording studio? Gong Jinhong pointed at Yi Mu and smiled. When Su Anqi made the call just now, her voice was a little louder because of excitement. So several people heard what happened in the recording studio. I just bought it a few days ago, but it's too troublesome to make. My secretary hasn't finished it yet. Yi Mu said with a smile. But I saw a few people with curious looks on their faces. After a pause, he continued, since everyone is free, why don't we take this opportunity to go and see the recording studio together? Director Gong is an expert in this area and can give us some pointers. I don't deserve your advice, Mr. Yi is so polite. Gong Jinhong was very pleased with Yi Mu's words and smiled and bowed. Then let's go. Yi Mu picked up the suit jacket draped over the back of the chair. Then he put it on and walked out of the room first. Immediately following, a group of people left Tianhong Tower. Drove to the location of Doni Recording Studio. Doni Recording Studio is located in the city. It's quite far from here. The group drove for more than 40 minutes before arriving at the recording studio. Because Yi Mu and Su Anqi called to say hello. So she stood far away on the roadside and waited. When he saw Yi Mu's Lamborghini, he immediately jumped and waved. Mr. Yi, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long. After Yi Mu parked his car and got out, Su Anqi walked over and smiled seductively. It's only been a short while, and you miss me already? Yi Mu teased her. His eyes were still looking at her alluring red lips. After all, he was disturbed in the morning before he had enough tasting. Mr. Yi started to act bad as soon as he opened his mouth. Su Anqi pretended to pinch Yi Mu. At this moment, Gong Jinhong, Xia Yusher and others also came over. She moved to greet them. Boss Xia, Director Gong, Producer Li, Director Zhang, Sister Shelby, please come this way. Since we didn't say hello when we met in the morning, this is considered a formal meeting. Several people responded politely. One reason is that Su Anqi is Yi Mu's secretary. Another reason is that Su Anqi and Yi Mu have a very special relationship. After exchanging pleasantries, Gong Jinhong turned to Yi Mu and said, Mr. Yi, the recording studio in this location is not cheap. How much did you buy it for? Let's go in first and talk about it. I won't say anything yet. Director Gong, please guess. Yi Mu laughed and didn't answer. Well, if that's the case, let's broaden our horizons today. As Gong Jinhong spoke, she looked back at Li Yun and Zhang Long. That's right, Mr. Yi's vision is not bad to be able to buy the Tai King company. Let's go take a look at this recording studio. Li Yun said very supportively. Then, several people walked into the building. Just stepped into it. You can see a series of letters of Dongyi Recording Studio spelled out in English letters on the corridor, which looks very exquisite. There were a few Western faces walking in the corridor. The way he was dressed made it obvious that he was a staff member of this recording studio. When they saw Su Anqi, they all nodded respectfully. The ones just now were Beck and Theo, old employees of the recording studio. Su Anqi explained to several people. As she spoke, she turned around and didn't see Yi Mu, so she asked, Where is Mr. Yi? Xia Yusher replied, Director Yi just went to find the bathroom and told us not to wait and go in first. Okay. Su Anqi smiled at the few people and continued to lead the way. Passed through a few more doors. Several people began to see very advanced recording equipment. After arriving at the control room with dim lights, through the glass you can see the vocal recording studio inside. A man in his 40s, dressed casually, was sitting at the console. Wearing headphones, I constantly adjust the control switches that make people with trypophobia feel terrified. Then, several people also visited the mixing room and a warehouse filled with a large amount of equipment. Finally, Su Anqi brought a few people to the largest main recording studio. Then he introduced it to a few people. This is the main recording studio of East 1 Studio. There is a 32-track API 1608 analog mixing console in here. This is what the manager here, Fryro, told me. I can't speak the jargon, so please don't laugh at me. No. Gong Jinhong was looking at these devices with fascination. He had heard of the name of Donnie Recording Studio, one of the top recording studios in the country. But I didn't have any interaction with him. He doesn't need such a high-end and sophisticated recording studio. So today I just casually said it and it was eye-opening, but I didn't expect it to come true. Just when he was obsessed with these recording devices. Director Zhang Long suddenly asked Su Enchi with a curious look on his face, "Secretary Su, is the singer Zhang Weishu recording a song in the studio next door?" Zhang Weishu? I'm not sure about it. I don't care too much. She's been recording there for the whole afternoon and hasn't come out yet, so I can't recognize her. Su Enchi was stunned by the question, then answered. She had good eyesight and could naturally recognize that the person in the recording studio was Zhang Weishu. But when she saw Zhang Long's squinting face, she felt unhappy, so she said she didn't know. Is that so? Zhang Long made an expression of sudden enlightenment. Secretary Su, this recording studio is so beautiful. I've been singing for half my life, but I've only had the opportunity to record in a studio like this a few times. Tai King singer Zhou Shelui said enviously. Sister Zhou, what you said is so false. You have been to so many top recording studios abroad. I know them all. Su Enchi picked out some flattering words to say. But his eyes were fixed on the door where Yimu was waiting. It's unfair. I can't even reach those top recording studios abroad. None of the ones I've recorded in can compare to this Dongyi recording studio. Zhou Shelui said. This place is indeed very beautiful. Mr. Yi must have spent a lot of money to buy it, right? Zhang Long went to the side and looked at the equipment for a while, then came back and said. That's nonsense. How can they sell you such a high-end recording studio without spending a lot of money? Mr. Yi is very generous. Chapter 70 Visit Second Update. That's nonsense. How can they sell you such a high-end recording studio without spending a lot of money? Mr. Yi is very generous. Gong Jinhong, who was talking lively with the staff, turned around and continued when she heard Zhang Long's words. Yes, Director Gong is right. Zhang Long chuckled and said nothing more. Gong Jinhong turned around and said to Xia Yushi, who was quietly looking around the recording studio, Boss Xia, now the singers have a cooperative relationship with the King of Thailand. I wonder if it would be okay for those outstanding contestants in the show to record here. Recording songs here? Xia Yushi asked. That's right. Gong Jinhong replied. I have to discuss this with Mr. Yi. After all, this is not an industry under the King of Thailand. This recording studio was actually purchased privately by Mr. Yi, so I can't make the decision on this. Xia Yushi gave an apologetic smile. Is that so, private property? Mr. Yi is indeed generous. Gong Jinhong did not show any disappointment when she heard this. Instead, he gave a thumbs up. Xia Yushi nodded. But I was thinking that if the Star of Tomorrow project was officially launched, this recording studio would be a very useful resource for attracting traffic. After all, such a top-notch recording studio is what every singer dreams of. Few people can resist its charm. Even Gong Jinhong couldn't help but speak, so you can imagine what happened. When several people were talking, Yi Mu suddenly walked in. He was accompanied by the mixed-race manager of Dongyi Recording Studio, Fryro. The two of them were talking and laughing, and looked very harmonious. Director Yi, why did you take so long to come? Director Gong and the others can't wait any longer. When Su Enchi saw it, she immediately clung to him. I just went to the bathroom and happened to see Fryro, so we chatted a little more. Yi Mu said with a smile. Then he said to Gong Jinhong and the others, I'm late, please don't mind. It's not too late, Mr. Yi, I just talked to Mr. Xia about this. Gong Jinhong also went to meet him. He smiled and said, look, now we are also building relationships. Can those outstanding contestants in the singing program come here to record songs? If they can, I can also create an extra gimmick in the competition. Of course. After listening to this, Yimu nodded and said, however, there are only 10 places, and only singers who make it to the finals can come here to record songs. This way, the competition will be more intense, and Director Gong can also make a fuss. Mr. Yi is right. Let me thank Mr. Yi on behalf of the singers for giving this rare opportunity. When Gong Jinhong heard that there were only 10 places available, she was stunned. Then his face was filled with smiles again. 10 places is pretty good. It's very expensive to record a song here. This is Yi Mu's personal property. He didn't have any other requests since he agreed to it. Director Yi, let me go somewhere else. This place is really big. I just walked around for a long time and still haven't seen enough. I have finally come here, I must feast my eyes. Gong Jinhong continued. That greasy smile is a bit chilling. Okay, Fryro, take Director Gong around and explain it to him. Yi Mu turned around and said to the general manager beside him. The latter nodded respectfully. Okay, Mr. Yi. Director Gong, please follow me. You're welcome. Just call me by my name. As soon as Gong Jinhong heard the professional leading the way, she immediately became excited. Hurryingly followed. After these two people left, only Yi Mu and his group, Li Yun and Zhan Long, were left in the huge main recording studio. Boss Yi, this recording studio is actually a very good resource. It is a good deal to use it to attract traffic to the Rising Star project and to distribute it as a benefit to the girl group members. Xia Yushi saw Su Anqi calling Zhan Long and Li Yun, and walked over to tell Yi Mu what she had just thought. I've thought about this, but I haven't had the chance to tell you. Now that you've mentioned it, I'll let you take charge of the specifics of this plan. Yi Mu said. No problem. Xia Yushi nodded and lifted her golden hair. Because the lighting in the recording studio is not very strong, the dim light shining on her face is very moving, and even gives people the illusion that the iceberg is melting. After saying these words, Xia Yushi no longer paid attention to Yi Mu and started reading by herself. Yi Mu didn't know much about these devices, although also surprisingly high-end. But after all, it was drawn by the system lottery, and a system that is too low-end cannot be shown off. So after watching it once, I lost interest. Xiao Su, come here for a moment. He waved and called Su Anqi over. What's the matter, Mr. Yi? Su Anqi, who was talking to Li Yun, heard someone calling her and ran over. Fryro just told me, have you finished your work here? If there's nothing else, let's go out and play. I'm so bored after working all afternoon. Yi Mu said in a low voice. Li Yun and the other two couldn't let them hear this. Otherwise, people would always say to him, he doesn't accompany his partners, but goes out with his female subordinates. How can this be decent? Real? When Su Anqi heard this, her eyes were filled with stars. She also spent the whole afternoon doing work. She was in charge of the handover of the entire recording studio, and these trivial matters were very tiring. At this time, I really want to relax. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Yi Mu said, I'm going to go out first. Tell President Xia. What about Director Gong? Su Anqi asked. He'll have enough equipment to look after for the whole afternoon, so he won't have time to take care of us. I treated them politely enough during the dinner just now. Now, just let President Xia call them. Yi Mu waved his hand, opened the door of the recording studio and left. Su Anqi was filled with joy and told the beautiful CEO next to her about it. Bang! The door of the Lamborghini was closed, and Su Anqi sat comfortably in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. I've been busy all afternoon. I'm really tired. Mr. Yi, you have to reward me well. Su Anqi said in a coquettish voice. We'll talk about your reward later. Let's change seats first and you drive. Yi Mu stared into Su Anqi's eyes and said. Ah. Su Anqi's doubtful voice turned several corners. Mr. Yi, come on, I've been busy all afternoon, you can drive the car for once. Okay. No, you're my secretary, and I drive for you, that's the other way around. Yi Mu looked at her miserable appearance and couldn't help laughing. Then Mr. Yi, don't treat me as your secretary. Su Anqi blurted out. If I don't treat you as a secretary, what should I treat you as? Yi Mu said with a smile. As a result, this sentence did not elicit Su Anqi's naturally restrained teasing, but made her face turn red all of a sudden. What else could it be? Su Anqi muttered softly. Okay, I'll drive. I'll be your driver for once. Seeing that she was not in a good state, Yi Mu did not dare to tease her anymore. So he got in the car, started it, and the Lamborghini sped away down the street. Chapter 71 Girl Third Update. On the way. Yi Mu suddenly remembered the question about listing that Gong Jinhong asked during the dinner. So I asked Suanchi in detail. Suanchi also answered in detail. It solved a lot of Yi Mu's doubts. I think the company can go public soon. Can you help me with this? Yi Mu said. Of course, this is also the company's business, and it's my job. Suanchi smiled sweetly. Besides, it was almost done when the previous boss was here, so it wasn't difficult. We were originally waiting to go public, but then the company was suddenly bought by Mr. Yi. If we start over now, it will be done quickly. That would be great. Yi Mu nodded, feeling quite happy. After all, as long as the company goes public. Even if the task cannot be completed immediately, task progress can also be greatly improved. 500 million are drawn every day. And that doesn't include weekly, monthly, and annual draws. The lottery value of these special days is no less than the guaranteed minimum. It won't be long before he becomes the richest man in the world. Until then, wouldn't it be wonderful to buy a private jet, buy air routes, travel around the world, and go on various adventures? Just thinking about it makes me excited. So, Miss Su, what reward do you want? We'll go buy it for you right now. After recovering from his shock, Yi Mu laughed. Award? Suanchi suddenly remembered. Oh. Rewards, I almost forgot about it if you hadn't told me. I'll save the rewards for now. The company will be busy for a while if it goes public, and I haven't thought of any gifts yet. Mr. Yi, please give me the rewards after the company goes public. She finished speaking in a coquettish voice. He also put his hand on Yi Mu's big waist. Although there was clothes between us, it was still very sensitive. Yi Mu suddenly understood why he put his hand over and why Suanchi reacted that way. But what is this action? Are you going to take advantage of me in return? He turned his head to look over, and Suanchi immediately smiled mischievously and took her hand back. Mr. Yi, where are we going to play? Suanchi asked, lifting her hair. I just said I was going to buy you a reward, but you don't need it right now, so let's just turn around and go back and find a place to eat. Yi Mu slowly slowed down the car. Some cars following behind also slowed down. I was afraid of scratching or bumping into this Lamborghini. But there seems to be a milk tea shop here. I buy some every day when I get home from get off work. Would you like to try it, Mr. Yi? Suanchi was about to agree immediately. But when I suddenly saw the milk tea shop opposite through the car window, I changed my mind. A milk tea shop? Okay, go buy some. I'll wait for you here. Yi Mu followed Suanchi's gaze and discovered the milk tea shop with a long queue. He hesitated for a moment and said, Hey, Mr. Yi, don't be so afraid of trouble. Come with me and line up. Rich people like Mr. Yi must experience life more often, otherwise they don't know how happy it is to be rich. Seeing that Suanchi disagreed, Yi Mu shook his head helplessly and looked for a parking space. It was only these few days that he stopped queuing every day. A few days ago, he queues up for buses and subways every day. Waiting in line to check out at a convenience store. Waiting in line to work overtime at the company. He has been experiencing this kind of life day after day for decades. But my mood now is completely different from before. There is nothing wrong with experiencing it again. After finding a parking space, the two of them came to the long line milk tea shop and started queuing. Because both of them have very good temperament and are dressed very elegantly, they can't help but attract a lot of people's attention. About 10 minutes. Yi Mu and Suanchi were the first to line up at the milk tea shop. Suanchi ordered a vanilla milk tea for herself. After asking Yi Mu's opinion, I ordered a cup of original flavor. The two of them walked on the street holding milk tea. There were people coming and going on the street. The two of them were chatting and laughing freely, and they were gently squeezing each other with their bodies in a playful manner. At a certain moment, Suanchi felt that she and Yi Mu looked like a couple. When the two were chatting, a clear and ethereal female singing voice floated into my ears. The voice is soft, with just the right amount of hoarseness that is amplified by the microphone, making it very pleasant to hear. The singing suddenly made the two of them quiet down. This seems to be a Japanese song, right? Yi Mu listened for a while, then looked up and said uncertainly, Why ask? Of course it is. Suanchi smiled. It's a pretty good song. Let's go and take a look. Yi Mu said this and threw the finished milk tea into the trash can. The place where the singing came from was not far from the milk tea shop. About 30 meters. The two walked over and found that the singer was a girl of about 16 or 17 years old. The thick short student hair covered most of the face. I can't see clearly. She was wearing a somewhat old blue dress. It obviously doesn't fit anymore. Except for the girl who sang. There was also a man in his 40s sitting on the steps next to him. The ordinary jeans, t-shirt and vest, the unkempt short thick beard, the silver earrings on the earlobes and the tattoos on the arms all show that he is a rather bohemian person. At this time, the man strummed the guitar slowly and steadily. And the girl singing burst out at the same time. Because this song is very gentle and the pitch is not high, it can easily be drowned out by the hustle and bustle of traffic. Only a few people stopped to listen. Including Suanchi and Yimu who surrounded them, there were only 6 or 7 people. The girl sang softly with her eyes closed. The long eyelashes trembled slightly. Yimu was attracted by her ethereal and slightly hoarse voice. For a moment, I felt a little intoxicated by what I heard. Identified. Suanchi whispered. She raised her phone and handed it to Yimu. The latter was stunned for a moment and took it. I found that the above is a Japanese song after identification. He clicked on the play button and listened to it with his ear. The melody is exactly the same as the one the girl sang. By tone, the song is just like the title, very nice. Yimu handed the phone back to Suanchi. Yes, maybe because of her age and gender, this girl's interpretation of this song is completely different from the original singer. Suanchi put away her phone and listened quietly to the girl continue singing. At this time, a song that is nearly 5 minutes long is almost finished. Who do you think is better? Yimu asked. There's no way to compare this kind of thing, but I have to say that this little girl has a very good foundation in addition to her voice. Suanchi replied. Because she has been in the entertainment industry for a long time. There are also many singers in Tai King Company. So she can also distinguish between good and bad. Unlike Yimu, who was completely confused and only knew what sounded good. Yimu nodded. The girl had finished singing the song by now. She stepped back from the microphone and bowed to the few people who stopped. Chapter 72 Girl 2 First Update. Then the guitar started playing again. The little girl waited for the long prelude to pass. A street performer is singing, but there is no one to support him. Isn't this too tragic? Yimu looked at the empty playlist in front of the two of them and couldn't help but say. After saying that, Yimu touched his body. Took out the wallet. I found only 15 yuan in change and a bank card in it. The only thing left of his entire body worth is the Jaeger LeCoultre watch on his hand. So he turned his attention to Suanchi. The latter immediately noticed his dangerous gaze. Took 2 steps back. Mr. Yi, what do you want to do? Lend me some money. It's okay to give some money to someone after listening to their songs, right? It doesn't need to be much, 1,000 or 2,000 will be enough. Yimu came over with a smile. Absolutely not. Mr. Yi, you are so rich, but you actually want your subordinates to reward you. Absolutely not. I will not agree to it. Suanchi made an X with her hands in front of her. Hurry up, take out your wallet. You just praised her for her singing skills, why are you taking so long to give me the money? Seeing that she was so determined, Yimu pretended to be fierce and said. That's true. When Suanchi heard this, she felt that what Yimu said made sense. So he took out his wallet. But the moment she took out her wallet, she suddenly froze. But, Mr. Yi, do you want to pay for this or do I want to pay for it? Suanchi asked. Of course it's you who's going to pay. Yimu answered simply. Ah? Suanchi was confused, so I worked so hard for so long and didn't get any reward. Director Yi, I'm going to report you. You're using every possible means to exploit your employees. You're really difficult to deal with. Okay, I'll give you a reward. On top of the original price, I'll increase the price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Is that okay? Yimu said. That's more like it. Suanchi heard a satisfactory answer and smiled slyly. Take out your wallet. She just took out her wallet. It was snatched away by Yimu. Yimu quickly counted the money in Suanchi's wallet. Then he pulled out the bank cards, ID cards, and some strange membership cards. Carrying so much cash when going out? Yi Mu muttered. Ah, wouldn't it be better to bring more cash? Well, actually, I just took it out today. I ran out of cash. Su Anqi said. There's about $2,000 in it. It's hard to give it to him, so just give him the wallet as well. Yi Mu put the cards away and returned the pink wallet to Su Anqi. I spent more than 5,000 yuan on this wallet. Su Anqi smiled awkwardly. It's okay, just send the wallet over as well. Let's find a place to eat quickly. Milk tea won't make you hungry. I'm already very hungry. Yi Mu urged Su Anqi. Get Yi Mu's promise. Su Anqi had nothing to hesitate about. He took the wallet and placed it in front of the girl. The girl who happened to be singing with her eyes closed saw this scene. I wondered why this beautiful big sister put a wallet on the ground. After finishing all this, Su Anqi returned to Yi Mu. The two left without hesitation. At this time, the girl also finished singing the song. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, I picked up the pink wallet from the playlist in front of me. I found a stack of RMB inside. She counted them. 23. Then he turned around and looked at the man behind him. What's wrong? How much? The man asked. He just saw Su Anqi drop her wallet. It's not much, just 200 yuan. There's a card inside. I have to return it to them. The girl said. Ignoring the man's attempts to stop him, he trotted after him. Sir! Madam! She trotted around and came in front of Yi Mu and Su Anqi. He took out 2 RMB bills from the wallet and handed it to Su Anqi. Is this wallet this lady's? Thank you very much, but I really don't need so much money. 200 yuan will be enough. Thank you very much. When a girl speaks, her voice is completely different from when she sings. The sound at this time is soft and sweet, very pleasant to hear. Hearing her words, Yi Mu and Su Anqi were stunned. Then they looked at each other. Little sister, you are really kind and innocent. This money is for you. You sang very well. This is a reward from our big boss. It's okay for you to accept it. Su Anqi was also a little surprised by the girl's behavior. But he rejected her request outright. But, you guys also earned this money through hard work. The girl said hesitantly. The guy next to me is a big boss. $2,000 is nothing. You deserve it. Su Anqi continued. This made the girl waver slightly. Looking at her father who was watching her not far away, she bowed and said, Thank you, big brother and big sister. When you get up. She pushed her hair back from her face. A youthful, pure and delicate face appeared before him. Beautiful, extraordinary and spotless. Especially those eyes. After seeing it, Yi Mu felt that it was as clean as a clear stream. A look without any distracting thoughts. Su Anqi was also a little shocked by her appearance. May I have your name? Yi Mu asked. My name is Zhang Meishui. The girl replied. Although the name is not very good. But the appearance is really amazing. Zhang Meishui, are you willing to come to work in my company? You know the Rising Stars program, right? It's a project my company is working on. If you're willing to come, I can make you famous and a big star. Yi Mu talked incessantly. But he still knows his limits. And he used words that were easy to understand to talk to the little girl. The rising star? The one that's being advertised everywhere? Zhang Meishui asked. Yes, that's it. Su Anqi nodded and answered for Yi Mu. He, I don't believe it. Zhang Meishui smiled. Although Yi Mu and Su Anqi both appear to be very rich. But there is still a gap between me and the bosses of those big companies. His father told him that it was impossible for ordinary people to get in touch with that kind of boss. So she was so naive that she just said, I don't believe it. Don't believe it? Little sister, your vision is not very good. After hearing this, Su Anqi covered her mouth and laughed. My dad said that we ordinary people can't get in touch with the bosses of big companies who promote tomorrow's stars, so I guess my big brother is not one of them. Zhang Meishui explained to Su Anqi seriously. Boss Yi. It seems like you really don't look like a big boss. Su Anqi held Yi Mu's arm. Hearing Su Anqi's words, Yi Mu shrugged helplessly. Chapter 73 Girl 3-second update. Little sister, this time I'm going to teach you a lesson. You can't just listen to what others say when judging people. You're really lucky to meet this big brother of yours. He's not the kind of person who likes shopping. If I hadn't come down to buy milk tea, you two wouldn't have gotten to meet each other. Su Anqi covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Meishue was stunned by these words and looked at Yi Mu again. Don't look at him, sister, look over there. Do you see that car? Su Anqi pointed at the Lamborghini in the distance, and Zhang Meishue looked in the direction of her finger. Lamborghini, more than 10 million. Tell me, if he wasn't a big boss, could he afford it? Su Anqi said. Is it true? Is Big Brother really the boss of Tai King Company? Although Zhang Meishue doesn't know much about cars. But you can tell at a glance that kind of sports car is very expensive. So I began to believe what Su Anqi said. Is this true? How about it? The big boss personally invites you to join his company. Would you like to consider it? Su Anqi continued. At the same time, he winked at Yi Mu. After all, Yi Mu's opening remarks just now sounded like those of a liar. It's not easy to gain the trust of this little girl. If she chatted with him for a few minutes now, it would at least bring the two of them closer together. Is that so? Zhang Meishue clutched her old blue dress tightly. His eyes were looking towards the distance, at the man walking towards him holding a guitar. Thank you. I'll think about it, she said softly. Su Anqi looked at Yi Mu and asked him what to do. The latter coughed twice and said, Of course, I'll leave you my phone number. If you've thought it over, you can call me. After saying this, Yi Mu suddenly felt that the taste was a little wrong. So in order to avoid suspicion, he turned around and said to Su Anqi, Leave me the company's phone number. If someone calls you, just tell me. No problem. Su Anqi nodded, and then she said to Zhang Meishue, Little sister, give me your phone, I will save the number for you. Zhang Meishue waved her hand and said, Sister, my phone is broken and I haven't had time to buy a new one yet. Haven't you had time to buy a new one yet? Is it still too late? You can buy it at any brand store on the roadside. But Su Anqi looked at her somewhat embarrassed expression. As if she understood something, she smiled and said, It's okay, I'll write it on your hand with an eyebrow pen, do you mind? I don't mind. Zhang Meishue stretched out her hand and handed it to Su Anqi. Then, Su Anqi took out an eyebrow pencil from her small bag. She quickly wrote down the phone number on Zhang Meishue's palm. After remembering it, Zhang Meishue withdrew her hand and looked at it again. Then he bowed to the two of them and said, Thank you, big brother and big sister. I will think about it carefully. My father is here. I have to leave first. Bye. Then she quickly ran to the man holding the guitar. The two looked back and found that the two people said a few words and then walked back, so they didn't look again. Let's go, Yi Mu said. Good. Su Anqi nodded. Follow him to the Lamborghini. On the way, she said in a somewhat excited tone, to be honest, she sings really well, and it seems that she has not received any professional training. If she is trained by the King of Thailand and packaged, she will definitely be a big star. Why do you sound so much like a brothel owner abducting an ignorant girl? Yi Mu looked at her with strange eyes. No way, Mr. Yi, you are exaggerating. Hearing Yi Mu's words, Su Anqi smiled. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. It's still uncertain whether she is willing to come. Yi Mu took out the car keys and opened the door of the Lamborghini. She's not stupid. Plus, the King of Thailand is famous. She will definitely know how to make the right choice. Su Anqi opened the car door on the other side, and the two of them got in together. Well, where are we going now? Should we find a place to eat? It looks like it's almost time. Yi Mu held the steering wheel and turned to ask Su Anqi, his Jaeger LeCoultre watch sparkling. I don't know where to eat either. It doesn't matter. Mr. Yi can choose. Su Anqi tilted her head and thought for a while before saying. Then let's go to my house for dinner. It's more convenient and saves trouble. Yi Mu said this, picked up his phone and called Imelda. Mr. Yi? Well, prepare the food. I'll go back and eat later. Remember, it's for 2 people. Don't forget. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange it right away. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Yimu started the car, turned the car around and left the street. The girl who was singing not far away looked at the Lamborghini going away, and a hint of longing appeared in her eyes. This moment of effort. Some people also give money. But they are all 10 or 20 yuan, not 100 yuan. Didn't you just say it was only $200? After a song was finished, the music was turned off and the people who had stopped to watch dispersed. The man playing the guitar spoke to Zhang Meishue indifferently. The latter remained silent. Forget it. I won't tell you. The man lit a cigarette. Then he took out 100 yuan from Su Anqi's wallet and handed it to Zhang Meishue. This 100 yuan is for you. Dad. I'm still 500 yuan short of buying a cell phone. Zhang Meishue didn't answer and said with her head down. The man sneered and said nothing. I watched the traffic on the street for a while. He then took out 4 RMB bills from his wallet and handed them to Zhang Meishue. You are lucky. You met a rich man today. Here are 400 yuan for you. Use it to buy a cell phone. After Zhang Meishue took the money, quietly began to pack up their microphones and other equipment. The movements are very skillful. Obviously this isn't the first time he's done this. Yimu drove back to the Violet Villa district, his own villa. Imelda came out to greet them. Mr. Yi, the meal is ready. Okay, I understand. You go ahead and do your work. Yimu closed the car door, then said to Imelda with a smile, and then looked at Su Anqi. Although this beautiful secretary has always been ambiguous with him, but I always kept my distance from him. This made him feel a little confused. So let's have a meal together to test out what the attitude is. Mr. Yi, this place is getting more and more beautiful the more I look at it. How happy it would be if I could live here every day. Su Anqi got out of the car and said with envy at the scene outside. It's just an average feeling. If you want to give it a try, why not move in? Yimu walked over, looked into Su Anqi's eyes and said. Forget it. I don't want to be eaten by Mr. Yi. Su Anqi smiled and pushed Yimu away, then quickly went into the villa. This reaction is really a bit. Yimu touched the place where he was pushed and walked in. Because the food was prepared, the two of them washed up and sat down at the dining table in just a few minutes. On top was Yimu's standard Western meal every day. Chapter 74 Target 3rd Update. Xiaoqi, you've been so busy at the company lately, you don't have time to find a boyfriend, right? Yimu asked while eating. Because his mouth was stuffed with so much, his voice sounded muffled. Boyfriend? This question stunned Su Anqi. No, I don't have any thoughts about finding a boyfriend recently. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth suddenly rose. What's more, with an outstanding man like Mr. Yi hanging around in front of me all day, how could I look down on other men? Although this is flattery. But Yimu still found it very useful. He nodded with satisfaction and said, that's right. Mr. Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Su Anqi took the opportunity to ask. She thought of Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian is obviously a scheming woman who relies on her body to get ahead in her sexual desire rather than her heart. How could she be Yi Mu's girlfriend? If it was the woman at Fengxian Bay that day, it would be more like that. Thinking of this, Su Anqi's expression darkened. Who is Yi Mu's girlfriend and what is her relationship with him? Yimu picked up the red wine and poured some for her. He said, it's too early for me to find a girlfriend. I'll wait until the company is established. The King of Thailand is already very good. How big is the goal that Mr. Yi is talking about? Su Anqi said in surprise. Well, for this, the market value should be around 10 billion. Yimu said casually. This startled Su Anqi. Market value reaches 10 billion? Are you serious? Don't disbelieve me, I'm serious. The Thai King's market value of 10 billion is my short-term goal. Yimu finished the food in his mouth and sipped some red wine. He said to Su Anqi, so, I'm going to rely on you to help me during this period. You have to get the company listed as soon as possible. Is that so? I will, Mr. Yi, don't worry. Su Anqi nodded. But, Mr. Yi, if the market value of Thai King reaches 10 billion, you will give me a raise, right? As she spoke, Su Anqi suddenly smiled mischievously. Of course I will. Not only will I raise your salary, I will even let you buy shares. Yimu nodded and said seriously. He didn't say anything to cheer Su Anqi up. If the market value of Tai King Company really reaches 10 billion, he certainly can't worry about every detail. In his eyes, Su Anqi is a person with outstanding abilities. There is also no problem with the ability to manage in front of people. At that time, the company will be managed by Su Anqi. He only makes decisions on major matters. Isn't that great? Please don't joke with me, Mr. Yi. I don't dare to have such a dream. Well, the meal is over, thank you Mr. Yi for the hospitality. Su Anqi took the napkin off her neck, wiped her mouth and said. She has a small appetite. So he eats faster than Yi Mu. Would you like some fruit? Imelda, bring out some fruit. Yi Mu greeted Imelda and then said. No, Mr. Yi, no need for fruit. I'm very full and can't eat anything else. Su Anqi waved her hands repeatedly. Seeing this, Yi Mu did not force it and buried his head in eating. A few minutes later, he left the table, which was littered with the cups and plates he had eaten. Come and sit on the sun lounger outside the villa. Xiaoqi, do you want to take a break for a swim? The sun is shining brightly right now, and you can get some sun. Yi Mu turned around and said to Su Anqi, who was following him. Boss Yi, I was just about to talk to you when you ran out. The company still has a lot of things I need to do. Now that we're done eating, I want to go back to the company first. Swimming or something will wait until next time. Su Anqi glanced at the azure blue swimming pool. Suddenly I remembered the last time Gu Yimin came to Yi Mu's house to swim. I wonder if they were in the pool. An absurd picture appeared in Su Anqi's mind. Oh, okay then. You go back to the company and I won't go back. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Yi Mu said. Su Anqi's attitude was to keep her distance from him again. Obviously the interface has not been used so many times. Yet he still refused to go beyond the line. Don't want to swim together. I'm afraid it's not because there are too many things going on in the company, but because he is afraid that I would do something to her. Am I that horny? Yi Mu secretly refuted. Boss Yi, I'm leaving first. I don't think anything will happen today. See you tomorrow. Su Anqi walked past Yi Mu's sun lounger in high heels. Waved to Yi Mu. He just carried his bag and left. Yi Mu looked at her departing back and felt a little lost. Although he didn't speak, Su Anqi didn't refuse either. But in this subtle atmosphere, Su Anqi's refusal to comply was a disguised rejection. For Yi Mu, who was used to her catering, it was still quite disappointing. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Shaking his head, Yi Mu threw away the messy thoughts. He got up from the sun lounger and walked into the villa. Today's collaboration with the God of Songs program was successful. There must be nothing big going on. It's great to play games in the afternoon. Then, after finishing his lunch, Yi Mu played games until the evening. Imelda came to call him for dinner. Then he realized it was time for dinner. After eating something quickly, he went upstairs to play games. Mainly, there is nothing to do. Lu Xian is filming on the set. Gu Yimin is also very busy now. Dong Menghan is not easy to mess with. How lonely I am. The only way to relieve my sadness is to play games. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. Yi Mu opened it and saw that it was Li Wanqing. Good evening, Mr. Yi. Yi Mu also replied, good evening. Then there was no response, which made Yi Mu a little confused. He thought Li Wanqing had something to say to him. As a result, when he arrived, he just called to say good evening. This little girl, isn't it better to post a few more splits? Following the chat history, Yi Mu clicked on the short splits video and thought it was still very beautiful. People like Li Wanqing have golden proportions. Absolutely beautiful dancing. I just don't know why I became an actor. After watching the video, Yi Mu put down his phone, lay on the bed and started to think about random things. Half an hour later, snoring could be heard in the room. Chapter 75 Good News First Update. The next day, Yi Mu woke up. He looked out the window and saw that the sun had already risen, so he had no intention of going to sleep again. I reached for my phone from the table and checked the time. It was already past 8:50. Let's draw the lottery first. Yi Mu turned off the screen of his mobile phone and sent a command to the system, I want to participate in the lottery. Yi Mu has developed a habit of drawing lots every day. The first thing he does after getting up is to draw lots. Ding dong. Host instructions detected, the system is drawing a lottery. The system prompt sounded immediately, and the colorful roulette wheel appeared in front of Yimu. The pointer above spun rapidly and finally landed on the guaranteed zone of 100 million. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million renminbi. Okay, another 100 million in revenue. Yimu took a deep breath, then got up from the bed and walked to the bathroom to wash up. He has almost become immune to such huge amounts of money. Therefore, I wasn't as excited as I was when I first drew the lottery. Instead, look at it with a normal mind. 100 million yuan is just a set of cold numbers in his bank card. Let's set a small goal first, to guarantee a minimum of 500 million per day. Whistling while taking a bath. More than 20 minutes later, Yimu walked out of the bathroom refreshed and resolute in his small goal. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone vibrated. Yimu walked to the bed while wiping his head, picked up his phone and answered the call. Boss Yi, I'm here to pick you up for work. Take a look downstairs. Suanchi's sweet and coquettish voice came from the phone. Yimu walked to the window as he was told and found that Imelda was opening the door for Suanchi. When Suanchi noticed Yimu was looking at her, she waved. Okay, wait for me for a moment while I get dressed. After Yimu finished speaking, he hung up the phone, then closed the curtain, took off his bathrobe, changed into a neat and handsome suit, and went downstairs. Mr. Yi, I have good news for you. As soon as I went downstairs, Suanchi came over and gave me a mysterious smile. What good news? Yimu asked. At the same time, he waved to Ran Yamada to come over. After the latter came over, Yimu said, just prepare some simple meals for me. Okay, Mr. Yi. Imelda nodded and left. Suanchi sat on the sofa with Yimu at this time, and then said, guess what, it's good news anyway. Looking at Yimu's face which showed no desire for knowledge. After Suanchi said this, there was silence for 2 seconds. Said, okay, then I'll just say it directly. Do you remember the girl Zhang Meishui Yi who sang on the street yesterday? She called me today and said that she had made up her mind and agreed to join the King of Thailand. Oh. It's her, I remember. Yimu nodded, and then asked, then what, how did you arrange it? I asked her when she would be free to come to the Thai King Company, and she said she had time today, so I asked her to come today. The time has not been set yet, so it will probably be in the afternoon. Suanchi said. Fine. Yimu nodded, not feeling too surprised. Because Yimu treats Zhang Meishui completely as a little sister. I thought she was a girl who sang very well. I saw she was quite talented, so I wanted to give her a hand. I didn't have any other thoughts. Isn't Mr. Yi surprised at all? Suanchi said, a little bored. While speaking, she saw 2 maids bringing the dishes, so she stood up from the sofa and pulled out a chair for Yimu. Mr. Yi, come and sit down. Thanks. Yimu smiled slightly. He also walked over and sat on the chair. Then he answered Suanchi, generally speaking, they would agree. I am not surprised. If it were me, even a liar would give it a try if there was such an opportunity. That's true. It's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Suanchi nodded, then picked up the laptop that had just been placed on the sofa and sat next to Yimu to work. During this period, she also received 2 phone calls. She spoke rapidly and incessantly for more than 20 minutes before she resolved them. It can be seen that her job is not easy. While working, Yimu had almost finished eating the dishes on the table. So he wiped his mouth, stood up and said to Suanchi, okay, let's go. You can work in the company. Suanchi closed her laptop, put it in her bag, carried it with her and walked out of the villa with Yimu. Soon, a cool Lamborghini left the Violet Villa area. After more than 40 minutes, Yimu's car arrived at the entrance of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. Before getting out of the car, Yimu saw a beautiful figure lingering at the entrance of the company. She's here so early, but why doesn't she go in? Suanchi also saw it and asked in confusion. Go down and take a look. Yimu opened the door of the Lamborghini and walked down. Suanchi followed closely and came down. Together they walked towards the beautiful figure lingering in front of the entrance of the Thai Emperor Company. Zhang Meishui? Yimu called out as he approached. Because the girl kept her head down the whole time. So I didn't see the 2 of them coming. It was not until Yimu called her that she suddenly woke up from a certain state. Big brother. Zhang Meishui looked up at the majestic Yimu, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Although her clothes were very cheap, they could not conceal her otherworldly sweetness. She looked just like a well-behaved and lovely girl next door. The student-like short hair covers her oval face a little, making her look very small. As if it could be lifted with one hand. Although she is not yet an adult, her figure is well developed. If you look closely, it's only slightly smaller than Suanchi's weapon. Sister Miyuki, why don't you go in and wait? Suanchi also came over and asked. I'd better wait outside. Zhang Meishue looked at the two fierce security guards at the door and said weakly. Yimu noticed her look, glanced at the security guard and asked, they won't let you in? No, I didn't go in. Zhang Meishue waved her hands repeatedly. She has been lingering at the door for more than 10 minutes. I just don't dare to go in. He hesitated at the door as if he was about to face something terrible. It was not until she saw Yimu and Suanchi coming that she came out of her nervous state. Chapter 76 Contract Signing Second Update. Because the meeting between the three of them yesterday left a very good impression on her. Then let's go in together. You've been standing outside for a long time. You must be tired, right? Yimu waved his hand and asked her to follow him in. She nodded and followed. The three of them walked up the stairs one after the other. Suanchi walked on Yimu's left, and Zhang Meishue walked on Yimu's right. A peach that is like a ripe peach that is always tempting. One is a small fruit that tastes green at first but sweet in the aftertaste. In the eyes of two security guards, Yimu has reached the peak of his life at this moment. Hello, Mr. Yi. The two shouted in unison. The voice was so loud that it startled all three of them. Well. Yimu looked at the two security guards with a bit of surprise, nodded and walked in. Calling him so loudly, maybe you think he is deaf. After the three of them walked through the busy hall and entered the elevator, Zhang Meishue looked at Yimu's profile with a complicated look in her eyes. Soon, the elevator door opened, and the three of them walked through the corridor. Many people stood up, bowed, and shouted, "Hello, Mr. Yi." Yimu responded one by one with a smile. This scene made Zhang Meishue pout and lower her head. Because she was standing next to Yimu, everyone's eyes were looking at her intentionally or unintentionally, which made her feel uncomfortable. Even when she was singing on the street, she would cover her face with her hair and close her eyes to reduce her nervousness. And it's totally different from singing on the street. If nothing goes wrong, she will work here. After walking through the staff offices, the three came to Yimu's own office. The luxurious decoration here surprised Zhang Meishue. Because she had never seen such an exquisite and grand office before. You can only have the chance to see it in movies and TV dramas. Please sit down first, Xiaoqi, and help me make 2 cups of coffee. Yimu sat down on his office chair, asked Zhang Meishue to sit down, then turned to Suanchi and said. After agreeing, the latter went into the cubicle next to him and started making coffee. Yimu said to Zhang Meishue, who was sitting on the sofa again, in other words, are you ready to come to the Tai King? Yes, Mr. Yi. Zhang Meishue nodded. Then, there was no more conversation. Well, do your parents agree? I think you are still a minor. If you have any questions, you can tell me and I will help you solve them. Yimu continued. I told my dad and he agreed. It's no problem, Mr. Yi. Zhang Meishue pursed her lips slightly, looked down at the ground, and spoke slowly. Yimu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he opened his computer and started busying himself. Soon, Suanchi brought out the fragrant coffee and placed it in front of Yimu. The other cup is for Zhang Meishue. Sister, have some coffee. She smiled kindly. Thank you, sister. Zhang Meishue thanked him and took the coffee, but did not drink it. Xiaoqi, go inform President Xia and ask her to come to my office. Yimu said. Okay, Mr. Yi. Then, Suanchi walked out of Yimu's office in her high heels. Suddenly, only Zhang Meishue and Yimu were left here. No one spoke first, only the sound of Yimu sipping coffee could be heard. For some reason, Zhang Meishue was not nervous when she was alone with Yimu. And you will slowly relax. However, after a while, the silence between the two was broken. Suanchi led Xia Yushi into the office. Mr. Yi, are you looking for me? Xia Yushi asked. That's right. I plan to let you take care of the company's listing, and Secretary Su will assist you throughout the process. You can tell her if you need anything. If you are unsure about something, just tell me directly. So if you have something else on hand, put it aside and do this first. Yimu turned his head from behind the computer and looked at Xia Yushir. Is it listed? Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll go back and do it. Xia Yushir thought for a while and nodded. Going public is a big deal. Following the current momentum, the king of Thailand will surely become more and more powerful. If this matter can be done well. Proved her ability. Leave a good impression in Yimu's heart. Your position in the company will be more stable in the future. Well, let me introduce you to Zhang Meishue. You will sign her employment contract later. I plan to arrange her into the girl group of Tomorrow's Star. You must train her well in all aspects. Xia Yushir pondered for a moment, and Yimu continued. Hear this. Xia Yushir hesitated for a moment and said, Does Mr. Yi mind if I let my assistant do these things? Because there are so many things going on right now, I may not be able to take care of everything. My assistant is very careful and can handle this matter. Of course, you guys go ahead and do your work. President Xia, ask your assistant to come over. I have 2 more things to tell you. Yimu nodded in agreement without giving it too much thought. This female president is a very busy person. If she says she is not free, then she definitely is not free. She can just let her assistant make the arrangements. Okay, Mr. Yi. Xia Yushir nodded and left the office with Suanqi. Once again, only Zhang Meishue and Yimu were left. Zhang Meishue, whose fate was decided in this way, was still a little confused. She just heard Yimu say that he wanted to assign her to some group. But she couldn't quite understand. So I didn't know what I was going to experience. Have you brought your ID card or something? You will need it when you sign the contract later. Please read the contract carefully. If there is anything inappropriate, please tell me. Yimu crossed his hands, placed them in front of his chest, and looked at Zhang Meishue. I brought them all. I understand, Mr. Yi. Zhang Meishue nodded. All her suspicions had long been dispelled, and she had no doubt at all about Yimu's words. Not long. Assistant Xia Yushir knocked on the door and walked in. She is a woman who dresses very fashionably but whose facial features are not very delicate. About 23 or 24 years old. Like a freshly graduated college student. He has just developed the ability and sophistication of a veteran in the workplace. Hello, Mr. Yi. President Xia asked me to come to you. President Xia has already given me instructions on Miss Zhang Meishue's matter. After the assistant came in, he bowed slightly to Yimu. Well, I don't need to explain anymore. In addition to what happened just now, you should take her to dress up, change her hairstyle to suit her, buy her a few sets of suitable clothes, and ask the finance department to reimburse her when we come back. Yimu drank the almost cold coffee and said to the assistant. After that, he turned to Zhang Meishue and said, Meishue, follow this big sister later. Chapter 77 Stunning Third Update. Ask her to take you to the mall to buy some clothes and get your hair done, change your look, and don't worry about the money. Yimu turned and said to Zhang Meishue. He could see from every aspect that Zhang Meishue's family was not well off. Even have an inferiority complex. The fact that she stood outside the company door and didn't dare to go in clearly shows Zhang Meishue's mentality. Yimu didn't really want Zhang Meishue to enter the Tai King with this mentality. Although there is no way to change this inferiority complex all at once. But he will twist it if he can, and change it if he can. This will also allow her to perform better on the screen. But, Mr. Yi, I can't pay you back. Zhang Meishue was stunned for a moment and said. What money do you need to pay back? This is the company's investment in you. You don't have to pay it back. Yimu said, revealing a warm smile. This smile made Zhang Meishue swallow the words of rejection that were about to come out of her mouth. He held his left hand with his right hand and nodded, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will work hard to pay you back. Then, he left the office with Xia Yushir's assistant. Yimu also sat down again, crossed his legs and played on the computer. All the work was handed over to the subordinates. There was little he could do. So I was a bit bored. But it's much better to kill time by looking at the computer. At the same time, I was thinking what Zhang Meishue would look like after dressing up. The little girl has a sweet Japanese look with very delicate facial features. It has a bit of a vegetarian bird feel, but not exactly like one. It has its own unique temperament and is highly recognizable. So, from this point of view, it is very appropriate for her to join the Tomorrow Star Girl group. Soon, 2 hours passed. Yimu was sitting in the office yawning. He rubbed his eyes and wanted to lie down on the office chair and take a nap. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Yi. It was the voice of Xia Yusher's assistant. The door is not locked, just come in. Yimu was surprised that these two people came back so soon. Shopping takes a lot of time for girls, and doing their hair takes up at least an entire afternoon. He glanced at the time. It was only less than 2 hours. This was quite efficient. Crunch. The female assistant came in. Then she smiled mysteriously at Yimu and said, "Boss Yi, I've brought little Meishue back to you." Then she pushed open the half-closed door and let Zhang Meishue in. A sweet and beautiful little girl appeared in front of Yimu. The black and shiny hair was combed meticulously, without any sticky hair. The beautiful face is lightly made up, and the cherry lips are painted with light-colored, translucent lipstick, which sparkles in the light. Zhang Meishue's face is very elegant even without makeup. Now put on a little makeup to add more charm. She changed out of her old blue dress. She was wearing a scarlet dress with cutouts. The skirt is decorated with peacock blue patterns, which are pure and profound, highlighting Zhang Meishue's clean temperament to an unparalleled level. There is no decoration on the lower body. The fragile and slender legs that only belonged to a young girl were exposed to the air, and on her feet were goat yellow low-heeled shoes, which made the color of the skirt look brighter. Her beauty is clearly revealed. The previous dress was undoubtedly a pearl covered in dust. Zhang Meishue now is a piece of beautiful jade that has been unearthed. Boss Yi, I asked our company's designer to help me make this. Are you satisfied? The female assistant smiled and pushed Zhang Meishue in front of Yimu. The latter was a little shy and didn't dare to look Yimu in the eye. Very good. You must have put a lot of effort into it, right? Yimu nodded, then smiled and clapped. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the compliment. It didn't take much effort because Miyuki has a good foundation. After positioning herself, it was easy to find the outfit that suits her. The female assistant said. You did a good job this time. I will talk to President Xia. Yimu said, now, go ahead and bring Miyuki to the Rising Star Girls group for training. Remember, this is focused training. She can't be confused with ordinary members. I understand, Mr. Yi. The female assistant nodded seriously, and then said to Yimu, I'll do it right away. As she said this, she prepared to take Zhang Meishue away again. Mr. Yi, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will cherish it and work hard to pay you back. Zhang Meishue walked in front of Yimu and finally raised her head to look Yimu in the eye. Then he tried his best to say these words. Well, I believe you. When Yimu heard this, he grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. For some reason, Zhang Meishue felt her heart beating fast and her face flushed when she saw this scene. The world seemed to stop at this moment. After a moment, she retracted her gaze, lowered her head and said, Director Yi, I'm leaving first. Having said that, he quickly ran out of the office, and the female assistant followed him. This little girl. Yimu looked at her strange behavior, shook his head in confusion, and then sat back in his office chair. After get off work in the afternoon. Menghan? Menghan? On the bus, a female colleague shook Dong Menghan's shoulder, bringing her out of her daze. She was a little frightened, looked around and found nothing was wrong, then said, What's going on? Don't make a fuss, you scared me. Am I making a fuss? You've been in a daze since you got in the car. Tell me the truth, have you been thinking about love lately? The female colleague came over and smiled maliciously. Go to hell, you're the one who's thinking about love. Dong Menghan pushed her away, then tidied her hair, stood up from the seat and walked to the car door. When she arrived at this stop, she was home. As for that female colleague, she was just doing something on the way. At this moment, he also came over, sat in the seat near the door and asked Dong Menghan, Menghan, is Yimu ignoring you? I can't think of anything else that could haunt you like this. You were absent-minded the whole day and even got scolded by your supervisor. Hearing her words, Dong Menghan was surprisingly silent. She looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window and did not speak for a moment. The female colleague seemed to realize that her words made Dong Menghan's mood worse, so she kept silent. When the train arrived at the station, the two said goodbye and parted ways. After getting off the bus, Dong Menghan didn't stop and walked straight to her community. She was thinking about Yimu all the way. She hasn't contacted Yimu in the past few days. And Yimu didn't even look for her. There was no greeting at all because she didn't contact me. This made Dong Menghan extremely uncomfortable. In the past, Yimu always held her in his arms and cared for her. Now she can't accept it if things get a little colder and feels very painful. After getting on the elevator and coming to her door, Dong Menghan took out her key, turned the door, and then slammed it shut. Chapter 78, Meeting First Update. As soon as you enter the house, a room full of luxury goods appeared before my eyes. Dong Menghan felt even more lost when looking at these things. Although these things are what she likes very much. But there is no way to replace Yimu. And this was bought for her by Yimu. It can only make her miss him more. Dong Menghan has been almost going crazy thinking about Yimu these days. The work is never done well. Stinky Leaf Mu, why don't you look for me? Putting the bag on the table, Dong Menghan sat weakly on the chair and sighed. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call Yimu. But click on the contact interface. I can't press that key again. After trying a few times, she put her phone on the table again. She was extremely conflicted. Because she didn't know how high her position was in Yimu's heart. Or is there any more? What if he has a beautiful woman by his side now? For example, the female secretary in Feng Xianbei that day was no less pretty than him. And the value is there. Dong Menghan thinks. Yimu is like the sun rising in the darkness. There must be countless green tea lovers around him, wishing they could pounce on Yimu all the time. Think of this. She imagined the wonderful scene in her mind. I suddenly felt very angry. After a moment her anger subsided. Dong Menghan took out her cell phone again and opened the contact interface. Forget it, I'll just call him, otherwise he might forget about me, he's such a busy man. This time, Dong Menghan dialed the phone without any hesitation. The other party answered the call very quickly, and it only took a few seconds. Hello? Miss Dong. Yimu's lazy voice came from the phone. Hear his voice. Dong Menghan's anxious and uneasy heart felt slightly relieved. Yimu, I have something to discuss with you. Is it convenient for you now? Dong Menghan said. Maybe not right now, I'm not off work yet. What's the matter? Is it urgent? Yimu said. No rush, what time do you get off work? Dong Menghan asked. Something happened suddenly at the company. I may be there around 6 o'clock. By the time I get to your place it will probably be 7 o'clock. Yimu answered simply. Okay, can you come to number 127 by Shuizi Road directly to see me after get off work? I'll wait for you there. Dong Menghan said. Okay, that's all for now. I'm hanging up now. Yimu said this and hung up the phone. Dong Menghan took the phone away from her ear. Then put it on the table. Now that we have taken this step, it's not that difficult. She was going to find out this time. What is Yimu's attitude towards her? Whatever it is, just make it clear. She can accept it all. It was too uncomfortable for her to be as cold as she was now. And it happened all of a sudden from the ambiguity, like being banished to the cold palace. After eating some fruit, Dong Menghan took a shower. Then change out of your professional attire and put on women's casual attire. Then he packed his taekwondo uniform. Because number 127 by Shuizi Road was where she wanted to practice taekwondo. She was originally planning to go there to practice because she hadn't been there for a long time. She only goes there when she is in a bad mood and needs to vent. Now that we are on the way, we can just ask Yimu to come over. After making all the preparations, Dong Menghan put her cell phone in her bag and left. After. I looked at the time and it was already around 5:40. It would take about 30 minutes to take a taxi from her place to Baishuizi Road, so she might have to wait for Yimu for a while when she gets there. And the other side. Yimu, who had finished all the company's tasks ahead of time, also left the office carrying his suit jacket, ready to go to the appointment. Number 127 Baishuizi Road. This is a fairly popular street. There are billboards everywhere. It's just that the billboards here are relatively old. It can't be compared with the newness of those bustling areas. One side of the street is full of food vendors. It's dinner time and the place is bustling with people. Among the many billboards, you can see a billboard that occupies a very small area. There are 6 words on it: Da Hong Taekwondo Gym. There is a bus stop not far from the door. Dong Menghan had just got off the bus at this time. She lifted her hair, then took out her cell phone from her bag and prepared to call Yimu to ask him where he was. Dong, big, beautiful girl. Yimu, who was waiting outside the door of the Taekwondo gym not far away, shouted loudly, word by word. The sound traveled far away and Dong Menghan heard it immediately. A smile appeared on her face. She put her phone back into her bag and walked over quickly. Yimu, how come you're here so soon? Dong Menghan asked in a slightly surprised tone. Because the time Yimu said he would arrive was different from the time he arrived. I've dealt with the company's affairs in advance, so I have time to come here early. How about it? You asked me to come here so that I can practice Taekwondo with you? Yimu said this and pointed to the sign of Daheng Taekwondo Gym with a smile. That's right. Dong Menghan nodded. But this Taekwondo gym seems to close a little early, so we can't get in. Yimu looked at the locked door and said. Silly, I have the key. My master gave it to me. Without students, the gym won't have much business. It will be closed in the afternoon. Dong Menghan took out the key from her bag, walked to the door and opened it. You are really outstanding. You have become the chief disciple and have even started to manage the gym. Yimu laughed and followed him in. Chapter 79 Taekwondo Second Update. When you first enter, you'll see a rather ordinary place with a reception desk, a sofa, a tea table, and a wall for keeping important items. Dong Menghan turned on the light and continued to walk in with Yimu. Inside was an empty training ground. The floor is covered with cushions of different colors. Dozens of sandbags were placed in one corner. Wait for me to change my clothes, and I'll show you my skills today. Dong Menghan put down her bag, then carried the small bag to the changing room next door. Yimu looked around here with interest. Follow this space. It is more than enough to accommodate more than 50 students. This shows that the business of this dojo was quite good in the past. Thinking that Dong Menghan would need a sandbag to practice Taekwondo, Yimu took the initiative to move a sandbag to the mat and threw a few punches himself. When Dong Menghan came out again, her loose hair was tied tightly back at the back. The white outfit and black belt make her look quite sexy. Because even the wide robe and big sleeves can't hide Dong Menghan's sexy figure. You're dressed up already? Yimu walked up to Dong Menghan, circled around her twice, and pulled her pigtails. I don't know why. When this beautiful girl puts on the snow-white Taekwondo uniform, there is a different kind of temptation. Like some kind of temptation system. Do you want to join us? There are a dozen unopened GIs in there, in sizes that fit you. Dong Menghan shook her braids to prevent Yimu from grabbing them. Then he pointed to the room where she had just changed her clothes. Since Yimu was here, you can't just let him watch you practice boxing. And if we practice Taekwondo together, maybe there will be some physical contact. I want to join you? No way. I don't know Taekwondo and it would be embarrassing if I make a fool of myself. Yimu waved his hand. Hey, just think of it as accompanying me. It's boring to practice alone. Go and change into the uniform for me. Dong Menghan pushed Yimu in without saying a word. Then he slammed the door. Yimu shook his head helplessly. I can only consider myself unlucky. There are cupboards in the room. He probably searched for a while. He found a set of GIs that was about the same size as his from among a dozen GIs. Then take off your suit. All that was left was a pair of boxer briefs. Put on that Taoist uniform. When Yimu opened the door and walked out, Dong Menghan was already punching the sandbag. The force was so great that Yimu felt a buzzing sound in his ears. And the action is done in one go. Twisting the waist and hips and raising the legs to kick is very beautiful. Speaking of which, Yimu felt that this was more like the beauty of dancing. Dong Menghan, who was kicking her legs to warm up, heard the door open and stopped. Looking at Yimu, his eyes lit up. Because Yimu's figure was not bad to begin with. Plus this set of Taoist uniform is one size smaller. So after putting it on, Yimu's figure looks full and strong. It's completely different style of beauty from when you wear a suit. Less refined, more wild. Look at how your GI is stretched out. I didn't expect you to be in such good shape. Have you been working out secretly? Dong Menghan said with a sigh. Yimu did not answer. Instead, he showed Dong Menghan a special Taekwondo pose according to his memory. Want to look cool. As a result, after she saw it, she burst into laughter and even said it was wrong. I can't compare with professionals like you, so please don't laugh at me. Yimu laughed and didn't care. He walked to the corner and picked up 2 boxing targets tied to his arms. You want me to practice with you, then come on. But you have to be gentle. If you hurt me, I won't be able to go to work tomorrow. Seeing this, Dong Menghan, who originally wanted to give Yimu some pointers, had no choice but to kick the 2 boxing targets. That's for sure, don't worry. Dong Menghan made a standard gesture. Then he started kicking at the fist targets in Yimu's hands using a whirlwind sweeping kick technique. Bang bang bang. Yimu could hear explosions continuously in his ears. I could also feel the strong wind blowing across my face. He secretly sighed at Dong Menghan's powerful leg skills. Any kick could be considered a kick that would end your family lineage. When Dong Menghan got tired of kicking, she began to instruct Yimu on how to kick, such as how to use the waist and legs to exert force. Yimu is also very smart and can learn things quickly. It didn't take long before I learned it well. The 2 of them practiced like this for more than an hour, sitting cross-legged on the mat on the ground, facing each other. Dong Menghan was panting. Beads of sweat had already appeared on the snow-white forehead. She wiped it with the back of her hand. Her posture was very delicate and beautiful, completely different from the tough look just now. Because she had just let out her anger, she now felt very relaxed both physically and mentally. I didn't feel so bad about Yimu's neglect anymore. The more important reason is because Yimu is around. Yimu, have you been very busy recently? Dong Menghan looked at Yimu, who was browsing on his phone, and took the initiative to start a conversation. Busy? Not bad. Yimu muttered in his heart, how could he be busy? Now all he does when he goes to the king of Thailand every day is talk. All other tasks were left to Xia Yushir and Su Anqi to help him, and it was very easy. If the company goes public, he might be asked to come to some places in person. But it's nothing compared to the huge workload. Of course, these words cannot be said to Dong Menghan. I noticed that you haven't chatted with me on WeChat these past few days. I thought you must be very busy. I wanted to contact you, but then I thought better of it. Dong Menghan pursed her red lips and said. She was looking at Yimu's expression. She wanted to know how Yimu would react when he heard these words. Chapter 80 Gap 3rd Update. No matter how busy I am, I will make time for you if you ask me. Yimu said a little embarrassedly. That's a good thing. However, Dong Menghan sensed a sense of politeness from it. This made her understand a little bit. He took a deep breath, smiled again and nodded. After knowing this attitude, even if she really wanted to confess to Yimu at this moment, she would try her best to suppress it. Because saying it at this time will only make both of them feel embarrassed. Yimu would most likely disagree. He might even avoid her, which was a result she didn't want to see. Let us be friends, then let us be friends. It was nice to be friends before, and there's nothing wrong with continuing. Yimu, thank you for coming to accompany me today. I have used up all my primordial power now. It's getting late. I should go. Dong Menghan sat on the cushion and stretched out her palm towards Yimu. Good. Yimu smiled slightly, raised his hand and handed it to Dong Menghan, then pulled her up. Based on his understanding of Dong Menghan. In fact, he already knew what Dong Menghan was thinking. I also felt lucky that Dong Menghan didn't say anything. If she really confessed. It really made him feel difficult and torn. The 2 of them went to the locker room one after another, changed their clothes, turned off the lights, locked the door, and left Daheng Taekwondo Gym. It was already late, and in order to show his gentlemanly manners, Yimu took the initiative to invite Dong Menghan for a midnight snack. The latter certainly would not refuse. He let Yimu take him away from the street. Well, Yimu, thank you for sending me home. Let's hang out together next time when we are free. I had a lot of fun practicing boxing today. More than an hour later. The Lamborghini stopped downstairs of Dong Menghan's house. Dong Menghan did not get out of the car immediately, but turned around and talked to Yimu. No problem, you can call me when you have time. Yimu nodded, and then the 2 of them smiled at each other. Dong Menghan opened the car door, got out of the Lamborghini, waved at Yimu and went upstairs. Yimu leaned on the car window. I kept watching the lights in Dong Menghan's house light up. Then he started the car and left. Because Yimu hasn't had such high-intensity exercise like today for a long time. so the muscles feel very tired. After returning to my villa, I washed up and fell asleep on C. He didn't wake up until after 8 in the morning. I feel like I still haven't gotten enough sleep, and my muscles are sore all over my body, especially my legs. I was fooled. Yi Mu yawned as he thought so. Because he started training right away without any warm-up, his muscles were so sore. It would be much better if you warm up and relax like Dong Menghan did before starting. However, Dong Menghan's attitude of confessing her feelings to him yesterday frightened him a little. After all, he wasn't ready yet. And he didn't expect that his charm would be so great now. I am rich now. Everything has changed. In the past, even though he was so nice to Dong Menghan, he might not be able to win her over. As a result, he now treats her coldly. Instead, the other party wanted to confess to him. That's the difference. So, money is still very important. Yi Mu thought about it and sent a lottery instruction to the system. Ding dong. The host's lottery command has been detected, and the system is currently drawing the lottery. A cold electronic mechanical sound fell. A colorful roulette will suddenly appeared in front of Yi Mu. The pointer spun rapidly, eventually bypassing the 1 billion yuan area with the smallest proportion and stopping at the largest guaranteed area. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million renminbi. A system prompt sounded, and then the colorful roulette wheel disappeared. Except for the first time when the system rewarded him with 3 consecutive draws, Yi Mu could only draw once a day. After the draw, the system roulette would disappear without hesitation. Buzz buzz buzz, the cell phone vibrates. 100 million yuan has arrived, system please. Yi Mu reached out and picked up the mobile phone on the table, looked at the text message about the bank account arrival, and nodded with satisfaction. Now his balance is more than 800 million. Then, just as he was about to put his phone aside to go wash up, it vibrated again. Someone called. The contact note shows Xia Yusher, the Tai King SIC Beauty CEO. Yi Mu quickly answered the phone. Hello, President Xia? After Xia Yusher greeted Yi Mu, she quickly said, Boss Yi, I'm up there working on the company's listing. The current situation is that there are no problems with the company's documents, but it takes a lot of time to go through the process. If Mr. Yi can wait, we can just go through the process. If Mr. Yi is in a hurry, we'll need some money to smooth things over. If we take care of everything together, it will probably cost around 3 million. Do you think the money will come from the company's finance department? After listening to this, Yi Mu closed his eyes and thought rapidly for a while. I said, it's okay. You don't need to go to the company's finance department to pay for this money. Just send me your account number and I will transfer it to you directly. If the company can go public quickly, then do it quickly. It's okay to need money. He doesn't need that little bit of money to smooth things over now. It is best to maximize efficiency. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll send you the account number right away. Xia Yusher hung up the phone. Not long after, she sent a series of Arabic numerals to Yi Mu's WeChat. This is a bank card account number. After Yi Mu received it, he quickly transferred 5 million over. Chapter 81 Visiting the Set 1. Less than 2 minutes later, Xia Yusher called again. He said, Mr. Yi, 3 million is enough. 5 million is too much. I will return 2 million to you. I will give Mr. Yi a detailed breakdown of the remaining 3 million. If there is any surplus, I will also pay it back to Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Yi Mu smiled and said, more money is always better than less. Regardless of whether you can use it or not, I'll leave it with you first. If there's any left, just consider it as a red envelope from me. You've worked hard, and I can't let you run errands for nothing. The air was silent for a moment. Xia Yusher said, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi, but it is my job to work for the company, so I will keep the money for now, and I will pay Mr. Yi after I finish this matter. After saying that, she hung up the phone very decisively. Yi Mu hadn't even uttered the word okay. This is too straightforward. You don't even let me say a word. Yi Mu threw his phone on C, took off his pajamas and walked into the bathroom. The shower head was turned on. The sound of splashing water was heard. Taking a shower. His cell phone suddenly vibrated again. But Yi Mu didn't hear it. Because the sound of water was so loud, it drowned out the vibration of the phone. Wait for Yi Mu to come out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. The phone is still ringing. He walked over calmly and took a look, and found that it belonged to Su Anqi. Hello, Xiaoqi? Well, Mr. Yi, I'm on my way to meet Ms. Xia now. She just informed me that my schedule is tight today, so I can't pick you up. Do you mind? Suanchi's coquettish voice sounded. It's a bit like being coquettish. It was early in the morning, and it did sound more comfortable than Xia Yusher's cold tone. Yimu raised his mouth and said, "Of course I don't mind. You guys are more important to work, and I can go to the company by myself. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your understanding. I'll hang up now." After Suanchi finished speaking, she also hung up the phone. Originally, Yimu wanted to play at home all day and didn't want to go to work. But seeing that Xia Yusher and Suanchi are so busy, he was too embarrassed to stay at home. At least you have to clock in at the company. So he changed into a suit and went downstairs, and Imelda just happened to meet him. "Mr. Yi, breakfast is ready, you can enjoy it," Imelda said respectfully. "No problem, you prepare it. I want to eat something sweet today, nothing salty or spicy," Yimu said. Imelda nodded and stepped back to give instructions to the kitchen. After Yimu basked in the rising sun in the villa's garden, he returned to the villa to have breakfast. Really? After talking to Imelda, all the dishes have a sweeter taste. He was very satisfied with the service. If Ime's lease on the property expires by then, he sees no harm in spending money to renew it. After all, Imelda's service from the beginning until now made him feel very satisfied. After breakfast, Yimu started the Lamborghini and left the villa. What surprised him was that he met Zhang Weishu, who was walking again. This time he didn't stop to say hello though. He doesn't want to be in love with a cold but. Neither of them obviously knew. The last time was actually at Dongyi recording studio. Because the two people did not meet. Although Suanchi knew. But he didn't know that Yimu and Zhang Weishu had this acquaintance. I won't even say it. This wonderful fate has become unknown to the public. Zhang Weishu's face lit up with joy when he saw the Lamborghini passing by him. Then he waved his hand, wanting to ask Yimu to stop and give him a ride. As a result, Yimu was so fast that he disappeared before she could even finish her words. This fake fan. A look of displeasure flashed across Zhang Wei's face, he snorted and continued walking. Originally, someone picked her up every day. But today the driver had a little emergency and couldn't get here for a while. Therefore, Zhang Weishu had to hail a taxi or take the designated bus provided by the Violet Villa district. Neither of those options was something she was willing to choose. So I was very happy when I saw Yimu's Lamborghini. As a result, the man who greeted her for the first time offered to give her a ride. He just ignored her and drove away. It made her very angry. Naturally, Yimu didn't know all this. Because he was answering a video call from Lu Xian. As soon as the car drove out of the Violet Villa district, Lu Xian made a video call via WeChat, and Yimu answered the call easily. "Brother Mu. Good morning. Are you driving?" Lu Xian's pretty face suddenly appeared on the screen. Because she was filming a movie. The clothes she was wearing did not look like her usual attire. And the background behind her is also a dressing room, and a female makeup artist is walking back and forth behind her. "Yes, ready to go to work." Yimu nodded and said. "Brother Mu, you've been so tired filming lately. Can you spare some time to come visit me? I miss you so much." Lu Xian's tone was very coquettish. Her way of acting coquettishly is very different from Suanchi's. Because of her age, she still has a kind of girlish naivety and cuteness when she acts coquettishly. It is completely different from Suanchi's seductive charm. Visiting the set? Yimu had never visited a class on set before, so he was quite interested when he heard it. Chapter 82 Visiting the Set 2. The current situation is that there is nothing for him to do when he goes to the company. Just punch a card. Since Lu Xian called via video, she hoped he would visit the set. Then there's no harm in going and taking a look. Thinking of this, Yimu said, "No problem, just send me the address and I'll go there right now, right?" "Of course it's no problem. I knew Brother Mu would agree. I'll send the address right away." Lu Xian screamed excitedly. Then he kissed the camera twice. She called Yimu to ask to visit the set, but it was just a coquettish thing to say and she didn't expect it to happen. Because visiting the set would mean that her relationship with Yimu would become semi-public. It will definitely spread around the company. Of course she doesn't care. The more people know her, the happier she is. But Yimu was not clear enough. Because many people in high positions are unwilling to make this kind of relationship public. Even the office is open. After hanging up the video call, a message box popped up on Yimu's WeChat. When you click on it, you will see the address information sent by Lu Xian. Then, Yimu opened the map on his phone and started navigation. He drove the Lamborghini directly towards the set. Because Yimu had just made a video call, he parked the car on the side of the road. So Zhang Weishu, who happened to be walking behind him, happened to see it. Just when she was about to chase after Yimu and ask him to give her a ride, Yimu actually drove away again. This made her so angry that she stamped her feet. "You fake fan! Come back here!" Regardless of her image as a big star, she pointed in the direction Yimu left and shouted. This scene was set up by the crew. It cost a lot of money, so as soon as the set was built, several actors rushed to shoot quickly to avoid delays. Because it costs a lot of money to build the set in a day, any delay will result in a waste of money. At present, there are no real big names in this crew. They wanted some ink, but the director naturally disagreed. Just turn on the loudspeaker and shout. When Yimu drove there, Lu Xian's scenes have almost been filmed. The following are all the scenes of the male lead and supporting actors. After getting off the car, I was received by Lu Xian's agent Lu Xiaomi. Because Lu Xian is still filming. And it will be well soon. So Yimu waited in her dressing room. The extras and supporting roles with minor roles outside saw the Lamborghini parked at the entrance of the studio and gathered around to talk about it. Lamborghini? Is it some big boss coming? This is really rare. I don't know. I seem to have seen from a distance just now that a young man got out of the car and went to Lu Xian's dressing room. It seemed like he was visiting the set. Visiting the set? Visiting Lu Xian in a Lamborghini? Are you kidding me? Why would I lie to you? Just go knock on the door and you'll know. Several actors were discussing at the same time. A screenwriter suddenly came over. And I heard what they said. Especially when you hear Lamborghini. His expression was stern. He quickly walked to the parking space outside the set. I glanced at the license plate number. Hey, Lamborghini, the license plate number matches, isn't this Mr. Ye's car? Are they coming to the set? The screenwriter thought about it for a while and decided to tell the director about this. So we came to the shooting site. He approached director Wei Dahai and said, Director, Mr. Yi from our company is here. I recognized the Lamborghini and the license plate. He is parked outside the studio. I heard from others that he went into Lu Xian's dressing room and is waiting. Wei Dahai, who was directing the actors in filming, suddenly stopped. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the screenwriter. He thought he had done nothing wrong. Why did Director Yi come to the set in person? But thought about it for a while. He suddenly figured it out. She stayed in Lu Xian's dressing room without notifying him. Doesn't this explain everything? It wasn't that he made any mistake. But it's because Mr. Yi came to visit Lu Xian's class. Thinking of this, Wei Dahai showed an expression of enlightenment. He raised the horn to stop the car, and then called Lu Xian over. That one just now didn't work, we have to reshoot it. Wei Dahai said, also, Director Yi should be here and is waiting in your dressing room. I have to go meet him. Let's go together. Has Director Yi arrived yet? Director Yi just called me and told me that I asked Lu Xiaomi to pick him up. Then Director Wei, let's go together. Lu Xian said excitedly. As they spoke, the two of them walked around the staff at the filming site and came to Lu Xian's dressing room. Lu Xiaomi was chatting with Yimu inside. Seeing Wei Dahai and Lu Xian push the door open and walk in, he immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile, Director Wei. Then he turned around and introduced, this is Mr. Yi from our company. Director Wei has been busy filming, so this must be the first time we meet. Wei Dahai nodded. With a big smile on his face, he came up to Yimu and said, Boss Yi, please let me know when you come to the set. I will send someone to pick you up. It will be bad if you neglect me. Ha, I'm here to visit Lu Xian's class. Why would I notify the crew? Wouldn't that delay your work? Yimu stood up and shook hands with Wei Dahai. Chapter 83 Visiting the Set 3. Mr. Yi, you are so kind. You came to the set just to inspect our work. We must perform well. Wei Dahai smiled brilliantly. You guys have worked hard, so how about this, you guys just keep filming, and at noon, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Let's go eat together. Yimu thought for a moment and said. The director came to see him in person and was so enthusiastic, so he had to show some appreciation. And I never visit a set empty-handed. Although he holds a high position, he does not need to carry anything. But the time has come and we have to go. No. Mr. Yi, you absolutely can't do that. You are here to inspect our work. It's okay for me to treat Mr. Yi to a meal, but how can I let you treat us? Wei Dahai showed a determined expression when he heard it. I will never let Yimu treat us. Because he just saw it. Yimu didn't want to make it public. Now he has to spend money to treat everyone to a meal just because he came to say hello. How can he feel good about it? What if Yimu is unhappy? I'm afraid his career as a director has come to an end. Seeing Wei Dahai's intense reaction, Yimu was stunned for a moment. So what? It's just a dinner invitation, why are you so excited? It's okay, Director Wei, listen to me, you guys go shoot first, I'll wait here for a while. At noon, when Lu Xian is done filming, let's go eat together. I'll ask Lu Xiaomi to book a restaurant nearby. Although Yimu was a little unhappy in his heart, he did not show it on the surface and continued to speak warmly and calmly. Well, okay then, Mr. Yi. Wei Dahai showed a hesitant look and finally nodded. After his conversation with Yimu stopped, Lu Xian rushed over with excitement on her face. Boss Yi. I didn't expect you to come. I'm so happy. Lu Xian hugged Yimu's arm. Nothing else, Mr. Yi, I'm going to film now. Seeing this scene, Wei Dahai immediately smiled slightly awkwardly and went out. Lu Xiaomi was also very good at observing people's expressions and followed him out. He even closed the door when he left. Suddenly, Yimu and Lu Xian were the only ones left in the dressing room. Little girl, you called me like that, how can I not come? Yimu pinched Lu Xian's nose. The makeup will be ruined. Lu Xian smiled and let go of Yimu's hand. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Yimu on the cheek. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, and they fell into a strange state. But soon, Yimu calmed down. Said, you should go to film first, there are so many people waiting for you outside. Brother Mu, let them wait. You are the chairman of the Tai King, what can they say? I haven't seen you for many days, I miss you so much. Lu Xian said this and started to tie Yimu-san's tie, unbuttoning the suit buttons one by one. Then she used her slender fingers to reach into Yimu's clothes. Being teased like this, Yimu suddenly stopped caring about so much. He immediately picked up Lu Xian and placed her on the dressing table. Half an hour later, Lu Xian left the dressing room. There was an abnormal redness on his face. When she arrived, several makeup artists quickly ran over to touch up her makeup. The lighting and camera crew were also released from standby. I didn't dare say anything. No one showed any dissatisfaction. But there is a raging fire of gossip burning in everyone's eyes. In that dressing room, there are only two directors of the Tai King, Yimu and Lu Xian. A man and a woman were alone in a room for more than half an hour. What happened? Nobody knows. But everyone is secretly guessing. Some people also asked Lu Xiaomi. The latter's mind is as clear as a mirror, but he would never tell others. After sending away a few people who came to gossip, no one came to ask her anymore. Just like that, Lu Xian and the male lead started filming again. We kept shooting until about 10:20 before we stopped. Yimu also asked Lu Xiaomi to book a restaurant. The two of them went to a restaurant together, booked a table, and ordered dishes for each table. Yimu ordered double the portion of all the dishes. This is a relatively high-end Chinese restaurant. And they hired the entire crew, from the director to the small staff members, so the total payment was 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Afterwards, Yimu asked Lu Xiaomi to watch here. I drove back to the set by myself. Director Yi, aren't you and Lu Xian going together? Wei Dahai, two assistant directors and the screenwriter all came to the door of the dressing room, and at this time Wei Dahai asked. I just bought some snacks, we can just eat here, go ahead, don't miss any, everyone gets a portion. Yimu smiled, then pointed to some food on the table and said. Wei Dahai knew what Yimu meant. He nodded and said, then we'll go. Let me thank Director Yi on behalf of the entire crew. You're welcome. Yimu waved his hand. Wei Dahai left the dressing room. Then he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted to the entire crew, everyone, get off work. Everyone, get off work. This afternoon, our company director, Mr. Yi, is coming to visit us. We're invited to have dinner at Yulai restaurant. No one can be left behind, do you hear me? His words fell. The shooting scene was silent for a few seconds. Then there were shouts of ecstasy that shook the earth. During filming every day, the crew's meals are all the same, with nothing but boxed lunches. They almost vomited after eating. Now that they have the opportunity to improve their meals, of course they are very happy. And I think this chairman is awesome. There are hundreds of people in their crew, and a meal is expensive in the first place, especially in a high-end Chinese restaurant like Yulai restaurant. Absolutely a great boss. Someone took the lead and shouted, "Long live Mr. Yi! Long live Mr. Yi!" Immediately afterwards, the entire crew started shouting. Yimu, who was sitting in the dressing room and browsing on his phone, pricked up his ears and heard the 4 words shouted outside, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, Lu Xian walked in from outside and closed the door. "Brother Mu. I haven't eaten enough just now. They are all going to eat, I want to eat too." Lu Xian naturally raised her right leg and stepped over Yimu, then sat on Yimu's leg and put her arms around his neck. "In that case, I will feed you well." Yimu held up Lu Xian's face and spoke. Chapter 84, visiting the set for first update. It took the crew a particularly long time to go to dinner. It was as if he was deliberately creating a world for Yimu and Lu Xian alone. Wait until the two of them have finished being sick of each other. It's already past 2 in the afternoon. At this time, the crew members also returned to the set one after another. "Brother Mu, are you leaving?" Lu Xian crossed her arms over her chest and said reluctantly as she looked at Yimu, who was tying his belt. "I have to go now. If you keep playing, it will delay the filming. You can come to the villa to find me when you are free." Yimu put on his suit and stood in front of the mirror, adjusting himself meticulously. In just over 2 hours, Lu Xian had asked him for sex many times. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid his legs would be too weak to walk tomorrow. The time has just come. The lively conversation outside indicated that the crew had returned one after another. "Well, I'll put on my clothes and give it to you." Lu Xian heard Yimu's answer and stood up from her chair. "Put on the clothes that had just been thrown on the ground." "No, Brother Mu, I'm so sweaty, I can't go out without taking a shower, and my legs are so weak, I feel like I can't walk anymore." Lu Xian suddenly sat back in the chair. She looked like she had just been pulled out of the water. "No need for you to see me off. Just take a shower first. I can go on my own. Remember to say hello to Director Wei later." After tidying himself up, Yimu opened the door, waved to Lu Xian and left. After closing the door, Lu Xian's voice could be heard from inside, "Brother Mu. I'll come find you when I'm free." A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yimu left the set without looking back. Under the gazes of some people on the road who wanted to see but didn't dare to, he started the Lamborghini and left the set. It's already afternoon. There's nothing wrong with the company. So Yimu didn't plan to go to the company again and just went back to the villa. He was sweating all over just now. What he wants to do most now is to take a refreshing bath. Because it was not yet the rush hour, there were few vehicles on the road. So Yimu increased the speed of the Lamborghini a lot. Suddenly it disappeared at the end of the road. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone thrown on the passenger seat suddenly vibrated. Yimu glanced at the contact interface, then slowed down the car and picked up the phone to answer the call. "Hello? Boss Yi, I have accomplished my mission. If nothing goes wrong, we can complete the listing tomorrow." Suanchi's charming voice suddenly sounded on the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Yimu smiled slightly. "I thought to myself that money really makes the world go round. If we go through the various review procedures, I don't know how slow it will be. It's okay now. All done in one day. Save time and effort. The price was just a little money. Very good. After the company goes public, I will hold a grand listing ceremony to celebrate and then take you to buy rewards, okay?" Yimu said. "Of course. I've always wanted to attend a listing ceremony." "That's great, Mr. Yi. But I'm more concerned about the rewards. Mr. Yi, please be prepared. I won't save money for you." When Suanchi heard that there was going to be a celebration to buy her a reward, she was very excited and her voice rose a few notches. "Don't tell me I'm afraid of you ripping me off. Okay, let's make an appointment and go together. I'll buy whatever you like. I'm going to hang up now. I'm driving. Yimu said. No problem, I'll hang up on Mr. Yi. Suanchi hung up the phone. Yimu also threw the phone back to the passenger seat. His driving skills are not very proficient and it is difficult for him to drive with one hand. It was almost 4 o'clock when we returned to the villa. So Yimu asked Imelda to prepare some dinner and bring it to his room, and then he hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. I'm also thinking about whether I should buy some other clothes. My closet is full of Armani suits of the same color. I can't wear anything loose and casual at home, so I can only wear baggy pajamas. After taking a shower, Yimu ate in his room. Perhaps it was the effect of the food he had eaten, the blood was rushing into his stomach, Yimu felt dizzy and wanted to sleep very much. Come to think of it, it was because he had fought with that little devil Lu Xian for hundreds of rounds. So Yimu slept until the next morning. I woke up at around 5 o'clock. When I looked up, I saw the leftover dishes still on the table. It really is too tiring. Practicing taekwondo is tiring enough. I can't be so indulgent next time. Thinking back to what happened in Lu Xian's dressing room yesterday, Yimu secretly warned himself. Because it was still early, Yimu washed up and swam a few laps in the swimming pool outside the villa. All the maids in the villa have gotten up and are cleaning the villa meticulously. Including Imelda, who also does housework. The chef in the kitchen also began to prepare the ingredients, waiting for Yimu's instructions. After swimming, Yimu sat on a sun lounger and played with his phone for a while. When I opened the WeChat family group, I found that everyone was posting travel photos and some dinner photos. It seems like life is pretty good. Chapter 85, Listing Second Update. Yimu raised the corner of his mouth with a faint smile. After I transferred money to them last time, their impression of Yimu changed drastically. Some of them sent private messages to ask him where he was and wanted to come and visit him. But Yimu refused. I just said I would go back sometime. At this time, Imelda came over. Mr. Yi, breakfast is ready. Would you like to have it now or wait a while? Now. Yimu looked up at Imelda and said. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll give the order right away. Imelda bowed slightly and retreated. Because Suanchi told him yesterday. The company's listing can be completed today. I think there are many things that need to be done by him as the boss, so it doesn't matter if he does it earlier. I went back upstairs and changed into my suit. Go downstairs again. Breakfast has been set on the white dining table. Because Yimu has no requirements for meals. So Imelda ordered the kitchen to change the dish every day. Today's dish is Japanese cuisine. The fresh salmon sashimi and scallop sashimi shipped by air, as well as some cooked food, look delicious. Yimu has been hungry since yesterday evening. He even ate ordinary pancakes with gusto. Not to mention this delicacy. So, in less than 10 minutes, Yimu finished the food. Buzz buzz buzz. Yimu's phone screen lit up. At 7:01 on Friday, the screen changed to a call interface, and the 3 words Suanchi appeared on the screen. Calling at this time, doesn't that mean the company has been successfully listed? Yimu was excited. After all, this was the first time he had experienced this. Although he earns hundreds of millions every day, he still feels a little nervous and excited about the company's listing. With this mood, Yimu answered the phone. Hello? Shaoqi. Mr. Yi, great news. Our Thai King has been successfully listed. I will send the code to Mr. Yi immediately. Just turn on your computer and take a look, Mr. Yi will know. Suanchi seemed very happy too. No problem. As Yimu spoke, he turned on the laptop computer on the table that was installed in the villa. Also, Mr. Yi, the company is going public today, you must come to the company. I'm on my way to pick you up now, wait for me. After Suanchi finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Within a minute, she sent the stock code of Thai King Company to Yimu's WeChat. Yimu turned on the computer and entered this set of Arabic numerals. After a short loading time, a new stock interface suddenly appeared. He also showed a slightly excited expression. Should I apply for a few million shares first, and then sell them when the price goes up 10 or 20 times? Wouldn't that be great? Yimu thought about it and found himself funny again. With a net worth of billions, he actually wanted to apply for millions of shares of his own company here. Then he gave up the idea. Today is Friday and Yimu has not yet participated in the lottery. After taking Suanchi's reassurance, he issued instructions to the system and started the new day's lottery. Ding dong, host command detected. The system is drawing a lottery. The cold mechanical sound fell, and the colorful roulette wheel appeared in front of Yimu again. The pointer spun rapidly to form a circle, and the vibration frequency was extremely fast. I haven't drawn anything good for a few days. Fate won't change unless you spend money. Can the system give me something good? It can also be considered as a celebration of my company's listing. Yi Mufu muttered a few words from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, the system pointer stopped at the smallest area. 1 billion yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 51% of the shares of Shangji Magazine Company, which is worth 1 billion yuan. When the system prompt sounded, Yimu was stunned. He just muttered this, and the system created a company share worth 1 billion yuan? Is it so effective? After the colorful roulette wheel disappeared, Yimu immediately typed the few words in the prompt tone into his notebook. Shangji Magazine Company? It sounds familiar. I remember that Li Dongjuan's family owns a big magazine company. After the computer interface loaded up, Yimu learned about the company. This is a company that runs magazines, fashion magazines targeting female readers, focusing on fashion trends and beauty. It is considered a relatively powerful company in the industry. But it is not the leader yet. Just like Thai Emperor Entertainment Company, it can be ranked, but it still has a long way to go if it wants to become the industry leader. The market value must be at least 10 billion to participate in the competition. Now Yimu has obtained 51% of the shares of this magazine company. Worth 1 billion yuan. Then the remaining 49% is at least 1 billion. Now controlling 51% of the shares means controlling the entire company. It is said to be 1 billion yuan, but in fact it is worth about 2 billion yuan, buy one get one free. This time the system is quite conscientious. Also, a magazine company that focuses on fashion trends and beauty, targeting female readers. Yimu crossed his arms and thought for a while. He can use this magazine to promote the models in his company and make them famous. This also saves the magazine company from hiring models from other modeling agencies. And when he went to apply for a job at the King of Thailand for the first time, he met a beautiful model named Ding Chen who was very nice. The beauty, like a black swan, left a deep impression on Yimu. In short, the system extracted this company, which was a good thing for Yimu to kill two birds with one stone. While he was thinking, Yimu's cell phone rang again. It's an unfamiliar phone number. Yimu didn't hang up. Because after every system draw, as long as the money is not deposited directly into the bank card, there will be a phone call. Chapter 86, No Questions, third update. Hello? Is this Mr. Yi? I am the vice chairman of Shangji Magazine Company. I need you to sign the equity transfer contract of the company. When are you free? I will give you the contract and you can send it over. The person who spoke was a man with a strong voice, probably around 30 or 40 years old. But now when he spoke to Yimu, he was very humble and polite. It's me. Send the transfer contract directly to Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. Wait for me there. I'll rush over. Yimu said. Okay, Mr. Yi. After saying that, Yimu hung up the phone. He estimated that Suanchi would arrive in less than 10 minutes. When the time comes, we will go to the company together, meet with the vice president of Shangji Magazine Company, sign the contract and be done with it. Yimu asked Imelda to clean the table and he washed up. Just then Suanchi came over. As always, she is wearing an OL professional skirt. Her shiny black hair was combed meticulously. The whole person looks extremely capable. Mr. Yi? When Suanchi walked into the villa and didn't see Yimu at first, she called out tentatively. Imelda said, Secretary Su, Mr. Yi is upstairs. So Suanchi walked to the stairs carrying her briefcase, and Yimu just happened to be walking down from above. It had only been a short time since they last met, but Suanchi felt that time had passed very slowly. A faint anxiety took over her. It was not until I met Yimu that I felt everything was returning to normal. Mr. Yi. I am glad to see you at last. She laughed. You talk as if you haven't seen each other for a year. Yimu laughed, straightened his tie, and said, Let's go straight away. I'm ready now. No problem. Suanchi nodded. Follow Yimu out of the villa and come to the Lamborghini. Generally speaking, it is always Suanchi who drives. It happened that when he saw the recording studio that day, Yimu walked to the main driver's seat, so he drove at once. Otherwise, Suanchi would not let Yimu open the car. After all, she is receiving a salary every month, so how can she not do her job well? The Lamborghini started and left the violet villa at a speed that was too great. There was a sharp sound of brakes. A Lamborghini stopped at the door of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company. Immediately afterwards, a man and a woman got out of the car. It was Yimu and Suanchi. It took the two of them more than 40 minutes to reach the company's gate. Ha! This BMW looks a little unfamiliar. I wonder whose car it is. As soon as she got off the car, Suanchi saw a white BMW parked next to her and made a puzzled sound. Hearing this, Yimu reacted immediately. It must be the vice president of Shangji Magazine Company. Suanchi has worked here longer than him. There are so many cars of employees in the company every day, and I can remember them clearly after a long time. If I feel that a car is unfamiliar, it must be really unfamiliar, and it is most likely that of the vice president. Maybe there are guests. Let's go and take a look. Yimu said this and walked into the company gate with Suanchi. As soon as he walked into the office, Yimu saw a man in a black suit. His hair was a little sparse and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. At this moment, he was sitting upright on the sofa with a briefcase on his legs. Sitting next to him was a beautiful woman with a cold temperament and golden hair. Boss Xia? Yimu pushed open the office door and shouted. As soon as Xia Yushir saw Yimu coming, she stood up immediately. He said, Boss Yi, we finally got you here. This is Vice Chairman Li from Shangji Magazine. He said he wanted to sign a contract with you. It's not appropriate to sit outside, so I invited him in. Yimu nodded and smiled. Then he said to the man who had also stood up, Hello, Mr. Li, I am Yimu, the Mr. Yi you mentioned. Hello, Mr. Yi. The man immediately came over with a smile on his face. The voice was exactly the same as the one Yimu heard on the phone. Mr. Yi is here. I'll leave first. I still have something to do. Xia Yushir saw the two of them chatting and left the office with a smile. She has been busy with the company's listing these days, and many of the things on hand have not been completed, so she has to get them done quickly. After leaving the office, Yimu sat at his desk and asked Suanchi to make 2 cups of coffee. 1 cup each with Mr. Li. After all, he is a vice chairman, and the treatment cannot be too shabby. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Since you are here, I will not waste my words. This is the equity transfer contract of Shangji Company. Once you sign it, 51% of the equity will be yours. The man pulled a stack of contracts from his briefcase. Then he took out a pen and handed it to Yimu. Well, you're welcome, but before we sign the contract, I have a question. Looking at what Vice President Li said, Yimu slowly said, Why does Shangji Company want to transfer equity? You don't know that? The other party asked doubtfully. I was thinking, you have acquired 51% of my company's shares, and you still don't know why? Ding. System prompt. Due to the decision-making problems of the senior management, Shangji has suffered losses for 3 consecutive years. If it continues like this, it will go bankrupt, so it has been acquired by the system. Yimu realized that his question was not well posed. But he didn't show any embarrassment on his face, and said generously, I am only responsible for paying for the acquisition, I don't ask why. Hearing this, the other party was stunned. Chapter 87 Preparation for the Celebration. Then Yimu signed. The two even added each other on WeChat before the other party left. Suanchi saw him off. Then I returned to the office. Boss Yi, I didn't expect you to acquire Shangji again. Suanchi was surprised. Yimu gave her a more and more mysterious feeling. Suddenly acquired Tai King and became her chairman. Then he transferred 1 billion to the company for operation and lived in a villa worth 300 million. Now it has acquired 51% of the shares of Shangji, which has a market value of 2 billion yuan. All this represents Yimu's extraordinariness. But in the circle, I have never heard of this person. And from the first time we met until now, he is still alone. Suanchi couldn't help but be curious about Yimu's background. It's a small matter. There will be many similar acquisitions in the future. Yimu said nonchalantly. Come over. Yimu waved to Suanchi. Oh. Suanchi heard this and responded. Then he walked over with some doubt. Mr. Yi. Suanchi walked to Yimu's side. Sit down. Yimu said. Yimu reached out and took Suanchi's hand, letting her sit on his back. Mr. Yi, this is not good. Suanchi's face changed slightly, turned a little red, and she wanted to stand up. But Yimu reached out and held her waist from behind. What's wrong with that? I think it's great. The company is now listed, and we promise to give you a reward. What kind of reward do you want? Just tell me and I'll satisfy you. Hearing this, Suanchi stopped struggling immediately. She asked excitedly, all satisfied, really? Yimu smiled and said, of course it's true. If you just want me to spend the night with you, I'll be satisfied. Ha ha. Humph. I don't want that. Suanchi said proudly, I want a motorcycle. Hearing this, Yimu was a little surprised. Said, I didn't expect you to be a motorcycle beauty. May I? Sure, why not? Just give me a kiss and we'll go buy it later. No. This is the reward you promised me, you can't add any conditions. Suanchi said. Really, is it not possible? Yimu moved his face closer to Suanchi. No, you can't. Suanchi said no. But slowly, he closed his eyes. Yimu wanted to go up, but changed his mind at the last minute. Prepare to tease her. He patted Suanchi on the head and said, okay, I won't add any conditions. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. Hearing this, Suanchi unexpectedly opened her eyes. Go and call President Xia over. After Yimu finished speaking, Suanchi did not move. She was a little confused. What? Are you saying one thing and thinking another, waiting for me to tell you something? Suanchi was awakened and stood up, no. I'm going to call President Xia. Then she hurried out. The moment she turned around, Suanchi felt embarrassed. Indeed, she was just waiting for Yimu to scold her. But Yimu actually teased her, how abominable. Watching Suanchi's embarrassed escape, Yimu smiled. This girl will be his sooner or later. After a while, there was a knock on the office door. Yimu said, come in. Suanchi followed Xia Yushir in. Mr. Yi, are you looking for me? Xia Yushir walked up to Yimu and asked. At this time, Suanchi was standing behind her, pouting at Yimu. It seemed like she was expressing her dissatisfaction with Yimu's teasing of her just now. Seeing Suanchi's cute performance, Yimu smiled. Then he said to Xia Yushir, it's like this, the company has successfully listed, so we should prepare a celebration. I want you to prepare it. I was just about to ask you about this, which is also about the company's listing press conference and celebration. I wanted to ask if you are just making ordinary preparations or doing a big one. Xia Yushir said. Yimu said without thinking, have a big event. Take the opportunity to promote the company's projects at the press conference and have all the company's artists come back to support the platform. This will definitely attract a lot of traffic and greatly increase the company's stock market value. Yes. Summer rain poetry. Feeling Yimu's passion and what he said, both women smiled excitedly. You go and prepare now. The celebration will be held on the day the stock is officially opened. Yes. Xia Yushir simply answered yes again and then went downstairs. After Xia Yushir left, Yimu and Suanchi were the only ones in the office again. Chapter 88 Repay. Yimu sat on the sofa with a warm smile on his face, staring straight at Suanchi who was standing in front of him. He didn't speak. There was no expression either. The whole person looks very calm. A pair of eyes is also full of charm. However, Suanchi's face flushed slightly, and her little heart was beating non-stop. Boss Yi, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Suanchi lowered her head embarrassedly and started to act coquettishly in a sweet voice. He. Yimu smiled awkwardly and said sincerely, nothing, I just found that you look better and better, so I couldn't help but admire you for a while. Boss Yi, you're making fun of me. You're looking at me like that, and it makes me feel embarrassed. This little girl is so annoying when she starts to act coquettish. Yimu couldn't help but get goosebumps. Ha, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Being beautiful is meant to be admired by others. Yimu smiled and said, it would be a sad thing if no one appreciated it. Look, I appreciate you so much, shouldn't you repay me in some way? As he spoke, Yimu couldn't help but look Suanchi up and down. This little girl has a really great figure. There is no extra fat in places where there shouldn't be any fat, and the places where there should be fat are also well defined. Then Mr. Yi, how do you want others to repay you? Suanchi followed Yi Mu's words. At the same time, her eyes were seductive and charming, secretly revealing amorous feelings. Yi Mu saw that the door was not closed properly and there were people walking outside occasionally, so he ordered, "Close the door first, and then we will discuss the matter of repaying." Hearing this, Suanchi guessed that something bad would happen next, and her face gradually turned red. Nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Suanchi turned around, walked quickly over to close the door, and then returned to her original position. Mr. Yi, can you tell me how to repay me now? Suanchi was very excited, but she forced herself to remain calm on the surface, with her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Yi Mu smiled warmly and thought about it. How about this, have a cup of coffee to wake you up first? Yi Mu said so. Ah? Suanchi was stunned. Okay, in order to repay Mr. Yi for his appreciation of me, I will do my best to brew Mr. Yi the most satisfying coffee this time. Let Mr. Yi taste it. As she spoke, the graceful figure ran inside nimbly. Yi Mu's teasing voice came from behind, "Don't be too stressed, I'll just refresh you, don't worry too much." This time, Suanchi really put a lot of thought into it. After making a cup, I tasted it myself and felt unsatisfied, so I made a second cup. When he was satisfied with the taste, he brought it out and placed it carefully in front of Yi Mu. Please have a taste, Mr. Yi. Stretching out her slender hand and gently placing it on Yi Mu's shoulder, Suanchi said confidently. After saying that, she started to massage Yi Mu. There was still a cute coffee stain on Suanchi's mouth. It was obvious that she had just tasted coffee and forgot to wipe her mouth. Yi Mu slowly raised the cup, took a sip, and smiled. "Not bad, I didn't expect your skills to be so refined." As he spoke, he drank a few more sips and immediately felt full of energy. Suanchi stopped massaging and smiled sweetly. "I am flattered to receive Mr. Yi's praise. I will definitely make better taste in the future." Yi Mu turned his head and stretched out his hand to the other person's lips. Suanchi's eyebrows twitched. She didn't understand what Yi Mu was going to do. She was a little nervous, but she didn't dodge. Wiping the coffee stains from the corners of her mouth, Yi Mu smiled and said, "Coffee that you have tasted personally will always taste especially fragrant." After pinching Suanchi's cute mouth, Yi Mu retracted his hand. The other party did not feel disgusted at all by such a frivolous action. Instead, he blushed and was very excited. It seems that the time has come. Yi Mu no longer had any reservations. He put his arms around Suanchi's slender waist and with a little force, he brought her to his big buttocks. "Ah, Mr. Yi, you are so bad." Suanchi gently punched Yi Mu with her little fist, and pretended to twist her body in resistance. Yi Mu smiled happily. "Since you want to repay me, a cup of coffee won't be enough, right?" Smiling, Yi Mu quietly reached under the other person's skirt with his right hand. The sofa is long and wide enough for two people to operate. Unexpectedly, just after lying down on the sofa, Suanchi got up in a panic. "No, Mr. Yi, I'm afraid of being caught here. It's so embarrassing." Yi Mu frowned. "How could anyone see us? The door is closed." He also knew that even if something happened here, no one in the entire company would raise any objections. Chapter 89, Buying a Car 1. But Suanchi still insisted on refusing. "Okay, I'll let you go today. You pack up, and then we'll go to the car dealership and buy you a motorcycle." After adjusting his suit, Yi Mu spoke. "Oh," Suanchi said weakly. She didn't obey in the end, knowing that Yi Mu would be unhappy. So she spoke carefully. The two of them packed up quickly. I opened the door, went downstairs, and came to a Lamborghini. Suanchi quickly and elegantly rushed to Yi Mu, helped him open the door on the passenger side, and stretched out her hand to make a pleased gesture. Yi Mu walked up generously. Not far away, several imposing security guards saw a tall pair of beautiful legs standing next to the car, and they couldn't help but drool, staring at them with their eyes wide open. This picture is truly a picture of a beautiful woman with a luxurious car. What are you looking at? If you don't want to pack up and go home, keep your eyes open. Suddenly, the security captain shouted sternly. The security guard did not attract the attention of Yi Mu and the others. Seeing that Yi Mu was already seated in the car, Suanchi closed the door and walked around to the driver's seat. Then he opened the door, went in, and started the car. The car quickly drove onto the driveway. The luxurious and beautiful body of the car forms a sharp contrast with the surrounding cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is simply a crane that stands out from the crowd, a unique one. This also brought a wave of vanity to Suanchi, who was sitting in the driver's seat and gently turning the steering wheel. Being able to drive such a luxury car was something she had never dared to imagine before. Soon, the Lamborghini stopped in front of a large car dealership. This is a motorcycle shop that sells all kinds of motorcycles. There are low-priced motorcycles suitable for ordinary people to ride, as well as various brands that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wow, so many cars! After getting out of the car, Suanchi screamed when she saw the dazzling array of motorcycles inside and outside the dealership. Logically speaking, a secretary of a chairman would have seen all kinds of storms, so it would be surprising that she would be so surprised. Yimu could see that this pretty lady had a special liking for motorcycles. Let's go in and take a look. If we don't like anything, we can go to another one. Walking out holding the other person's hand, Yimuyun smiled calmly. Now that I have money, I can buy anything. It's just a small motorcycle, I can afford it. However, Yimu held her arm like a couple. She was flattered, especially as there were so many envious glances from the people around her. Several couples stopped and pointed at the two of them. Wow, Lamborghini! A young man pointed at the car and shouted to his girlfriend next to him, as if he had never seen such a luxurious car. What's the name? It's not ours. She glared at the young man fiercely. The girlfriend, who had a domineering style, looked at her boyfriend with disgust, but looked at Yimu with loving eyes, and her mind was involuntarily filled with fantasies. Oh, how great it would be if I could meet a boyfriend like Yimu in my next life. She was even more jealous of Suanchi, who was being held by Yimu. I don't know how many lifetimes this woman must have accumulated blessings to have such good luck in this life. As soon as he saw the two people coming out of the Lamborghini, the car dealership attendant immediately left a customer who was being picky and rushed over to greet them enthusiastically. Business is coming. Hello, what kind of car do you want? Come in and take a look. Treating the rich as gods, the waiter bowed humbly and welcomed the two people in. This attitude is not something that ordinary customers can enjoy. Yimu narrowed his eyes slightly and asked warmly, "Does your store have any good styles you can recommend? Take us to have a look." Hearing this, the waiter was overjoyed. As expected, he asked about the style right away. "You two, this way please." The waiter bowed, extended his hand politely, and then led the two of them directly to the high-priced area. Looking at the rows of price tags worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, Suanchi suddenly became anxious and couldn't help but pull Yimu. "Mr. Yi, you don't need something that expensive. Just buy a random car for transportation." To be honest, as long as it was a gift from Yimu, no matter how much the car cost, she would feel very satisfied. At least the thought contained in it was something that only she was lucky enough to have. Yimu laughed, "It has to be expensive to match your temperament. If you buy an ordinary car, it will lower your status. Maybe others will say that the chairman is so stingy." Upon hearing this, the waiter with a business-like face immediately flattered, "Boss, you are right. A lady with such a luxurious temperament should be matched with a corresponding car to highlight her temperament. Even though I know the other party is just flattering me." But Yimu still smiled and patted the waiter, "You still understand." At this time, the waiter introduced one luxury car after another. "This is Suzuki, this is BMW, this is Yamaha." The waiter introduced the performance and advantages of each type of car in great detail and professionally. Yimu just nodded lightly. Suanchi followed the waiter's instructions and was overwhelmed by the selection, thinking that every car was the best. "Take a look and see which one you like." Looking down at Suanchi, Yimu asked with a smile. Although he just casually said that if Suanchi didn't see anything here that she liked, she would go to other car dealerships later. But in fact, the two of them came directly to the largest motorcycle shop in the city. He believed that Suanchi would be able to find the car of his dreams here. Suanchi liked every car, but when she saw the price tag of hundreds of thousands, she suddenly felt embarrassed to speak up. "It doesn't matter. Just tell me which one you like. It would be bad if I bought you one you didn't like." Yimu urged with a little impatience. Chapter 90, Buying a Car Too. Faced with Yimu's urging, Suanchi was still hesitant. "After all, you don't pay for this thing yourself, so you can't just buy whatever you like. If that's the case, she might as well just buy everything she likes." Call. After taking a deep breath, Suanchi pointed to the red BMW with a price tag of 50,000 yuan. Although the price is not high, it is at least a famous brand. Moreover, this price is not low for ordinary people and is worthy of her identity as a secretary. Nothing else matters. What matters is that the style and color of the car suit her taste. What? He slowly followed the finger and frowned. Xiaoqi, if I buy you a 50,000 yuan car, it will hurt my reputation if it gets out. Yi Mu was somewhat dissatisfied. The salesman next to him also flattered and agreed, yes, for a boss of your status, it's really not nice to give your girlfriend a car of this price. It was as if they knew that Yi Mu had a very high status and position, and that they were a couple. However, just based on the Lamborghini parked outside, even a fool can guess how awesome the car owner is. Yi Mu did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he smiled and agreed with the salesman, brother, you are right. With my status, would I give you a car of this price? Suanchi blushed and was particularly concerned about the salesperson's words that she was Yi Mu's girlfriend. For a moment, I was still immersed in fantasy. How great it would be if I really was Yi Mu's girlfriend. What are you staring at? This one is not good. I don't like it. Yi Mu pointed at another car and said, let's take a look at the others. Suanchi had no choice but to look over obediently. Seeing that he holds such a high position in Yi Mu's heart, she was also secretly happy. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and with a passionate face ran towards the side quickly. As soon as the salesperson saw the middle-aged man, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Hello, Manager Lei. It turned out that this was the manager of the car dealership. Just now he heard a salesperson say that a couple came in a Lamborghini and were brought here, so he rode here as fast as he could. The manager named Lei did not look at the salesperson. He just waved his hand, indicating that the salesperson should leave quickly and go greet other customers. He had nothing to do here. Faced with such a big customer, it was natural for him as the manager to take charge personally. The salesperson wisely walked away. Manager Lei smiled and extended his hand. Hello, I'm the manager here, how can I help you too? Yi Mu extended his hand to give face, shook hands with the other party, and said, which one is the best motorcycle you have? Introduce it to me directly. Hearing this, the manager was delighted. Please follow me, both of you. As he led the way, the manager apologized. The salesperson in the store just now was ignorant. Please forgive me, bosses. Yi Mu frowned, not quite understanding what the manager meant. However, he reacted immediately. It turns out that this car dealership has not only a first floor, but also a second floor. Maybe the salesperson just now was only in charge of the first floor, so he didn't take the two people upstairs. Sure enough, when I went up to the second floor, I discovered a different world. The vehicles on the second floor all had a minimum price of over 200,000, which cheered Yi Mu up. That's really nice. If the most expensive car only costs hundreds of thousands, then Yi Mu would look down on this car shop. Phantom. Harley. Indian. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. Yi Mu raised his eyes and looked towards a corner. There are only a few cars parked there, but they make the entire second floor bright and lively. Seeing this, Suanchi was a little panicked, and couldn't help but pull Yi Mu's arm, meaning that they should go downstairs. Even if it meant buying the most expensive Yamaha downstairs worth 170,000 yuan, she was willing to accept it. Yi Mu understood her thoughts and touched her head with a smile. Look, do you have someone you like now? It feels good to spend money on beautiful women who have never seen the world. Seeing them unwilling to accept the answer one by one, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. At this time, the manager is the manager. He just stands quietly aside without introducing anything, unlike the salesperson who talks in a flattering manner. Silence is better than words. Suanchi was feeling uneasy, and her eyes trembled as she scanned the luxury cars one after another, finally stopping at a red Phantom worth 650,000 yuan. Yi Mu observed the man's expression and nodded slowly. I have to say that the beauty has good taste and is also someone who understands cars. That red Phantom is a global limited edition. That was Yi Mu's dream in the past. But now that I have a Lamborghini sports car, I don't want to ride a motorcycle anymore. So what else is there to say now? Boss, pack up that red Phantom for me and send it to Thai Emperor Entertainment Company, thank you. Without waiting for the manager and Suanchi to speak, Yi Mu spoke directly. The manager was surprised and stunned for a moment, then he immediately agreed respectfully. Okay, I'll have someone send it over right away. As he spoke, he couldn't help but take another look at Yimu and Suanchi. It turns out that the two are from the Tai King group. No wonder the man has an extraordinary temperament and the woman is elegant and refined. It is obvious that the man is a top executive of the King of Thailand, and the woman is probably a big star in the company. I was so blind that I didn't recognize these two people. But the name of Thai Emperor Entertainment Company is indeed well known. In an instant, facing the bank card handed over by Yimu, the manager became as respectful as a servant, and quickly ran to swipe the card and arrange people. Chapter 91 Security. Suanchi stayed there for a long time, still not coming back to her senses. Sky. Yimu actually gave me such an expensive car. What position do I hold in Yimu's heart now? Unable to control herself, Suanchi hugged Yimu's arms tightly, as if she was afraid that this was a dream and she would lose everything when she woke up. What are you thinking about? Yimu smiled and pinched Suanchi's nose. Don't like it? Suanchi was so excited that she almost shed tears. She couldn't help but jump up, put her arms around Yimu's neck, and kissed him. This taste is more than just a simple liking, it cannot be expressed in words. After a while, the manager came back with a smile and handed the bank card and invoice to Yimu with both hands. Thank you, boss. We will send it over right away. At the same time, several salesmen followed him and carefully packaged the red phantom. Just deliver it to the company and have the front desk sign for it. After giving some simple instructions, Yimu took Suanchi's arm and went downstairs. The manager had just walked down the stairs with the two of them when he heard voices of discussion coming from behind. Tell me, who are these two people from the Tai King group? A salesperson asked in surprise. Without waiting for the manager's response, another salesperson immediately speculated, is there any need to ask this? It's probably because some rich man took a fancy to the beautiful celebrity of the Tai King and gave her gifts. This kind of thing is already commonplace. Another person disagreed. What do you know? Can an ordinary rich man have such a demeanor? Can an ordinary star have such temperament? The implication is that Yimu was not just rich, he is definitely a high-ranking official of the King of Thailand. And Suanchi is not comparable to any celebrity. After all, celebrities still need people to support them, and the face of a nouveau riche can be seen at a glance. Suanchi is obviously a level higher than celebrities. Maybe, she is a virtuous boss lady. Listening to the conversation coming from behind, Yimu pretended not to hear it and continued to walk towards his Lamborghini with Suanchi. The manager escorted the two to the car, then bowed repeatedly, "Goodbye, bosses." The salespeople and other customers around were all curious about the manager's smiling face. Who on earth was in the car to deserve such a special treatment? This car dealership has big customers coming to look at cars every day, but the manager seldom shows up. The two got in the car. Suanchi looked at her watch, squinted her eyes and said, "Boss Yi, it's time for lunch, why don't I treat you to a meal to show my gratitude to you?" Speaking of eating, Yimu was really hungry. He stroked his stomach and thought for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "We're already here. Do I still need you to treat me to a meal?" Suanchi's eyebrows twitched. "Why, Mr. Yi won't show his favor? It's impossible that you gave me a car and I still want you to treat me, right?" Yimu shook his head and smiled, pointing to a building a few hundred meters ahead. "Don't you see that Shangji magazine is in front?" Suanchi was slightly surprised and twisted her neck to look over. All I saw was 4 big golden characters shining on the building. Shangji magazine. Although it was daytime, the 4 big characters were still dazzling, causing passers-by to look up. Only then did she react. Having been in this city for several years, how could she not know where the famous Shangji magazine was? I was so focused on treating Yimu to a meal that I forgot where I was. "Mr. Yi, you mean?" With a look of surprise, Suanchi asked, "Are we going to Shangji for dinner?" Yimu laughed. As the saying goes, an invitation is not as good as an accidental encounter. Since we passed by our company, how can we ignore it? Let's go in and take a look. Okay, I'll listen to you. Suanchi started the car immediately. The boss wants to inspect the company. This is official business, how can it be delayed because of personal matters? As the distance was not far, the car quickly arrived outside Shangji Magazine Company. The car stopped in the parking space outside and the two got out. Yimu slowly raised his head. What a majestic building it was. It made him feel refreshed. Just the majestic gate in front of you is breathtaking. If Yimu was not the boss of this company, he would have felt discouraged and oppressed. There was a security guard standing on each side of the gate, motionless. In the security room, several security guards who were not on duty saw the two men getting out of the Lamborghini and did not dare to say anything rude. But he still came out and stopped him politely. "Hello, sir, who are you looking for?" The three security guards were all holding walkie-talkies, and the one walking in front asked. While asking questions, the three security guards couldn't help but glance at Suanchi behind Yimu. It seemed that he was drooling over Suanchi's figure and appearance. Well, faced with the security guard's questions, Yimu really didn't know how to start. If I say I am the boss of this company, will anyone believe me? 3. At this time, Suanchi stepped forward and said, "This is the new chairman of Shangji magazine. Please make way." This sentence is extraordinary. If the security guard doesn't know what's best for you, there is basically no other option but to pack up and go home. Yo-hoo! Unexpectedly, facing Suanchi's cold tone, the leading security guard couldn't help but laugh. Being rich is so great? Do you think I'm an idiot? How could I not know that our company has a new chairman? As they spoke, the three security guards laughed so hard that they fell over. These security guards actually don't have much to do normally. I'm so bored. The happiest thing is to occasionally meet such pretentious rich people. The company has a rule that any stranger must be asked clearly why and who he is looking for before he can be brought in. In this case, the security guards have the power to keep the rich people outside and show off. Chapter 92, Keep Your Word. Yimu understood that this was also a manifestation of their diligence and deserved praise. So he waved his hand, signaling Suanchi to leave. He slowly took out his cell phone and wanted to call Vice President Lee and ask him to come down and answer the call. Unexpectedly, the phone was just taken out. The fight hasn't started yet. The leading security guard was ruthless. Guessing that Yimu was an imposter, he said coldly, "Brother, if you want to make a phone call, please go to the side. If you are an outsider, please do not linger in front of the company gate." This was said politely, but also forcefully. Hey! This attitude seems a bit too much, doesn't it? FMD, you don't even give me any face at all? Could it be that he is a soldier king who comes here to be a small security guard and then pretends to be a pig to eat the tiger? Yimu couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother, I am really the chairman of Shangji magazine. Don't be too ruthless, or you will regret it later." The three security guards were slightly surprised by his confident words. If they were not familiar with the old chairman's appearance and the fact that the company was doing well and it was impossible to change the chairman, they would have believed Yimu's words at this moment. Haha, regret it? The leading security guard didn't dare to do anything. But his tone was aggressive. "Don't think you can call yourself our chairman just because you drive a Lamborghini. I'm asking you to get out now, so you, just, get out." You. Suanchi was almost furious. I've seen some arrogant security guards, but I've never seen one as arrogant as this one. Even the Tai King's security guards are not so arrogant. He waved his hand, telling Suanchi not to be impulsive. Yimu touched his head and felt that he did have a headache. Which bastard hired these stray dogs? Wait until you get to the building and then ask carefully. Okay, I'll go to the side. Holding Suanchi, Yimu temporarily gave in. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Pulling Suanchi, who looked dissatisfied, back to the car, Yimu made a phone call. "Hello, Vice President Lee." "Well, Mr. Yi, what do you want?" Deputy Director Lee asked enthusiastically. Yimu frowned and glanced at the three security guards. "It's like this. I'm outside Shangji and I'm blocked here by three security guards. Can you come down to pick me up? Or send someone else?" "Mr. Yi, what are you talking about?" "Yes, of course, wait a moment, I'll be down right away." Upon hearing that Yimu had arrived, Vice President Lee was at a loss as to what to do. Yimu hung up the phone and looked at the three security guards with a smile again. The three security guards were still whispering there, looking quite imposing. That guy really called, could it be some big shot? You are not afraid of anything. I know the cars of every CEO on the board of directors. This guy is at most a friend of one of the CEOs. If you stop him, the company won't blame you. Well, letting him park his car outside is considered giving him face. While the three were talking, Vice President Lee had already hurried out of the gate. He raised his head and waved enthusiastically towards Yimu. Yimu also waved in response. "Hello, Vice President Lee. Seeing this, the three security guards saluted Vice President Lee at the same time. After Vice President Lee walked past, he returned to the security room as if nothing had happened. Director Yi, why didn't you inform me when you came? I couldn't come down to meet you in time, so you kept waiting for a long time. Vice President Lee walked quickly to Yi Mu, stretched out his hand, and smiled with an apologetic look on his face. Fine. Yi Mu shook hands with Vice President Lee. Vice President Lee glanced around, spotted the Lamborghini next to them, and suggested, since Director Yi is here, there's no need to leave in a hurry. Let's park the car in the basement. No need, it's convenient here. Yi Mu waved his hand. Vice President Lee did not force them, turned around and led the two of them towards the gate. When passing outside the security room, Yi Mu suddenly stopped. Hearing no more sound from behind, Vice President Lee turned around. Vice President Lee, please help me. Yi Mu said calmly. Since what happened just now made him and Su Anchi unhappy. He also said something that made the other party regret it. Then you have to keep your word and make the other person regret it. What's your favor? Just give me your orders, Mr. Yi. Vice President Lee took Yi Mu's needs very seriously. Who hired these security guards inside? Normally, a vice president would not take care of such a small matter. Vice President Lee felt that this question seemed quite profound. Usually they are recruited by the security manager. Does Mr. Yi think there is any problem? Yi Mu's tone was flat. It's time to get a decent batch. This simple sentence made Vice President Lee feel mixed emotions. No need to think too much, the security guard must have offended this big guy just now. Okay, I'll do as you wish. Vice President Lee immediately called the security manager. After giving him a severe reprimand for no apparent reason, he was asked to come over and deal with the matter immediately. Yi Mu nodded with satisfaction and followed Vice President Lee to the first floor lobby. In the security room, several people stood there in a daze, their faces as pale as paper. What's going on? This guy looks like he's even bigger than Vice President Lee? It's not like, we're fucked. What should I do? My girlfriend is only getting along with me because I'm so awesome here, now her relationship is ruined. Just as the three were terrified, the security manager appeared with the security captain and several other sleepy-eyed team members. Before long a few people stood up and saluted. The security captain's face turned pale, he raised his index finger and shouted. All of you, pack up your things and get out of the company immediately. The finance department will transfer all your wages to your cards shortly. When several people heard this, they immediately looked dejected. Chapter 93 Visit First Update. Here, Yi Mu and Su Anchi followed Vice President Lee into the magnificent hall. This hall is several times larger than the king's. Inside, staff in company uniforms were busy working. No one dared to stop and slack off. No wonder it's so big. Yi Mu secretly admired. Every company has success. There are reasons for everything. Although it was his first time in the company, Yi Mu still had an inexplicable feeling of coming home. The atmosphere is very cozy. Everyone is concentrating on doing their job. Not like the King of Thailand. As soon as they saw the company's top executives, they all came up to flatter them. How about it, Mr. Yi, do you want everyone to stop and get to know you? If it was the King of Thailand, Xia Yusher wouldn't even ask this nonsense. Just a round of applause gathered everyone together. But Vice President Lee was obviously worried about wasting employees' time and did not do so. After all, not everyone needs to know Yi Mu. All it takes is for the top brass to know him. Yi Mu understood what Vice President Lee meant, so he waved his hand. No, don't disturb them. Take us to the cafeteria for a meal first, and then we can just take a look around. Okay, I almost forgot that it's lunchtime in the cafeteria now. If Director Yi doesn't mind the simple food there, you can experience what the employees' meals are like. Deputy Director Lee led the way with a smile. I didn't expect that the boss next to me was so caring of the employees and wanted to visit the cafeteria right away. Care about food issues which involve the most basic interests of employees. This fact really makes other senior executives of the company pale in comparison. This is the best boss. Unconsciously, Vice President Lee developed a sense of respect for Yi Mu in his heart. This company has thousands of employees, and the cafeteria is built in a grand style, with 4 floors. The consumption levels on each floor are different. Employees have meal cards and can order whatever they like. The card contains a 1,000 yuan food allowance every month, and employees who don't have enough food can pay for it themselves. The three of them came to the cafeteria. Vice President Lee took the two of them on a tour of each floor, and finally reached the fourth floor. Seeing that the hygiene and food in the cafeteria were first-rate, and that the chefs there were probably all master chefs invited from various places, Yimu nodded all the way, expressing his satisfaction. In the cafeteria, many people recognized Vice President Lee. They all greeted him. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Yimu and Suanchi beside him. Both of them were calm and composed, and their behavior was extraordinary. In comparison, Vice President Lee is like their butler or servant. This left everyone confused. I secretly wondered where they came from. When they reached the fourth floor, Vice President Lee took out his meal card and smiled apologetically. Director Yi, due to the tight schedule, I haven't had time to ask the statistics department to get you a meal card. I'll arrange it after dinner. Yimu smiled awkwardly. So, Vice President Lee, please treat us to this meal? Vice President Lee's smile became even more awkward. No way. To be honest with you, Director Yi, our board of directors' meal cards do not require any money. Director Yi and Secretary Su, please just order whatever you like. Ah, okay. Since it is his own company, Yimu will not be polite. Besides, after this meal, whether you like it or not, it's not certain whether you will come here to eat next time. The restaurant on the fourth floor has the highest consumption, so naturally there are fewer people dining there. Deputy Director Lee glanced at a dining table. Director Yi, the people having dinner over there are some members of the board of directors. I'll introduce them to you later. Yimu nodded. It would be good to get to know everyone before the board meeting. He went to the window and ordered all the finest delicacies, and asked the waiter to bring them to the table of several board members. Deputy Director Lee brought Yimu and the other person to a table where several people were sitting. Hey, Vice President Lee, you're here, come sit down. When several people saw Vice President Lee, they stood up politely and showed great respect. They usually got along well with him. Who are the handsome guy and pretty girl next to you? One of the members who looked the youngest, probably in his 30s, didn't even know who Yimu and Suanchi were, but he extended his hand to the two of them with an enthusiastic attitude. Obviously, he is an open-minded and unconventional person. Yimu smiled and stretched out his hand, and without waiting for Vice President Lee to speak, he took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Yimu from Taiwan Entertainment Company, and this is my secretary, Miss Su. Hello, everyone. The tone is neither humble nor arrogant. Everyone was slightly shocked and immediately put away their playful expressions. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, Miss Su. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, Miss Su. For a moment, everyone immediately adjusted their attitude as if they had seen their leader coming to inspect. Seriously, Yimu shook hands with Suanchi and introduced themselves one by one. After shaking hands, everyone waited for Yimu and Suanchi to take their seats before sitting down with an apologetic smile. It won't be long before Yimu becomes the new chairman of the company after the board meeting is held and all handovers are completed. No one wanted to leave a bad impression on him. Moreover, although Yimu is not the chairman in name now, but in reality it already is. It's just the superficial procedures. Chapter 94, Help Again Second Update. The atmosphere was a little unnatural for a moment, and Yimu smiled heartily. Everyone relax and be casual. We are all family from now on. There's no need to be so polite. The group of people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually relaxed and resumed his previous activeness. The demeanor of the members of the boards of directors of large companies is just unusual. Every time you look at them, you can feel their determination to accomplish great things. At the same time, everyone could feel the same aura from Yimu and were sincerely impressed by him. New food is coming. The group of people finished their meal happily and were waiting for Yimu to make arrangements. Yimu wiped his mouth with a napkin. You guys go and do your own things first. I'll go with Vice President Lee. Everyone indeed had their own things to do, so after exchanging business cards with Yimu, they left first. The three of them walked out of the cafeteria and continued to visit several other work buildings. It's lunchtime. Most of the staff went back to the dormitory to rest, and only a few were working overtime. Yimu was overwhelmed by all the magazines of all sizes in various workshops and offices, and his eyes were a little tired. Fortunately, there are many beautiful women. Occasionally it would make Yimu's eyes light up. A little refreshing. Okay, I have a general idea of the company's situation. Is Director Lee here? If he is, I will go say hello to him and leave. Yawning, Yimu said. Yes, I'll take Mr. Yi there right away. Seeing that Yimu was very tired, Vice President Lee did not dare to neglect him and led him upstairs directly. However, before he could take a step forward, Vice President Lee stopped. He looked intently into a staff office. Director Yi, we don't need to go upstairs. Director Lee is over there. Vice President Lee smiled embarrassedly. Yimu slowly raised his head and looked over, and immediately frowned. Isn't that Lee Dongjun? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Could it be that? Is he the president of Shangji branch? It turns out that when the system drew Shangji, it sounded familiar. It turns out that I had heard of it in college. Thinking of this, Yimu felt inexplicably excited. Keep looking past that. I saw a middle-aged man with a stern face talking to Lee Dongjun. I can't hear what the content is. But it was obvious that she was somewhat dissatisfied with Lee Dongjun. Lee Dongjun, on the other hand, looked nonchalant. Although he kept nodding. But in fact, he seemed absent-minded and a little impatient. At this time, Suanchi also saw Lee Dongjun in the staff office. For some reason, at first glance, only two words come to mind. Hate. Vice President Lee, don't be impatient. Seeing Vice President Lee about to walk over, Yimu immediately grabbed Vice President Lee's arm. Vice President Lee turned around. Why, Director Yi doesn't want to see Director Lee again. No. There was a gleam of evil in Yimu's eyes. How about asking Vice President Lee for another favor? Deputy Director Lee smiled flatteringly. Boss Yi, you tell me, I will definitely do it. Yimu was not in a hurry. He slowly looked at Lee Dongjun again and pointed with his finger. Who is sitting opposite Director Lee? I don't understand why Yimu was interested in Lee Dongjun. But Vice President Lee still told the truth. Boss Yi, that's Boss Lee's son, Lee Dongjun. Because of Boss Lee's insistence, the company had to open a branch and let Lee Dongjun manage it. This made many people quite dissatisfied. When he spoke the last sentence, Vice President Lee deliberately lowered his voice, so as not to be overheard. However, during the speech, Yimu still saw that Vice President Lee was dissatisfied with the father and son for abusing their power for personal gain. How could a father, as the chairman of the parent company, arbitrarily ask the company to open a branch for his son? Where does this leave the other board members? The company doesn't entirely belong to him. Oh. Yimu nodded. The scene of the class reunion appeared in my mind. That day, Dong Menghan was verbally insulted by this bastard. I suffered a lot of injustice. Now that we have the chance, we must seek justice for Dong Menghan. Boss Yi just said that he wants to help. What can you help with? Seeing Yimu suddenly stunned, Vice President Lee asked curiously. Yimu came back to his senses. Vice President Lee, wait a minute, don't reveal my identity yet, just say I'm here to discuss business. As he spoke, Yimu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. There is something sinister hidden in it. Vice President Lee frowned. His expression was quite surprised, and he couldn't quite understand Yimu's thoughts. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Asked Vice President Lee. Yimu smiled faintly. I never need a reason to do anything. If I need your help in the future, just do it. When you say you are asking for help, it is actually an order or a command. Even though he didn't know the reason, Vice President Lee didn't dare to say more. From what Yimu said when he signed the transfer contract last time, combined with what was said this time, Vice President Lee has begun to understand that Yimu is really a person who does things without asking for reasons. Okay, Mr. Yi, please rest assured. I will do exactly what you want. Vaguely realizing that Yimu was in the same boat as him, Vice President Lee instantly became motivated to cooperate with Yimu in everything. Mr. Lee and his two companions embezzled public funds, saying that they were opening a branch company, but in fact the head office did not receive any profit. On the contrary, Lee Dongjun spent money extravagantly. A lot of money was wasted. This father and son must be kicked out of the company, otherwise everyone's interests will be lost. Now that Yimu has appeared, it is a perfect opportunity for everyone to turn things around. As long as everyone works together, we will definitely be able to kick the Lee father and son out of the company. Then everyone will be happy. Yi Mu nodded. Although I only met Vice President Li twice. But I still feel that he is reliable. Turning around, Yi Mu gave Su Anqi another instruction. Xiao Qi, remember to turn on the recording later and record everything Li Dongjun says. It's best not to let him find out during the process. Su Anqi guessed that Yi Mu must have some grudge against that hateful-looking guy, so she nodded in agreement. After the three of them had agreed, they walked over normally. Chapter 95, The Trap Third Update. Li Dongjun inside heard footsteps coming from the corridor. As I looked around, my eyes suddenly lit up. Too lazy to listen to his father's further nonsense, he rushed out. Hey, who is this? How could he not recognize Yi Mu? He was pretending not to know her and deliberately asked Vice President Li to introduce her. Vice President Li smiled apologetically. Mr. Li, this is a client of our company. He is here to discuss business. Do you have time to talk to him? Looking at Li Dongjun's scheming look, Yi Mu smiled faintly. Yes, I would like to cooperate with Mr. Li. I wonder if Mr. Li would be willing to do me the honor. Yi Mu deliberately lowered his posture, as if eager for cooperation between the two sides. As he spoke, Yi Mu took the initiative to extend his hand. Also pretend that you have never met each other. Compared with me in acting, you are still too young. Yi Mu thought to himself. He. Li Dongjun smiled and no longer concealed it. Yi Mu, weren't you very cool at the class reunion? Why are you so miserable now? Are you here to ask me for cooperation? Obviously, as soon as this guy saw Yi Mu, he recalled what happened that night. At that time, Yi Mu made him lose all face. Now the chance for revenge has come. The other party didn't shake hands with me. Yi Mu had no choice but to shrink back in embarrassment. He said sincerely, Mr. Li, there's no need to say such harsh words. We are all working together to make money. There is no question of who needs help from whom. Oh? Li Dongjun laughed out loud. Don't ask? Then I won't cooperate with you, how about that? Listening to his words, Yi Mu looked helpless. Li Dongjun's face suddenly changed. This is my company, get the hell out of here, or I'll get the security guards to come play with you. He. This made him angry and embarrassed, but Yi Mu smiled faintly. Mr. Li, don't be impulsive. Listen to me. In business, we give each other opportunities. You give me an opportunity, which is actually giving yourself an opportunity. Don't be a person who leaves yourself a way out. This sentence has already revealed very serious consequences. Deputy Director Li and Su Anqi, who were listening nearby, understood that Li Dongjun had already fallen into the trap. If we don't stop now, the consequences will be disastrous. But these two guys are still stubborn. MD, I just won't give you a chance. So what? If you have the ability, just show it. I don't believe that your crappy company can be better than my Shangji magazine. As he spoke, Li Dongjun took out his cell phone. Just call the security department. There's an idiot here who came to discuss business, but he refused to talk and refused to leave. In fact, he himself is also a fool. He didn't even think about whether Vice President Li would personally pick up an ordinary customer. Puff. After holding it in for a long time, Su Anqi accidentally burst out laughing. Knowing that she was losing her composure, she quickly held back. Returned to seriousness. However, this unintentional giggle unexpectedly caught Li Dongjun's attention. I had been keeping my eyes on Yi Mu. I hadn't noticed that there was such a beautiful woman standing next to him. He looked at Su Anqi with great interest. She was wearing an alluring black OL uniform, with a curvy figure and a pair of slender silk stockings and high heels underneath. Gulp. Li Dongjun's eyes became fixed and he couldn't help swallowing. I forgot what I took out my phone for. So I put the phone back in my pocket. Okay, since Mr. Li won't give us face, let's go. He turned around and greeted Su Anqi. Yi Mu left with Su Anqi in disappointment. Looking at Su Anqi's gently swaying back. Li Dongjun was stunned for a long time. After a while. Only when Vice President Li called him did he quickly wipe the corner of his mouth. He has seen countless women, but he has never seen one as attractive as Su Anqi. Well, Lao Li, that girl just now. Coming back to his senses, Li Dongjun asked anxiously. Relying on his father being the chairman, he doesn't care about his image in front of other elders. Vice President Li didn't care and just laughed. That's Yi Mu's secretary. I'm not familiar with her. Could it be that Mr. Lee has taken a fancy to her? Is that even a question? Lee Dongjuan's face darkened. Old Lee, please contact Yi Mu for me and tell him that if he is willing to let his secretary spend a night with me, I can consider cooperating with him. Upon hearing this, Vice President Lee's expression changed. You are really bold, boy. He even dares to have such a crooked idea. Even God can't save you now. However, Vice President Lee remained calm and agreed with a smile. Okay, I'll do as Mr. Lee tells me. Yi Mu and Su Anqi walked out of the company gate. This time the security guard at the door gave them a standard salute. It seems that we already know who they are. As soon as he walked to the Lamborghini, the phone in Yi Mu's pocket vibrated a series of times. Hello. Seeing that it was Vice President Lee's number, Yi Mu answered it directly. Mr. Yi, wait for me, I'll go down and give you a ride. On the other end of the phone, Vice President Lee said apologetically. No, just do your thing. Yi Mu refused directly. But he didn't hang up the phone immediately because he felt that Vice President Lee had something else to say. Mr. Yi. Sure enough, Deputy Director Lee lowered his voice and said. Lee Dongjun asked me to tell you that if you are willing to let Secretary Su accompany him for one night, he will consider cooperating with you. Yi Mu smiled but said nothing. Deputy Director Lee continued. To be honest with Mr. Yi, everyone in the company wants to bring down the Lee family father and son. So whatever Mr. Yi wants to do, just go for it. We'll support you from behind. If Director Yi has any arrangements, please let me know at any time. I will do my best to help you. Listening to Vice President Lee's earnest words and his strong expression of loyalty, Yi Mu felt more confident about his plan. After hanging up the phone, Yi Mu took the initiative to get into the passenger seat and let Su Anqi drive. Did you have enough food just now? Looking at the other person's pretty face, Yi Mu asked admiringly. Chapter 96 Notice. I've been losing weight recently and eating less. Looking at Yi Mu, Su Anqi said. Boss Yi, I see you've been chatting with those board members. Are you hungry? Yi Mu smiled awkwardly. I really didn't eat much just now, I just barely managed to not feel hungry. But is it necessary to eat with such a beautiful lady sitting next to you? Let's go. There are plenty of delicious food in villas. After saying this lightly, Yi Mu closed his eyes and lay comfortably in the seat. I just spent half a day strolling around Shangzili with Vice President Lee, and I am completely exhausted. Seeing his lazy look, Su Anqi understood that he was tired. He responded, started the car, and sped away in the direction of the Violet Garden. In the security room, several security guards couldn't help laughing as they watched the Lamborghini disappear into the distance. Those three idiots, seeing someone driving a Lamborghini and trying to show off, they deserve it. One of them was talking and laughing, and the others were laughing so hard that they were bent over. Several people laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. The car drove into the Violet Garden very quickly. Luxurious villas stood in the garden. At the gate, two security guards saluted and welcomed the car in. Mr. Yi, we're here. Stopping the car next to a villa, Su Anqi called softly. Yi Mu just closed his eyes for a moment and almost fell asleep. Hearing Su Anqi's call, he stretched, looked up, and found that he had arrived home, so he slowly got out of the car. Oh, Xiaoqi, you didn't forget to record it just now, did you? Just as he was about to walk through the door, Yi Mu suddenly turned around and asked. Su Anqi nodded, I've recorded it. Does Mr. Yi want it now? Yi Mu waved his hand and solemnly reminded, no, put it away first and make sure to back it up. Don't lose it. Su Anqi nodded. The things that Yi Mu specifically reminded me of must be very important and must not be allowed to go wrong. The two of them entered the house one after the other. When the servants in the house saw the two men, they bowed to them. Imelda. While walking towards the sofa in the hall, Yi Mu greeted loudly. What delicious food is there in the kitchen? Bring some up. Okay. Imelda responded politely and asked the chefs to quickly go into the kitchen. Yi Mu and Su Anqi sat down on the sofa with a table in front of them. Usually, Yi Mu can sit here to drink tea or eat, very casually. Now, he just wanted to sit here and have something to eat with Su Anqi. Mr. Yi, if there is nothing else, I will go back to the company first and will not disturb your rest. Looking at Yi Mu, who was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed, Su Anqi felt a little bored. Yi Mu opened his eyes, don't worry, eat something first. Mr. Yi, I'm not hungry, so I won't disturb you while you're eating. Su Anqi blinked her bright eyes and stood up. After accompanying Yimu for a whole day, she was still full of energy and did not show any sign of tiredness in front of Yimu. Well, since you insist on leaving, I won't keep you. Yimu suddenly frowned and gave an indifferent order. When you return to the company later, notify Shangji and tell them that the shareholders' meeting will be held on Monday afternoon. Su Anqi was stunned, as if it was a bit sudden. But she nodded immediately. Well, I'll let them know later. Where should we choose the meeting place? When they were hanging out together just now, as Yimu's personal secretary, Su Anqi also added the deputy director's contact information for work purposes. She only needs to contact Vice President Shangji later, convey Yimu's words, and let him pass on the notice. You can arrange the location of the meeting. What's the use of a secretary if there's something going on? Just let Su Anqi decide on this small matter. Yes, Mr. Yi. Knowing that she was being given an important position, Su Anqi actively agreed and did not refuse. The shareholders' meeting of Shangji magazine is usually held once a year. Unless the chairman of the board of directors forces a meeting, it may be held more than twice a year. Thinking that Yimu would punish Li Dongjun at the shareholders' meeting, Su Anqi kept reminding herself to keep the recording file safe so as not to ruin Yimu's plan. That's nothing, I'll be leaving now, Mr. Yi. Seeing that Yimu didn't have any instructions, Su Anqi confirmed. Yimu crossed his legs, closed his eyes and nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong. Da-da-day. The sound of high heels hitting the ground is light and rhythmic, coming from near and then moving away, a bit like a hypnotic sound. Oh. Suddenly, Yimu opened his eyes. Xiaoqi, you don't have to take a taxi back, just drive the Lamborghini back. And drive it to pick me up for work tomorrow morning. Su Anqi turned around and said respectfully, Yes, Mr. Yi. Yimu closed his eyes again for a while, and then a pleasant car sound came from outside the house. Su Anqi had already driven out of the villa. Listening to the sound, Yimu couldn't help but look forward to seeing Su Anqi riding a motorcycle. Imagine a beautiful OL girl in uniform driving a domineering phantom. What kind of picture would that be? Squinting his eyes, Yimu showed a comfortable smile. Now that I have money, life is great. I have truly reached the state of counting money until my hands cramp and sleeping until I wake up naturally. Once upon a time, when I was working there with Dong Manghan, I got up early and went to bed late every day and could never get enough sleep. Sir, the food is ready, please enjoy it. There was the sound of a dinner plate being placed on the table, and Imelda whispered. Yimu opened his eyes and saw several simple dishes in front of him. Fish bones, dragon and phoenix soup, roast suckling pig. There are 8 dishes in total. The fragrant hot steam wafts into my nose. But Yimu was not as greedy as before. Now, seeing these things is just commonplace. Picking up the chopsticks, Yimu picked up a piece of the roast suckling pig and put it into his mouth. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The flavor was tasty, but nothing special. What we eat is not the taste, but the happiness. Now whatever I eat tastes delicious. Looking at Yimu's expression, Imelda thought that Yimu liked the taste of this dish very much, so she couldn't help but smile happily. Sir, due to the tight schedule, the chefs prepared a few simple dishes. I wonder if they suit your taste. I have to say that the meals prepared by those chefs really suit Yimu's taste. Good. However, in order not to make those chefs proud, Yimu just commented calmly. After eating, Yimu went upstairs to take a shower. I still felt very tired after taking a shower, so I jumped onto the bed, played mobile games for a while, and then fell asleep unknowingly. It was not until late at night that he woke up. Imelda, prepare some midnight snacks and send them to my room. After picking up the phone and giving some instructions, Yimu prepared to get out of bed and take a shower. It was then that I saw a text message from Su Anqi, saying that the meeting of the board of directors had been arranged. The meeting was held in the conference hall in Shangji. Chapter 97 Another 500 million. Looking at the time, it's already 11 o'clock at night. Su Anqi has always paid attention to maintenance, so she may have fallen asleep. After thinking for a while, Yimu had no choice but to send a text message back. Thank you for your hard work. Have a good rest. This simple sentence sounds nagging when you are poor. But now it's different. The more you care about her now, the more touched she will be. After sending the text message, I waited for a while, but there was no reply from Su Anqi. After making sure Su Anqi had rested, Yimu went downstairs to wash up. Just as I finished washing, there was a knock on the door. Knowing that it was Imelda who came, Yimu walked over and opened the door. "Sir, your midnight snack." Holding the dinner plate, Imelda bowed slightly and placed the fragrant midnight snack on the table. She was wearing the thin green uniform of a household servant. A pair of beautiful moon-like retreats, as white as jade. Wearing clean slippers gives people a comfortable feeling. Yimu returned to the table and sat down, and couldn't wait to start eating. "Imelda, you should go to bed early. You don't need to come up to clean up later. You can do it tomorrow morning." Looking up at Imelda and finding that she looked a little tired, Yimu said with concern. "Yes, sir." Imelda retreated quietly. The midnight snack is simple but rich in nutritional value. Yimu didn't want to eat too much, so he ate a little and went back to bed. "I just took a nap and now I'm not sleepy at all." Yimu opened the mobile game out of habit and started playing it happily. "When I played this game before, I always felt that it was a waste of time and I might as well get more sleep and rest. But now I just play it to kill time and have fun without any pressure. Maybe it was because I had a relaxed mentality. After playing several games in a row, the teammates I met were not very good, but I was always able to lead them to victory. A few idiots even added Yimu as their game friends, begging him to help them gain points. If it were in the past, Yimu would have lost his mind long ago. Why would he still bring him? But now I'm in a good mood and don't feel disgusted at all. I agree to their friend requests and take them with me to show off and fly. Brother, you are awesome. Can I add you on WeChat? Please guide me next time." Among them was a young lady who admired Yimu's various incredible operations. He. Yimu did not agree to add WeChat, but just typed back and said lightly, "I'll bring you next time if I'm lucky." Before I knew it, it was morning. I had won 8 games in a row and advanced to a higher level. Yimu quit the game and yawned. Suddenly, he thought of something and perked up with excitement. "Come on, system, draw today's prize and cheer me up," said excitedly. A familiar roulette wheel immediately appeared before his eyes. The needle of the roulette wheel began to spin, faster and faster. Gradually, the speed slowed down. 500 million. 500 million. 500 million. Staring at the pointer, Yimu felt a sense of restlessness in his heart. Sure enough, the pointer finally stopped at the 500 million renminbi area. Bite. A cold mechanical sound was heard. "Congratulations, host, you have won 500 million renminbi. It has been transferred to your account. Please check it carefully." With that, the roulette wheel disappeared. "Oh my god, what a shit luck." Surprised, Yimu glanced and saw that he had received a message on his phone. Not surprisingly, it was account information sent by the banking system. "Dear customer, your account number ending in 2589 received a transfer of 500 million yuan on, and the account balance is 1301,235,671.32. A long string of astronomical figures came into view, and Yimu's eyes trembled slightly. "It's okay, just a small scene. Thinking about upgrading the system in the future, the minimum guarantee is 500 million. Yimu suppressed his excitement. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Yimu got out of bed, grabbed a towel, and went out for a run. Surrounding the villa area, there is a runway. It is specially designed for morning jogging. The thin mist swept across the figures of several people jogging in the morning. Don't say you are an early riser, there are others who are even earlier than you. I didn't expect that people in the villa area are also so keen on morning exercises. When Yimu ran back, the sky began to turn pale. As soon as I returned to the outside of the villa, I saw a Lamborghini approaching quickly. Seeing that it was his car, Yimu stopped and waited. The car stopped beside her, and Suanchi's slender legs were the first to stretch out. "Mr. Yi, are you still running?" Standing there with renewed energy, Suanchi greeted him with her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. She was wearing a clean white shirt that showed off her chest, and she was still wearing a short black uniform skirt. Yimu smiled slightly. "Shao Qi, it's still early. Go in and have breakfast first before going to the company." Although I am a little reluctant to go to the company, in order to set an example, I still have to clock in and not be lazy. Suanchi refused for a moment, but still followed him in. Imelda and the chef who was in charge of making breakfast were already up. Yimu asked Imelda to bring breakfast over and let Suanchi eat first. He went upstairs, took a quick shower, and then changed into a suit and tie. He was about 1.78 meters tall, neither fat nor thin. As soon as he appeared on the stairs, he attracted Suanchi's fixed gaze. Seeing that it was almost time, Yimu drank a bowl of porridge, then left the villa with Suanchi and went to the company. "Mr. Yi, you look good in any clothes." Sitting in the car, Suanchi couldn't help but look at Yimu from time to time. Yimu laughed. It is indeed not easy to be appreciated by such a beautiful woman. "With your figure, you'll look good in anything." Looking at the other party's Miyue retreating, Yimu responded with a smile. "If I wore less, I'd probably be more attractive." Noticing Yimu's restless look, Suanchi's face turned slightly red. "Boss Yi, you're still laughing at me." "I seem to have gained weight recently," Suanchi said modestly as she gently twisted the steering wheel with her little hands. Yimu smiled and shook his head. "If you are considered fat, then there is no standard body shape in the world. The implication is that you are praising the other person's perfect figure." Suanchi felt very happy when she heard this. The two arrived at the company, and there were exactly 10 minutes left before work started. Yimu clocked in and took Suanchi into the chairman's office. "Mr. Yi, it seems that there is nothing busy today." As Suanchi spoke, she went to the cubicle to make coffee for Yimu. "It's best not to be too busy, so you can have a good balance between work and rest." Looking at Suanchi's graceful back, Yimu's eyes widened slightly. It's rare to have the leisure and elegance to appreciate this beauty. Crossing his legs comfortably, Yimu slowly lit a cigarette, tilted his head, and continued to stare in the direction of the cubicle. After finishing his cigarette, Suanchi just made some coffee. The familiar fragrance, mixed with the beauty's faint body scent, made Yimu feel like he was bathed in spring breeze. "Xiaoqi, if you really have nothing to do, you can take the opportunity to go out for a drive later. You don't have to stay in the company." Thinking of the motorcycle he bought for the other party yesterday, Yimu suggested. "Sure, Mr. Yi, I was just thinking about trying out the car." Yimu said it casually, which was exactly what Suanchi wanted. Thinking of the red phantom, Suanchi's eyes suddenly lit up and she was extremely excited. Chapter 98 Games. Even though Suanchi had a motorcycle, she didn't dare to take the initiative to suggest going for a ride. When Yimu said this at this time, she was naturally overjoyed. "Well, remember to keep a low profile and don't drive too fast." Taking a sip of coffee, Yimu reminded with a smile. Suanchi was deeply moved. "Mr. Yi, do you want to accompany me?" A beautiful woman with a nice car and a handsome guy, that would be perfect. However, Yimu waved his hand lazily. "Go ahead. I didn't sleep all night last night. I'll go back to Ziyuan to rest later." Hearing this, Suanchi's cheeks turned slightly disappointed. But she got excited at the thought of the car. "Then I'll take you back to the villa now, Mr. Yi." "I can't wait to play with the motorcycle," Suanchi said anxiously. Yimu smiled. "Go ahead. I won't leave until I finish my coffee. You don't need to see me off." "Yes." Seeing that Yimu was not willing to give her the courtesy, Suanchi did not force it. She picked up her LV bag and left the office. After drinking the coffee, Yimu felt much more energetic. "But I stayed up late last night and now I feel a little tired and my eyes are stinging." Not long after Suanchi left, he also went downstairs. "As soon as I arrived at the lobby on the first floor, I heard many beautiful female employees talking. How can Secretary Su have so much money? I heard that her Phantom is a global limited edition, worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Need I say that? She went out with Mr. Yi yesterday, so Mr. Yi must have bought it for her. This little slut is so treacherous. Could it be that Mr. Yi has really fallen for her trick?" "Sho, Mr. Yi is coming down." When the group of people saw Yimu coming down, they all hurried to do their work. Yimu didn't care and walked straight outside. When you are famous, you are prone to gossip. Now Xiaoqi is considered a big celebrity around him, so it is normal to have gossips behind her. If you can't even handle this little bit of pressure, you probably won't be qualified to be the chairman's secretary. After walking out of the company, Yimu drove his Lamborghini and sped away with a roar. All that was left behind were the standard salutes and envious gazes of the company's security guards. The sun has come out. Today is another sunny day. Yimu also wanted to take a few turns before returning to the villa, but he was too sleepy. It would be so embarrassing if a car accident happened. Going for a ride, when is it not okay? After comforting himself, Yimu decisively turned the steering wheel and drove the car back to the direction of Violet Garden. Today is the weekend and there is a bit of traffic jam on the road. Yimu drove for a long time before returning to the Violet Garden. After entering the villa, he gave instructions to Imelda and went straight to his room. After jumping onto sea and taking a nap for a while, Yimu suddenly climbed up with a frown. No, I have a board meeting tomorrow. If I sleep during the day, I won't be able to sleep at night. Thinking about tomorrow, Yimu quickly got up. Is there any way to keep myself awake? Looking at his phone, he thought of the mobile games in it again. No matter how sleepy a person is, as long as he plays games, his nerves will immediately become active. Without saying anything, Yimu opened the game. As soon as I entered the interface, someone invited me to play duo. When I saw the name, it turned out to be the little girl from last night. Brother, you're here? Come and take me with you. I almost lost my temper because of my defeat just now. My teammates are such a jerk. Sigh, I'm out of the promotion game. In the dialog box, a series of text appeared. You can vaguely see the pitiful appearance of a little girl. Hee hee. Yimu typed a response. Little sister, why aren't you asleep yet? I slept, and just got up to play a game. My teammates are such a jerk. The little girl continued to curse. Yimu chuckled. In the past, he encountered various pitfalls in every qualifying match, which gave him a headache. But looking back now, it just feels childish. When a person has money, he naturally becomes mature mentally. Little sister, hold on to my thighs tight, I will take you flying. Yimu replied cheerfully. The game matched with other people and began. After choosing a late-stage hero and entering the battlefield, Yimu was not in a hurry and developed slowly in the early stage. In the middle stage, I started to exert my strength and beat the opponent into a panic. Pentakill. With a piercing sound, all places entered the countdown to resurrection. 1 versus 5, pentakill. 6,666. 666. At the same time, both the other party and ourselves sent admiring chat messages. Of course, my brother is the king, he is here to help me gain points, hee hee. In the chat box, the little sister also sent excited words. Suddenly, the opponents stopped playing and surrendered directly. Brother, take me with you next time. Sister, please ask your brother to take me with you. A large number of subtitles flashed. Waves of sense of accomplishment surged into Yimu's heart. I didn't expect that after becoming rich in real life, I would also be able to get along well with everyone in the virtual world. After playing this game, Yimu played another game with the little girl. Both he and the little girl reached the promotion round. Just as the two were about to make a final move, the aroma of lunch wafted in from downstairs. Little sister, I'm going to eat now, come back later. After sending a message, Yimu directly quit the game. Walk out of the room and go downstairs. At this time, Imelda was about to go upstairs. She looked up and saw Yimu coming down, and she bowed to him. Sir, I was just about to go up to call you when you came down. From the kitchen, there was a steady stream of food aroma. Yimu smiled warmly. What did you cook today? Why does it smell so good? Imelda introduced several dishes, all of which Yimu had never tasted before. Yimu was filled with anticipation after hearing this. Sitting down at the table in the living room, Yimu picked up the remote control and turned on the LCD TV. Go and bring the food over. He gave instructions calmly while changing the channel. Imelda immediately called several other maids and went into the kitchen together. In a moment, plates were brought out and placed on the table in front of Yimu. Every dish looks delicious. It's like royal treatment. Yimu was too lazy to wait for all the dishes to be served, so he started eating. Oh, Imelda, ask the chef to prepare a table of Italian cuisine this afternoon. I suddenly want to eat it. After taking a bite, Yimu suddenly looked up and said. Imelda turned around and bowed. Okay sir, I'll tell the chef and ask them to draw up a menu. Then call the vegetable company and ask them to deliver the ingredients. Chapter 99 Cute. Yimu had eaten Italian food in the past. But I didn't have much money at the time, so I just chose cheaper, ordinary food. He has always been obsessed with those high-end foods, and now he really wants to eat them to his heart's content. No matter what the taste is, what you taste is a mood. Nowadays, I can draw a guaranteed 100 million every day. There is nothing you can't afford to eat, only things you can't imagine. Cool. After taking a breath of relief, Yimu started to eat. Just like a monkey eating a peach, he only took one bite of each dish and his stomach was full. You feel most comfortable when you are 70% full. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Yimu went upstairs. When he reached the stairs, he turned around and gave instructions. "Oh, Imelda, I've finished my drinks in the room. Bring me some orange juice and milk later." Imelda was clearing the table and looked up and said, "Yes, sir." When playing games in the past, Yimu always smoked one cigarette after another. Now that he has money, he wants to improve his quality of life. Just smoke less and drink more. Otherwise, if one day I die of lung disease, the money in the card will be gone forever. After entering the room, Yimu opened the mobile game again. With his other hand, he used his experience to grab a bottle of pure milk from the table next to him and drank it. This milk is not ordinary milk. It is produced in Balatu, which is known as the country of dairy cows. A box contains only 24 bottles, but it costs 130,000 yuan. With such a sky-high price, ordinary rich second generations can't afford it. But when Yimu drank it, he felt it was cheaper than water. With a guaranteed minimum of 100 million every day, you will never feel like you have little money no matter how you spend it. And I was lucky this morning and won 500 million. Now Yimu just wants to ask, what is the most expensive food in the world? If those wild animals were not protected by international law, he would really like to ask someone to catch a whale from the sea to satisfy his hunger. Then grill an alligator tomorrow. Roast the whole elephant the day after tomorrow. After thinking for a long time, Yimu shook his head helplessly. Although I am rich now, I must be a law-abiding citizen and not violate international law. As for roasting a whole elephant, it's just something you can only think about. Are you there? After entering the game hall, Yimu took the initiative to send a message to the little girl. Yes, yes. The little girl replied immediately. Brother, you're here? I just finished my meal. Come on, keep it with me. This was a promotion match. Yimu pulled up the little girl and played in a duo. He just finished his meal and felt a little sluggish and sleepy. But now, once I enter the game, I instantly become full of energy. Little sister, what hero do you want me to play now? Although each hero was played carelessly, Yimu still asked confidently. The little girl was very excited. I want to see you show off your torso skills. Yimu was speechless. I have to say, if Torso is good at performing, it is possible to get a pentakill even with very little health. But if the skills are not good enough, you might end up showing off and become hopeless. If you're not careful, you might even get scolded by your teammates. Okay, at my sister's request, I will help you. You can be sloppy in technique, but you can't lose face. Yimu agreed immediately. Brother 66. Even through the screen, Yimu seemed to be able to see the little girl dancing. It's time to ban heroes. Torso was not banned. Yimu was on the first floor and killed the hero instantly. Suddenly, as expected, the teammates were a little furious. MD, what's going on, second tortoise? It's over. Promotional match, bro? Can't you choose something more normal? Fuck, I'm also promoted, can someone help me to kill it in seconds? I'm begging you. Except for the little girl, the other three teammates were all panicking. Yimu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Every time I saw my teammates lock on Torso in seconds in the qualifying matches, I was as anxious as an ant on hot pan, running around in circles. How to say it? 9 out of 10 scammers are scammers, and the other one is a fool. This is not an empty statement. People who play the tortoise shell do nothing but show off. There is no purpose at all. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Don't worry everyone, my brother is a king, he will take you to bed. At this time, the little girl on the 5th floor spoke. When seeing the game name Nayland Xiao Xiao, several teammates' eyes lit up. It's obviously a girl. Well, since you have a girl, I'll entertain you for a while. A teammate thought he was unlucky enough to lock on to his own hero. Soon after, everyone else finished choosing their heroes. The game enters the loading interface. The heroes on both sides confronted each other. Judging from the lineup, the opponent is obviously more scientific. There are tanks and there are outputs, there are warriors and there are mages, there are melee and there are ranged. And control. And on Yimu's side. It's ridiculous. Nayland Xiao Xiao only knows one hero, so he can only choose this one. The other three teammates, as they were playing for fun, made random choices. Not to mention the melee team, they are all melee, without any ranged damage. Welcome to the Canyon of Heroes. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 20 seconds. Blow them up. The game sound starts. Yimu spotted a patch of grass and ran out. Fighting a level 1 group? A teammate expressed curiosity. There is no long-range output position, so why fight a level 1 group? The 3 teammates thought Yimu was an idiot and went their own ways. Only the little sister was controlling her cute little panda and followed along happily. Brother, why didn't you get any equipment? Squeezed in the bushes with Yimu, the little sister suddenly asked. Suddenly, the whole atmosphere became dead silent. No one spoke in the chat box anymore, but it seemed as if I could hear a burst of curses coming through the screen. Yimu also cursed inwardly, damn it, I forgot to equip myself. I was just about to tell the little girl to leave quickly. However, there is no time to type. Swish, a hook appeared in the field of vision. Before Yimu could react, he found himself in front of 2 enemies. Fuck! Feeling panicked, Yimu quickly took action. At this time, the little girl also jumped up. The 2 sides immediately formed a 2-on-2 situation. I don't know where Yimu got the confidence from, but he didn't run away and instead fought hard with the opponent. The opponent couldn't win. When he realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, Yimu used a Q to dodge. Double kill. The other side exploded. A series of 660 CXS suddenly appeared in the chat box. The teammates seemed to have recovered from their depressed state. The little girl also uttered an ecstatic word. Brother, 666, this is a sure thing. In fact, Yimu was still a little confused. After a flurry of operations, he got a double kill. I didn't understand what was going on at all. But one thing is certain. That is, the little girl just now reduced the health of the 2 guys on the opposite side to a low level, and she just flashed to kill them. Next, Yimu went home to equip himself, and he was very fat. The game has entered the official stage. My teammates were all in the promotion matches, so they all played very seriously. After 1 round, we won easily. However, every kill that happened later had nothing to do with Yimu, so he just got away with it. What is puzzling is that his teammates all think he is a great player and have sent him friend requests. Chapter 100 Red Envelope. Yimu never refuses anyone who comes. I added a few gaming friends and gave them some profound lectures. It's not about which hero you choose, it's about whether you can play it. If you know how to play, you can win no matter which hero you choose. Awareness is important. Several teammates were confused by what he said, but they still felt it was impressive. Brother, your torso is amazing, give me another one. Brother, your torso is the best I've ever seen. Take me to the top. For a moment, the voices of admiration made Yimu feel a little ashamed. Brother, are you still playing? A question also popped up in the little girl's chat box. Thinking of the cute hero Kung Fu Panda she played, I feel that she looks very cute too. Yimu closed the chat boxes of other people and replied to the little girl. Come on, let's play. The 2 of them immediately opened the second one. Next, the third, the fourth. Played for a whole afternoon. After dinner, the 2 came up to play together again. The little girl was very happy after winning the day. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Yimu couldn't bear it anymore. Sister, I have to go to work tomorrow, so I don't want to play anymore. Let's play next time. After sending a message, Yimu prepared to exit the game lobby. At this time, the little girl panicked. Brother, let me add your WeChat. Yimu smiled. Why add WeChat? The little girl said anxiously, Brother, I don't have much time to play games. If you don't mind, we can chat when we are not playing games. Yimu could see this. It is impossible for someone who plays games every day to only know one hero. And not very skilled yet. All right. After thinking about it, Yimu agreed and sent his WeChat account. As soon as I exited the game and opened WeChat, I received a notification that someone had added me as a friend. Nailin Xiao Xiao. Yimu agreed while frowning. Could her real name be Nailin Xiao Xiao? Using your real name as your game name is too naive. Click on the little girl's portrait again to enlarge it. Yimu's eyes suddenly widened. If this avatar is of the little girl herself, she is indeed very cute. The pretty face looks so tender and fresh, as if it could be blown away. It is slightly rounder than the ordinary oval face, but slightly pointeder than the chubby face. The whole face is between a melon-shaped face and a chubby face, possessing the best of both. It looks very comfortable and cute, making people want to pinch it. Brother, can you send me a photo? Before Yimu could ask the other party whether the profile picture was of him, the girl asked about the news. Yimu's avatar is an anime character. The moments is visible to friends for 3 days, but his photos cannot be seen. The virtual network is full of scams. Although Yimu is rich, he doesn't want to waste it on the internet. I don't usually take pictures, sister. Yimu made up a random excuse and refused to give the other party the photo. Unexpectedly, the other party sent a red envelope at this time. Yimu couldn't help but be surprised, feeling as if his worldview was a little overturned. Sister, what are you doing? Yimu typed in the words and asked. After a moment, I received a voice reply. Brother, thank you for helping me gain points today. I'll give you 200 yuan to go have some tea. The cute lowly voice is full of happy and cheerful emotions. Damn it! Yimu was stunned. Internet fraud usually involves asking the other party to give money, rather than sending money to the other party. Today's society is complex and people's hearts are unpredictable. There is such a simple girl. Yimu couldn't help but be a little shocked. I also became more interested in this little girl. Sister, just have fun together, no need to give me money. It also emits a voice. He is not short of money, what use is this 200? The little girl seemed a little disappointed. Brother, will you take me with you in the future? The cute lowly voice came again. This time there was some feeling of loss. At first glance, it's a bit like a girl who is just beginning to fall in love. In reality, I am lonely because I am an introvert. So I showed great enthusiasm for the internet. Yimu smiled. Of course, I will definitely take you out to play when I have time. Okay, it's a deal, pinky promise. The little girl's voice immediately regained its joy. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then said good night to each other. Yimu drank a bottle of pure milk, then got out of bed and took a shower. I came back and fell asleep immediately. I had a very good sleep. I didn't even dream about it. When I woke up it was already 7 in the morning. Yimu sent a message to Suanchi asking her to pick him up, and then went to wash up. Afterwards, Yimu put on a branded suit and combed his hair in front of the mirror. He hadn't received the call from Suanchi to pick him up for work, so he went back to sit on the sofa next to the table. System, come out and see how your luck is today. In order to predict whether today's board meeting can proceed smoothly, Yimu used the system. In a flash, the lottery will appear instantly. Let's get started. Staring at the roulette wheel, Yimu took a deep breath and gave a light order. The pointer began to rotate around its axis. From slow to fast, faster and faster. It turned thousands of circles in an instant. After a while, it gradually slowed down. 500 million. 500 million. 500 million. Yimu clenched his palms slightly, with hope in his heart. Unfortunately, the pointer finally stopped. It stopped at the 100 million renminbi area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million renminbi. It has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it. The cold mechanical sound ended, and the roulette wheel disappeared again without a trace. Dear customer, your account number ending in 2589 received a transfer of 100 million yuan on, and the account balance is 1401,235,671.32. At the same time, such a message appeared in the text message of the mobile phone. I didn't spend a penny yesterday, so there was just an extra 100 million in my account. Call. Yimu exhaled a breath from his nose, feeling a little disappointed. 100 million, which is the guaranteed bonus. If you have the worst luck every day, you will only win 100 million. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. For others, 100 million is already an astronomical figure. But for Yimu, it was a bit disappointing. At least 200 million or 300 million. But I just won the guaranteed 100 million. What a low probability. Moreover, from the time I got the system until today, it seems that I have drawn 100 million on several days. Suddenly, Yimu began to doubt whether the lottery result was random. There seemed to be a thought in his mind that was forcing him. Let him believe it was completely random. Knowing that it was the system answering his thoughts, Yimu had no choice but to admit his bad luck. Well, I'm just unlucky. He let out a long sigh. At this moment, the cell phone vibrated. I picked it up and saw that it was from someone with the note Xiao Chi. Hello? While answering the phone, Yimu quickly walked out of the room and went downstairs. Hey, Mr. Yi, I'm outside the villa. From the other end of the phone, Suanchi's sweet and pleasant voice came.